The First Book of the Odysseys of Homer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Schempf. The First Book of the Odysseys of Homer, translated by George Chapman. The Argument. The Gods in council sit, to call Ulysses from Calypso's thrall, and order their high pleasures thus. Grey Pallas to Telemachus in Ithaca her way address'd, and did her heav'nly limbs invest in Mentas likeness, that did reign King of the Taphians, in the main whose rough waves near Leucadia run, advising wise Ulysses' son to seek his father, and address his course to young Tantalides, that govern'd Sparta. Thus much said, she shew'd she was heav'n's martial maid, and vanish'd from him. Next to this, the banquet of Wooers is. Another Argument. Alpha. The Deities sit, the man retir'd, the Ulyssean wit by Pallas fir'd. The man, O Muse, inform that many a way Wound with his wisdom to his wished stay, that wander'd wondrous far, when he the town Of sacred Troy had sack'd and shiver'd down, the cities of the world of nations with all their manners, minds, and fashions he saw and knew. At sea felt many woes, much care sustain'd to save from overthrows himself and friends in their retreat for home. But so their fates he could not overcome, though much he thirsted it. O men unwise, they perish'd by their own impieties, that in their hunger's rapine would not shun the oxen of the lofty going sun, who therefore from their eyes the day bereft of safe return. These acts in some part left, Tellus, as others, deified seed of Jove. Now all the rest, that austere death outstrove At Troy's long siege, at home safe anchor'd are, Free from the malice both of sea and war. Only Ulysses is denied access To wife and home. The grace of Goddesses, the rev'rend nymph Calypso, did detain him in her caves, Past all the race of men enflam'd to make him Her lov'd lord and spouse. And when the Gods had destin'd that his house, Which Ithaca on her rough bosom bears, The point of time wrought out by ambient years, Should be his haven, contention still extends Her envy to him, ev'n amongst his friends. All Gods took pity on him; only he, That girds the earth in the cincture of the sea, Divine Ulysses ever did envy, And made the fix'd port of his birth to fly. But he himself solemniz'd a retreat To the Æthiops far disunder'd in their seat, In two parts parted, at the sun's descent, And underneath his golden orient The first and last of men, t' enjoy their feast Of bulls and lambs, in hecatombs address'd, At which he sat, giv'n over to delight. The other Gods in heav'n's supremest height Were all in council met, to whom began The mighty Father, both of God and man, Discourse, inducing matter that inclin'd To wise Ulysses, calling to his mind Faithful Ægisthus, who to death was done By young Orestes, Agamemnon's son. His memory to the Immortals then Mov'd Jove thus deeply: "O how falsely men Accuse us Gods as authors of their ill, When, by the bane of their own bad lives instill, They suffer all the miseries of their states Past our inflictions, and beyond their fates, As now Ægisthus, past his fate, did wed The wife of Agamemnon, and, in dread To suffer death himself, to shun his ill, Incurr'd it by the loose bent of his will In slaughtering Atrides in retreat, Which we foretold him would so hardly set To his murderous purpose, sending Mercury That slaughter'd Argus, our considerate spy, To give him this charge: Do not wed his wife, Nor murder him, for thou shalt buy his life With ransom of thine own, impos'd on thee By his Orestes, when in him shall be Atrides' self renew'd, and but the prime Of youth's spring put abroad, in thirst to climb His haughty father's throne by his high acts." These words of Hermes wrought not into facts Ægisthus' powers. Good counsel he despis'd, and to that good His ill is sacrificed. Pallas, whose eyes did sparkle like the skies, Answer'd: "O Sire, supreme of Deities, Ægisthus past his faith, and had desert To warrant our infliction. and convert may all the pains such impious men inflict on innocent sufferers to revenge as strict, their own hearts eating. But that Ithacus, thus never meriting, should suffer thus, I deeply suffer. His more pious mind divides him from these fortunes, though unkind is piety to him, giving him a fate more suffering than the most unfortunate, so long kept friendless in the sea girt soil, where the sea's navel is a sylvan isle, in which the Goddess dwells that doth derive her birth from Atlas, who of all alive the motion and the fashion doth command with his wise mind, whose forces understand the inmost deeps and gulfs of all the seas, who, for his skill of things superior, stays the two steep columns that prop earth and heaven. His daughter 'tis, who holds this homeless driven still mourning with her, evermore profuse of soft and winning speeches, that abuse and make so languishingly, and possess'd with so remiss a mind, her lovéd guest, manage the action of his way for home, where he, though in affection overcome in judgment, yet more longs to show his hopes his country's smoke leap from their chimney tops, and death asks in her arms. Yet never shall thy lov'd heart be converted on his thrall, austere Olympius. Did not ever he in ample Troy thy altars gratify, and Grecians' fleet make in thy off'rings swim? Jove, why still then burns thy wrath to him?" The Cloud assembler answer'd: "What words fly, Bold daughter, from thy pale ivory? As if I ever could cast from my care divine Ulysses, who exceeds so far all men in wisdom, and so oft hath given to all the Immortals throned in ample heaven so great and sacred gifts. But his decrees, that holds the earth in with his nimble knees, stand to Ulysses' longing so extreme, for taking from the God foe Polypheme his only eye, a Cyclop that excell'd all other Cyclops, with whose burden swell'd the nymph Thoosa, the divine increase of Force's seed, the great God of the seas. She mix'd with Neptune in his hollow caves, and bore this Cyclop to that God of waves, for whose lost eye the Earth shaker did not kill erring Ulysses, but reserves him still in life for more death. But use we our pow'rs, and round about us cast these cares of ours, all to discover how we may prefer his wish'd retreat, and Neptune make forbear his stern eye to him, since no one God can, in spite of all, prevail but 'gainst a man." To this answer made the grey eyed maid: "Supreme of rulers, since so well apaid the blessed Gods are all then, now in thee to limit wise Ulysses' misery, and that you speak as you referr'd to me prescription for the means, in this sort be their sacred order. Let us now address with utmost speed our swift Argicides, to tell the nymph that bears the golden tress in the isle Ogygia, that 'tis our will she should not stay our lov'd Ulysses still, but suffer his return. And then will I to Ithaca, to make his son apply his sire's inquest the more, infusing force into his soul, to summon the concourse of curl headed Greeks to council, and deter each wooer that hath been the slaughterer of his fat sheep and crooked headed beeves, from more wrong to his mother, and their leaves take in such terms as fit deserts so great. To Sparta then, and Pylos, where doth beat bright Amanthus, the flood and epithet to all that kingdom, my advice shall send the spirit advanc'd prince to the pious end of seeking his lost father, if he may receive report from Fame where rests his stay, and make, besides, his own successive worth known to the world, and set in action forth." This said, her winged shoes to her feet she tied, form'd all of gold, and eternified, that on the round earth o'er the sea sustain'd her ravish'd substance, swift as gusts of wind. Then took she her strong lance with steel made keen, great, massy, active, that whole hosts of men, though all heroes, conquers, if her ire their wrongs inflame. Back'd by so great a sire down from Olympus' top she headlong div'd, and swift as thought in Ithaca arriv'd, close at Ulysses' gates, in whose first court she made her stand, and for her breast's support lean'd on her iron lance. her form impress With Mentas' likeness, come as being a guest. There found she those proud Wooers, that were then Set on those ox hides, that themselves had slain, Before the gates, and all at dice were playing. To them the heralds, and the rest obeying, Fill'd wine and water; some, still as they play'd, And some, for solemn supper's state, purvey'd With porous sponges, cleansing tables, serv'd With much rich feast, of which to all they curv'd. God like Telemachus amongst them sat, Griev'd much in mind, and in his heart begat All representment of his absent sire. How come from far off parts his spirits would fire With those proud Wooers' sight, with slaughter parting Their bold concourse, and to himself converting The honours they usurp'd, his own commanding. In this discourse he first saw Pallas standing Unbidden entry, up rose, and address'd His pace right to her, angry that a guest Should stand so long at gate, and coming near, Her right hand took in his own her spear, And thus saluted: "Grace to your repair, Fair guest, your welcome shall be likewise fair. Enter, and, cheer'd with feast, disclose th' intent That caus'd your coming." This said, first he went, And Pallas follow'd. To a room they came, Steep, and of state. The jav'lin of the dame He set against a pillar vast and high, Amidst a large and bright kept armoury, Which was, besides, with woods of lances grac'd Of his grave fathers. In a throne he plac'd The man turn'd Goddess, under which was spread A carpet, rich, and of deviceful thread, A footstool staying her feet, and by her chair Another seat, all garnish'd wondrous fair, To rest or sleep on in the day, he set, Far from the prease of Wooers, lest at meat The noise they still made might offend his guest, Disturbing him at banquet, or at rest, Ev'n to his combat with that pride of theirs, That kept no noble form in their affairs; And these he set far from them, much the rather To question freely of his absent father. A table, fairly polish'd then, was spread, On which a rev'rend officer set bread, And other servitors all sorts of meat, Salads, and flesh, such as their haste could get, Serv'd with observance in. And then the sewer Pour'd water from a great and golden ewer, That from their hands to a silver caldron ran. Both wash'd, and seated close, the voiceful man Fetch'd cups of gold, and set by them, and round Those cups with wine with all endeavour crown'd. Then rush'd in the rude Wooers, themselves plac'd, The heralds water gave, the maids in haste Serv'd bread from baskets. When, of all prepar'd, And set before them, the bold Wooers shar'd Their pages plying their cups past the rest. But lusty Wooers must do more than feast; For now, their hungers and their thirsts allay'd, They call'd for songs and dances. Those, they said, were the ornaments of feast. The herald straight a harp, carv'd full of artificial sleight, Thrust into Phemius, a learned singer's hand, Who till he much was urg'd on terms did stand, But, after, play'd and sung with all his art. Telemachus to Pallas then, apart, His ear inclining close, that none might hear, In this sort said: "My guest exceeding dear, Will you not sit incens'd with what I say? These are the cares these men take, feast and play, Which easily they may use, because they eat Free and unpunish'd of another's meat, And of a man's, whose white bones wasting lie In some far region, with the incessancy Of show'rs pour'd down upon them, lying ashore, Or in the seas wash'd naked; who, if he wore Those bones with flesh, and life, and industry, And these might here in Ithaca set eye On him return'd, they all would wish to be Either past other in celerity Of feet and knees, and not contend t' exceed In golden garments. But his virtues feed The fate of ill death, nor is left to me The least hope of his life's recovery. No, not if any of the mortal race Should tell me his return, the cheerful face Of his return'd day never will appear. But tell me, and let truth your witness bear, Who, and from whence you are, what city's birth, What parents, in what vessel set you forth? And with what mariners arrived you here? I cannot think you a foot passenger. Recount then to me all, to teach me well Fit usage for your worth. And if it fell in chance now first that you thus see us here, or that in former passages you were my father's guest. For many men have been guests to my father. Studious of men his sociable nature ever was. On him again the grey‐eyed maid did pass this kind reply: "I'll answer passing true all thou hast ask'd. My birth his honour drew from wise Anchialus. The name I bear is Mentas, the commanding islander of all the Taphians, studious in the art of navigation, having touch'd this part with ship and men, of purpose to maintain course through the dark seas to the other languag'd men. And Temisus sustains the city's name for which my ship is bound, made known by fame for rich in brass, which my occasions need. And therefore bring I shining steel instead, which their use wants, yet makes my vessel's freight that near a ploughed field rides at anchor's weight. Apart this city, in the harbour call'd Rhethrus, whose waves with Neæus' woods are wall'd. Thy sire and I were ever mutual guests At either's house, still interchanging feasts. I glory in it. Ask when thou shalt see Laertes, the old hero, these of me from the beginning. He, men say, no more visits the city, but will needs deplore his son's believ'd loss in a private field. One old maid only at his hands to yield Food to his life, as oft as labour makes His old limbs faint; which, though he creeps, he takes Along a fruitful plain, set all with vines, Which husbandman like, though a king, he proins. But now I come to be thy father's guest. I hear he wanders, while these Wooers feast, And, as the Immortals prompt me at this hour, I tell thee out of a prophetic pow'r, Not as profess'd a prophet, nor clear seen At all times what shall after chance to men, What I conceive for this time will be true. The Gods' inflictions keep your sire from you. Divine Ulysses yet abides not dead Above earth, nor beneath, nor buried in any seas, As you late conceive, but with the broad sea sieg'd is kept alive, within an isle by rude and upland men, that in his spite his passage home detain. Yet long it shall not be before he tread his country's dear earth, though solicited and held from his return with iron chains. For he hath wit to forge a world of trains, and will, of all, be sure to make good one for his return, so much relied upon. But tell me, and be true, art thou indeed so much a son, as to be said the seed of Ithacus himself? Exceeding much thy forehead and fair eyes at his form touch, for oftentimes we met, as you and I meet at this hour, before he did apply his pow'rs for Troy, when other Grecian states in hollow ships were his associates. But, since that time, mine eyes could never see Renown'd Ulysses, nor met his with me." The wise Telemachus again replied: "You shall with all I know be satisfied. My mother certain says I am his son. I know not, nor was ever simply known By any child the sure truth of his sire, But would my veins had took in living fire From some man happy, rather than one wise, Whom age might see seis'd of what youth may prize. But he, whoever of the mortal race Is most unblest, he holds my father's place. This, since you ask'd, I answer." She again: "The Gods sure did not make the future strain Both of thy race and days obscure to thee, Since thou wert born so of Penelope. The style may by thy after acts be won Of so great sire the high undoubted son. Say truth in this then, what this feasting here? What all this rout? Is all this nuptial cheer? Or else some friendly banquet made by thee? For here no shots are, where all sharers be. Past measure contumeliously this crew Fare through thy house, which should the ingenuous view Of any good or wise man come and find, Impiety seeing play'd in every kind, He could not but through every vein be mov'd." Again Telemachus: "My guest much lov'd, since you demand and sift these sights so far, I grant 'twere fit a house so regular, rich, And so faultless once in government, should still at all parts the same form present that gave it glory while her lord was here. But now the Gods, that us displeasure bear, have otherwise appointed, and disgrace my father most of all the mortal race, for whom I could not mourn so were he dead, amongst his fellow captains slaughtered by common enemies, or in the hands of his kind friends had ended his commands, after he had egregiously bestowed his pow'r and order in a war so vow'd, and to his tomb all Greeks their grace had done, that to all ages he might leave his son immortal honour. But now Harpies have digg'd in their gorges his abhorred grave. Obscure, inglorious, death had made his end, and me, for glories, to all griefs contend, nor shall I any more mourn him alone. The Gods have given me other cause of moan. For look how many Optimates remain in Samos, or the shores Dulichian, Shades, and Cynthus, or how many bear rule in the rough brows of this island here. So many now my mother, and this house, at all parts make defame and ruinous. And she her hateful nuptials nor denies, nor will dispatch their importunities. Though she beholds them, spoil still, as they feast, all my free house yields, and the little rest of my dead sire in me perhaps intend to bring ere long to some untimely end. This Pallas sigh'd, and answer'd: "O," said she, "absent Ulysses is much miss'd by thee, that on these shameless suitors he might lay his wreakful hands. Should he now come, and stay in thy court's first gates, arm'd with helm and shield, and two such darts as I have seen him wield, when first I saw him in our Taphian court, feasting, and doing his deserts' disport, when from Epirus he return'd by us, from Ilus, son to Centaur Mermerus, to whom he travell'd through the wat'ry dreads, for bane to poison his sharp arrows' heads, that death but touch'd caus'd, which he would not give, because he fear'd the Gods that ever liv'd would plague such death with death. And yet their fear was to my father's bosom not so dear as was thy father's love. For what he sought my loving father found him to a thought. If such as then Ulysses might but meet with these proud Wooers, all were at his feet but instant dead men, and their nuptials would prove as bitter as their dying galls. But these things in the Gods' knees are repos'd, if his return shall see with wreak enclos'd these in his house, or he return no more. And therefore I advise thee to explore all ways thyself, to set these Wooers gone; to which end give me fit attention. To‐morrow into solemn council call the Greek heroes, and declare to all, the Gods being witness, what thy pleasure is. Command to towns of their nativity these frontless Wooers. If thy mother's mind stands to her second nuptials so inclined, return she to her royal father's tow'rs, where the one of these may wed her, and her dow'rs make rich, and such may consort with grace so dear a daughter of so great a race, and thee I warn as well. If thou as well wilt hear and follow, take thy best built sail, with 20 oars mann'd, and haste to enquire where the abode is of thy absent sire. If any can inform thee, or thine ear From Jove the fame of his retreat may hear, For chiefly Jove gives all that honours men. To Pylos first be thy addression then, To godlike Nestor; thence to Sparta haste, To gold lock'd Menelaus, who was last Of all the brass arm'd Greeks that sail'd from Troy; And try from both these, if thou canst enjoy News of thy sire's return'd life anywhere, Though sad thou sufferest in his search a year. If of his death thou hearest, return thou home, And to his memory erect a tomb, Performing parent rites, of feast and game pompous, and such as best may fit his fame; And then thy mother a fit husband give. These past, consider how thou mayst deprive Of worthless life these Wooers in thy house, By open force, or projects enginous. Things childish fit not thee, th' art so no more. Hast thou not heard how all men did adore Divine Orestes, after he had slain Ægisthus, murdering by a treach'rous train His famous father? Be then, my most lov'd, Valiant and manly, every way approv'd as great as he. I see thy person fit, noble thy mind, and excellent thy wit, all giv'n thee so to use and manage here, that ev'n past death they may their memories bear. In mean time I'll descend to ship and men, that much expect me. Be observant then of my advice, and careful to maintain in equal acts thy royal father's reign." Telemachus replied: "You ope, fair guest, a friend's heart in your speech, as well express'd as might a father serve to inform his son; all which sure place have in my memory won. Abide yet, though your voyage calls away, that, having bath'd and dignified your stay with some more honour, you may yet beside delight your mind by being gratified with some rich present taken in your way, that, as a jewel, your respect may lay up in your treasury, bestow'd by me, as free friends use to guests of such degree." "Detain me not," said she, "so much inclin'd to haste my voyage. What thy lovéd mind commands to give, at my return this way bestow on me, that I directly may convey it home, which more of price to me, the more it asks my recompense to thee." This said, away grey eyed Minerva flew, like to a mounting lark, and did endue his mind with strength and boldness, and much more made him his father long for than before. And weighing better who his guest might be, he stood amaz'd, and thought a Deity was there descended, to whose will he fram'd his pow'rs at all parts, and went so inflam'd amongst the Wooers, who were silent set, to hear a poet sing the sad retreat the Greeks perform'd from Troy, which was from thence proclaim'd by Pallas, pain of her offence. When which divine song was perceiv'd to bear that mournful subject by the list'ning ear of wise Penelope, Icarius' seed, who from an upper room had giv'n it heed, down she descended by a winding stair, not solely, but the state in her repair two maids of honour made. And when this queen of women stoop'd so low, she might be seen by all her Wooers, in the door, aloof, entering the hall grac'd with a goodly roof, she stood in shade of graceful veils, implied about her beauties, on either side her honour'd women. When to tears mov'd thus she chid the sacred singer: "Phemius, you know a number more of these great deeds Of Gods and men, that are the sacred seeds And proper subjects of a poet's song, And those due pleasures that to men belong. Besides these facts that furnish Troy's retreat, Sing one of those to these, that round your seat They may with silence sit, and taste their wine. But cease this song, that through these ears of mine Conveys deserv'd occasion to my heart Of endless sorrows, of which the desert In me unmeasur'd is past all these men, So endless is the memory I retain, And so desertful is that memory, Of such a man as hath a dignity So broad it spreads itself through all the pride Of Greece and Argos." To the queen replied inspir'd Telemachus: "Why thus envies my mother him that fits societies with so much harmony, to let him please his own mind in his will to honour these? For these ingenious and first sort of men, that do immediately from Jove retain Their singing raptures, are by Jove as well Inspir'd with choice of what their songs impel. Jove's will is free in it, and therefore theirs; Nor is this man to blame that the repairs The Greeks make homeward sings. For his fresh Muse Men still most celebrate that sings most news. And therefore in his note your ears employ. For not Ulysses only lost in Troy The day of his return, but numbers more The deadly ruins of his fortunes bore. Go you then in, and take your work in hand, Your web and distaff, and your maids command To ply their fit work. Words to men are due, And those reproving counsels you pursue, And most to me of all men, since I bear The rule of all things that are manag'd here." She went amaz'd away, and in her heart Laid up the wisdom Pallas did impart To her lov'd son so lately, turn'd again Up to her chamber, and no more would rein In manly counsels. To her women she applied her sway, and to the Wooers he began new orders, other spirits bewray'd Than those in spite of which the Wooers sway'd. And, whiles his mother's tears still wash'd her eyes, till grey Minerva did those tears surprise with timely sleep, and that her wooers did rouse rude tumult up through all the shady house, disposed to sleep, because their widow was. Telemachus this new given spirit did pass on their old insolence. Ho! you that are my mother's wooers, much too high ye bear your petulant spirits. Sit, and while ye may enjoy me in your banquets, see ye lay these loud notes down, nor do this man the wrong because my mother hath disliked his song, to grace her interruption. 'Tis a thing honest, and honour'd too, to hear one sing numbers so like the Gods in elegance, as this man flows in. By the morn's first light I call ye all before me in a court, that I may clearly banish your resort, with all your rudeness, from these roofs of mine. Away, and elsewhere in your feasts combine. Consume your own goods, and make mutual feast at either's house. Or, if ye still hold best, and for your humours more sufficed fill, to feed, to spoil, because unpunish'd still, on other findings spoil. But here I call th' eternal Gods to witness, if it fall in my wish'd reach once to be dealing wrecks, by Jove's high bounty these your present checks to what I give in charge, shall add more range to my revenge hereafter, and the pains ye then must suffer shall pass all your pride, ever to see redress'd or qualified." At this all bit their lips, and did admire his words sent from him with such phrase and fire, which so much mov'd them, that Antinous, Eupitheus' son, cried out: "Telemachus, the Gods, I think, have rapt thee to this height of elocution, and this great conceit of self ability. We all may pray, that Jove invest not in this kingdom's sway thy forward forces, which I see put forth a hot ambition in thee for thy birth." "Be not offended," he replied, "if I shall say I would assume this empery if Jove gave leave. You are not he that sings, 'The rule of kingdoms is the worst of things.' Nor is it ill at all to sway a throne. A man may quickly gain possession of mighty riches, make a wondrous prize set of his virtues, but the dignities that deck a king, there are enough beside in this circumfluous isle that want no pride to think them worthy of, as young as I, and old as you are. An ascent so high my thoughts affect not. Dead is he that held desert of virtue, to have so excell'd. But of these turrets I will take on me to be the absolute king, and reign as free as did my father, over all his hand, left here in this house slaves to my command." Eurymachus, the son of Polybus, to this made this reply: "Telemachus, the girlond of this kingdom let the knees of Deity run for, but the faculties this house is seiz'd of, and the turrets here, thou shalt be lord of, nor shall any bear the least part off of all thou dost possess, as long as this land is no wilderness nor ruled by outlaws. But give these their pass, and tell me, best of princes, who he was that guested here so late, from whence, and what in any region boasted he his state, his race, his country? Brought he any news of thy returning father? Or for dues of moneys to him made he fit repair? How suddenly he rush'd into the air, nor would sustain to stay and make him known? His port show'd no debauch'd companion." He answer'd: "The return of my lov'd sire is past all hope, and should rude Fame inspire from any place a flatt'ring messenger with news of his survival, he should bear no least belief off from my desperate love; which if a sacred prophet should approve, call'd by my mother for her care's unrest, it should not move me. For my late fair guest, he was of old my father's, touching here from sea girt Taphos, and for name doth bear Mentas, the son of wise Anchialus, and governs all the Taphians studious of navigation." This he said, but knew it was a Goddess. These again withdrew to dances and attraction of the song, and while their pleasures did the time prolong, the sable even descended, and did steep the lids of all men in desire of sleep. Telemachus into a room built high, of his illustrious court, and to the eye of circular prospect, to his bed ascended, and in his mind much weighty thought contended. Before him Euryclea, that well knew All the observance of a handmaid's due, Daughter to Opus Passinarides, bore 2 bright torches, who did so much please Laertes in her prime, that for the price Of 20 oxen he made merchandise Of her rare beauties, and love's equal flame To her he felt, as to his nuptial dame, Yet never durst he mix with her in bed, So much the anger of his wife he fled. She, now grown old, to young Telemachus 2 torches bore, and was obsequious Past all his other maids, and did apply Her service to him from his infancy. His well built chamber reach'd, she op'd the door. He on his bed sat, the soft weeds he wore Put off, and to the diligent old maid Gave all, who fitly all in thick folds laid, And hung them on a beam pin near the bed, That round about was rich embroidered. Then made she haste forth from him, and did bring The door together with a silver ring, And by a string a bar to it did pull. He, laid, cover'd well with curled wool, Woven in silk quilts, all night employ'd his mind About the task that Pallas had design'd. End of the first book. The second book of the Odysseys of Homer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Schempf. The second book of the Odysseys of Homer. Translated by George Chapman. The argument. Telemachus to court doth call The Wooers, and commands them all To leave his house. And taking then from wise Minerva ship and men, And all things fit for him beside, That Euryclea could provide For sea rights till he found his sire, He hoists sail, when heav'n stoops his fire. Another argument. Beta. The old maid's store the voyage cheers. The ship leaves shore, Minerva steers. Now when with rosy fingers, the early born, And thrown through all the air, appear'd the morn, Ulysses' lov'd son from his bed appear'd, His weeds put on, and did about him gird His sword, that thwart his shoulders hung, and tied To his fair feet fair shoes, and all parts plied For speedy readiness. Who, when he trod The open earth, to men show'd like a God. The heralds then he straight charg'd to consort The curl'd headed Greeks with loud calls to a court. They summon'd, the other came in utmost haste. Who all assembled, and in one heap placed, He likewise came to council, and did bear In his fair hand his iron headed spear, Nor came alone, nor with men troops prepar'd, But 2 fleet dogs made both his train and guard. Pallas supplied with her high wisdom's grace, That all men's wants supplies, State's painted face. His ent'ring presence all men did admire, Who took seat in the high throne of his sire, To which the grave peers gave him rev'rend way. Amongst whom an Egyptian hero, Crooked with age, and full of skill, begun The speech to all, who had a loved son, That with divine Ulysses did ascend His hollow fleet to Troy, to serve which end. He kept fair horse, and was a man at arms, And in the cruel Cyclops' stern alarms His life lost by him in his hollow cave, Whose entrails open'd his abhorred grave, And made of him, of all Ulysses' train, His latest supper, being latest slain. His name was Antiphus, and this old man, This crooked grown, this wise Egyptian, Had 3 sons more, of which one riotous A wooer was, and call'd Eurynomus. The other 2 took both his own wish'd course, Yet both the best fates weigh'd not down the worse, But left the old man mindful still of moan, Who, weeping, thus bespake the session: "Hear, Ithacensians, all I fitly say. Since our divine Ulysses' parting day Never was council call'd, nor session. And now by whom is this thus undergone? Whom did necessity so much compell Of young or old? Hath any one heard tell Of any coming army, that he thus now May openly take boldness to avow, First having heard it? Or will any here some motion for the public good prefer? Some worth of note there is in this command, And, methinks, it must be some good man's hand That's put to it, that either hath direct Means to assist, or for his good effect Hopes to be happy in the proof he makes, And that Jove grant whate'er he undertakes." Telemachus, rejoicing much to hear The good hope and opinion men did bear Of his young actions, no longer sat, But long'd t' approve what this man pointed at, And made his first proof in a cause so good. And in the council's chief place up he stood. When straight Pisenor, herald to his sire, And learn'd in counsels, felt his heart on fire To hear him speak, and put into his hand The sceptre that his father did command. Then, to the old Egyptian turn'd, he spoke: "Father, not far he is that undertook To call this council, whom you soon shall know. Myself, whose wrongs my griefs will make me show, Am he that author'd this assembly here. Nor have I heard of any army near, Of which, being first told, I might iterate, Nor for the public good can aught relate. Only mine own affairs all this procure, That in my house a double ill endure. One, having lost a father so renown'd, Whose kind rule once with your command was crown'd. The other is, what much more doth augment His weighty loss, the ruin imminent Of all my house by it, my goods all spent. And, of all this, the Wooers, that are Sons of our chief peers, are the confusions, Importuning my mother's marriage Against her will. Nor dares their blood's bold rage Go to Icarius' her father's court, That his will ask'd in kind and comely sort He may endow his daughter with a dow'r, And, she consenting, at his pleasure's pow'r Dispose her to a man, that, thus behav'd, May have fit grace, and see her honour sav'd. But these, in none but my house all their lives Resolve to spend, slaughtering my sheep and beeves, And with my fattest goats lay feast on feast, My gen'rous wine consuming as they list. A world of things they spoil, here wanting one, That, like Ulysses, quickly could get gone These peace plagues from his house, that spoil like war, Whom my pow'rs are unfit to urge so far, Myself immartial. But, had I the pow'r, My will should serve me to exempt this hour From out my lifetime. For, past patience, base deeds are done here, that exceed defence Of any honour. Falling is my house, which you should shame To see so ruinous. Reverence the censures that all good men give, That dwell about you, and for fear to live Exposed to heav'n's wrath, that doth ever pay Pains for joy's forfeit. Even by Jove I pray, Or Themis, both which pow'rs have to restrain Or gather counsels, that ye will abstain From further spoil, and let me only waste In that most wretched grief I have embrac'd For my lost father. And though I am free From meriting your outrage, yet, if he, Good man, hath ever with a hostile heart Done ill to any Greek, on me convert Your like hostility, and vengeance take Of his ill on my life, and all these make Join in that justice. But, to see abus'd Those goods that do none ill, but being ill us'd Exceeds all right, yet better 'tis for me My whole possessions and my rents to see Consum'd by you, than lose my life and all. For on your rapine a revenge may fall, While I live, and so long I may complain About the city, till my goods again, Oft ask'd, may be with all amends repaid. But in the mean space your misrule hath laid Griefs on my bosom, that can only speak, And are denied the instant pow'r of wreak." This said, his sceptre 'gainst the ground he threw, And tears still'd from him, which mov'd all the crew. The court struck silent, not a man did dare To give a word that might offend his ear. Antinous only in this sort replied: "High spoken, and of spirit unpacified, How have you sham'd us in this speech of yours? Will you brand us for an offence not ours? Your mother, first in craft, is first in cause. 3 years are past, and near the 4th now draws, Since first she mock'd the peers Achaian. All she made hope, and promis'd every man, Sent for us ever, left love's show in nought, but in her heart conceal'd another thought. Besides, as curious in her craft, her loom she with a web charg'd, hard to overcome, and thus bespake us: "Youths, that seek my bed, since my divine spouse rests among the dead, hold on your suits but till I end, at most, this funeral weed, lest what is done be lost. Besides, I propose, that when th' austere fate Of bitter death shall take into his state Laertes the hero, it shall deck His royal course, since I should suffer check In ill report of ev'ry common dame, If one so rich should show in death his shame." This speech she us'd, and this did soon persuade Our gentle minds. But this a work she made So hugely long, undoing still in night, By torches, all she did by day's broad light, That 3 years her deceit div'd past our view, And made us think that all she feign'd was true. But when the 4th year came, and those sly hours That still surprise at length dames' craftiest pow'rs, One of her women, that knew all, disclos'd The secret to us, that she still unloos'd Her whole day's fair affair, in depth of night, And then no further she could force her sleight, But of necessity her work gave end. And thus, by me, doth every other friend, Professing love to her, reply to thee, That ev'n thyself, and all Greeks else may see That we offend not in our stay, but she. To free thy house then, send her to her sire, Commanding that her choice be left entire To his election, and one settled will. Nor let her vex with her illusions still Her friends that woo her, standing on her wit, Because wise Pallas hath giv'n wills to it So full of art, and made her understand All works in fair skill of a lady's hand. But, for her working mind, we read none Of all the old world, in which Greece hath shown Her rarest pieces, that could equal her. Tyro, Alcmena, and Mycena were To hold comparison in no degree, For solid brain, with wise Penelope. And yet in her delays of us, she shows No prophet's skill with all the wit she owes. For all this time thy goods and victuals go To utter ruin, and shall ever so, While thus the Gods her glorious mind dispose. Glory herself may gain, but thou shalt lose Thy longings ev'n for necessary food, For we will never go where lies our good, Nor any other where, till this delay She puts on all, she quits with the endless stay Of some one of us, that to all the rest May give free farewell with his nuptial feast." The wise young prince replied: "Antinous, I may by no means turn out of my house Her that hath brought me forth and nourish'd me. Besides, if quick or dead my father be In any region, yet abides in doubt; And 'twill go hard, my means being so run out, To tender to Icarius again, If he again my mother must maintain In her retreat, the dower she brought with her; And then a double ill it will confer, Both from my father, and from God on me, When, thrust out of her house on her bent knee, My mother shall the horrid Furies raise With imprecations, and all men dispraise My part in her exposure. Never then will I perform this counsel. If your spleen swell at my courses, once more I command your absence from my house, Some other's hand charge with your banquets, On your own goods eat, and either other Mutually intreat at either of your houses With your feast. But if ye still esteem more sweet And best another's spoil, so you still Reckless live, gnaw, vermin like, things sacred No laws give to your devouring, it remains That I invoke each ever living Deity, and vow, if Jove shall deign in any date Pow'r of like pains for pleasure so past rate, From thenceforth look where ye have revell'd so Unwreak'd, your ruins all shall undergo." Thus spake Telemachus, to assure whose threat Far seeing Jove upon their pinions set 2 eagles from the high brows of a hill, That mounted on the winds, together still Their strokes extended, but arriving now Amidst the council, over every brow Shook their thick wings, and threat'ning death's cold fears Their necks and cheeks tore with their eager seres. Then on the court's right hand away they flew, Above both court and city; with whose view, And study what events they might foretell, The council into admiration fell. The old hero, Halitherses, then, the son of Nestor, that of all old men his peers in that court, only could foresee by flight of fowls man's fixed destiny, 'twixt them and their amaze, this interposed: "Hear, Ithacensians, all your doubts disclosed. The Wooers most are touch'd in this ostent, To whom are dangers great and imminent. For now not long more shall Ulysses bear Lack of his most lov'd, but fills some place near, Addressing to these Wooers fate and death. And many more this mischief menaceth Of us inhabiting this famous isle. Let us consult yet, in this long fore while, How to ourselves we may prevent this ill. Let these men rest secure, and revel still, Though they might find it safer, if with us They would in time prevent what threats them thus. Since not without sure trial I foretell These coming storms, but know their issue well. For to Ulysses all things have event, As I foretold him when for Ilion went The whole Greek fleet together, and with them The abundant in all counsels took the stream. I told him that when much ill he had past, And all his men were lost, he should at last The 20th year turn home to all unknown, All which effects are to perfection grown." Eurymachus, the son of Polybus, Opposed this man's presage, and answer'd thus: "Hence, great in years, go, prophesy at home, Thy children teach to shun their ills to come. In these superior far to thee am I. The world of fowls beneath the sun beams fly That are not fit t' inform a prophecy. Besides, Ulysses perish'd long ago, And would thy fates to thee had destin'd so, Since so thy so much prophecy had spar'd Thy wronging of our rights; which, for reward, Expected home with thee hath summon'd us With the anger of Telemachus. But this I will presage, which shall be true, If any spark of anger chance t' ensue Thy much old art in these deep auguries, In this young man, incensed by thy lies, Ev'n to himself his anger shall confer The greater anguish, and thine own ends err From all their objects. And, besides, thine age Shall feel a pain to make thee curse presage With worthy cause, for it shall touch thee near. But I will soon give end to all our fear, Preventing whatsoever chance can fall In my suit to the young prince for us all, To send his mother to her father's house, That he may sort her out a worthy spouse, And such a dow'r bestow as may befit One lov'd, to leave her friends and follow it. Before which course be, I believe that none Of all the Greeks will cease the ambition Of such a match. For, chance what can to us, We no man fear, no, not Telemachus, Though ne'er so greatly spoken. Nor care we for any threats of austere prophecy, Which thou, old dotard, vaunt'st of so in vain. And thus shalt thou in much more hate remain. For still the Gods shall bear their ill expense, Nor ever be dispos'd by competence, Till with her nuptials she dismiss our suits. Our whole lives' days shall sow hopes for such fruits. Her virtues we contend to, nor will go To any other, be she never so Worthy of us, and all the worth we owe." He answer'd him: "Eurymachus, and all ye gen'rous Wooers, now in general I see your brave resolves, and will no more Make speech of these points, and much less implore. It is enough, that all the Grecians hear, And all the Gods besides just witness bear, What friendly premonitions have been spent On your forbearance, and their vain event. Yet, with my other friends, let love prevail To fit me with a vessel free of sail, And 20 men, that may divide to me My ready passage through the yielding sea For Sparta, and Amathuan Pylos' shore. I am now bound in purpose to explore My long lack'd father, and to try if Fame Or Jove, most author of man's honour'd name, With his return in life may glad mine ear, Though toil'd in that proof I sustain a year. If dead I hear him, nor of more state, Here retir'd to my lov'd country I will rear a sepulchre to him, And celebrate such royal parent rites As fits his state, and then my mother to A spouse dispose." This said, he sat, and to the rest arose Mentor, that was Ulysses' chosen friend, to whom, when he set forth, he did commend his complete family, and whom he will'd to see the mind of his old sire fulfill'd, all things conserving safe, till his retreat; who, tender of his charge, and seeing so set in slight care of their king his subjects there, suff'ring his son so much contempt to bear, thus gravely, and with zeal, to him began: "No more let any sceptre bearing man, Benevolent, or mild, or human be, Nor in his mind form acts of piety, But ever feed on blood, and facts unjust Commit, ev'n to the full swing of his lust; Since of divine Ulysses no man now, Of all his subjects, any thought doth show; All whom he govern'd, and became to them, Rather than one that wore a diadem, A most indulgent father. But, for all that can touch me, within no envy fall These insolent Wooers, that in violent kind Commit things foul by the ill wit of the mind, And with the hazard of their heads devour Ulysses' house, since his returning hour They hold past hope. But it affects me much, ye dull plebeians, that all this doth touch Your free states nothing, who, struck dumb, afford These Wooers not so much wreak as a word, Though few, and you with only number might Extinguish to them the profan'd light." Evenor's son, Leocritus, replied: "Mentor! the railer! made a fool with pride! What language giv'st thou that would quiet us With putting us in storm, exciting thus The rout against us? Who, though more than we, Should find it no easy victory to drive men, habited in feast, from feasts? No, not if Ithacus himself such guests should come And find so furnishing his court, And hope to force them from so sweet a fort. His wife should little joy in his arrive, Though much she wants him; for, where she alive Would hers enjoy, there death should claim his rights. He must be conquer'd, that with many fights. Thou speak'st unfit things. To their labours then Disperse these people, and let these two men, Mentor and Halitherses, that so boast From the beginning to have govern'd most In friendship of the father, to the son Confirm the course he now affects to run. But my mind says, that, if he would but use A little patience, he should hear here news Of all things that his wish would understand, But no good hope for of the course in hand." This said, the council rose; when every peer And all the people in dispersion were To houses of their own, the Wooers yet Made to Ulysses' house their old retreat. Telemachus, apart from all the prease, Prepar'd to shore, and in the aged seas His fair hands wash'd, did thus to Pallas pray: "Hear me, O Goddess, that but yesterday Didst deign access to me at home, and lay Grave charge on me to take ship, and enquire Along the dark seas for mine absent sire; Which all the Greeks oppose, amongst whom most Those that are proud still at another's cost, Past measure, and the civil rights of men My mother's Wooers my repulse maintain." Thus spake he praying, when close to him Came Pallas, resembling Mentor both In frame of voice and person, and advis'd him thus: "Those Wooers well might know, Telemachus, Thou wilt not ever weak and childish be, If to thee be instill'd the faculty Of mind and body that thy father grac'd; And if, like him, there be in thee enchanc'd Virtue to give words works, and works their end. This voyage, that to them thou didst commend, Shall not so quickly, as they idly ween, Be vain or giv'n up, for their opposite spleen. But, if Ulysses nor Penelope Were thy true parents, I then hope in thee Of no more urging thy attempt in hand. For few, that rightly bred on both sides stand, Are like their parents; many that are worse, And most few better. Those then that the nurse Or mother call true born, yet are not so, Like worthy sires, much less are like to grow. But thou show'st now that in thee fades not quite Thy father's wisdom; and that future light Shall therefore show thee far from being unwise, Or touch'd with stain of bastard cowardice. Hope therefore says, that thou wilt to the end Pursue the brave act thou didst erst intend. But for the foolish Wooers, They neither counsel have nor soul, since they are neither wise nor just, and so must needs rest ignorant how black above their heads Fate hovers, holding death, that one sole day will make enough to make them all away. For thee, the way thou wishest shall no more fly thee a step. I, that have been before thy father's friend, thine likewise now will be. Provide thy ship myself, and follow thee. Go thou then home, and soothe each wooer's vein, but underhand fit all things for the main. Wine in as strong and sweet casks as you can, and meal, the very marrow of a man, which put in good sure leather sacks, and see that with sweet food sweet vessels still agree. I from the people straight will press for you free voluntaries. And for ships, enow sea‐circled Ithaca contains, both new and old built; all which I'll exactly view, and choose what one soever most doth please; which rigg'd, we'll straight launch, and assay the seas." This spake Jove's daughter, Pallas; whose voice heard, no more Telemachus her charge deferr'd, but hasted home, and, sad at heart, did see amidst his hall th' insulting Wooers flea goats, and roast swine. 'Mongst who, Antinous, careless, discov'ring in Telemachus his grudge to see them, laugh'd, met, took his hand, and said: "High spoken! With the mind so mann'd, come, do as we do. Put not up your spirits with these low trifles, nor our loving merits in gall of any hateful purpose steep, but eat egregiously, and drink as deep. The things thou think'st on, all at full shall be By the Achives thought on, and perform'd to thee. Ship and choice oars, that in a trice will land Thy hasty fleet on heav'nly Pylos' sand, And at the fame of thy illustrious sire." He answer'd: "Men whom pride did so inspire Are not fit consorts for an humble guest, Nor are constrain'd men merry at their feast. Is't not enough that all this time ye have oped in your entrails my chief goods a grave, And, while I was a child, made me partake? My now more growth more grown my mind doth make, And, hearing speak more judging men than you, Perceive how much I was misgovern'd now. I now will try if I can bring ye home An ill fate to consort you, if it come From Pylos, or amongst the people here. But thither I resolve, and know that there I shall not touch in vain. Nor will I stay, Though in a merchant's ship I steer my way, Which shows in your sights best, since me ye know Incapable of ship, or men to row." This said, his hand he coyly snatch'd away From forth Antinous' hand. The rest the day spent through the house with banquets, some with jests, and some with railings, dignifying their feasts. To whom a jest‐proud youth the wit began: "Telemachus will kill us every man, From Sparta to the very Pylian sand. He will raise aids to his impetuous hand. O, he affects it strangely! Or he means to search Ephyra's fat shores, and from thence bring deathful poisons, which amongst our bowls Will make a general shipwrack of our souls." Another said: "Alas, who knows but he, once gone, And erring like his sire at sea, may perish Like him, far from aid of friends? And so he makes us work? For all the ends. Left of his goods here we shall share, the house Left to his mother and her chosen spouse." Thus they, while he a room ascended, high And large, built by his father, where did lie Gold and brass heap'd up, and in coffers were Rich robes, sweet store of odorous oils, And there stood tuns of sweet old wines along the wall, Neat and divine drink, kept to cheer withal Ulysses' old heart, if he turn'd again From labours fatal to him to sustain. The doors of plank were, their close exquisite, Kept with a double key, and day and night A woman lock'd within, and that was she Who all trust had for her sufficiency, Old Euryclea, one of Opus' race, Son to Pisenor, and in passing grace With grey Minerva, her the prince did call, And said: "Nurse, draw me the most sweet Of all the wine thou keep'st; next that which for My sire thy care reserves, in hope he shall retire. 12 vessels fill me forth, and stop them well. Then into well sew'd sacks of fine ground meal Pour 20 measures. Nor to any one But thee thyself let this design be known. All this see got together. I it all in night will fetch off, when my mother shall Ascend her high room, and for sleep prepare. Sparta and Pylos I must see, in care To find my father." Out Euryclea cried, And ask'd with tears: "Why is your mind applied, Dear son, to this course? Whither will you go? So far off leave us, and belov'd so only, and the sole hope of your race? Royal Ulysses, far from the embrace Of his kind country, in a land unknown Is dead, and you from your lov'd country gone. The Wooers will with some deceit assay To your destruction, making then their prey Of all your goods, where in your own y'are strong, Make sure abode. It fits not you so young To suffer so much by the aged seas, And err in such a wayless wilderness." "Be cheer'd, love nurse," said he, "for, not without The will of God go my attempts about. Swear therefore, not to wound my mother's ears With word of this, before from heav'n appears The 11th or 12th light, or herself shall please To ask me, or hears me put to seas, Lest her fair body with her woe be wore." To this the great oath of the Gods she swore. Which having sworn, and of it every due Perform'd to full, to vessels wine she drew, And into well sew'd sacks pour'd foody meal. In meantime he, with cunning to conceal All thought of this from others, himself bore In broad house, with the Wooers as before. Then grey eyed Pallas other thoughts did own, And like Telemachus trod through the town, Commanding all his men in the even To be aboard his ship. Again then question'd she Œnon, fam'd for aged Phronius' son, About his ship, who all things to be done Assur'd her freely should. The sun then set, And sable shadows slid through every street, When forth they launch'd, and soon aboard did bring All arms, and choice of every needful thing That fits a well rigg'd ship. The Goddess then stood in the port's extreme part, Where her men, nobly appointed, thick about her came, Whose ev'ry breast she did with spirit enflame. Yet still fresh projects laid the grey eyed Dame. Straight to the house she hasted, and sweet sleep Pour'd on each Wooer, which so laid in steep Their drowsy temples, that each brow did nod As all were drinking, and each hand his load The cup let fall. All start up, and to bed, nor more would watch, when sleep so surfeited their leaden eyelids. Then did Pallas call Telemachus, in body, voice, and all resembling Mentor, from his native nest, and said, that all his arm'd men were address'd To use their oars, and all expected now He should the spirit of a soldier show. "Come then," said she, "no more let us defer Our honour'd action." Then she took on her A ravish'd spirit, and led as she did leap, And he her most haste took out step by step. Arriv'd at sea in ship, they found ashore The soldiers that their fashion'd long hair wore. To whom the prince said: "Come, my friends, let's bring Our voyage's provisions. Every thing Is heap'd together in our court, and none, No, not my mother, nor her maids, but one Knows our intention." This express'd, he led. The soldiers close together followed, And all together brought aboard their store. Aboard the prince went. Pallas still before Sat at the stern, he close to her, the men Up hasted after. He and Pallas then Put from the shore. His soldiers then he bad See all their arms fit, which they heard, and had. A beechen mast then in the hollow base They put, and hoisted, fix'd it in its place With cables, and with well wreath'd halsers hois'd Their white sails, which grey Pallas now employs With full and fore gales through the dark deep main. The purple waves, so swift cut, roar'd again Against the ship's sides, that now ran and plow'd The rugged seas up. Then the men bestow'd Their arms about the ship, and sacrifice With crown'd wine cups to the endless Deities They offer'd up. Of all yet throned above, They most observ'd the grey eyed seed of Jove, who, from the evening till the morning rose, and all day long their voyage did dispose. End of the second book. The third book of the Odysseys of Homer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Schempf. The third book of the Odysseys of Homer, translated by George Chapman. The argument. Telemachus, and heaven's wise dame that never husband had, now came to Nestor, who his either guest received at the religious feast he made to Neptune, on his shore, and there told what was done before the Trojan turrets, and the state of all the Greeks since Ilion's fate. This book these three of greatest place doth serve with many a varied grace. Which past, Minerva takes her leave, whose state when Nestor doth perceive, with sacrifice he makes it known, where many a pleasing rite is shown. Which done, Telemachus hath gained a chariot of him, who ordained Pisistratus, his son, his guide to Sparta. And when starry‐eyed the ample heaven began to be, all house rites to afford them free, in Pharis Diocles did please, his surname Ortilochides. Another argument. Gamma. Ulysses' son with Nestor lies, to Sparta gone, thence Pallas flies. The sun now left the great and goodly lake, and to the firm heaven bright ascent did make, to shine as well upon the mortal birth, inhabiting the ploughed life‐giving earth, as on the ever‐treaders upon death. And now to Pylos, that so garnisheth herself with buildings, old Neleus' town, the prince and goddess come had strange sights shown. For, on the marine shore, the people there, to Neptune, that the azure locks doth wear, beeves that were wholly black gave holy flame. 9 seats of state they made to his high name, and every seat set with 500 men, and each 500 was to furnish then with 9 black oxen every sacred seat. These of the entrails only pleased to eat, and to the god inflame the fleshy thighs. By this time Pallas with sparkling eyes, and he she led, within the haven bore, struck sail, cast anchor, and trod both the shore, she first, he after. Then said Pallas, "Now no more befits thee the least bashful brow, t' embolden which this act is put on thee, to seek thy father both at shore and sea, and learn in what clime he abides so close, or in the pow'r of what fate doth repose. Come then, go right to Nestor, let us see If in his bosom any counsel be That may inform us. Pray him not to trace The common courtship, and to speak in grace Of the demander, but to tell the truth, Which will delight him, and commend thy youth For such prevention, for he loves no lies, Nor will report them, being truly wise." He answer'd, "Mentor, how, alas, shall I present myself? How greet his gravity? My youth by no means that ripe form affords, That can digest my mind's instinct in words Wise, and beseeming the ears of one so sage. Youth of most hope blush to use words with age." She said, "Thy mind will some conceit impress, And something God will prompt thy towardness. For, I suppose, thy birth and breeding too Were not in spite of what the Gods could do." This said, she swiftly went before, and he her steps made guides, and followed instantly. When soon they reach'd the Pylian throngs and seats, Where Nestor with his sons sat, and the meats, That for the feast serv'd, round about them were Adherents dressing, all their sacred cheer Being roast and boil'd meats. When the Pylians saw these strangers come, in thrusts did all the men draw About their entry, took their hands, and pray'd they both would sit. Their entry first assay'd by Nestor's son, Pisistratus, in grace of whose repair He gave them honour'd place, betwixt his sire And brother Thrasymed, who sat at feast On soft fells that were spread along the sea sands, Curv'd, and reach'd to them parts of the inwards, And did make a stream of sprightly wine Into a golden bowl. which to Minerva with a gentle soul he gave, and thus spake: "Ere you eat, fair guest, invoke the sea's King, of whose sacred feast your travel hither make ye partners now. When, sacrificing as becomes, bestow this bowl of sweet wine on your friend, that he may likewise use these rites of piety. For I suppose his youth doth prayers use, since all men need the Gods. But you I chose first in this cup's disposure, since his years seem short of yours, who more like me appears." Thus gave he her the cup of pleasant wine. And since a wise and just man did design the golden bowl first to her free receipt, even to the Goddess it did add delight, who thus invoked: "Hear thou, whose vast embrace enspheres the whole earth, nor disdain thy grace to us that ask it, in performing this. To Nestor first, and these fair sons of his, vouchsafe all honour, and next them bestow on all these Pylians, that have offered now this most renownéd hecatomb to thee, remuneration fit for them, and free. And lastly deign Telemachus and me the work perform for whose effect we came, our safe return, both with our ship and fame." Thus pray'd she, and herself obey'd, in the end performing all for which she pray'd. And now, to pray, and do as she had done, she gave the fair round bowl to Ulysses' son. The meat then dress'd and drawn, and serv'd to each guest, they celebrated a most sumptuous feast. When, appetite to wine and food allay'd, horse‐taming Nestor then began and said: "Now life's desire is serv'd, as far as fair. Time fits me to enquire what guests these are. Fair guests, what are ye? And for what coast tries your ship the moist deeps? Forfeit merchandise? Or rudely coast ye, like our men of prize, the rough seas tempting, desperately erring, the ill of others in their good conferring?" The wise prince now his boldness did begin, For Pallas' self had harden'd him within, By this device of travel to explore His absent father, which 2 girlonds wore, His good by manage of his spirits, and then To gain him high grace in the accounts of men. "O Nestor, still in whom Neleus lives, And all the glory of the Greeks survives, You ask from whence we are, and I relate: From Ithaca, whose seat is situate Where Nius the renownéd mountain rears His haughty forehead, and the honour bears To be our sea mark. We assay'd the waves. The business, I must tell, our own good craves, And not the public. I am come t' enquire, If, in the fame that best men doth inspire Of my most suff'ring father, I may hear Some truth of his estate now, who did bear The name, being join'd in fight with you alone, To even with earth the height of Ilion, Of all men else that any name did bear, And fought for Troy the sev'ral ends we hear. But his death Jove keeps from the world unknown, The certain fame thereof being told by none. If on the continent by enemies slain, Or with the waves eat of the ravenous main. For his love 'tis that to your knees I sue, That you would please, out of your own clear view, To assure his sad end, or say, if your ear Hath heard of the unhappy wanderer, To too much sorrow, whom his mother bore. You then by all your bounties I implore, If ever to you deed or word hath stood, By my good father promis'd, render'd good Amongst the Trojans, where ye both have tried The Grecians' suff'rance, that in nought applied To your respect or pity you will glose, But uncloth'd truth to my desires disclose." "O much lov'd," said he, "since you renew Remembrance of the miseries that grew Upon our still in strength opposing Greece Amongst Troy's people, I must touch a piece Of all our woes there, either in the men Achilles brought by sea, and led to gain About the country, or in us that fought About the city, where to death were brought All our chief men, as many as were there. There Mars like Ajax lies, Achilles there the in council like the Gods, his friend. There my dear son Antilochus took end, Past measure swift of foot, and stay'd in fight. A number more than ills felt infinite, Of which to reckon all, what mortal man, If 5 or 6 years you should stay here, can Serve such enquiry? You would back again Affected with unsufferable pain Before you heard it. 9 years sieg'd we them, With all the depth and sleight of stratagem That could be thought. Ill knit to ill past end. Yet still they toil'd us, nor would yet Jove send rest to our labours, nor will scarcely yet. But no man live, that would in public set His wisdom by Ulysses' policy, As thought his equal, so excessively He stood superior all ways. If you be his son indeed, mine eyes Ev'n ravish me to admiration, And in all consent your speech puts on His speech's ornament. Nor would one say that one so young could use, Unless his son, a rhetoric so profuse. And while we liv'd together, he and I Never in speech maintain'd diversity, Nor sat in council, but, by one soul led, With spirit and prudent counsel furnished The Greeks at all hours, that, with fairest course, What best became them, they might put in force. But when Troy's high tow'rs we had levell'd thus, We put to sea, and God divided us. And then did Jove our sad retreat devise, For all the Greeks were neither just nor wise, And therefore many felt so sharp a fate, Sent from Minerva's most pernicious hate, Whose mighty father can do fearful things, By whose help she betwixt the brother kings Let fall contention, who in council met In vain, and timeless, when the sun was set, And all the Greeks call'd, that came charg'd with wine. Yet then the kings would utter their design, And why they summon'd. Menelaus, he Put all in mind of home, and cried, To sea. But Agamemnon stood on contraries, Whose will was they should stay and sacrifice Whole hecatombs to Pallas, to forego Her high wrath to them. Fool, that did not know She would not so be won, for not with ease The eternal Gods are turn'd from what they please. So they, divided, on foul language stood. The Greeks in huge rout rose, their wine heat blood Two ways affecting, and that night's sleep too We turn'd to studying either other's woe, When Jove besides made ready woes enow. Morn came, we launch'd, and in our ships did stow Our goods, and fair girt women. Half our men The people's guide Atrides did contain, And half, being now aboard, put forth to sea. A most free gale gave all ships prosperous way. God settled then the huge whale bearing lake, And Tenedos we reach'd, where, for time's sake, We did divine rites to the Gods. But Jove, inexorable still, bore yet no love to our return, But did again excite a second sad contention, That turn'd quite a great part of us back to sea again; Which were the abundant in all counsels man Your matchless father, who, to gratify The great Atrides, back to him did fly. But I fled all, with all that follow'd me, Because I knew God studied misery To hurl amongst us. With me likewise fled Martial Tydides. I the men he led gat to go with him. Winds our fleet did bring to Lesbos, where The yellow headed king, though late, yet found us, As we put to choice a tedious voyage. If we sail should hoise above rough Chios, Left on our left hand, to the isle of Syria, Or to that rugged land sail under, And for windy Mimas steer. We ask'd of God that some ostent might clear Our cloudy business, who gave us sign, And charge that all should, in the middle line, The sea cut for Eubœa, that with speed Our long sustain'd infortune might be freed. Then did a whistling wind begin to rise, And swiftly we flew through the fishy skies, Till to Geræstus we in night were brought, Where, through the broad sea since we safe had wrought, At Neptune's alders many solid thighs Of slaughter'd bulls we burn'd for sacrifice. The fourth day came, when Tydeus' son Did greet the haven of Argos with his complete fleet. But I for Pylos straight steer'd on my course, Nor ever left the wind his fore right force, Since God fore sent it first. And thus I came, Dear son, to Pylos, uninform'd by fame, Nor know one sav'd by fate, or overcome. Whom I have heard of since, set here at home As fits, thou shalt be taught, not left unshown. The expert spearman, every Myrmidon, Led by the brave air of the mighty soul'd Unpeer'd Achilles, safe of home got hold. Safe Philoctetes, Poeon's famous seed, And safe Idomeneus his men led To his home, Crete, who fled the arméd field, Of whom yet none the sea from him withheld. Atrides, you have both heard, though ye be his far‐off dwellers, what an end he had, done by Odysseus to a bitter death, who miserably paid for forced breath, Atrides leaving a good son, that died in blood of that deceitful parricide his wreakful sword. And thou, my friend, as he for this hath his fame, the like spirit in thee assume at all parts. Fair and great, I see thou art in all hope. Make it good to the end, that aftertimes as much may thee commend. He answered, O thou greatest grace of Greece! Orestes made that wreak his masterpiece, and him the Greeks will give a master praise, verse finding him to last all after days. And would to God, the Gods would favour me with his performance, that my injury done by my mother's wooers, being so foul, I might revenge upon their every soul, who, pressing me with contumelies, dare such things as past the power of utterance are. But Heaven's great powers have graced my destiny with no such honour. Both my sire and I are born to suffer everlastingly. Because you name those wooers, friend, said he, report says, many such, in spite of thee, wooing thy mother, in thy house commit the ills thou nam'st. But say, proceedeth it from will in thee to bear so foul a foil? Or from thy subjects' hate, that wish thy spoil, and will not aid thee, since their spirits rely against thy rule on some grave augury? What know they, but at length thy father may come, and with violence their violence pay, or he alone, or all the Greeks with him? But if Minerva now did so esteem thee as thy father in times past, whom, past all measure, she with glorious favours graced, amongst the Trojans, where we suffered so. O, I did never see in such clear show the Gods so grace a man, as she to him, to all our eyes, appear'd in all her trim. If so, I say she would be pleas'd to love, and that her mind's care thou so much couldst move, as did thy father, every man of these would lose in death their seeking marriages. O father, answer'd he, you make amaze seize me throughout. Beyond the height of phrase you raise expression, but 'twill never be, that I shall move in any deity so blest an honour. Not by any means, if hope should prompt me, or blind confidence, the Gods of fools, or every deity should will it, for 'tis past my destiny. The burning‐eyed Dame answer'd, What a speech hast passed the teeth guard Nature gave to teach fit questions of thy words before they fly. God easily can, when to mortal eye he's furthest off, a mortal satisfy, and does the more still. For thy cared for sire I rather wish, that I might home retire, after my suff'rance of a world of woes, far off, and then my glad eyes might disclose the day of my return. Then straight retire, and perish standing by my household fire, as Agamemnon did, that lost his life by false Ægisthus, and his falser wife. For death to come at length, 'tis due to all, nor can the Gods themselves, when fate shall call their most lov'd man, extend his vital breath beyond the fix'd bounds of abhorred death. Mentor, said he, let's dwell no more on this, although in us the sorrow pious is. No such return as we wish, Fates bequeath my erring father, whom a present death the deathless have decreed. I now use speech that tends to other purpose, and beseech instruction of grave Nestor, since he flows past shore in all experience, and knows the sleights and wisdoms, and whose heights aspire others, as well as my commended sire, whom fame reports to have commanded 3 ages of men, and doth in sight to me show like the immortals. Nestor, the renown'd of old Neleus, make the clear truth known, how the most great in empire, Atreus' son, sustained the act of his destruction. Where then was Menelaus? How was it that false Ægisthus, being so far unfit a match for him, could his death so enforce? Was he not then in Argos? Or his course with men so left, to let a coward breathe spirit enough to dare his brother's death? I tell thee truth in all, fair son, said he. Right well was this event conceived by thee. If Menelaus in his brother's house Had found the idle liver with his spouse, Arriv'd from Troy he had not liv'd, nor dead Had the digg'd heap pour'd on his lustful head, But fowls and dogs had torn him in the fields. Far off of Argos, not a dame, it yields, Had given him any tear, so foul his facts Show'd ev'n to women. Us Troy's wars had rack'd To every sinew's suff'rance, while he In Argos' uplands liv'd, from those works free, And Agamemnon's wife with force of word Flatter'd and soften'd, who, at first, abhorr'd A fact so infamous. The heav'nly dame A good mind had, but was in blood to blame. There was a poet, to whose care the king His queen committed, and in everything, When he from Troy went, charg'd him to apply Himself in all guard to her dignity. But when strong Fate so wrapp'd in her affects, That she resolv'd to leave her fit respects, Into a desert isle her guardian led, There left, the rapine of the vultures fed. Then brought he willing home his will's won prize, On sacred altars offer'd many thighs Hung in the Gods' fanes many ornaments, Garments and gold, that he had the vast events Of such a labour to his wish had brought, As neither fell into his hope nor thought. At last, from Troy sail'd Sparta's king and I, Both holding her untouch'd; and, that his eye Might see no worse of her, when both were blown To sacred Sunium of Minerva's town, The goodly promontory, with his shafts severe Augur Apollo slew him that did steer Atrides' ship, as he the stern did guide, And she the full speed of her sail applied. He was a man that nations of men Excell'd in safe guide of a vessel, when A tempest rush'd in on the ruffled seas. His name was Phrontis Onetorides, And thus was Menelaus held from home, Whose way he thirsted so to overcome To give his friend the earth, being his pursuit, And all his exequies to execute, But sailing still the wine hued seas, To reach some shore for fit performance. He did fetch the steep mount of the Malians, And there, with open voice, offended Jupiter Proclaim'd the voyage his repugnant mind, And pour'd the puffs out of a shrieking wind, That nourish'd billows heighten'd like to hills, And with the fleet's division fulfils His hate proclaim'd. Upon a part of Crete Casting the navy, where the sea waves meet Rough Jardanus, and where the Cydons live, There is a rock, on which the sea doth drive, Bare, and all broken, on the confines set Of Gortys, that the dark seas likewise fret, And hither sent the south a horrid drift Of waves against the top, that was the left Of that torn cliff as far as Festus' strand. A little stone the great sea's rage did stand. The men here driven, scrap'd hard the ship's sore shocks, The ships themselves being rack'd against the rocks, Save only 5, that blue forecastles bore, Which wind and water cast on Ægypt's shore. When he, there victualling well, and store of gold Aboard his ships brought, his wild way did hold, And the other languag'd men was forc'd to roam. Mean space Ægisthus made sad work at home, And slew his brother, forcing to his sway Atrides' subjects, and did 7 years lay His yoke upon the rich Mycenaean state. But in the 8th, and to his affrighting fate, Divine Orestes home from Athens came, And what his royal father felt, the same He made the false Ægisthus groan beneath. Death evermore is the reward of death. Thus having slain him, a sepulchre feast He made the Argives for his lustful guest, And for his mother, whom he did detest. The self same day upon him stole the king, Good at martial shout, and goods did bring, As many as his freighted fleet could bear. But thou, my son, too long by no means err, Thy goods left free for many a spoilful guest, Lest they consume some, and divide the rest, And thou, perhaps, besides thy voyage lose. To Menelaus yet thy course dispose I wish and charge thee, who but late arriv'd From such a shore and men as to have liv'd In a return from them that never thought, And whom black whirlwinds violently brought Within a sea so vast, that in a year Not any fowl could pass it anywhere, So huge and horrid was it. But go thou with ship and men, or if thou pleasest now to pass by land, there shall be brought for thee both horse and chariot, and thy guides shall be my sons themselves, to Sparta the divine, and to the king, whose locks like amber shine. Entreat the truth of him, nor loves he lies. Wisdom in truth is, and he's passing wise." This said, the sun went down, and up rose night, when Pallas spake: "O father, all good right bear thy directions. But divide we now the sacrifices' tongues, mix wines, and vow to Neptune, and the other ever blest, that, having sacrificed, we may to rest. The fit hour runs now, light dives out of date. At sacred feasts we must not sit too late." She said. They heard. The heralds water gave. The youths crown'd cups with wine, and let all have their equal shares, beginning from the cup their parting banquet. All the tongues cut up, the fire they gave them, sacrificed, and rose. Wine, and divine rites us'd, to each dispose. Minerva and Telemachus desir'd they might to ship be, with his leave retir'd. He mov'd with that, provok'd thus their abodes: "Now Jove forbid, and all the long liv'd Gods, your leaving me to sleep aboard a ship, as I had drunk of poor Penea's whip even to my nakedness, and had nor sheet nor cov'ring in my house, that warm nor sweet a guest, nor I myself had means to sleep, where I both weeds and wealthy cov'rings keep for all my guests. Nor shall fame ever say, the dear son of the man Ulysses lay all night a ship board here while my days shine, or in my court while any son of mine enjoys survival, who shall guests receive, whomever my house hath a nook to leave." "My much lov'd father," said Minerva, "well all this becomes thee. But persuade to dwell this night with thee thy son Telemachus, for more convenient is the course for us, that he may follow to thy house and rest, and I may board our black sail, that address'd at all parts I may make our men, and cheer all with my presence, since of all men there I boast myself the senior. The others are youths, they attend in free and friendly care great soul'd Telemachus, and are his peers in fresh similitude of form and years. For their conferments I will therefore now sleep in our black bark, but, when light shall show his silver forehead, I intend my way amongst the Caucons, men that are to pay a debt to me, nor small nor new. For this, take you him home, who in the morn dismiss with chariot and your sons, and give him horse, ablest in strength and of speediest course." This said, away she flew, form'd like the fowl men call the ossifrage, when every soul amaze invaded, even the old man admir'd. The youth's hand took, and said: "O most desir'd, my hope says thy proof will no coward show, nor one unskill'd in war, when Deities now so young attend thee, and become thy guides, nor any of the heav'n's housed states besides, but Tritogenia's self, the seed of Jove, the great in prey, that did in honour move so much about thy father amongst all the Grecian army. Fairest queen, let fall on me like favours, give me good renown, which, as on me, on my loved wife let down, and all my children. I will burn to thee an ox right bred, broad headed, and yoke free, to no man's hand yet humbled. Him will I, his horns in gold hid, give thy deity." Thus pray'd he, and she heard, and home he led his sons, and all his heaps of kindred, who, ent'ring his court royal, every one he marshall'd in his sev'ral seat and throne, and every one, so kindly come, he gave his sweet wine cup, which none was let to have before his 11th year landed him from Troy, which now the butleress had leave t' employ, who therefore pierc'd it, and did give it vent. Of this the old Duke did a cup present to every guest, made his maid many a prayer that wears the shield fringed with his nurse's hair, and gave her sacrifice. With this rich wine and food sufficed, sleep all eyes did decline, and all for home went. But his court alone Telemachus, divine Ulysses' son, must make his lodging, or not please his heart. A bed all chequer'd with elaborate art, Within a portico that rung like brass He brought his guest to, and his bed fear was Pisistratus, the martial guide of men, That liv'd, of all his sons, unwed till then. Himself lay in a by room far above, His bed made by his barren wife, his love. The rosy finger'd morn no sooner shone, But up he rose, took air, and sat upon A seat of white and goodly polish'd stone, That such a gloss as richest ointments wore, Before his high gates, where the counsellor That match'd the Gods, his father, used to sit, Who now, by fate forc'd, stoop'd as low as it. And here sat Nestor, holding in his hands A scepter, and about him round did stand, As early up, his sons' troop, Perseus, The godlike Thrasimèd, and Aretus, Echephron, Stratius, and sixth and last Pisistratus, and by him, half embrac'd Still as they came, divine Telemachus. To these spake Nestor, old Gerennius: "Haste, lov'd sons, and do me a desire, That, first of all the Gods, I may aspire To Pallas' favour, who vouchsaf'd to me At Neptune's feast her sight so openly. Let one to field go, and an ox with speed Cause hither brought, which let the herdsman lead. Another to my dear guest vessel go, And all his soldiers bring, save only two. A third, the smith that works in gold, command Laertius to attend and lend his hand, To plate the both horns round about with gold. The rest remain here close. But first see told The maids within that they prepare a feast, Set seats through all the court, see straight address The purest water, and get fuel fell'd." This said, not one but in the service held Officious hand. The ox came led from field, The soldiers troop'd from ship. The smith he came, and those tools brought That serv'd the actual frame his art conceiv'd, Brought anvil, hammers brought, fair tongs, and all, With which the gold was wrought. Minerva likewise came, to set the crown On that kind sacrifice, and mak'd her own. Then the old knight, Nestor, gave the smith the gold, With which he straight did both the horns infold, And trimm'd the offering so the Goddess joy'd, About which thus were Nestor's sons employ'd. Divine Echephron and fair Stratius held both the horns, The water odorous, in which they wash What to the rites was vow'd. Aretus in the caldron all bestow'd With herbs and flowers, serv'd in from the holy room Where all were dress'd, and whence the rites must come. And after him a hallowed virgin came, That brought the barley cake, and blew the flame. The axe, with which the ox should both be fell'd And cut forth, Thrasimèd stood by and held. Perseus the vessel held that should retain The purple liquor of the offering slain. Then wash'd the pious father, then the cake, Of barley, salt, and oil made, took, and brake. Ask'd many a boon of Pallas, and the state Of all the offering did initiate. In 3 parts cutting off the hair, and cast Amidst the flame, all the invocation past, And all the cake broke. Manly Thrasimèd stood near and sure, and such a blow he laid Aloft the offering, that to earth he sunk, His neck nerves sunder'd, and his spirits shrunk. Out shriek'd the daughters, daughter‐in‐laws, and wife Of 3 aged Nestor, who had eldest life Of Clymen's daughters, chaste Eurydice. The ox on broad earth then laid laterally They held, while Duke Pisistratus The throat dissolv'd, and set the sable blood afloat. Then the life the bones left. Instantly they cut him up, apart flew either thigh, That with the fat they dubb'd, with art alone, The throat brist, and the sweet bread pricking on. Then Nestor broil'd them on the coal turn'd wood, Pour'd black wine on, and by him young men stood That spits fine pointed held, on which, when burn'd, The solid thighs were. They transfix'd, and turn'd the inwards, cut in cantles, which the meat Vow'd to the Gods consum'd, they roast, and eat. In mean space, Polycaste, call'd the Fair, Nestor's youngest daughter, bath'd Ulysses' heir, whom having cleans'd, and with rich balms bespread, She cast a white shirt, quickly over his head. Then his weeds put on, when forth he went, And did the person of a God present, Came, and by Nestor took his honour'd seat, This pastor of the people. Then, the meat of all the spare parts roasted, off they drew, Sat, and fell to. But soon the temp'rate few Rose, and in golden bowls fill'd others wine, Till, when the rest felt thirst of feast decline, Nestor his sons bad fetch his high man'd horse, And them in chariot join, to run the course The prince resolv'd. Obey'd, as soon as heard, Was Nestor by his sons, who straight prepar'd Both horse and chariot; she that kept the store, Both bread and wine, and all such viands more As should the feast of Jove fed kings compose, Purvey'd the voyage. To the rich coach rose Ulysses' son, and close to him ascended The Duke Pisistratus, the reins intended, And scourg'd, to force to field, who freely flew, And left the town that far her splendour threw, Both holding yoke, and shook it all the day. But now the sun set, darkening every way, When they to Pharis came, and in the house Of Diocles, the son to Arsilochus, Whom flood Alpheus got, slept all that night, Who gave them each due hospitable rite. But when the rosy finger'd morn arose, They went to coach, and did their horse enclose, Drave forth the forecourt, and the porch that yields Each breath a sound, and to the fruitful fields Rode scourging still their willing flying steeds, Who strenuously perform their wonted speeds, Their journey ending just when sun went down, And shadows always through the earth were thrown. End of the third book. The fourth book of the Odysseys of Homer, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Schempf. The fourth book of the Odysseys of Homer, Part 1. Translated by George Chapman. The argument. Received now in the Spartan court, Telemachus prefers report To Menelaus of the throng Of wooers with him, and their wrong. Atrides tells the Greeks' retreat, And doth a prophecy repeat That Proteus made, by which he knew His brother's death. And then doth show how with Calypso liv'd The sire of his young guest. The wooers conspire their prince's death, Whose treachery known, Penelope in tears doth drown, Whom Pallas by a dream doth cheer, And in similitude appear A fair Iphthima, known to be The sister of Penelope. Another argument. Delta. Hereof the sire the son doth hear, The wooers conspire, the mothers fear. In Lacedæmon now, the nurse of Wales, These two arriv'd, and found at festivals With mighty concourse the renownéd king, His son and daughter jointly marrying. Alector's daughter he did give his son, Strong Megapenthes, who his life begun By Menelaus' bondmaid, whom he knew In years when Helen could no more renew In issue like divine Hermione, Who held in all fair form as high degree As golden Venus. Her he married now to great Achilles' son, Who was by vow betroth'd to her at Troy. And thus the Gods to constant loves give Nuptial periods, whose state here past, The Myrmidons' rich town, of which she shar'd In the imperial crown, With horse and chariots he resign'd her to. Mean space, the high huge house with feast did flow Of friends and neighbours, joying with the king, Amongst whom did a heav'nly poet sing, And touch his harp. Amongst whom likewise danc'd two, who in that dumb motion advanc'd Would prompt the singer what to sing and play. All this time in utter court did stay With horse and chariot, Telemachus, And Nestor's noble son Pisistratus, Whom Eteoneus coming forth descried, And being a servant to the king most tried In care and his respect, he ran and cried: "Guests, Jove kept Menelaus, two such men as are for form of high Saturnius' strain. Inform your pleasure, if we shall unclose their horse from coach, or say they must dispose their way to some such house as may embrace their known arrival with more welcome grace. He, angry, answer'd: Thou didst never show thyself a fool, Boethides, till now; but now, as if turn'd child, a childish speech vents thy vain spirits. We ourselves now reach our home by much spent hospitality of other men, nor know if Jove will try with other after once our state again; and therefore from our feast no more detain those welcome guests, but take their steeds from coach, and with attendants guide in their approach." This said, he rush'd abroad, and call'd some more Tried in such service, that together bore Up to the guests, and took their steeds that sweat Beneath their yokes from coach. At mangers set, wheat and white barley gave them mix'd, and plac'd their chariot by a wall so clear it cast a light quite through it. And then they led their guests to the divine house, which so fed their eyes at all parts with illustrious sights, that admiration seized them. Like the lights the sun and moon gave, all the palace threw a lustre through it, satiate with whose view down to the king's most bright kept baths they went, where handmaids did their services present. Bath'd, balm'd them, shirts and well napp'd weeds put on, and by Atrides' side set each his throne. Then did the handmaid royal water bring, and to a laver, rich and glittering of massy gold, pour'd, which she plac'd upon a silver caldron, into which might run the water as they wash'd. Then set she near a polish'd table, on which all the cheer the present could afford a reverend dame that kept the larder set. A cook then came, and divers dishes, borne thence, serv'd again, furnish'd the board with bowls of gold. And then, his right hand giv'n the guests, Atrides said: "Eat and be cheerful. Appetite allay'd, I long to ask of what stock ye descend; for not from parents whose race nameless end we must derive your offspring. Men obscure could get none such as you. The portraiture of Jove sustain'd, and sceptre‐bearing kings Your either person in his presence brings." An ox's fat chine then they up did lift, And set before the guests, which was a gift, Sent as an honour to the king's own taste. They saw yet 'twas but to be eaten plac'd, And fell to it. But food and wine's care past, Telemachus thus prompted Nestor's son, His ear close laying to be heard of none: "Consider thou whom most my mind esteems. The brass work here, how rich it is in beams, And how, beside, it makes the whole house sound; What gold, and amber, silver, ivory, round Is wrought about it. Out of doubt the hall Of Jupiter Olympius hath of all this state The like. How many infinites take Up to admiration all men's sights." Atrides overheard, and said: "Lov'd son, no mortal must affect contention with Jove, whose dwellings are of endless date. Perhaps of men some one may emulate, Or none my house or me; for I am one That many a grave extreme have undergone, Much error felt by sea, and till the 8th year Had never stay, but wander'd far and near, Cyprus, Phœnicia, and Cydonia, And fetch'd the far off Æthiopia, Reach'd the Arembi of Arabia, And Libya, where with horns use yean their lambs, Which every full year ewes are 3 times dams; Where neither king nor shepherd want comes near Of cheese, or flesh, or sweet milk; all the year They ever milk their ewes. And here while I err'd, gather'd means to live One murderously unwares, unseen Bereft my brother's life, chiefly betray'd By his abhorréd wife. So hold I, not enjoying what you see. And of your fathers, if they living be, You must have heard this, since my suff'rings were So great and famous. From this palace here, So rarely well built, furnished so well, And substanced with such a precious deal Of well got treasure, banish'd by the doom Of fate, and erring as I had no home. And now I have, and use it, not to take the entire delight it offers, but to make continual wishes, that a triple part of all it holds were wanting, so my heart were eas'd of sorrows, taken for their deaths that fell at Troy, by their revived breaths. And thus I sit here weeping, mourning still each least man lost, and sometimes make mine ill, in paying just tears for their loss, my joy; sometimes I breathe my woes, for in annoy the pleasure soon admits satiety. But all these men's wants whet not so mine eye, though much they move me, as one sole man's miss, for which my sleep and meat ev'n loathsome is in his renew'd thought. Since no Greek hath won grace for such labours as Laertes' son hath wrought and suffer'd, to himself naught else but future sorrows forging, to me hells for his long absence, since I cannot know if life or death detain him, since such woe for his love old Laertes his wise wife and poor young son sustains, whom new with life he left as sireless." This speech grief to tears, pour'd from the son's lids on the earth, his ears, told of the father, did excite, who kept his cheeks dry with his red weed as he wept, his both hands us'd therein. Atrides then began to know him, and did strife retain, if he should let himself confess his sire, or with all fitting circumstances enquire. While this his thoughts disputed, forth did shine, like to the golden distaff deck'd divine, from her bed's high and odoriferous room, Helen, to whom of an elaborate loom Adrastus set a chair. Alcippe brought a piece of tapestry of fine wool wrought. Philo a silver cabinet conferr'd, given by Alcandra, nuptially endear'd to lord Polybius, whose abode in Thebes, the Egyptian city, was, where wealth in heaps his famous house held, out of which did go, in gift to Atrides, silver bath tubs two tripods, and of fine gold talents 10. His wife did likewise send to Helen then fair gifts, a distaff that of gold was wrought, and that rich cabinet that Philo brought, round and with gold ribb'd, now of fine thread full, of which extended, crown'd with the finest wool of violet gloss, the golden distaff lay. She took her state chair, and a footstool's stay had for her feet, and of her husband thus ask'd to know all things: "Is it known to us, King Menelaus, whom these men commend themselves for, that our court now takes to friend? I must affirm, be I deceiv'd or no, I never yet saw man nor woman so like one another, as this man is like Ulysses' son. With admiration strike his looks my thoughts, that they should carry now pow'r to persuade me thus, who did but know, when newly he was born, the form they bore. But 'tis his father's grace, whom more and more his grace resembles, that makes me retain thought that he now is like Telemachus, then left by his sire, when Greece did undertake Troy's bold war for my impudency's sake." He answer'd: "Now, wife, what you think I know, the true cast of his father's eye doth show in his eyes' order. Both his head and hair, his hands and feet, his very father's are. Of whom, so well remember'd, I should now acknowledge for me his continual flow of cares and perils, yet still patient. But I should too much move him, that doth vent such bitter tears for that which hath been spoke, which, shunning soft show, see how he would cloak, and with his purple weed his weepings hide." Then Nestor's son, Pisistratus, replied: "Great pastor of the people, kept of God, he is Ulysses' son, but his abode not made before here, and he modest too. He holds it an indignity to do a deed so vain, to use the boast of words, where your words are on wing, whose voice affords delight to us, as if a God did break the air amongst us, and vouchsafe to speak. But me my father, old Duke Nestor, sent to be his consort hither, his content not to be heighten'd so as with your sight. in hope that therewith words and actions might inform his comforts from you, since he is extremely grieved and injur'd by the miss of his great father, suffering ev'n at home, and few friends found to help him overcome his too weak suff'rance, now his sire is gone. Amongst the people not afforded one to check the miseries that mate him thus. And this the state is of Telemachus. "O Gods," said he, "how certain now I see my house enjoys that friend's son, that for me hath undergone so many willing fights, whom I resolv'd past all the Grecian knights to hold in love, if our return by seas the far off Thunderer did ever please to grant our wishes, and to his respect a palace and a city to erect. My vow had bound me, whither bringing then his riches and his son, and all his men from barren Ithaca, some one sole town inhabited about him batter'd down, all should in Argos live. And there would I ease him of rule, and take the empery of all on me, and often here would we, delighting, loving each other's company, meet and converse, whom nothing should divide, till death's black veil did each all over hide. But this perhaps hath been a mean to take ev'n God himself with envy, who did make Ulysses therefore only the unblest, that should not reach his lovéd country's rest." These woes made every one with woe in love. Ev'n Argive Helen wept, the seed of Jove. Ulysses' son wept, Atreus' son did weep, and Nestor's son his eyes in tears did steep. But his tears fell not from the present cloud that from Ulysses was exhaled, but flow'd from brave Antilochus' remember'd dew, whom the renown'd son of the morning slew. Which yet he thus excus'd: "O Atreus' son, old Nestor says, there lives not such a one amongst all mortals as Atrides is for deathless wisdom. 'Tis a praise of his, still given in your remembrance, when at home our speech concerns you. Since then overcome you please to be with sorrow, ev'n to tears, that are in wisdom so exempt from peers, vouchsafe the like effect in me excuse. If it be lawful, I affect no use of tears thus after meals, at least at night, but when the morn brings forth with tears her light, it shall not then impair me to bestow my tears on any worthy's overthrow. It is the only right that wretched men can do dead friends, to cut hair and complain. But death my brother took, whom none could call the Grecian coward you best knew of all. I was not there, nor saw, but men report Antilochus excell'd the common sort for footmanship, or for the chariot race, or in the fight for hardy hold of place. "O friend," said he, "since thou hast spoken so At all parts as one wise should say and do, And like one far beyond thyself in years, Thy words shall bounds be to our former tears. O he is questionless a right born son, That of his father hath not only won The person, but the wisdom; and that sire Complete himself that hath a son entire. Jove did not only his full fate adorn When he was wedded, but when he was born. As now Saturnius, through his life's whole date, Hath Nestor's bliss rais'd to as steep a state, Both in his age to keep in peace his house, And to have children wise and valorous. But let us not forget our rear feast thus. Let some give water here. Telemachus, the morning shall yield time to you and me to do what fits, and reason mutually." This said, the careful servant of the king Asphalion pour'd on the issue of the spring, And all to ready feast set ready hand. But Helen now on new device did stand, Infusing straight a medicine to their wine, That, drowning care and angers, did decline All thought of ill. Who, drunk her cup, could shed All that day not a tear, no, not if dead That day his father or his mother were, Not if his brother, child, or chiefest dear He should see murder'd then before his face. Such useful medicines, only born in grace Of what was good, would Helen ever have. And this juice to her Polydamna gave, The wife of Thoon, an Egyptian born. whose rich earth herbs of medicine do adorn in great abundance. Many healthful are, and many baneful. Every man is there a good physician out of nature's grace, for all the nation sprung of Pæon's race. When Helen then her medicine had infus'd, she bad pour wine to it, and thus speech us'd: "Atrides, and these good men's sons, great Jove Makes good and ill one after other move In all things earthly; for he can do all. The woes past, therefore, he so late let fall, The comforts he affords us let us take, Feast, and with fit discourses make merry, Nor will I other use. As then our blood Griev'd for Ulysses, since he was so good, Since he was good, let us delight to hear How good he was, and what his suff'rings were. Though every fight and every suff'ring deed Patient Ulysses underwent, exceed My woman's pow'r to number or to name. But what he did and suffer'd, when he came Amongst the Trojans, where ye Grecians all Took part with suff'rance, I in part can call To your kind memories. How with ghastly wounds Himself he mangled, and the Trojan bounds, Thrust thick with enemies, adventur'd on, His royal shoulders having cast upon Base abject weeds, and enter'd like a slave. Then, beggar like, he did of all men crave, And such a wretch was, as the whole Greek fleet Brought not besides. And thus through every street He crept, discov'ring of no man known. And yet through all this difference I alone Smok'd his true person, talk'd with him, but he Fled me with wiles still. Nor could we agree Till I disclaim'd him quite, and so, as mov'd With womanly remorse of one that prov'd So wretched an estate, whate'er he were, Won him to take my house. And yet ev'n there, Till freely I, to make him doubtless, swore A pow'rful oath to let him reach the shore Of ships and tents before Troy understood, I could not force on him his proper good. But then I bath'd and sooth'd him, and he then Confess'd, and told me all, and, having slain A number of the Trojan guards, retir'd, And reach'd the fleet for sleight and force admir'd. Their husbands' death by him the Trojan wives Shriek'd for, but I made triumphs for their lives. For then my heart conceiv'd, that once again I should reach home, and yet did still retain Woe for the slaughters Venus made for me, When both my husband, my Hermione In bridal room, she robb'd of so much right, And drew me from my country with her sleight. Though nothing under heaven I here did need, That could my fancy or my beauty feed. Her husband said: "Wife, what you please to tell Is true at all parts, and becomes you well. And I myself, that now may say have seen The minds and manners of a world of men, And great heroes, measuring many a ground, Have never, by these eyes that light me, found One with a bosom so to be belov'd As that in which th' accomplish'd spirit mov'd Of patient Ulysses. What brave man, he both did act and suffer, when he won The town of Ilion, in the brave built horse, When all we chief states of the Grecian force Were hous'd together, bringing death and fate Amongst the Trojans. You, wife, may relate, For you at last came to us. God, that would the Trojans glory give, Gave charge you should approach the engine, And Deiphobus, the godlike, follow'd. Thrice ye circled us with full survey of it, And often tried the hollow crafts that in it Were implied, when all the voices of Their wives in it you took on you with voice So like and fit, and every man by name So visited, that I, Ulysses, the king Diomed, Set in the midst, and hearing how you call'd, Tydides, and myself, as half appall'd With your remorseful plaints, would passing fain Have broke our silence, rather than again Endure, respectless, their so moving cries. But Ithacus our strongest fantasies Contain'd within us, from the slenderest noise. And every man there sat without a voice. Anticlus only would have answer'd thee, But his speech Ithacus incessantly With strong hand held in, till, Minerva's call Charging thee off, Ulysses sav'd us all." Telemachus replied: "Much greater is my grief for hearing this high praise of his. For all this doth not his sad death divert, nor can, though in him swell'd an iron heart. Prepare, and lead then, if you please, to rest. Sleep, that we hear not, will content us best." Then Argive Helen made her handmaid go, And put fair bedding in the portico, Lay purple blankets on, rugs warm and soft, And cast an arras coverlet aloft. They torches took, made haste, and made the bed. When both the guests were to their lodgings led, Within a portico without the house, Atrides and his large train wearing spouse, The excellent of women, for the way In a retir'd receit together lay. The morn arose, the king rose, and put on His royal weeds, his sharp sword hung upon His ample shoulders, forth his chamber went, And did the person of a God present. Telemachus accosts him, who begun Speech of his journey's proposition: "And what, my young Ulyssean hero, Provok'd thee on the broad back of the sea, To visit Lacedæmon the divine? Speak truth, some public good, or only thine?" "I come," said he, "to hear if any fame Breath'd of my father to thy notice came. My house is sack'd, my fat works of the field Are all destroy'd, my house doth nothing yield But enemies, that kill my harmless sheep And sinewy oxen, nor will ever keep Their steels without them. And these men are they That woo my mother, most inhumanly, Committing injury on injury. To thy knees therefore I come, t' attend Relation of the sad and wretched end My erring father felt, if witness'd by Your own eyes, or the certain news that fly From others' knowledges. For, more than is The usual heap of human miseries, His mother bore him too. Vouchsafe me then, without all ruth Of what I can sustain, the plain and simple truth Of all you know. Let me beseech so much, if ever vow was made, And put in good effect to you at Troy, Where suff'rance bred you so much smart, Upon my father good Ulysses' part, And quit it now to me, himself in youth, Unfolding only the unclosed truth." He, deeply sighing, answer'd him: "O shame, That such poor vassals should affect the fame To share the joys of such a worthy's bed, As when a hind, her calves late farrowed To give suck, enters the bold lion's den. He roots of hills and herby valleys then For food, there feeding, hunting; but at length Returning to his cavern, gives his strength The lives of both the mother and her brood In deaths indecent. So the wooer's blood Must pay Ulysses' pow'rs as sharp an end. O would to Jove, Apollo, and thy friend The wise Minerva, that thy father were As once he was, when he his spirits did rear Against Philomelides, in a fight Perform'd in well built Lesbos, where downright He strook the earth with him, and gat a shout Of all the Grecians. O, if now full out He were as then, and with the wooers cop'd, Short liv'd they all were, and their nuptials hop'd Would prove as desperate. But, for thy demand Enforc'd with prayers, I let thee understand The truth directly, nor decline a thought, Much less deceive or soothe thy search in aught. But what the old and still true spoken God, That from the sea breathes oracles abroad, Disclos'd to me, to thee I'll all impart, Nor hide one word from thy solicitous heart. End of the Fourth Book, Part 1. The Fourth Book of the Odysseys of Homer, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Schempf. The Fourth Book of the Odysseys of Homer, Part 2. Translated by George Chapman. I was in Egypt, where a mighty time The Gods detain'd me, though my natural clime I never so desir'd, because their homes I did not greet with perfect hecatombs. For they will put men evermore in mind How much their masterly commandments bind. There is, besides, a certain island, call'd Pharos, that with the high wav'd sea is wall'd, Just against Egypt, and so much remote, as in a whole day with a foregale smote a hollow ship can sail. And this isle bears a port most portly, where sea passengers put in still for fresh water, and away to sea again. Yet here the Gods did stay my fleet full 20 days. The winds, that are masters at sea, no prosperous puff would spare to put us off, and all my victuals here had quite corrupted, as my men's minds were, had not a certain Goddess given regard, and pitied me in an estate so hard. And 'twas Idothea, honour'd Proteus' seed, that old sea‐farer. Her mind I make bleed with my compassion, when, walk'd all alone, from all my soldiers that were ever gone about the isle on fishing with hooks bent, hunger their bellies on her errand sent, she came close to me, spake, and thus began: "Of all men thou art the most foolish man, or slack in business, or stayest here of choice, and dost in all thy suff'rances rejoice, that thus long liv'st detain'd here, and no end canst give thy tarriance. Thou dost much offend the minds of all thy fellows." I replied: "Whoever thou art of the Deified, I must affirm, that no way with my will I make abode here, but it seems some ill the Gods, inhabiting broad heaven, sustain against my getting off. Inform me then, for Godheads all things know, what God is he that stays my passage from the fishy sea?" "Stranger," said she, "I'll tell thee true, there lives an old sea‐farer in these seas, that gives a true solution of all the secrets here, who deathless Proteus is, the Egyptian peer, who can the deeps of all the seas exquire, who Neptune's priest is, and, they say, the sire that did beget me. Him if any way thou couldst inveigle, he would clear display thy course from hence, and how far off doth lie thy voyage's whole scope through Neptune's sky, informing thee, O God preserv'd, beside, if thy desires would be so satisfied, whatever good or ill hath got event, in all the time thy long and hard course spent since thy departure from thy house." This said, again I answer'd: "Make the sleights display'd thy father useth, lest his foresight see, or his foreknowledge take note of me. He flies the fix'd place of his us'd abode, 'Tis hard for man to countermine with God." She straight replied: "I utter truth in all. When heav'n's supremest height the sun doth skall, the old sea, tell truth, leaves the deeps, and hides amidst a black storm, when the west wind chides in caves still sleeping. Round about him sleep, with short feet swimming forth the foamy deep, the sea calves, lovely Halcyonës call'd, from whom a noisome odour is exhal'd, got from the whirlpools on whose earth they lie. Here, when the morn illustrates all the sky, I'll guide, and seat thee in the fittest place For the performance thou hast now in chase. In meantime reach thy fleet, and choose out 3 of best exploit, to go as aids to thee. But now I'll show thee all the old God's sleights. He first will number, and take all the sights Of those his guard that on the shore arrives, when, having view'd, and told them forth by fives, he takes place in their midst, and there doth sleep, like to a shepherd midst his flock of sheep. In his first sleep call up your hardiest cheer, Vigour, and violence, and hold him there, in spite of all his strivings to be gone. He then will turn himself to every one of all things that in the earth creep and respire, in water swim, or shine in heav'nly fire. Yet still hold you him firm, and much the more press him from passing. But when, as before, when sleep first bound his powers, his form ye see, then cease your force, and the old hero free, and then demand which heav'n born it may be that so afflicts you, hindering your retreat, and free sea passage to your native seat." This said, she div'd into the wavy seas, and I my course did to my ships address, that on the sands struck, where arriv'd, we made our supper ready. Then the ambrosian shade of night fell on us, and to sleep we fell. Rosy Aurora rose, we rose as well, and 3 of them, on whom I most relied, for firm at every force, I choos'd, and hied straight to the many river‐served seas, and all assistance asked the Deities. Meantime Idothea the sea's broad breast embraced, and brought for me and all my rest 4 of the sea calves' skins, but newly flay'd, to work a while which she fashioned upon her father. Then within the sand, a covert digging, when these calves should land, she sat expecting. We came close to her, she placed us orderly, and made us wear each one his calf's skin. But we then must pass a huge exploit. The sea calves' savor was so passing sour, they still being bred at seas, it much afflicted us. For who can please to lie by one of these same sea bred whales? But she preserves us, and to memory calls a rare commodity. She fetch'd to us ambrosia, that an air most odorous bears still about it, which she nointed round our either nostrils, and in it quite drown'd the nasty whale smell. Then the great event, the whole morn's date, with spirits patient we lay expecting. When bright noon did flame, forth from the sea in shoals the sea calves came, and orderly at last lay down and slept along the sands. And then the old sea god crept from forth the deeps, and found his fat calves there, survey'd and number'd, and came never near the craft we us'd, but told us 5 for calves. His temples then diseas'd with sleep he salves, and in rush'd we with an abhorred cry, cast all our hands about him manfully. And then the old forger all his forms began. First was a lion with a mighty mane, then next a dragon, a pied panther then, a vast boar next, and suddenly did strain all into water. Last he was a tree, curl'd all at top, and shot up to the sky. We with resolved hearts held him firmly still, when the old one, held too strait for all his skill to extricate, gave words, and question'd me. "Which of the Gods, O Atreus' son," said he, "advis'd and taught thy fortitude this sleight, to take and hold me thus in my despite?" "What asks thy wish now?" I replied. "Thou know'st. Why dost thou ask? What wiles are these thou show'st? I have within this isle been held for wind a wondrous time, and can by no means find an end to my retention. It hath spent the very heart in me. Give thou then vent to doubts thus bound in me. Ye Gods know all. Which of the Godheads doth so foully fall On my addression home, to stay me here, Avert me from my way, the fishy clear Barr'd to my passage?" He replied: "Of force, if to thy home thou wishest free recourse, To Jove and all the other Deities Thou must exhibit solemn sacrifice, And then the black sea for thee shall be clear, Till thy lov'd country's settled reach. But where ask these rites thy performance? 'Tis a fate to thee and thy affairs appropriate, That thou shalt never see thy friends, nor tread Thy country's earth, nor see inhabited Thy so magnificent house, till thou make good Thy voyage back to the Egyptian flood, Whose waters fell from Jove, and there hast given To Jove and all Gods hous'd in ample heav'n Devoted hecatombs, and then free ways Shall open to thee, clear'd of all delays." This told he, and methought he brake my heart, In such a long and hard course to divert My hope for home, and charge my back retreat As far as Egypt. I made answer yet: "Father, thy charge I'll perfect, but before Resolve me truly, if their natural shore All those Greeks and their ships do safe enjoy, That Nestor and myself left, when from Troy We first rais'd sail; or whether any died At sea a death unwish'd, or satisfied, When war was past, by friends embrac'd In peace resign their spirits?" He made answer: "Cease to ask so far. It fits thee not to be so cunning In thine own calamity, nor seek To learn what learn'd thou shouldst forget. Men's knowledges have proper limits set, And should not prease into the mind of God. But 'twill not long be, as my thoughts abode, Before thou buy this curious skill with tears. Many of those, whose states so tempt thine ears, Are stoop'd by death, and many left alive. one chief of which in strong hold doth survive amidst the broad sea. 2 in their retreat are done to death. I list not to repeat who fell at Troy. Thyself was there in fight. But in return swift Ajax lost the light in his long oar'd ship. Neptune yet awhile saft him wrack'd to the Gyræan isle, a mighty rock removing from his way. And surely he had 'scaped the fatal day in spite of Pallas, if to that foul deed he in her fane did, when he ravished the Trojan prophetess, he had not here adjoin'd an impious boast, that he would bear, despite the Gods, his ship safe through the waves then raised against him. These impious braves when Neptune heard, in his strong hand he took his massy trident, and so soundly strook the rock Gyræan that in two it cleft, of which one fragment on the land he left, the other fell into the troubled seas. At which first rush'd Ajax Odyssey, and split his ship, and then himself afloat swum on the rough waves of the world's vast moat, till having drunk a salt cup for his sin, there perish'd he. Thy brother yet did win the wreath from death, while in the waves they strove, afflicted by the reverend wife of Jove. But when the steep mount of the Malian shore he seem'd to reach, a most tempestuous blore, far to the fishy world that sighs so sore, straight ravish'd him again as far away as to the extreme bounds where the Agrians stay, where first Thyestes dwelt, but then his son Ægisthus Thyestides liv'd. This done, when his return untouch'd appear'd again, back turn'd the Gods the wind, and set him then hard by his house. Then, full of joy, he left his ship, and close to his country earth he cleft, kiss'd it, and wept for joy, pour'd tear on tear, to set so wishedly his footing there. But see, a sentinel that all the year crafty Ægisthus in a watch tow'r set, to spy his landing, for reward as great as 2 gold talents. All his pow'rs did call to strict remembrance of his charge, and all discharg'd at first sight, which at first he cast on Agamemnon, and with all his haste inform'd Ægisthus. He an instant train laid for his slaughter. 20 chosen men of his plebeians he in ambush laid. His other men he charg'd to see purvey'd a feast, and forth, with horse and chariots grac'd, he rode t' invite him, but in heart embrac'd horrible welcomes, and to death did bring, with treach'rous slaughter, the unwary king. Receiv'd him at feast, and, like an ox slain at his manger, gave him bits and knocks. No one left of Atrides' train, nor one save to Ægisthus, but himself alone, all strew'd together there the bloody court. This said, my soul he sunk with his report. Flat on the sands I fell. Tears spent their store. I light abhorr'd. My heart would live no more. When dry of tears, and tir'd of tumbling there, the old tell truth thus my daunted spirits did cheer. No more spend tears nor time, O Atreus' son, with ceaseless weeping never wish was won. Use utmost assay to reach thy home, and all unawares upon the murderer come, for torture, taking him thyself alive, or let Orestes, that should far outstrive thee in fit vengeance, quickly quit the light of such a dark soul, and do thou the rite of burial to him with a funeral feast. With these last words I fortified my breast, in which again a generous spring began Of fitting comfort, as I was a man. But as a brother I must ever mourn. Yet forth I went, and told him the return of these I knew, but he had nam'd a third, held on the broad sea, still with life inspir'd, whom I besought to know, though likewise dead, and I must mourn alike. He answer'd: He is Laertes' son, whom I beheld in nymph Calypso's palace, who compell'd his stay with her, and since he could not see his country earth, he mourn'd incessantly. For he had neither ship instruct with oars, nor men to fetch him from those stranger shores. Where leave we him, and to thyself descend, whom not in Argos' fate, nor death shall end, but the immortal ends of all the earth. so rul'd by them that order'd death by birth. The fields Elysian fate to thee will give, Where Rhadamanthus rules, and where men live A never troubled life; where snow nor show'rs No irksome winter spends his fruitless plow'rs, But from the ocean zephyr still resumes A constant breath, that all the fields perfumes; Which since thou married'st Helen, are thy hire, And Jove himself is by her side thy sire." This said, he div'd the deepsome watery heaps. I and my tried men took us to our ships, And worlds of thoughts I varied with my steps. Arriv'd and shipp'd, the silent solemn night And sleep bereft us of our visual light. At morn, mast, sails rear'd, we sat, left the shores, And beat the foamy ocean with our oars. Again then we the Jove fall'n flood did fetch, As far as Egypt, where we did beseech The Gods with hecatombs; whose anger ceas'd, I tomb'd my brother that I might be blest. All rites perform'd, all haste I made for home, And all the prosp'rous winds about were come. I had the passport now of ev'ry God, And here clos'd all these labours' period. Here stay then till the 11th or 12th day's light, And I'll dismiss thee well, gifts exquisite, Preparing for thee chariot, horses 3, A cup of curious frame to serve for thee To serve th' immortal Gods with sacrifice, Mindful of me while all suns light thy skies." He answer'd: "Stay me not too long time here, Though I could sit attending all the year. Nor should my house nor parents with desire Take my affections from you, so on fire With love to hear you are my thoughts. But so my Pylian friends I shall afflict with woe, Who mourn'd ev'n this stay. Whatsoever be The gifts your grace is to bestow on me, Vouchsafe them such as I may bear and save For your sake ever. Horse I list not have, To keep in Ithaca, but leave them here, To your soil's dainties, where the broad fields bear Sweet cypress grass, where men fed Lote doth flow, Where wheat like spelt, and wheat itself doth grow, Where barley, white, and spreading like a tree. But Ithaca hath neither ground to be, For any length it comprehends, a race To try a horse's speed, nor any place To make him fat in; fitter far to feed A cliff bred goat, than raise or please a steed. Of all isles, Ithaca does least provide Or meads to feed a horse, or ways to ride." He smiling said: "Of good blood thou art, son. What speech so young? What observation Hast thou made of the world? I well am pleas'd To change my gifts to thee, as being confess'd Unfit indeed. My store is such I may. Of all my house gifts then, that up I lay For treasure there, I will bestow on thee The fairest and of greatest price to me. I will bestow on thee a rich carved cup, Of silver all, but all the brims wrought up With finest gold. It was the only thing That the heroical Sidonian king Presented to me, when we were to part At his receipt of me. And 'twas the art Of that great artist that of heav'n is free. And yet ev'n this will I bestow on thee." This speech thus ended, guests came, and did bring Muttons for presents to the godlike king, And spirit prompting wine that strenuous makes. Their ribbon'd wreath'd wives brought fruit and cakes. Thus in this house did these their feast apply, And in Ulysses' house activity The Wooers practis'd, tossing of the spear, The stone, and hurling. Thus delighted, where They exercis'd such insolence before, Ev'n in the court that wealthy pavements wore, Antinous did still their strifes decide, And he that was in person deified Eurymachus, both ringleaders of all, For in their virtues they were principal. These by Naamon, son to Phronius, Were sided now, who made the question thus: "Antinous, does any friend here know, When this Telemachus returns, or no, From sandy Pylos? He may bold to take My ship with him, of which I now should make Fit use myself, and sail in her as far As spacious Elis, where of mine there are 12 delicate mares, and under their sides go Laborious mules, that yet did never know The yoke, nor labour; some of which should bear The taming now, if I could fetch them there." This speech the rest admir'd, nor dream'd that he Nelean Pylos ever thought to see, But was at field about his flock's survey, Or thought his herdsman held him so away. Eupitheus' son Antinous then replied: "When went he, or with what train dignified? Of his selected Ithacensian youth? Press'd men or bondmen were they? Tell the truth, Could he effect this? Let me truly know, To gain thy vessel did he violence show, And us'd her 'gainst thy will? Or had he her free, When fitting question he had made with thee?" Noëmon answer'd: "I did freely give My vessel to him. Who deserves to live That would do other, when such men as he Did in distress ask? He should churlish be That would deny him. Of our youth the best Amongst the people, to the interest His charge did challenge in them, giving way With all the tribute all their pow'rs could pay. Their captain, as he took the ship, I knew Who Mentor was, or God, a Deity shew Mask'd in his likeness. But to think 'twas he I much admire, for I did clearly see But yestermorn God like Mentor here. Yet the other evening he took shipping there, And went for Pylos. Thus he went for home, And left the rest with envy overcome, Who sat, and pastime left. Eupitheus' son, sad, and with rage his entrails overrun, His eyes like flames, thus interpos'd his speech: "Strange thing! An action of how proud a reach Is here committed by Telemachus, A boy, a child, and we, a sort of us, Vow'd 'gainst his voyage, yet admit it thus, With ship and choice youth of our people too. But let him on, and all his mischief do. Jove shall convert upon himself his pow'rs, Before their ill presum'd he brings on ours. Provide me then a ship, and 20 men To give her manage, that, against again He turns for home, on the Ithacensian seas, Or cliffy Samian, I may interprease, Waylay, and take him, and make all his craft Sail with his ruin for his father's saft." This all applauded, and gave charge to do, Rose, and to greet Ulysses' house did go. But long time pass'd not ere Penelope Had notice of their far fetch'd treachery. Medon the herald told her, who had heard Without the hall how they within conferr'd, And hasted straight to tell it to the queen, Who, from the entry having Medon seen, Prevented him thus: "Now, herald, what affair Intend the famous Wooers, in your repair? To tell Ulysses' maids that they must cease From doing our work, and their banquets dress? I would to heav'n, that, leaving wooing me, Nor ever troubling other company, Here might the last feast be, and most extreme That ever any shall address for them. They never meet but to consent in spoil, And reap the free fruits of another's toil. O did they never, when they children were, What to their fathers was Ulysses here, Who never did 'gainst any one proceed With unjust usage, or in word or deed. 'Tis yet with other kings another right, One to pursue with love, another spite. He still yet just, nor would, though might, devour, Nor to the worst did ever taste of pow'r. But their unruled acts show their minds' estate. Good turns receiv'd once, thanks grow out of date. Medon, the learned in wisdom, answer'd her: "I wish, O queen, that their ingratitudes Were their worst ill towards you. But worse by far, And much more deadly their endeavours are, Which Jove will fail them in. Telemachus their purpose is, as he Returns to us, to give their sharp steels In a cruel death; who now is gone to learn If Fame can breathe news of his sire, and will The Pylian shore, and sacred Sparta In his search explore." This news dissolv'd to her both knees and heart. Long silence held her, ere one word would part. Her eyes stood full of tears, her small soft voice All late use lost, that yet at last had choice Of wonted words, which briefly thus she us'd: "Why left my son his mother? Why refus'd His wit the solid shore, to try the seas, And put in ships the trust of his distress, That are at sea to men unbridled horse, And run, past rule, their far engaged course, Amidst a moisture past all mean unstay'd? No need compell'd this. Did he it, afraid to live and leave posterity his name?" "I know not," he replied, "if the humour came From current of his own instinct, or flow'd From others' instigations; but he vow'd Attempt to Pylos, or to see descried His sire's return, or know what death he died." This said, he took him to Ulysses' house, After the Wooers. The Ulyssean spouse, Run through with woes, let torture seize her mind, Nor in her choice of state chairs stood inclin'd To take her seat, but th' abject threshold chose Of her fair chamber for her loath'd repose, And mourn'd most wretch like. Round about her fell Her handmaids, join'd in a continuate yell. From ev'ry corner of the palace, all Of all degrees tun'd to her comfort's fall Their own dejections, to whom her complaint She thus enforc'd: "The Gods, beyond constraint Of any measure, urge these tears on me; Nor was there ever dame of my degree So past degree griev'd. First, a lord so good, That had such hardy spirits in his blood, That all the virtues was adorn'd withal, That all the Greeks did their superior call To part with thus and lose; and now a son, So worthily belov'd, a course to run Beyond my knowledge, whom rude tempests have made Far from home his most inglorious grave. Unhappy wenches, that no one of all, Though in the reach of ev'ry one must fall His taking ship, sustain'd the careful mind, To call me from my bed, who this design'd, And most vow'd course in him had either stay'd, How much soever hasted, or dead man laid, He should have left me. Many a man I have, that would have call'd old Dolius my slave, That keeps my orchard, whom my father gave At my departure, to have run and told Laertes this, to try if he could hold From running through the people, and from tears, In telling them of these vow'd murderers, That both divine Ulysses' hope, and his Resolve to end in their conspiracies." His nurse then, Euryclea, made reply: "Dear sov'reign, let me with your own hands die, Or cast me off here. I'll not keep from thee One word of what I know." He trusted me With all his purpose, and I gave him all The bread and wine for which he pleas'd to call. But then a mighty oath he made me swear, Not to report it to your royal ear Before the 12th day either should appear, Or you should ask me, when you heard him gone. Impair not then your beauties with your moan, But wash, and put untear stain'd garments on. Ascend your chamber with your ladies here, And pray the seed of goat nurs'd Jupiter, Divine Athenia, to preserve your son, And she will save him from confusion. The old king, to whom your hopes stand so inclin'd For his grave counsels, you perhaps may find Unfit affected, for his age's sake. But heav'nly kings wax not old, and therefore Make fit pray'rs to them; for my thoughts never will Believe the heav'nly pow'rs can seat so ill The seed of righteous Arcesiades, To end it utterly, but still will please In some place evermore some one of them To save, and deck him with a diadem, Give him possession of erected tow'rs And far stretch'd fields, crown'd all of fruits and flow'rs." This eas'd her heart, and dried her humorous eyes, When having wash'd, and weeds of sacrifice Pure and unstain'd with her distrustful tears Put on, with all her women ministers, Up to a chamber of most height she rose, And cakes of salt and barley did impose Within a wicker basket, all which broke In decent order. Thus she did invoke: "Great Virgin of the goat preservéd God, If ever the inhabited abode Of wise Ulysses held the fatted thighs Of sheep and oxen, made thy sacrifice By his devotion, hear me, nor forget His pious services, but safe see set His dear son on these shores, and banish hence These Wooers past all mean and insolence." This said, she shriek'd, and Pallas heard her pray'r. The Wooers broke with tumult all the air About the shady house; and one of them, Whose pride his youth had made the more extreme, Said: "Now the many Wooer honour'd queen Will surely satiate her delayful spleen, And one of us in instant nuptials take. Poor dame, she dreams not what design we make Upon the life and slaughter of her son." So said he; but so said was not so done. whose arrogant spirit in a vaunt so vain Antinous chid, and said: "For shame, contain These braving speeches. Who can tell who hears? Are we not now in reach of others' ears? If our intentions please us, let us call Our spirits up to them, and let speeches fall. By watchful danger men must silent go. What we resolve on, let's not say, but do." This said, he choos'd out 20 men, that bore Best reckoning with him, and to ship and shore All hasted, reach'd the ship, launch'd, rais'd the mast, Put sails in, and with leather loops made fast The oars. Sails hoisted, arms their men did bring, All giving speed and form to everything. Then to the high deeps, their rigg'd vessel driven, They supp'd, expecting the approaching even. Mean space Penelope her chamber kept, And bed, and neither eat, nor drank, nor slept. Her strong thoughts wrought so on her blameless son, Still in contention, if he should be done To death, or 'scape the impious Wooers' design. Look how a lion, whom men troops combine To hunt, and close him in a crafty ring, Much varied thought conceives, and fear doth sting For urgent danger. So far'd she, till sleep All juncture of her joints and nerves did steep In his dissolving humour. When, at rest, Pallas her favours varied, when address'd An idol, that Iphimeia did present, In structure of her ev'ry lineament, Great soul'd Icarius' daughter, whom for spouse Eumelus took, that kept in Pheres' house. This to divine Ulysses' house she sent, To try her best mean how she might content Mournful Penelope, and make relent The strict addiction in her to deplore. This idol, like a worm, that less or more Contracts or strains her, did itself convey, Beyond the wards or windings of the key, Into the chamber, and above her head Her seat assuming, thus she comforted Distress'd Penelope: "Doth sleep thus seize Thy pow'rs, affected with so much dis ease? The Gods, that nothing troubles, will not see Thy tears nor griefs, in any least degree, Sustain'd with cause; for they will guard thy son, Safe to his wish'd and native mansión, Since he is no offender of their states, And they, to such, are firmer than their fates." The wise Penelope receiv'd her thus, Bound with a slumber most delicious, And in the port of dreams: "O sister, why Repair you hither, since so far off lie Your house and household? You were never here Before this hour, and would you now give cheer To my so many woes and miseries, Affecting fitly all the faculties My soul and mind hold, having lost before A husband, that of all the virtues bore The palm amongst the Greeks, and whose renown So ample was that fame the sound hath blown Through Greece and Argos to her very heart? And now again a son that did convert My whole pow'rs to his love, by ship is gone; A tender plant, that yet was never grown To labour's taste, nor the commerce of men; For whom more than my husband I complain. And lest he should at any suff'rance touch, Or in the sea, or by the men so much Estrang'd to him that must his consorts be, Fear and chill tremblings shake each joint of me. Besides, his danger sets on foes profess'd To way lay his return, that have address'd Plots for his death." The scarce discerned Dream said: "Be of comfort, nor fears so extreme let thus dismay thee. Thou hast such a mate attending thee, As some at any rate would wish to purchase, For her pow'r is great. Minerva pities Thy delight's defeat, whose grace has sent me To foretell thee these. If thou," said she, "be of the Goddess, And heardst her tell thee these, thou mayst as well From her tell all things else. Deign then to tell, If yet the man to all misfortunes born My husband lives, and sees the sun adorn The darksome earth, or hides his wretched head In Pluto's house, and lives amongst the dead." "I will not," she replied, "my breath exhale In one continued and perpetual tale. Lives he, or dies he? 'Tis a filthy use To be in vain and idle speech profuse." This said, she through the key hole of the door Vanish'd again into the open blore. Icarius' daughter started from her sleep, And joy's fresh humour her lov'd breast did steep. When now so clear, in that first watch of night, she saw the seen dream vanish from her sight, the Wooers' ship the sea's moist waves did ply, and thought the prince a haughty death should die. There lies a certain island in the sea, 'Twixt rocky Samos and rough Ithaca, That cliffy is itself, and nothing great, Yet holds convenient havens that two ways Let ships in and out, call'd Asteris, And there the Wooers hope to make their massacre. End of the fourth book, part 2. The fifth book of the Odysseys of Homer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Shemp. The fifth book of the Odysseys of Homer, translated by George Chapman. The argument. A second court on Jove attends, who Hermes to Calypso sends, commanding her to clear the ways Ulysses sought, and she obeys. When Neptune saw Ulysses free, and so in safety plough the sea, enrag'd, he ruffles up the waves, and splits his ship. Leucothea saves his person yet, as being a dame whose godhead govern'd in the frame of those seas' tempers. But the mean by which she curbs dread Neptune's spleen is made a jewel, which she takes from off her head, and that she makes Ulysses on his bosom wear About his neck, she ties it there, and, when he is with waves beset, bids wear it as an amulet, commanding him, that not before he touch'd upon Phæacia's shore, he should not part with it, but then return it to the sea again, and cast it from him. He performs, yet, after this, bides bitter storms, and in the rocks sees death engraved, but on Phæacia's shore is saved. Another argument. Epsilon. Ulysses builds a ship, and gains the glassy fields, pays Neptune pains. Aurora rose from high‐born Tithon's bed, that men and Gods might be illustrated, and then the Deities sat. Imperial Jove, that makes the horrid murmur beat above, took place past all, whose height for ever springs, and from whom flowers the eternal pow'r of things. Then Pallas, mindful of Ulysses, told the many cares that in Calypso's hold he still sustain'd, when he had felt before so much affliction, and such dangers more. "O father," said she, "and ye ever blest, give never king hereafter interest in any aid of yours, by serving you, by being gentle, human, just, but grow rude, and for ever scornful of your rights, all justice ordering by their appetites. Since he, that rul'd as it in right behov'd, that all his subjects as his children lov'd, finds you so thoughtless of him, and his birth. Thus men begin to say, ye rule in earth, and grudge at what ye let him undergo, who yet the least part of his suff'rance know, thrall'd in an island, shipwrack'd in his tears, and, in the fancies that Calypso bears, bound from his birthright, all his shipping gone, and of his soldiers not retaining one. And now his most lov'd son's life doth inflame their slaughterous envies, since his father's fame he puts in pursuit, and is gone as far as sacred Pylos, and the singular dame‐breeding Sparta." This with this replied the cloud assembler answer'd: "What words fly thine own remembrance, daughter? Hast not thou the counsel giv'n thyself, that told thee how Ulysses shall with his return address his Wooers wrong, and for the safe access his son shall make to his inative port? Do thou direct it in as curious sort as thy wit serves thee. It obeys thy pow'rs, and in their ship return the speedless Wooers." Then turn'd he to his issue Mercury, and said: "Thou hast made good our ambassy to the other statists. To the Nymph then now, on whose fair head a tuft of gold doth grow, bear our true spoken counsel, for retreat of patient Ulysses, who shall get no aid from us, nor any mortal man, but in a patch'd up skiff, Built as he can, and suffering woes enough, the 20th day at fruitful Scheria let him breathe his way with the Phæacians, that half deities live, who like a God will honour him, and give his wisdom clothes, and ship, and brass, and gold, more than for gain of Troy he ever told, where, at the whole division of the prey, if he a savor were, or got away without a wound, if he should grudge, 'twas well. But the end shall crown all. Therefore Fate will deal so well with him, to let him land and see his native earth, friends, house, and family." Thus charg'd he, nor Agesides denied, But to his feet his fair wing'd shoes he tied, Ambrosian, golden, that in his command Put either sea, or the unmeasur'd land, With pace as speedy as a puft of wind. Then up his rod went, with which he declin'd The eyes of any waker, when he pleas'd, And any sleeper, when he wish'd, diseas'd. This took, he stoop'd Pieria, and thence glid through The air, and Neptune's confluents kiss'd as he flew, And check'd the waves as light as any sea mew In her fishing flight, her thick wings sousing in the savoury seas. Like her, he pass'd a world of wilderness. But, when the far off isle he touch'd, he went Up from the blue sea to the continent, And reach'd the ample cavern of the Queen, Whom he within found, without seldom seen. A sun like fire upon the hearth did flame, The matter precious, and divine the frame Of cedar cleft, and incense was the pile, That breath'd an odour round about the isle. Herself was seated in an inner room, Whom sweetly sing he heard, and at her loom, About a curious web, whose yarn she threw In with a golden shittle. A grove grew In endless spring about her cavern round, With odorous cypress, pines, and poplars crown'd, Where hawks, sea owls, and long tongued bittours bred, And other birds their shady pinions spread, All fowls maritimal. None roosted there But those whose labours in the waters were. A vine did all the hollow cave embrace, Still green, yet still ripe bunches gave it grace. 4 fountains, one against another, pour'd Their silver streams, and meadows all enflower'd With sweet balm gentle, and blue violets hid, That deck'd the soft breasts of each fragrant mead. Should any one, though he a mortal were, Arrive and see the sacred objects there, He would admire them, and be overjoy'd, And so stood Hermes' ravish'd powers employ'd. But having all admir'd, he enter'd on The ample cave, nor could be seen unknown Of great Calypso; for all deities Are prompt in each other's knowledge, though so far Sever'd in dwellings. But he could not see Ulysses there within. Without was he, set sad ashore, Where 'twas his use to view th' unquiet sea, Sigh'd, wept, and empty drew his heart of comfort. Plac'd here in her throne, that beams cast up To admiration, divine Calypso Question'd Hermes thus: "For what cause, dear, And much esteem'd by us, thou golden rod Adorn'd Mercury, arriv'st thou here? Thou hast not use to apply thy passage this way. Say, whatever be thy heart's desire, My mind commands it thee, if in my means It lie, or pow'r of fact. But first, what hospitable rites exact? Come yet more near, and take." This said, she set a table forth, And furnish'd it with meat, such as the Gods taste, and serv'd in with it vermilion nectar. When with banquet fit he had confirm'd his spirits, He thus express'd his cause of coming: "Thou hast made request, Goddess of Goddesses, to understand My cause of touch here, which thou shalt command, And know with truth. Jove caus'd my course to thee Against my will; for who would willingly Lackey along so vast a lake of brine, Near to no city that the Pow'rs divine Receives with solemn rites and hecatombs? But Jove's will ever all law overcomes; No other God can cross, or make it void. And he affirms, that one the most annoy'd With woes and toils of all those men That fought for Priam's city, and to end Hath brought 9 years in the contention, Is with thee. For in the 10th year, when roy Victory was won to give the Greeks The spoil of Troy, return they did profess, But nought enjoy, since Pallas they incens'd, and she the waves by all the wind's pow'r, that blew ope their graves, and there they rested. Only this poor one this coast both winds and waves have cast upon, whom now forthwith he wills thee to dismiss, affirming that the unalter'd destinies not only have decreed he shall not die apart his friends, but of necessity enjoy their sights before those fatal hours, his country earth reach, and erected tow'rs. This struck a love‐check'd horror through her pow'rs, when, naming him, she this reply did give: "Insatiate are ye, Gods, past all that live, In all things you affect, which still converts Your pow'rs to envies. It afflicts your hearts That any Goddess should, as you obtain The use of earthly dames, enjoy the men, And most in open marriage. So ye far'd, When the delicious finger'd Morning shar'd Orion's bed, you easy living states Could never satisfy your emulous hates, Till in Ortygia the precise liv'd dame, Golden throned Diana, on him rudely came, And with her swift shafts slew him. And such pains, when rich hair'd Ceres pleas'd to give the reins To her affections, and the grace did yield Of love and bed, amidst a three cropp'd field, To her Iasian he paid angry Jove, Who lost no long time notice of their love, But with a glowing lightning was his death. And now your envies labour underneath A mortal's choice of mine, whose life I took To liberal safety, when his ship Jove strook With red hot flashes, piece meal in the seas, And all his friends and soldiers succourless Perish'd but he. Him, cast upon this coast With blasts and billows, I, in life giv'n lost, Preserv'd alone, lov'd, nourish'd, and did vow To make him deathless, and yet never grow Crooked, or worn with age, his whole life long. But since no reason may be made so strong To strive with Jove's will, or to make it vain, No, not if all the other Gods should strain Their pow'rs against it, let his will be law. So he affords him fit means to withdraw, As he commands him to the raging main. But means from me he never shall obtain, For my means yield nor men, nor ship, nor oars, To set him off from my so envied shores. But if my counsel and good will can aid His safe pass home, my best shall be assay'd." "Vouchsafe it so," said Heav'n's ambassador, "And deign it quickly. By all means abhor T' incense Jove's wrath against thee, that with grace He may hereafter all thy wish embrace." Thus took the Argus killing God his wings. And since the rev'rend nymph these awful things Receiv'd from Jove, she to Ulysses went, Whom she ashore found, drown'd in discontent. His eyes kept never dry, he did so mourn, And waste his dear age for his wish'd return, Which still without the cave he us'd to do, Because he could not please the Goddess so. At night yet, forc'd, took together their rest, The willing Goddess and th' unwilling guest. But he all day in rocks, and on the shore, The vex'd sea view'd, and did his fate deplore. Him, now, the Goddess coming near bespake: "Unhappy man, no more discomfort take For my constraint of thee, nor waste thine age. I now will passing freely disengage Thy irksome stay here. Come then, fell thee wood, And build a ship, to save thee from the flood. I'll furnish thee with fresh wave, bread, and wine, Ruddy and sweet, that will the piner pine. Put garments on thee, give the winds foreright, That every way thy home bent appetite May safe attain to it. If so it please At all parts all the heav'n hous'd Deities, That more in pow'r are, more in skill than I, And more can judge what fits humanity." He stood amaz'd at this strange change in her, And said: "O Goddess, thy intents prefer Some other project than my parting hence, Commanding things of too high consequence For my performance, that myself should build A ship of pow'r, my home assays to shield Against the great sea of such dread to pass, Which not the best built ship that ever was Will pass exulting, when such winds as Jove can thunder up, their trims and tacklings prove. But could I build one, I would ne'er abroad Thy will oppos'd, nor won without thy word Giv'n in the great oath of the Gods to me, Not to beguile me in the least degree." The Goddess smil'd, held hard his hand, and said: "O y'are a shrewd one, and so habited In taking heed thou know'st not what it is To be unwary, nor use words amiss. How hast thou charm'd me, were I ne'er so sly! Let earth know then, and heav'n, so broad, so high, And the undersunk waves of the infernal stream, Which is an oath as terribly supreme As any God swears, that I had no thought, But stood with what I spake, nor would have wrought Nor counsell'd any act against thy good, But ever diligently weigh'd, and stood On these points in persuading thee, That I would use myself in such extremity. For my mind simple is, and innocent, Not giv'n by cruel sleights to circumvent, Nor bear I in my breast a heart of steel, But with the sufferer willing suff'rance feel." This said, the Grace of Goddesses led home, He trac'd her steps, and to the cavern come, In that rich throne whence Mercury arose, He sat. The Nymph herself did then appose, For food and beverage, to him all best meat And drink, that mortals use to taste and eat. Then sat she opposite, and for her feast Was nectar and ambrosia address'd By handmaids to her. Both what was prepar'd Did freely fall to. Having fitly far'd, The Nymph Calypso this discourse began: "Jove bred Ulysses, many witted man, Still is thy home so wish'd, so soon away? Be still of cheer, for all the worst I say. But, if thy soul knew what a sum of woes For thee to cast up, thy stern Fates impose, Ere to thy country earth thy hopes attain, Undoubtedly thy choice would here remain, Keep house with me, and be a liver ever; Which, methinks, should thy house and thee dissever, Though for thy wife there thou art set on fire, And all thy days are spent in her desire. And though it be no boast in me to say In form and mind I match her every way, Nor can it fit a mortal dame's compare T' affect those terms with us that deathless are." The Great in counsels made her this reply: "Renown'd, and to be reverenc'd Deity, Let it not move thee, that so much I vow My comforts to my wife, though well I know All cause myself why wise Penelopé In wit is far inferior to thee, In feature, stature, all the parts of show, She being a mortal, and immortal thou, Old ever growing, and yet never old. Yet her desire shall all my days see told, Adding the sight of my returning day And natural home. If any God shall lay his hand upon me As I pass the seas, I'll bear the worst of what his hand shall please, As having giv'n me such a mind as shall The more still rise the more his hand lets fall. In wars and waves my suff'rings were not small. I now have suffer'd much, as much before, Hereafter let as much result, and more." This said, the sun set, and the earth shadows gave, When these two, in an inroom of the cave Left to themselves, left love no rites undone. The early morn up he rose, put on His in and out weed, she herself enchaces Amidst a white robe, full of all the graces, Ample, and pleated thick like fishy scales. A golden girdle then her waist impales, Her head a veil decks, and abroad they come. And now began Ulysses to go home. A great axe first she gave, that two ways cut, In which a fair well polish'd helm was put, That from an olive bough receiv'd his frame, A plainer then. Then led she, till they came To lofty woods that did the isle confine. The fir tree, poplar, and heav'n scaling pine Had there their offspring; of which those that were Of driest matter, and grew longest there, He choos'd for lighter sail. This place thus shown, The Nymph turn'd home. He fell to felling down, And 20 trees he stoop'd in little space, Plan'd, us'd his plumb, did all with artful grace. In meantime did Calypso wimbles bring. He bor'd, clos'd, nail'd, and order'd everything, And look'd how much a shipwright will allow A ship of burden, one that best doth know what fits his art, so large a keel he cast, wrought upper decks and hatches, side boards, mast, with willow watlings arm'd her to resist the billows' outrage, added all she miss'd, sail yards and stern for guide. The nymph then brought linen for sails, which with dispatch he wrought, gables and halsters, tacklings, all the frame in 4 days' space to full perfection came. The 5th day they dismiss'd him from the shore, weeds neat and odorous gave him, victuals store, wine, strong waters, and a prosperous wind, to which Ulysses, fit to be divin'd, his sails expos'd and hoised. Off he gat, and cheerful was he. At the stern he sat, and steer'd right artfully, nor sleep could seize his eyelids. He beheld the Pleiades, the Bear, surnam'd the Wain, that round doth move about Orion, and keep still above the billowy ocean, the slow setting star Bootes call'd by some the Waggoner. Calypso warn'd him he his course should steer still to his left hand. 17 days did clear the cloudy night's command in his moist way, and by the 18th light he might display the shady hills of the Phæacian shore. For which, as to his next abode he bore, the country did a pretty figure yield, and look'd from off the dark seas like a shield. Imperious Neptune making his retreat from the Æthiopian earth, and taking seat upon the mountains of the Solymi, from thence far off discov'ring did descry Ulysses his fields plowing. All on fire the sight straight set his heart, and made desire of wreak run over, it did boil so high. When, his head nodding, "O impiety!" he cried out, "now the Gods' inconstancy is most apparent, altering their designs, since I the Æthiops saw, and here confines to this Ulysses' fate his misery. The great mark, on which all his hopes rely, lies in Phæacia, but I hope he shall feel woe at height, ere that dead calm befall." This said, he, begging, gather'd clouds from land, frighted the seas up, snatch'd into his hand his horrid trident, and aloft did toss, of all the winds all storms he could engross. All earth took into sea with clouds, grim night fell tumbling headlong from the cope of light, the east and south winds justled in the air, the violent zephyr and north making fair roll'd up the waves before them. And then bent Ulysses' knees, then all his spirit was spent, in which despair he thus spake: "Woe is me! What was I born to, man of misery? Fear tells me now that all the Goddess said, Truth's self will author, that fate would be paid Grief's whole sum due from me, at sea, before I reach the dear touch of my country's shore. With what clouds Jove heav'n's heighten'd forehead binds, how tyrannise the wraths of all the winds, how all the tops he bottoms with the deeps, and in the bottoms all the tops he steeps. Thus dreadful is the presence of our death. Thrice 4 times blest were they that sunk beneath their fates at Troy, and did to nought contend, but to renown'd Atrides with their end. I would to God my hour of death and fate that day had held the pow'r to terminate, when show'rs of darts my life bore undepress'd, about divine Æacides deceas'd. Then had I been allotted to have died, by all the Greeks with funerals glorified, whence death, encouraging good life, had grown, where now I die by no man mourn'd nor known." This spoke, a huge wave took him by the head, and hurl'd him overboard, ship and all it laid inverted quite amidst the waves. But he, far off from her sprawl'd, strode about the sea, his stern still holding broken off. His mast burst in the midst, so horrible a blast of mix'd winds struck it. Sails and sail yards fell amongst the billows, and himself did dwell a long time under water, nor could get in haste his head out. Wave with wave so met in his depression, and his garments too, given by Calypso, gave him much to do, hindering his swimming. Yet he left not so his drench'd vessel, for the overthrow of her, nor him, but gat at length again, wrastling with Neptune, hold of her, and then sat in her bulk, insulting over death, which, with the salt stream press'd to stop his breath, he 'scap'd, and gave the sea again to give to other men. His ship so striv'd to live, floating at random, cuff'd from wave to wave, as you have seen the north wind when he drave in autumn heaps of thorn fed grasshoppers hither and thither, one heap this way bears, another that, and makes them often meet in his confused gales, so Ulysses' fleet the wind hurl'd up and down. Now Boreas toss'd it to Notus, Notus gave it past to Eurus, Eurus' Zephyr made pursue the horrid Tennis. This sport call'd the view of Cadmus' daughter, with the narrow heel Ino Leucothea, that first did feel a mortal dame's desires, and had a tongue, but now had the honour to be nam'd among the marine Godheads. She with pity saw Ulysses justled thus from flaw to flaw, and like a cormorant in form and flight, rose from a whirlpool, on the ship did light, and thus bespake him: "Why is Neptune thus in thy pursuit extremely furious, oppressing thee with such a world of ill, even to thy death? He must not serve his will, though 'tis his study. Let me then advise, as my thoughts serve. Thou shalt not be unwise to leave thy weeds, And ship to the commands of these rude winds, And work out with thy hands past to Phæacia, Where thy austere fate is to pursue thee With no more such hate. Take here this tablet, with this ribbon strung, And see it still about thy bosom hung, By whose eternal virtue never fear To suffer thus again, nor perish here. But when thou touchest with thy hand the shore, Then take it from thy neck, nor wear it more, But cast it far off from the continent, And then thy person far ashore present." Thus gave she him the tablet, and again Turn'd to a cormorant, div'd, past sight, the main. Patient Ulysses sigh'd at this, and stuck in the conceit of such fair spoken luck, and said: "Alas! I must suspect even this, lest any other of the Deities add slight to Neptune's force, to counsel me to leave my vessel, and so far off see the shore I aim at. Not with thoughts too clear will I obey her, but to me appear these counsels best. As long as I perceive my ship not quite dissolved, I will not leave the help she may afford me, but abide, and suffer all woes till the worst be tried. When she is split, I'll swim. No miracle can, past near and clear means, move a knowing man." While this discourse employ'd him, Neptune rais'd a huge, a high, and horrid sea, That seiz'd him and his ship, and toss'd them through the lake. As when the violent winds together take Heaps of dry chaff, and hurl them every way, So his long wood stack Neptune strook astray. Then did Ulysses mount on rib perforce, Like to a rider of a running horse, To stay himself a time, while he might shift His drench'd weeds, that were Calypso's gift. When putting straight Leucothea's amulet About his neck, he all his forces set To swim, and cast him prostrate to the seas. When pow'rful Neptune saw the ruthless prease Of peril siege him thus, he mov'd his head, And this betwixt him and his heart he said: "So, now feel ills enow, and struggle so, Till to your Jove lov'd islanders you row. But my mind says, you will not so avoid This last task too, but be with suff'rance cloy'd." This said, his rich man'd horse he mov'd, And reach'd his house at Ægus. But Minerva fetch'd the winds from sea, And all their ways but one barr'd to their passage. The bleak north alone she set to blow, The rest she charg'd to keep their rages in, And bind themselves in sleep. But Boreas still flew high to break the seas, Till Jove bred Ithacus, the more with ease The navigation skill'd Phæacian states, Might make his refuge, death and angry fates At length escaping. 2 nights yet and days he spent in wrastling with the sable seas, In which space often did his heart propose Death to his eyes. But when Aurora rose, And threw the third light from her orient hair, The winds grew calm, and clear was all the air, Not one breath stirring. Then he might descry, Rais'd by the high seas, clear, and land was nigh. And then look how to good sons that esteem their father's life dear, after pains extreme felt in some sickness, that hath held him long down to his bed, and with affliction strong wasted his body, made his life his load, as being inflicted by some angry God, when on their prayers they see descend at length health from the heavens, clad all in spirit and strength, the sight is precious. So, since here should end Ulysses' toils, which therein should extend health to his country, held to him his sire, and on which long for him disease did tire, and then, besides, for his own sake to see the shores, the woods so near, such joy had he, as those good sons for the recover'd sire. Then labour'd feet in all parts to aspire to that wish'd continent, which when as near he came, as clamour might inform an ear, he heard a sound beat from the sea bred rocks, against which gave a huge sea horrid shocks, that belch'd upon the firm land weeds and foam, with which were all things hid there, where no room of fit capacity was for any port, nor from the sea for any man's resort. The shores, the rocks, the cliffs, so prominent were. "O," said Ulysses then, "now Jupiter hath given me sight of an unhoped for shore, though I have wrought these seas so long, so sore. Of rest yet no place shows the slenderest prints. The rugged shore so bristled is with flints, against which every way the waves so flock, and all the shore shows as one eminent rock, so near which 'tis so deep, that not a sand is there for any tir'd foot to stand, nor fly his death fast following miseries, lest, if he land, upon him foreright flies a churlish wave to crush him 'gainst a cliff, worse than vain, rend'ring all his landing strife. And should I swim to seek a haven elsewhere, or land less way beat, I may justly fear I shall be taken with a gale again, and cast a huge way off into the main. And there the great Earth shaker, having seen my so near landing, and again his spleen forcing me to him, will some whales send out, of which a horrid number hereabout his Amphitrite breeds, to swallow me. I well have prov'd with what malignity he treads my steps." While this discourse he held, a cursed surge 'gainst a cutting rock impell'd his naked body, which it gash'd and tore, and had his bones broke, if but one sea more had cast him on it. But she prompted him, that never fail'd, and bade him no more swim still off and on, but boldly force the shore, and hug the rock that him so rudely tore, which he with both hands sigh'd and clasp'd, till past the billow's rage was, then scap'd back so fast the rock repuls'd it, that it reft his hold, sucking him from it, and far back he roll'd, and as the polypus, that forc'd from home amidst the soft sea, and near rough land come for shelter 'gainst the storms that beat on her at open sea, as she abroad doth err, a deal of gravel, and sharp little stones needfully gathers in her hollow bones, so he forc'd hither by the sharper ill, shunning the smoother, where he best hop'd still the worst succeeded, for the cruel friend to which he cling'd for succour oft did rend from his broad hands the soaken flesh so sore, that off he fell, and could sustain no more. Quite under water fell he, and past fate hapless Ulysses there had lost the state he held in life, if, still the grey eyed maid his wisdom prompting, he had not assay'd another course, and ceased t' attempt that shore, swimming and casting round his eye to explore some other shelter. Then the mouth he found of fair Calico's flood, whose shores were crown'd with most apt succours, rocks so smooth they seem'd polish'd of purpose, land that quite redeem'd with breathless coverts the other's blasted shores. The flood he knew, and thus in heart implores: "King of this river here, whatever name makes thee invoked, to thee I humbly frame my flight from Neptune's furies. Rev'rend is to all the ever living Deities what erring man soever seeks their aid. To thy both flood and knees a man dismay'd with varied suff'rance sues. Yield then some rest to him that is thy suppliant profess'd." This though but spoke in thought, the God had heard. Her current straight stay'd, and her thick waves clear'd before him, smooth'd her waters, and, just where he pray'd half drown'd, entirely sav'd him there. Then forth he came, his both knees falt'ring, both his strong hands hanging down, and all with froth, his cheeks and nostrils flowing, voice and breath spent to all use, and down he sunk to death. The sea had soak'd his heart through, all his veins his toils had rack'd t' a labouring woman's pains. Dead weary was he; but when breath did find A pass reciprocal, and in his mind His spirit was recollected, up he rose, And from his neck did the amulet unloose That Ino gave him, which he hurl'd from him To sea. It sounding fell, and back did swim With the ebbing waters, till it straight arriv'd Where Ino's fair hand it again receiv'd. Then kiss'd he the humble earth, and on he goes Till bulrushes show'd place for his repose; Where laid, he sigh'd, and thus said to his soul: "O me! What strange perplexities controul The whole skill of thy pow'rs in this event! What feel I, if till, care nurs'd, night be spent, I watch amidst the flood, the sea's chill breath, And vegetant dews I fear will be my death, So low brought with my labours? Towards day, A passing sharp air ever breathes at sea. If I the pitch of this next mountain scale, And shady wood, and in some thicket fall Into the hands of sleep, though there the cold May well be check'd, and healthful slumbers hold Her sweet hand on my pow'rs, all care allay'd, Yet there will beasts devour me. Best apaid Doth that course make me yet; for there Some strife, strength, and my spirit, may make me make For life; which, though impair'd, may yet be fresh applied, Where peril possible of escape is tried. But he that fights with heav'n, or with the sea, To indiscretion adds impiety." Thus to the woods he hasted, which he found Not far from sea, but on far seeing ground, Where two twin underwoods he enter'd on, With olive trees and oil trees overgrown; Through which the moist force of the loud voic'd wind Did never beat, nor ever Phœbus shin'd, Nor show'r beat through, they grew so one in one, And had, by turns, their pow'r t' exclude the sun. Here enter'd our Ulysses, and a bed Of leaves huge, and of huge abundance spread, With all his speed. Large he made it, for there For 2 or 3 men ample cov'rings were, Such as might shield them from the winter's worst, Though steel it breath'd, and blew as it would burst. Patient Ulysses joy'd, that ever day Show'd such a shelter. In the midst he lay, Store of leaves heaping high on ev'ry side; And, as in some outfield a man doth hide A kindled brand, to keep the seed of fire, No neighbour dwelling near, and his desire Serv'd with self store, he else would ask of none, But of his forespent sparks rakes the ashes on; So this out place Ulysses thus receives, And thus naked Virtue's seed lies hid in leaves. Yet Pallas made him sleep, as soon as men Whom delicacies all their flatteries deign, And all that all his labours could comprise, Quickly concluded in his clos'd eyes. End of the 5th Book. The 6th Book of the Odysseys of Homer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Schempf. The 6th Book of the Odysseys of Homer. Translated by George Chapman. The Argument. Minerva in a vision stands Before Nausicaa, and commands She to the flood her weeds should bear, For now her nuptial day was near. Nausicaa her charge obeys, And then with other virgins plays. Their sports make wak'd Ulysses rise, Walk to them, and beseech supplies Of food and clothes. His naked sight Puts the other maids afraid to flight. Nausicaa only boldly stays, And gladly his desire obeys. He, furnish'd with her favours shown, Attends her and the rest to town. Another argument. Zeta. Here olive leaves to hide shame began. The maid receives the naked man. The much sustaining, patient, heav'nly man, whom toil and sleep had worn so weak and wan, thus won his rest. In mean space Pallas went to the Phæacian city, and descent that first did broad Hyperia's lands divide, near the vast Cyclops, men of monstrous pride, that prey'd on those Hyperians, since they were of greater pow'r. And therefore longer there divine Nausinous dwelt not, but arose, and did for Scheria all his pow'rs dispose, far from ingenious art inventing men. But there did he erect a city then, first drew a wall round, then he houses builds, and then a temple to the Gods, the fields lastly dividing. But he, stoop'd by fate, div'd to the infernals, and Alcinous sate in his command, a man the Gods did teach commanding counsels. His house held the reach of grey Minerva's project, to provide that great soul'd Ithaca might be supplied with all things fitting his return. She went up to the chamber, where the fair descent of great Alcinous slept, a maid, whose parts in wit and beauty wore divine deserts. Well deck'd her chamber was, of which the door did seem to lighten, such a gloss it bore betwixt the posts, and now flew ope to find the Goddess entry. Like a puft of wind she reach'd the virgin bed, neat which there lay two maids, to whom the Graces did convey figure and manners. But above the head of bright Nausicaa did Pallas tread the subtle air, and put the person on of Dymas' daughter, from comparison exempt in business naval. Like his seed Minerva look'd now, whom 1 year did breed with bright Nausicaa, and who had gain'd grace in her love, yet on her thus complain'd: "Nausicaa, why bred thy mother one so negligent in rites so stood upon by other virgins? Thy fair garments lie neglected by thee, yet thy nuptials nigh, which rich in all attire both thou shouldst be, and garments give to others honouring thee, that lead thee to the temple. Thy good name grows amongst men for these things. They inflame father and reverend mother with delight. Come, when the day takes any wink from night, let's to the river, and repurify thy wedding garments. My society shall freely serve thee for thy speedier aid, because thou shalt no mote stand on the maid. Best of all Phæacia woo thy grace, where thou wert bred, and ow'st thyself a race. Up, and stir up to thee thy honour'd sire, to give thee mules and coach, thee and thy tire, veils, girdles, mantles, early to the flood, to bear in state. It suits thy high born blood, and far more fits thee than to foot so far, for far from town thou know'st the bath founts are." This said, away blue‐eyed Minerva went Up to Olympus, the firm continent That bears in endless being the deified kind, That's neither soused with showers, nor shook with wind, Nor chilled with snow, but where serenity Flies exempt from clouds, and ever beamy skies Circle the glitt'ring hill, and all their days Give the delights of blessed Deity praise. And hither Pallas flew, and left the maid. When she had all that might excite her said, Straight rose the lovely Morn, that did upraise Fair veil'd Nausicaa, whose dream her praise To admiration took; who no time spent To give the rapture of her vision vent To her lov'd parents, whom she found within. Her mother set a fire, who had to spin A rock, whose tincture with sea purple shin'd, Her maids about her. But she chanc'd to find Her father going abroad, to council call'd By his grave senate, and to him exhal'd Her smother'd bosom was. "Lov'd sire," said she, "will you not now command A coach for me, stately and complete, Fit for me to bear to wash at flood the weeds I cannot wear before repurified? Yourself it fits to wear fair weeds, as every man That sits in place of council. And 5 sons you have, 2 wed, 3 bachelors, that must be brave In every day's shift, that they may go dance; For these 3 last with these things must advance Their states in marriage; and who else but I, Their sister, should their dancing rites supply?" This general cause she show'd, and would not name Her mind of nuptials to her sire, for shame. He understood her yet, and thus replied: "Daughter! Nor these, nor any grace besides, I either will deny thee, or defer, Mules, nor a coach, of state and circular, Fitting at all parts. Go, my servants shall Serve thy desires, and thy command in all." The servants then commanded soon obey'd, Fetch'd coach, and mules join'd in it. Then the maid Brought from the chamber her rich weeds, and laid All up in coach; in which her mother plac'd A maund of victuals, varied well in taste, And other junkets. Wine she likewise fill'd Within a goat skin bottle, and distill'd Sweet and moist oil into a golden cruse, Both for her daughters' and her handmaids' use, To soften their bright bodies, when they rose Cleans'd from their cold baths. Up to coach then goes Th' observéd maid, takes both the scourge and reins, And to her side her handmaids straight attains. Nor these alone, but other virgins, grace The nuptial chariot. The whole bevy plac'd, Nausicaa scourg'd to make the coach mules run, That neighed and pac'd their usual speed; and soon Both maids and weeds brought to the river side, Where baths for all the year their use supplied; Whose waters were so pure they would not stain, But still ran fair forth, and did more remain Apt to purge stains; for that purg'd stain within, Which by the water's pure store was not seen. These here arriv'd, the mules uncoach'd, and drave Up to the gulfy river's shore, that gave Sweet grass to them. The maids from coach then took Their clothes, and steep'd them in the sable brook; Then put them into springs, and trod them clean With cleanly feet; adventuring wagers then Who should have soonest and most cleanly done. When having thoroughly cleans'd, they spread them On the flood's shore, all in order. And then, where the waves the pebbles wash'd, and ground was clear, they bath'd themselves, and all With glittering oil smooth'd their white skins, Refreshing then their toil With pleasant dinner by the river side; Yet still watch'd when the sun their clothes had dried. Till which time, having din'd, Nausicaa With other virgins did at stool ball play, Their shoulder reaching head tires laying by. Nausicaa, with wrists of ivory, The liking stroke struck, singing first a song As custom order'd, and amidst the throng Made such a show, and so past all was seen, As when the chaste born, arrow loving queen, Along the mountains gliding, either over Spartan Taygetus, whose tops far discover, Or Eurymachus in the wild boar's chase, Or swift hoov'd Hart, and with her Jove's fair race, The field nymphs sporting, amongst whom to see How far Diana had priority, Though all were fair, for fairness yet of all, As both by head and forehead being more tall, Latona triumph'd, since the dullest sight Might easily judge whom her pains brought to light. Nausicaa so, whom never husband tam'd, Above them all in all the beauties flam'd. But when they now made homewards, and array'd, Ordering their weeds disorder'd as they play'd, Mules and coach ready, then Minerva thought What means to wake Ulysses might be wrought, That he might see this lovely sighted maid, Whom she intended should become his aid, Bring him to town, and his return advance. Her mean was this: though thought a stool ball chance, The queen now, for the up stroke, struck the ball Quite wide off the other maids, and made it fall Amidst the whirlpools; at which out shriek'd all, And with the shriek did wise Ulysses wake, Who, sitting up, was doubtful who should make That sudden outcry, and in mind thus striv'd: "On what a people am I now arriv'd? At civil hospitable men that fear The Gods? Or dwell injurious mortals here, Unjust and churlish? Like the female cry Of youth it sounds. What are they? Nymphs bred high On tops of hills, or in the founts of floods, In herby marshes, or in leafy woods? Or are they high spoke men I now am near? I'll prove and see." With this, the wary peer Crept forth the thicket, and an olive bough Broke with his broad hand, which he did bestow In covert of his nakedness, and then Put hasty head out. Look how from his den A mountain lion looks, that, all embrued With drops of trees, and weather beaten hued, Bold of his strength, goes on, and in his eye A burning furnace glows, all bent to prey On sheep or oxen, or the upland hart, His belly charging him, and he must part Stakes with the herdsman in his beast's attempt, Ev'n where from rape their strengths are most exempt. So wet, so weather beat, so stung with need, Ev'n to the home fields of the country's breed, Ulysses was to force forth his access, Though merely naked; and his sight did press The eyes of soft hair'd virgins. Horrid was his rough appearance to them. The hard paths he had at sea stuck by him. All in flight the virgins scatter'd, frighted with this sight, About the prominent windings of the flood. All but Nausicaa fled, but she fast stood. Pallas had put a boldness in her breast, And in her fair limbs tender fear compress'd, And still she stood him, as resolv'd to know What man he was, or out of what should grow His strange repair to them. And here was he Put to his wisdom, if her virgin knee He should be bold, but kneeling to embrace, Or keep aloof, and try with words of grace, In humblest suppliance, if he might obtain Some cover for his nakedness, and gain Her grace to show and guide him to the town. The last he best thought, to be worth his own, In weighing both well, to keep still aloof, And give with soft words his desires their proof, Lest, pressing so near as to touch her knee, He might incense her maiden modesty. This fair and fil'd speech then shew'd this was he: "Let me beseech, O Queen, this truth of thee. Are you of mortal, or the deified race? If of the Gods, that the ample heavens embrace, I can resemble you to none above So near as to the chaste born birth of Jove, The beamy Cynthia. Her you full present In grace of ev'ry godlike lineament, Her goodly magnitude, and all the address You promise of her very perfectness. If sprung of humans that inhabit earth, Thrice blest are both the authors of your birth. Thrice blest your brothers, that in your deserts Must, ev'n to rapture, bear delighted hearts, To see, so like the first trim of a tree, Your form adorn a dance. But most blest he Of all that breathe, that hath the gift t' engage Your bright neck in the yoke of marriage, And deck his house with your commanding merit. I have not seen a man of so much spirit, Nor man, nor woman, I did ever see At all parts equal to the parts in thee. T' enjoy your sight doth admiration seize My eyes, and apprehensive faculties. Lately in Delos, with a charge of men Arriv'd, that render'd me most wretched then, Now making me thus naked, I beheld The burthen of a palm, whose issues swell'd About Apollo's fane, and that put on A grace like thee, for earth had never none Of all her sylvan issue so adorn'd. Into amaze my very soul was turn'd To give it observation, as now thee to view, O virgin, a stupidity Past admiration strikes me, join'd with fear To do a suppliant's due, and press so near As to embrace thy knees. Nor is it strange, For one of fresh and firmest spirit would change T' embrace so bright an object; but, for me, A cruel habit of calamity Prepar'd the strong impression thou hast made. For this last day did fly night's 20th shade Since I, at length, escap'd the sable seas, When in the mean time th' unrelenting prease Of waves and stern storms toss'd me up and down, From the isle Ogygia. And now God hath thrown my wrack on this shore, That perhaps I may my miseries vary here; For yet their stay, I fear, Heav'n hath not order'd, though before These late afflictions it hath lent me store. O Queen, deign pity then, since first to you My fate importunes my distress to vow. No other dame nor man, that this earth own, And neighbour city, I have seen or known. The town then show me; give my nakedness Some shroud to shelter it, if to these seas Linen or woollen you have brought to cleanse. God give you in requital all the amends Your heart can wish, a husband, family, And good agreement. Nought beneath the sky More sweet, more worthy is, than firm consent Of man and wife in household government. It joys their wishers well, their enemies wounds, But to themselves the special good redounds." She answer'd: "Stranger, I discern in thee Nor sloth, nor folly reigns, and yet I see Th' outpour and wretched. In which I conclude, that industry nor wisdom make endued Men with those gifts that make them best to the eye. Jove only orders felicity. To good and bad, his pleasure fashions still The whole proportion of their good and ill. And he, perhaps, hath form'd this plight in thee, Of which thou must be patient, as he free. But after all thy wand'rings, since thy way Both to our earth and near our city lay, As being expos'd to our cares to relieve, Weeds, and what else a human hand should give To one so suppliant, and tam'd with woe, Thou shalt not want. Our city I will show, And tell our people's name. This neighbour town, And all this kingdom, the Phæacians own. And since thou seem'st so fain to know my birth, And mad'st a question, if of heav'n or earth, This earth hath bred me, and my father's name Alcinous is, that in the pow'r and frame Of this isle's rule is supereminent." Thus, passing him, she to the virgins went, And said: "Give stay both to your feet and fright. Why thus disperse ye for a man's mere sight? Esteem you him a Cyclop, that long since Made use to prey upon our citizens? This man no moist man is, nor waterish thing, That's ever flitting, ever ravishing All it can compass, and like it doth range In rape of women, never stay'd in change. This man is truly manly, wise, and stay'd In soul more rich, and more to sense decay'd, Who nor will do nor suffer to be done Acts lewd and abject. Nor can such a one Greet the Phæacians with a mind envious. Dear to the Gods they are, and he is pious. Besides, divided from the world we are, The out part of it, billows circular The sea revolving round about our shore. Nor is there any man that enters more Than our own countryman with what is brought From other countries. This man, minding nought but his relief, A poor unhappy wretch, wrack'd here, and hath No other land to fetch, him now we must Provide for. From Jove come all strangers, and the needy of a home, Who any gift, though ne'er so small it be, Esteem as great, and take it gratefully. And therefore, virgins, give the stranger food And wine, and see ye bathe him in the flood, Near to some shore to shelter most inclin'd. To cold bath'd bathers hurtful is the wind, Not only rugged making the outward skin, But by his thin pow'rs pierceth parts within." This said, their flight in a return they set, And did Ulysses with all grace entreat, Show'd him a shore, wind proof, and full of shade, By him a shirt and utter mantle laid, A golden jug of liquid oil did add, Bad wash, and all things as Nausicaa bad. Divine Ulysses would not use their aid, But thus bespake them: "Ev'ry lovely maid, Let me entreat to stand a little by, That I, alone, the fresh flood may apply To cleanse my bosom of the sea wrought brine, And then use oil, which long time did not shine On my poor shoulders. I'll not wash in sight Of fair hair'd maidens. I should blush outright, To bathe all bare by such a virgin light." They mov'd, and mus'd a man had so much grace, And told their mistress what a man he was. He cleans'd his broad soil'd shoulders, back, and head Yet never tam'd, but now had foam and weed Knit in the fair curls; which dissolv'd, he slick'd All with sweet oil. The sweet charity The untouch'd virgin show'd in his attire He cloth'd him with. Then Pallas put a fire, more than before, Into his sparkling eyes; His late soil set off with his soon fresh guise; His locks, cleans'd, curl'd the more, and match'd in pow'r To please an eye the hyacinthian flow'r. And as a workman, that can well combine Silver and gold, and make both strive to shine, As being by Vulcan and Minerva two, Taught how far either may be urg'd to go In strife of eminence, when work sets forth A worthy soul to bodies of such worth; No thought reproving the act in any place, Nor art no debt to nature's liveliest grace. So Pallas wrought in him a grace as great, From head to shoulders, and ashore did seat His goodly presence; to which such a guise He show'd in going, that it ravish'd eyes; All which continued as he sat apart. Nausicaa's eyes struck wonder through her heart, Who thus bespake her consorts: "Hear me, you fair wristed virgins. This rare man, I know, treads not our country earth, against the will Of some God throned on th' Olympian hill. He show'd to me, till now, not worth the note; But now he looks as he had Godhead got. I would to heav'n my husband were no worse, And would be call'd no better, but the course Of other husbands pleas'd to dwell out here, Observe, and serve him with our utmost cheer." She said; they heard, and did. He drunk and eat Like to a Harpy, having touch'd no meat A long before time. But Nausicaa now Thought of the more grace she did lately vow, Had horse to chariot join'd, and up she rose, Up cheer'd her guest, and said: "Guest, now dispose Yourself for town, that I may let you see My father's court, where all the peers will be Of our Phæacian state. At all parts then Observe to whom and what place y' are t' attain, Though I need usher you with no advice, Since I suppose you absolutely wise. While we the fields pass, and men's labours there, So long in these maids' guides directly bear Upon my chariot. I must go before For cause that after comes, to which this more Be my induction. You shall then soon end Your way to town, whose tow'rs you see ascend To such a steepness; on whose either side A fair port stands, to which is nothing wide An ent'rer's passage; on whose both hands ride Ships in fair harbours. Which once past, you win the goodly market place, That circles in a fane to Neptune, built Of curious stone, and passing ample, Where munition, gables, and masts men make, And polish'd oars. For the Phæacians are not Conquerors by bows nor quivers. Oars, masts, ships they are, with which they plough the sea, And wage their war. And now the cause comes why I lead the way, not taking you by coach. The men, that sway in work of those tools that so fit our state, Are rude mechanicals, that rare and late Work in the market place. And those are they Whose bitter tongues I shun, who straight would say (For these vile vulgars are extremely proud And foul languag'd) what is he allow'd To coach it with Nausicaa, so large set, And fairly fashion'd? Where were these two met, He shall be sure her husband, she hath been Gadding in some place, and, of foreign men Fitting her fancy, kindly brought him home In her own ship. He must of force be come From some far region; we have no such man. It may be, praying hard, when her heart ran On some wish'd husband, out of heav'n some God Dropp'd in her lap, and there lies she at road Her complete lifetime. But in sooth, if she, Ranging abroad, a husband, such as he Whom now we saw, laid hand on, she was wise; For none of all our nobles are of prize Enough for her. He must beyond sea come, That wins her high mind, and will have her home. Of our peers many have importun'd her, Yet she will none. Thus these folks will confer Behind my back, or meeting, to my face The foul mouth'd rout dare put home this disgrace. And this would be reproaches to my fame; For ev'n myself just anger would inflame, If any other virgin I should see, Her parents living, keep the company Of any man to any end of love, Till open nuptials should her act approve. And therefore hear me, guest, and take such way That you yourself may compass in your stay, Your quick deduction by my father's grace, And means to reach the root of all your race. We shall, not far out of our way to town, A never fell'd grove find, that poplars crown, To Pallas sacred, where a fountain flows, And round about the grove a meadow grows, In which my father holds a manor house, Deck'd all with orchards green and odorous, As far from town as one may hear a shout. There stay and rest your foot pains, till full out We reach the city; where, when you may guess We are arriv'd, and enter our access Within my father's court, then put you on For our Phæacian state, where to be shown My father's house desire. Each infant there Can bring you to it, and yourself will clear Distinguish it from others; for no shows The city buildings make compar'd with those That king Alcinous' seat doth celebrate; In whose roofs, and the court, where men of state And suitors sit and stay, when you shall hide. Straight pass it, ent'ring further, where abide My mother with her withdrawn housewif'ries, Who still sits in the fire shine, and applies Her rock, all purple and of pompous show, her chair placed against a pillar, all a row, her maids behind her set. And to her here my father's dining throne looks, seated where he pours his choice of wine in, like a God. This view once past, for the other end of your abode address suit to my mother, that her mien may make the day of your redition seen, and you may frolic straight, though far away you are in distance from your wished stay. For if she once be won to wish you well, your hope may instantly your passport seal, and thenceforth sure abide to see your friends, fair house, and all to which your heart contends." This said, she us'd her shining scourge, and lash'd her mules, that soon the shore left where she wash'd, and knowing well the way, their pace was fleet, and thick they gather'd up their nimble feet; which yet she temper'd so, and us'd her scourge with so much skill, as not to over urge the foot behind, and make them straggle so from close society. Firm together go Ulysses and her maids. And now the sun sunk to the waters, when they all had won the never fell'd and sound exciting wood, sacred to Pallas, where the godlike good Ulysses rested, and to Pallas pray'd. Hear me of the goat kept Jove, the unconquer'd maid. Now thoroughly hear me, since in all the time Of all my wrack, my prayers could never climb Thy far off ears, when noiseful Neptune toss'd Upon his wat'ry bristles my emboss'd And rock torn body. Hear me now, and deign I may of the Phæacian state obtain Pity and grace." Thus pray'd he, and she heard. By no means yet, exposed to sight, appear'd, for fear to offend her uncle, the supreme Of all the Sea Gods, whose wrath still extreme Stood to Ulysses, and would never cease, Till with his country's shore he crown'd his peace. End of the 6th Book. The 7th Book of the Odysseys of Homer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Shemp. The 7th Book of the Odysseys of Homer. Translated by George Chapman. The Argument. Nausicaa arrives at town, and then Ulysses. He makes known his suit to Arete, who view takes of his vesture, which she knew, and asks him from whose hands it came. He tells, with all the hapless frame Of his affairs in all the while Since he forsook Calypso's isle. Another Argument. Eta. The honour'd minds and welcome things Ulysses finds in Scheria's kings. Thus pray'd the wise and God‐observing man. The maid, by free force of her palfreys, won access to town, and the renownéd court Reach'd of her father, where, within the port, She stay'd her coach, and round about her came Her brothers, made as of immortal frame, Who yet disdain'd not, for her love, mean deeds, But took from coach her mules, brought in her weeds, And she ascends her chamber, where purvey'd A quick fire was by her old chambermaid Eurymedusa, the Apian born, and brought by sea from Apria t' adorn The court of great Alcinous, because he gave to all The blest Phæacians laws, and like a heav'n born Pow'r in speech acquir'd the people's ears. To one then so admir'd, Eurymedusa was esteem'd no worse than worth the gift. Yet now, grown old, was nurse to ivory arm'd Nausicaa, gave heat to all her fires, and dress'd her privy meat. Then rose Ulysses, and made way to town, which ere he reach'd, a mighty mist was thrown By Pallas round about him, in her care, lest, in the sway of envies popular, Some proud Phæacian might foul language pass, Justle him up, and ask him what he was. Ent'ring the lovely town yet, through the cloud Pallas appear'd, and like a young wench show'd Bearing a pitcher, stood before him so As if objected purposely to know What there he needed; whom he question'd thus: "Know you not, daughter, where Alcinous, That rules this town, dwells? I, a poor distress'd Mere stranger here, know none I may request To make this court known to me." She replied: "Strange father, I will see you satisfied In that request. My father dwells Just by the house you seek for. But go silently, nor ask, nor speak To any other. I shall be enough To show your way." The men that here inhabit do not entertain with ready kindness strangers, of what worth or state soever, nor have taken forth lessons of civil usage or respect to men beyond them. They, upon their powers of swift ships building, top the watery towers, and Jove hath given them ships, for sails so wrought they cut a feather and command a thought." This said, she usher'd him, and after he trod in the swift steps of the Deity. The free‐sailed seamen could not get a sight of our Ulysses yet, though he forthright both by their houses and their persons passed. Pallas about him such a darkness cast by her divine power and her reverend care, she would not give the town‐born cause to stare. He wonder'd, as he passed, to see the ports, the shipping in them, and for all resorts the goodly market steads, and isles beside for the heroes, walls so large and wide, rampires so high, and of such strength withal, it would with wonder any eye appall. At last they reach'd the court, and Pallas said, "Now, honour'd stranger, I will see obey'd your will, to show our ruler's house. 'Tis here, where you shall find kings celebrating cheer. Enter amongst them, nor admit a fear. More bold a man is, he prevails the more, though man nor place lie ever saw before. You first shall find the queen in court, whose name is Arete, of parents born the same that was the king her spouse. Their pedigree I can report. The great earth shaker, he of Peribœa, that her sex outshone, and youngest daughter was to Eurymedon, who of the unmeasur'd minded giants sway'd the imperial sceptre, and the pride allay'd of men so impious with cold death, and died himself soon after, got the magnified in mind Nausithous, whom the kingdom's state first held in supreme rule. Nausithous gat Rhexenor, and Alcinous, now king. Rhexenor, whose seed did no male fruit spring, and whom the silver bow grac'd Phœbus slew young in the court, his shed blood did renew in only Arete, who now is spouse to him that rules the kingdom in this house, and is her uncle King Alcinous, who honours her past equal. She may boast more honour of him than the honour'd most of any wife in earth can of her lord, how many more soever realms afford, that keep house under husbands. Yet no more her husband honours her than her blest store of gracious children. All the city cast eyes on her as a Goddess, and give taste of their affections to her in their prayers. Still, as she decks the street, for all affairs wrapped in contention, she dissolves to men. Whom she affects, she wants no mind to deign goodness enough. If her heart stand inclined to your despatch, hope all you wish to find, your friends, your longing family, and all that can within your most affections fall." This said, away the grey‐eyed Goddess flew, along the untamed sea, left the lovely hue Scheria presented. Out flew Marathon, and ample streeted Athens lighted on, where to the house that cast so thick a shade of Erechtheus she ingression made. Ulysses to the lofty builded court of King Alcinous made bold resort, yet in his heart cast many a thought, before the brazen pavement of the rich court bore his enter'd person. Like heaven's two main lights the rooms illustrated both days and nights. On every side stood firm a wall of brass, ev'n from the threshold to the inmost pass, which bore a roof up that all sapphire was. The brazen thresholds both sides did enfold silver pilasters, hung with gates of gold, whose portal was of silver, over which a golden cornice did the front enrich. On each side, dogs, of gold and silver fram'd, the house's guard stood, which the Deity lam'd with knowing inwards had inspir'd, and made that death nor age should their estates invade. Along the wall stood every way a throne, from the entry to the lobby, every one cast over with a rich wrought cloth of state, beneath which the Phæacian princes sate at wine and food, and feasted all the year. Youths forged of gold at every table there stood holding flaming torches, that, in night, gave through the house each honour'd guest his light. And to encounter feast with housewifery, in one room 50 women did apply their several tasks. Some apple colour'd corn ground in fair querns, and some did spindles turn. some work in looms, no hand least rest receives, but all had motion apt as aspen leaves. And from the weeds they wove, so fast they laid, and so thick thrust together thread by thread, that the oil, of which the wool had drunk his fill, did with his moisture in light dews distil. As much as the Phæacian men excell'd all other countrymen in art to build swift‐sailed ship, so much the women there for work of webs past other women were. Past mean by Pallas' means, they understood the grace of good works, and had wits as good. Without the hall, and close upon the gate, a goodly orchard ground was situate of near 10 acres, about which was led a lofty quickset. In it flourish'd high and broad fruit trees, that pomegranates bore, sweet figs, pears, olives, and a number more most useful plants did there produce their store, whose fruits the hardest winter could not kill, nor hottest summer wither. There was still fruit in his proper season all the year. Sweet Zephyr breath'd upon them blasts that were of varied tempers. These he made to bear ripe fruits, these blossoms. Pear grew after pear, apple succeeded apple, grape the grape, fig after fig came. Time made never rape of any dainty there. A sprightly vine spread here his root, whose fruit a hot sunshine made ripe betimes. Here grew another green, here some were gathering, here some pressing seen. A large allotted several each fruit had, and all the adorned grounds their appearance made in flower and fruit, at which the king did aim to the precisest order he could claim. 2 fountains grac'd the garden, of which one pour'd out a winding stream, that overrun the grounds for their use chiefly. The other went close by the lofty palace gate, and lent the city his sweet benefit. And thus the Gods the court deck'd of Alcinous. Patient Ulysses stood a while at gaze, but, having all observ'd, made instant pace into the court, where all the peers he found, and captains of Phæacia, with cups crown'd off'ring to sharp‐eyed Hermes, to whom last they used to sacrifice, when sleep had cast his inclination through their thoughts. But these Ulysses passed, and forth went, nor their eyes took note of him, for Pallas stopp'd the light with mists about him, that, unstay'd, he might first to Alcinous and Arete present his person. And of both them, she, by Pallas' counsel, was to have the grace of foremost greeting. Therefore his embrace he cast about her knee, and then off flew the heav'nly air that hid him. When his view with silence and with admiration strook the court quite through, but thus he silence broke: "Divine Rhexenor's offspring, Arete, to thy most honour'd husband, and to thee, a man whom many labours have distress'd, is come for comfort, and to every guest, to all whom heav'n vouchsafe delightsome lives. And after to your issue that survives a good resignment of the goods ye leave, with all the honour that yourselves receive amongst your people. Only this of me is the ambition, that I may but see, by your vouchsaf'd means and betimes vouchsaf'd, my country earth, since I have long been left to labours and to errors, barr'd from end, and far from benefit of any friend." He said no more, but left them dumb with that, went to the hearth, and in the ashes sat aside the fire. At last their silence brake, and Echinëus the old hero spake, a man that all Phæacians pass'd in years, and in persuasive eloquence all the peers knew much, and us'd it well, and thus spake he: "Alcinous, it shews not decently, nor doth your honour what you see admit, that this your guest should thus abjectly sit, his chair the earth, the hearth his cushion, ashes as if apposed for food. A throne, adorn'd with due rites, stands you more in hand To see his person plac'd in, and command That instantly your heralds fill in wine, That to the God that doth in lightnings shine We may do sacrifice; for he is there Where these his rev'rend suppliants appear. Let what you have within be brought abroad, To sup the stranger. All these would have show'd This fit respect to him, but that they stay For your precedence, that should grace the way." When this had added to the well inclin'd And sacred order of Alcinous' mind, Then of the great inwit the hand he seiz'd, And from the ashes his fair person rais'd, Advanc'd him to a well adorned throne, And from this seat rais'd his most lovéd son, Laodamas, that next himself was set To give him place. The handmaid then did get A ewer of gold, with water fill'd, Which plac'd upon a caldron, all with silver grac'd, She pour'd out on their hands. And then was spread A table, which the butler set With bread, as others serv'd with other food the board. In all the choice the present could afford. Ulysses meat and wine took, and then thus The king the herald call'd: "Pontonous! Serve wine through all the house, that all may pay Rites to the lightner, who is still in way With humble suppliants, and them pursues With all benign and hospitable dues." Pontonous gave act to all he will'd, In honey sweetness giving minds wine fill'd, Disposing it in cups for all to drink. All having drunk what either's heart could think Fit for due sacrifice, Alcinous said: "Hear me, ye dukes, that the Phæacians lead, And you our counsellors, that I may now Discharge the charge my mind suggests To you, for this our guest. Feast past, and this night's sleep. Next morn, our senate summon'd, we will keep Justs, sacred to the Gods, and this our guest Receive in solemn court with fitting feast. Then think of his return, that, underhand Of our deduction, his natural land, Without more toil or care, and with delight, And that soon giv'n him, how far hence decite Soever it can be, he may ascend, And in the mean time without wrong attend, Or other want fit means to that ascent. What, after, austere fates shall make th' event Of his life's thread now spinning, and began When his pain'd mother freed his root of man, He must endure in all kinds. If some God perhaps abides with us in his abode, And other things will think upon than we, The Gods' wills stand, whoever yet were free Of their appearance to us, when to them We offer'd hecatombs of fit esteem, And would at feast sit with us, ev'n where We order'd our session. They would likewise be encounterers of us, when in way alone About his fit affairs went any one. Nor let them cloak themselves in any care To do us comfort, we as near them are, As are the Cyclops, or the impious race Of earthy giants, that would heav'n outface." Ulysses answer'd: "Let some other doubt Employ your thoughts than what your words give out, Which intimate a kind of doubt that I Should shadow in this shape a Deity. I bear no such least semblance, or in wit, Virtue, or person. What may well befit One of those mortals, whom you chiefly know Bears up and down the burthen of the woe Appropriate to poor man, give that to me, Of whose moans I sit in the most degree, And might say more, sustaining griefs that all The Gods consent to, no one 'twixt their fall And my unpitied shoulders letting down The least diversion. Be the grace then shown To let me taste your free giv'n food in peace. Through greatest grief the belly must have ease; Worse than an envious belly nothing is. It will command his strict necessities. Of men most griev'd in body or in mind That are in health, and will not give their kind A desperate wound. When most with cause I grieve, it bids me still Eat, man, and drink, and live, and this makes all forgot. Whatever ill I ever bear, it ever bids me fill; But this ease is but forc'd, and will not last, Till what the mind likes be as well embrac'd. And therefore let me wish you would partake In your late purpose, when the morn shall make Her next appearance. Deign me but the grace, Unhappy man, that I may once embrace My country earth. Though I be still thrust at ancient ills, Yet make me but see that, and then let life go, When withal I see my high roof'd large house, Lands, and family." This all approv'd, and each will'd every one, Since he hath said so fairly, set him gone. Feast pass, and sacrifice, to sleep all vow Their eyes at either's house. Ulysses now was left here with Alcinous and his queen, the all lov'd Arete. The handmaids then the vessel of the banquet took away. When Arete set eye on his array, Knew both his out and under weed, which she made With her maids, and thus mus'd by what means he Obtain'd their wearing; which she made request To know, and wings gave to these speeches. "Guest, first let me ask, what, and from whence you are? And then, who grac'd you with the weeds you wear? Said you not lately you had err'd at seas, And thence arriv'd here?" Laertiades to this thus answer'd: "'Tis a pain, O Queen, Still to be op'ning wounds wrought deep and green, Of which the Gods have open'd store in me. Yet your will must be serv'd. Far hence, at sea, There lies an isle, that bears Ogygia's name, Where Atlas' daughter, th' ingenious dame, Fair hair'd Calypso, lives, a Goddess grave, And with whom men nor Gods society have. Yet I, past man unhappy, liv'd alone, By Heav'n's wrath forc'd, her house companion. For Jove had with a fervent lightning cleft My ship in twain, and far at black sea left Me and my soldiers, all whose lives I lost. I in mine arms the keel took, and was toss'd 9 days together up from wave to wave. The 10th grim night the angry Deities drave Me and my wrack on the isle, in which doth dwell Dreadful Calypso, who exactly well Receiv'd and nourish'd me, and promise made To make me deathless, nor should age invade My pow'rs with his deserts through all my days. All mov'd not me, and therefore on her stays 7 years she made me lie, and there spent I The long time, steeping in the misery Of ceaseless tears the garments I did wear From her fair hand. The 8th revolvéd year, Or by her chang'd mind, or by charge of Jove, She gave provoked way to my wish'd remove, And in a many jointed ship, with wine Dainty in savour, bread, and weeds divine, Sign'd, with a harmless and sweet wind, my pass. Then 17 days at sea I homeward was, And by the 18th the dark hills appear'd That your earth thrusts up. Much my heart was cheer'd, Unhappy man, for that was but a beam, To show I yet had agonies extreme To put in suff'rance, which the earth shakers sent, Crossing my way with tempests violent, Unmeasur'd seas uplifting; nor would give The billows leave to let my vessel live The least time quiet, that even sigh'd to bear Their bitter outrage, which at last did tear Her sides in pieces, set on by the winds. I yet through swum the waves that your shore binds, Till wind and water threw me up to it; When coming forth, a ruthless billow smit Against huge rocks, and an accessless shore My mangled body. Back again I bore, And swum till I was fall'n upon a flood, Whose shores, methought, on good advantage stood For my receit, rock free, and fenc'd from wind. And this I put for, gath'ring up my mind. Then the divine night came, and treading earth, Close by the flood that had from Jove her birth, Within a thicket I repos'd; when round I ruffled up fallen leaves in heap, And found, let fall from heav'n, a sleep Interminate. And here my heart long time excruciate Amongst the leaves I rested all that night, Ev'n till the morning and meridian light, The sun declining then. Delightsome sleep No longer laid my temples in his steep. But forth I went, and on the shore might see Your daughter's maids play. Like a Deity She shin'd above them, and I pray'd to her; And she in disposition did prefer Noblesse and wisdom, no more low Than might become the goodness of a Goddess' height. Nor would you therefore hope, suppos'd distress'd As I was then, and old, to find the least Of any grace from her, being younger far. With young folks wisdom makes her commerce rare. Yet she in all abundance did bestow Both wine, that makes the blood in humans grow, And food, and bath'd me in the flood, and gave The weeds to me which now ye see me have. This through my griefs I tell you, and 'tis true." Alcinous answer'd: "Guest, my daughter knew Least of what most you give her, nor became The course she took, to let with every dame Your person lackey, nor hath with them brought Yourself home too, which first you had besought." "O blame her not," said he, "heroical lord, Nor let me hear against her worth a word. She faultless is, and wish'd I would have gone With all her women home; but I alone Would venture my receit here, having fear and reverent awe of accidents that were of likely issue, both your wrath to move, and to inflame the common people's love of speaking ill, to which they soon give place. We men are all a most suspicious race." "My guest," said he, "I use not to be stirr'd to wrath too rashly, and where are preferr'd To men's conceits things that may both ways fail, The noblest ever should the most prevail. Would Jove our Father, Pallas, and the Sun, That, were you still as now, and could but run One fate with me, you would my daughter wed, And be my son in law, still vow'd to lead Your rest of life here, I a house would give, And household goods, so freely you would live, Confin'd with us. But 'gainst your will shall none Contain you here, since that were violence done To Jove our Father. For your passage home, That you may well know we can overcome So great a voyage, thus it shall succeed. To morrow shall our men take all their heed, While you securely sleep, to see the seas In calmest temper, and, if that will please, Show you your country and your house ere night, Though far beyond Eubœa be that sight. And this Eubœa, as our subjects say That have been there and seen, is far away, Farthest from us of all the parts they know, And made the trial when they help'd to roll The gold lock'd Rhadamanth, to give him view Of earth born Tityus, whom their speeds did show In that far off Eubœa, the same day They set from hence, and home made good their way With ease again, and him they did convey. Which I report to you, to let you see How swift my ships are, and how matchlessly My young Phæacians with their oars prevail To beat the sea through, and assist to sail." This cheer'd Ulysses, who in private pray'd, I would to Jove our Father, what he said He could perform at all parts, he should then Be glorified for ever, and I gain My natural country. This discourse they had, when fair arm'd Arete her handmaids bad A bed make in the portico, and ply With cloths, the cov'ring tapestry, The blankets purple, well napp'd waistcoats too, To wear for more warmth. What these had to do, They torches took, and did. The bed purvey'd, They mov'd Ulysses for his rest, and said: "Come, guest, your bed is fit, now fram'd to rest." Motion of sleep was gracious to their guest, Which now he took profoundly, being laid Within a loophol'd tow'r, where was convey'd The sounding portico. The king took rest In a retir'd part of the house, where drest The queen herself abed, and trundle bed, And by her lord repos'd her reverend head. End of the 7th Book. The 8th Book of the Odysseys of Homer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Schempf. The 8th Book of the Odysseys of Homer. Translated by George Chapman. The Argument. The peers of the Phæacian state A council call, to consolate Ulysses with all means for home. The council to a banquet come, Invited by the king. Which done, assays for hurling of the stone The youths make with the stranger king. Demodocus at feast doth sing The adult'ry of the Gods of arms With her that rules in amorous charms. And after sings the intercourse Of acts about the Epeian horse. Another argument. Theta. The council's frame at fleet applied, In strifes of game Ulysses tried. Now when the rosy finger'd morn arose, The sacred pow'r Alcinous did dispose Did likewise rise, and like him left his ease The city raiser Laertiades. The council at navy was design'd, To which Alcinous with the sacred mind Came first of all. On polish'd stones they sate, Near to the navy. To increase the state Minerva took the herald's form on her, And serv'd Alcinous, studious to prefer Ulysses' suit for home. About the town She made quick way, and fill'd with the renown Of that design the ears of every man, Proclaiming thus: "Peers Phæacensian, And men of council, all haste to the court, To hear the stranger that made late resort To king Alcinous, long time lost at sea, and is in person like a deity." This all their pow'rs set up, and spirit instill'd, And straight the court and seats with men were fill'd. The whole state wonder'd at Laertes' son When they beheld him. Pallas put him on A supernatural and heav'nly dress, Enlarg'd him with height and goodliness In breast and shoulders, that he might appear Gracious and grave and rev'rend, and bear A perfect hand on his performance there In all the trials they resolv'd t' impose. All met, and gather'd in attention close, Alcinous thus bespake them: "Dukes and lords, hear me digest my hearty thoughts in words. This stranger here, whose travels found my court, I know not, nor can tell if his resort From east or west comes; but his suit is this: That to his country earth we would dismiss His hither forced person, and doth bear The mind to pass it under ev'ry peer, Whom I prepare and stir up, making known My free desire of his deduction. Nor shall there ever any other man, That tries the goodness Phæacensian In me, and my court's entertainment, stay, Mourning for passage, under least delay. Come then, a ship into the sacred seas, New built, now launch we, and from out our prease Choose 52 youths, of all the best To use an oar. All which see straight impress'd, And in their oar bound seats. Let others hie home to our court, commanding instantly The solemn preparation of a feast, In which provision may for any guest Be made at my charge. Charge of these low things I give our youth. You, sceptre bearing kings, consort me home, And help with grace to use this guest of ours, No man shall refuse. Some other of you haste, and call to us The sacred singer, grave Demodocus, To whom hath God giv'n song that can excite The heart of whom he listeth with delight." This said, he led. The sceptre bearers lent Their free attendance, and with all speed went The herald for the sacred man in song. Youths 52, chosen from the throng, Went, as was will'd, to the untam'd sea's shore, Where come, they launch'd the ship. The mast it bore Advanc'd, sails hois'd, ev'ry seat his oar Gave with a leather thong. The deep moist then they further reach'd. The dry streets flow'd with men, that troop'd up To the king's capacious court, Whose porticos were chok'd with the resort, Whose walls were hung with men, young, old, thrust there In mighty concourse; for whose promis'd cheer Alcinous slew 12 sheep, 8 white tooth'd swine, 2 crooked haunch'd beeves, which flay'd and drest. Divine the show was of so many a jocund guest, All set together at so set a feast; To whose accomplish'd state the herald then The lovely singer led, who past all men The Muse affected, gave him good and ill, His eyes put out, but put in soul at will. His place was giv'n him in a chair all grac'd With silver studs, and 'gainst a pillar plac'd, Where as the centre to the state, he rests, And round about the circle of the guests. The herald on a pin above his head His soundful harp hung, to whose height he led His hand for taking of it down at will. A board set by with food, and forth did fill A bowl of wine, to drink at his desire. The rest then fell to feast, and when the fire Of appetite was quench'd, the Muse inflam'd The sacred singer. Of men highliest fam'd He sung the glories, and a poem penn'd That in applause did ample heav'n ascend. Whose subject was the stern contention Betwixt Ulysses and great Thetis' son. As at a banquet sacred to the Gods, In dreadful language they express their odds, When Agamemnon sat rejoic'd in soul To hear the Greek peers jar in terms so foul. For augur Phœbus in presage had told The king of men, desirous to unfold The war's perplexéd end, and being therefore gone In heav'nly Phthia to the porch of stone, That then the end of all griefs should begin 'Twixt Greece and Troy, when Greece, with strife To win that wish'd conclusion, in her kings Should jar, and plead, if force or wit must end The war. This brave contention did the poet sing, Expressing so the spleen of either king, That his large purple weed Ulysses held Before his face and eyes, since thence distill'd Tears uncontain'd, which he obscur'd, in fear To let th' observing presence note a tear. But when his sacred song the mere divine had giv'n an end, a goblet crown'd with wine Ulysses, drying his wet eyes, did seize, And sacrifice to those Gods that would please T' inspire the poet with a song so fit To do him honour, and renown his wit. His tears then stay'd; but when again began, By all the king's desires, the moving man, Again Ulysses could not choose but yield To that soft passion, which again, withheld, He kept so cunningly from sight, that none Except Alcinous himself alone Discern'd him move so much. But he sat next, And heard him deeply sigh, which his pretext Could not keep hid from him. Yet he conceal'd His utterance of it, and would have it held From all the rest, brake off the song, and this Said to those o'er affecting peers of his: "Princes and peers, we now are satiate With sacred song that fits a feast of state With wine and food. Now then to field, and try In all kinds our approv'd activity, That this our guest may give his friends to know, In his return, that we as little owe To fights and wrastlings, leaping, speed of race, As these our court rites, and commend our grace In all to all superior." Forth he led. The peers and people troop'd up to their head, Nor must Demodocus be left within, Whose harp the herald hung upon the pin. His hand in his took, and abroad he brought The heav'nly poet, out the same way wrought That did the princes; and what they would see With admiration, with his company They wish'd to honour. To the place of game These throng'd, and after routs of other came, Of all sort infinite. Of youths that strove, Many and strong rose to their trials' love. Up rose Acroneus, and Ocyalus, Elatreus, Prymneus, and Oncyalus, Nauteus, Eretmeus, Thone, Proreus, Pontius, and strong Amphialus, son to Tectonides Polyneus. Up rose to these the great Euryalus, In action like the homicide of war; Naubolides, that was for person far Past all the rest, but one he could not pass, Nor any thought improve, Laodamas. Up Anabesinus then arose, And three sons of the sceptre state, and those Were Halius, the foreprais'd Laodamas, And Clytonëus, like a God in grace. These first the foot game tried, and from the list Took start together. Up the dust in mist They hurl'd about, as in their speed they flew. But Clytonëus, first of all the crew, A stitch's length in any fallow field Made good his pace, when, where the judges yield The prize and praise, his glorious speed arriv'd. Next, for the boist'rous wrastling game they striv'd, At which Euryalus the rest outshone. At leap Amphialus, at the hollow stone Elatreus excell'd, at buffets, last Laodamas, the king's fair son, surpast. When all had striv'd in these assays their fill, Laodamas said: "Come, friends, let's prove what skill This stranger hath attain'd to in our sport. Methinks he must be of an active sort. His calves, thighs, hands, and well knit shoulders show That nature disposition did bestow To fit with fact their form. Nor wants he prime But sour affliction, made a mate with time Makes time the more seen. Nor imagine I A worse thing to enforce debility Than is the sea, though nature ne'er so strong Knits one together." "Nor conceive you wrong," Replied Euryalus, "but prove his blood With what you question." In the midst then stood Renown'd Laodamas, and prov'd him thus: "Come, stranger father, and assay with us Your pow'rs in these contentions. If your show Be answer'd with your worth, 'tis fit that you Should know these conflicts. Nor doth glory stand On any worth more, in a man's command, Than to be strenuous both of foot and hand. Come then, make proof with us, discharge your mind Of discontentments, for not far behind Comes your deduction, ship is ready now, And men, and all things." "Why," said he, "Dost thou mock me, Laodamas, and these strifes bind My pow'rs to answer? I am more inclin'd To cares than conflict. Much sustain'd I have, And still am suffering. I come here to crave In your assemblies means to be dismiss'd, And pray both kings and subjects to assist." Euryalus an open brawl began, And said: "I take you, sir, for no such man As fits these honour'd strifes. A number more strange men there are That I would choose before. To one that loves to lie a shipboard much, Or is the prince of sailors, or to such As traffic far and near, and nothing mind But freight and passage, and a foreright wind; Or to a victualler of a ship, or men That set up all their pow'rs for rampant gain, I can compare, or hold you like to be; But for a wrastler, or of quality Fit for contentions noble, you abhor From worth of any such competitor." Ulysses frowning answer'd: "Stranger, far Thy words are from the fashions regular Of kind or honour. Thou art in that guise Like to a man that authors injuries. I see, the Gods to all men give not all Manly addiction, wisdom, words that fall Like dice upon the square still. Some man takes Ill form from parents; but God often makes That fault of form up, with observ'd repair Of pleasing speech, that makes him held for fair, That makes him speak securely, makes him shine In an assembly with a grace divine. Men take delight to see how evenly lie His words asteep in honey modesty. Another then hath fashion like a God, But in his language he is foul and broad, And such art thou. A person fair is giv'n, But nothing else is in thee sent from heav'n. For in thee lurks a base and earthy soul, And th' hast compell'd me with a speech most foul To be thus bitter. I am not unseen In these fair strifes, as thy words overween, But in the first rank of the best I stand. At least I did, when youth and strength of hand Made me thus confident; but now am worn With woes and labours, as a human born To bear all anguish. Suffer'd much I have. The war of men, and th' inhuman wave, Have I driven through at all parts. But with all my waste in suff'rance, what yet may fall In my performance, at these strifes I'll try. Thy speech hath mov'd, and made my wrath run high." This said, with robe and all he grasp'd a stone, A little graver than was ever thrown By these Phæacians in their wrastling rout, More firm, more massy; which turn'd round about, He hurried from him with a hand so strong It sung and flew, and over all the throng That at the other's mark stood, quite it went, Yet down fell all beneath it, fearing spent The force that drave it flying from his hand, As it a dart were, or a walking wand; And far past all the marks of all the rest His wing stole away. When Pallas straight impress'd A mark at fall of it, resembling then One of the navy giv'n Phæacian men, And thus advanc'd Ulysses: "One, though blind, O stranger, groping may thy stone's fall find; For nought admits the rout of all marks it fell, But far before all. Of thy worth think well, And stand in all strifes. No Phæacian here This bound can either better or come near." Ulysses joy'd to hear that one man yet Us'd him benignly, and would truth abet In those contentions; and then thus smooth He took his speech down: "Reach me that now, youth, You shall, and straight, I think, have one such more, And one beyond it too. And now, whose core Stands sound and great within him, since ye have Thus put my spleen up, come again, and brave The guest ye tempted with such gross disgrace, At wrastling, buffets, whirlbat, speed, or race; At all, or either, I accept at none, But urge the whole state of you. Only one I will not challenge in my forced boast, And that's Laodamas, for he's mine host, And who will fight, or wrangle with his friend. Unwise he is, and base, and will contend With him that feeds him in a foreign place, And takes all edge off from his own sought grace. None else accept I here, nor none despise, But wish to know and prove his faculties That dares appear now. No strife ye can name Am I unskill'd in; reckon any game Of all that are, as many as there are In use with men. For archery I dare affirm myself not mean. Of all a troop I'll make the first foe with mine arrows stoop; Though with me ne'er so many fellows bend Their bows at mark'd men, and effect their end. Only was Philoctetes with his bow Still my superior, when we Greeks would show Our archery against our foes of Troy. But all, that now by bread, frail life, and joy, I far hold my inferiors. Men of old, None now alive shall witness me so bold. to vaunt equality with such men as these, Œchalian Eurytus, Hercules, who with their bows durst with the Gods contend, and therefore caught Eurytus soon his end, nor died at home, in age a reverend man, but by the great insensate Delphian was shot to death, for daring competence with him in all an archer's excellence. A spear I'll hurl as far as any man shall shoot a shaft, how at a race I can bestir my feet. I only yield to fear, and doubt to meet with my superior here. So many seas so too much have misus'd my limbs for race, and therefore have diffus'd a dissolution through my lovéd knees." This said, he still'd all talking properties. Alcinous only answer'd: "O my guest, in good part take we what you have been press'd with speech to answer. You would make appear your virtues therefore, that will still shine where your only look is. Yet must this man give your worth ill language, when he does not live in sort of mortals, whencesoe'er he springs, that judgment hath to speak becoming things, that will deprave your virtues. Note then now my speech, and what my love presents to you, that you may tell heroes, when you come to banquet with your wife and birth at home, mindful of our worth, what deservings Jove hath put on our parts likewise, in remove from sire to son, as an inherent grace kind and perpetual. We must needs give place to other countrymen, and freely yield we are not blameless in our fights of field, buffets, nor wrastlings, but in speed of feet, and all the equipage that fits a fleet, we boast us best. For tables ever spread with neighbour feasts, for garments varied, for poesy, music, dancing, baths, and beds. And now, Phæacians, you that bear your heads and feet with best grace in enamoring dance, enflame our guest here, that he may advance our worth past all the worlds to his home friends, as well for the unmatch'd grace that commends. Your skill in footing of a dance, as theirs that fly a race best. And so, all affairs at which we boast us best, he best may try, as sea race, land race, dance, and poesy. Some one with instant speed to court retire, and fetch Demodocus' soundful lyre." This said the God grac'd king, and quick resort Pontonous made for that fair harp to court. 9 of the lot choos'd public rulers rose, that all in those contentions did dispose, commanding a most smooth ground, and a wide, and all the people in fair game aside. Then with the rich harp came Pontonous, and in the midst took place Demodocus. About him then stood forth the choice young men, that on man's first youth made fresh entry then, had art to make their natural motions sweet, and shook a most divine dance from their feet, that twinkled star like, mov'd as swift and fine, and beat the air so thin they made it shine. Ulysses wonder'd at it, but amaz'd he stood in mind to hear the dance so phrased. For, as they danc'd, Demodocus did sing the bright crown'd Venus' love with battle's king, as first they closely mix'd in the house of fire. What worlds of gifts won her to his desire, who then the night and day bed did defile of good King Vulcan. But in little while the sun their mixture saw, and came and told. The bitter news did by his ears take hold of Vulcan's heart. Then to his forge he went, and in his shrewd mind deep stuff did invent. His mighty anvil in the stock he put, and forged a net that none could loose or cut, that when it had them it might hold them fast. Which having finish'd, he made utmost haste up to the dear room where his wife he woo'd. And, madly wrath with Mars, he all bestow'd the bed and bed posts, all the beam above that cross'd the chamber, and a circle strove of his device to wrap in all the room, and 'twas as pure, as of a spider's loom the woof before 'tis woven. No man nor God could set his eye on it, a sleight so odd his art show'd in it. All his craft bespent about the bed, he feign'd as if he went to well built Lemnos, his most lovéd town of all the towns earthly, nor left this unknown to golden bridled using Mars, who kept no blind watch over him, but, seeing stepp'd his rival so aside, he hasted home with fair wreath'd Venus' love stung, who was come new from the court of her most mighty sire. Mars enter'd, wrung her hand, and the retire Her husband made to Lemnos told, and said: "Now, love, is Vulcan gone, let us to bed; He's for the barbarous Sintians." Well apaid was Venus with it, and afresh assay'd their old encounter. Down they went, and straight about them cling'd The artificial sleight of most wise Vulcan, and were so ensnar'd, that neither they Could stir their course prepar'd in any limb About them, nor arise. And then they knew They would no more disguise their close conveyance, But lay, forc'd, stone still. Back rush'd the both foot cook'd, but straight in skill From his near scout hole turn'd, nor ever went To any Lemnos; but the sure event Left Phœbus to discover, who told all. Then home hopp'd Vulcan, full of grief and gall, Stood in the portal, and cried out so high That all the Gods heard: "Father of the sky, And every other deathless God," said he, "Come all, and a ridiculous object see, And yet not sufferable neither. Come, and witness how, when still I step from home, Lame that I am, Jove's daughter doth profess To do me all the shameful offices, Indignities, despites, that can be thought, And loves this all things making come to nought, Since he is fair forsooth, foot sound, and I Took in my brain a little legg'd awry, And no fault mine, but all my parents' fault, Who should not get, if mock me, with my halt. But see how fast they sleep, while I, in moan, Am only made an idle looker on. One bed their turn serves, and it must be mine. I think yet I have made their self love shine. They shall no more wrong me, and none perceive, Nor will they sleep together, I believe, With too hot haste again. Thus both shall lie In craft and force, till the extremity Of all the dower I gave her sire, to gain A dogged set fac'd girl, that will not stain Her face with blushing, though she shame her head, He pays me back. She's fair, but was no maid." While this long speech was making, all were come To Vulcan's holy brazen founded home, Earth shaking Neptune, useful Mercury, And far shot Phœbus. No she deity, for shame, would show there. All the give good Gods stood in the portal, And past periods gave length to laughters, all rejoic'd to see That which they said, that no impiety Finds good success at the end. And now, said one, the slow outgoes the swift. Lame Vulcan, known to be the slowest of the Gods, Outgoes Mars the most swift. And this is that which grows to greatest justice, That adultery's sport, obtain'd by craft of other sort, And lame craft too is plagued, which grieves the more That sound limbs turning lame the lame restore." This speech amongst themselves they entertain'd, When Phœbus thus ask'd Hermes: "Thus enchain'd Wouldst thou be, Hermes, to be thus disclos'd, Though with thee golden Venus were repos'd?" He soon gave an answer: "O," said he, "Thou king of archers, would 'twere thus with me, Though thrice so much shame, nay, though infinite Were pour'd about me, that every light In great heav'n shining witness'd all my harms, So golden Venus slumber'd in mine arms." The Gods again laugh'd, ev'n the wat'ry state Rung out a laughter; but propitiate Was still for Mars, and pray'd the God of fire He would dissolve him, offering the desire He made to Jove to pay himself, and said, All due debts should be by the Gods repaid. "Pay me no words," said he, "where deeds lend pain; Wretched the words are giv'n for wretched men. Now shall I bind you in th' Immortals' sight, If Mars be once loos'd, nor will pay his right." "Vulcan," said he, "if Mars should fly, Nor see thy right repaid, it should be paid by me." "Your word so giv'n I must accept," said he; Which said, he loos'd them. Mars then rush'd from sky, And stoop'd cold Thrace. The laughing Deity for Cyprus was, And took her Paphian state, Where she a grove ne'er cut had consecrate, All with Arabian odours fum'd, and hath An altar there, at which the Graces bathe, And with immortal balms besmooth her skin, Fit for the bliss immortals solace in. deck'd her in to be studied attire, and apt to set beholders' hearts on fire. This sung the sacred Muse, whose notes and words The dancer's feet kept, as his hands his chords. Ulysses much was pleas'd, and all the crew. This would the king have varied with a new And pleasing measure, and performéd by two, With whom none would strive in dancery; and those His sons were, that must therefore dance alone, And only to the harp advance, Without the words. And this sweet couple was young Halius, And divine Laodamas, who danc'd a ball dance. Then the rich wrought ball, that Polybus Had made, of purple all they took to hand. One threw it to the sky, and then danc'd back; The other, capering high, would surely catch it Ere his foot touch'd ground, and up again Advanc'd it, and so found the other cause Of dance; and then did he dance lofty tricks, Till next it came to be his turn to catch, And serve the other still. When they had kept it up to either's will, They then danc'd ground tricks, oft mix'd hand in hand, And did so gracefully their change command, That all the other youths that stood at pause, With deafening shouts gave them the great applause. Then said Ulysses: "O past all men here Clear, not in pow'r, but in desert as clear, You said your dancers did the world surpass, And they perform it clear, and to amaze." This won Alcinous' heart, and equal prize He gave Ulysses, saying: "Matchless wise Princes and rulers, I perceive our guest, And therefore let our hospitable best In fitting gifts be giv'n him. 12 chief kings There are that order all the glorious things Of this our kingdom, and the 13th I Exist as crown to all. Let instantly Be 13 garments giv'n him, and of gold Precious and fine a talent. While we hold This our assembly, be all fetch'd and giv'n, That to our feast prepar'd, as to his heav'n, Our guest may enter. And, that nothing be Left unperform'd that fits his dignity, Euryalus shall here conciliate Himself with words and gifts, since past our rate He gave bad language." This did all commend, And give in charge, and every king did send His herald for his gift. Euryalus answering for his part, said: "Alcinous, our chief of all, since you command, I will to this our guest by all means reconcile, And give him this entirely metall'd sword, The handle massy silver, and the board That gives it cover all of ivory, New, and in all kinds worth his quality." This put he straight into his hand, and said: "Frolic, O guest, and father! If words fled Have been offensive, let swift whirlwinds take And ravish them from thought. May all Gods make Thy wife's sight good to thee, in quick retreat To all thy friends, and best lov'd breeding seat, Their long miss quitting with the greater joy, In whose sweet vanish all thy worst annoy. And frolic thou to all height, friend," said he, "Which heav'n confirm with wish'd felicity, Nor ever give again desire to thee Of this sword's use, which with effect so free In my reclaim thou hast bestow'd on me." This said, athwart his shoulders he put on The right fair sword, and then did set the sun. When all the gifts were brought, which back again, With King Alcinous in all the train, Were by the honour'd heralds borne to court, Which his fair sons took, and from the resort Laid by their rev'rend mother, each his throne Of all the peers, which yet were overshone In King Alcinous' command, ascended, Whom he to pass as much in gifts contended, And to his queen said: "Wife, see brought me here The fairest cabinet I have, and there Impose a well cleans'd in, and utter weed, A caldron heat with water, that with speed Our guest well bath'd, and all his gifts be made sure. It may a joyful appetite procure To his succeeding feast, and make him hear The poet's hymn with the securer ear. To all which I will add my bowl of gold, In all fram'd curious, to make him hold My memory always dear, and sacrifice With it at home to all the Deities." Then Arete her maids charg'd to set on A well siz'd caldron quickly; which was done, Clear water pour'd in, flame made so entire It gilt the brass, and made the water fire. In mean space from her chamber brought the queen A wealthy cabinet, where, pure and clean, she put the garments, and the gold bestow'd by that free state, and then the other vow'd by her Alcinous, and said: "Now, guest, make close and fast your gifts, lest, when you rest A ship board sweetly, in your way you meet Some loss, that less may make your next sleep sweet." This when Ulysses heard, all sure he made, And clos'd and bound safe; for the saving trade The rev'rend for her wisdom Circe had In 4 years taught him. Then the handmaid bad His worth to bathing, which rejoic'd his heart; For, since he did with his Calypso part, He had no hot baths, none had favour'd him, Nor being so tender of his kingly limb. But all the time he spent in her abode He liv'd respected as he were a God. Cleans'd then, and balm'd, fair shirt and robe put on, Fresh come from bath, and to the feasters gone, Nausicaa, that from the Gods' hands took The sov'reign beauty of her blessed look, Stood by a well carv'd column of the room, And through her eye her heart was overcome With admiration of the port impress'd In his aspect, and said: "God save you, guest! Be cheerful, as in all the future state Your home will show you in your better fate. But yet, ev'n then, let this remember to be, Your life's price I lent, and you owe it me." And varied in all counsels gave reply: "Nausicaa, flow'r of all this empery, So Juno's husband, that the strife for noise Makes in the clouds, bless me with strife of joys, In the desir'd day that my house shall show, As I to a Goddess there shall vow, To thy fair hand that did my being give, Which I'll acknowledge every hour I live." This said, Alcinous plac'd him by his side. Then took they feast, and did in parts divide The sev'ral dishes, fill'd out wine, and then The strive for his worth of worthy men, And rev'renc'd of state, Demodocus Was brought in by the good Pontonous. In midst of all the guests they gave him place, Against a lofty pillar, when this grace The grac'd with wisdom did him. From the chine That stood before him of a white tooth'd swine, Being far the daintiest joint, mix'd through with fat, He carv'd to him, and sent it where he sat By his old friend the herald, willing thus: "Herald, reach this to grave Demodocus, Say I salute him, and his worth embrace. Poets deserve, past all the human race, Rev'rend respect and honour, since the Queen Of knowledge, and the supreme worth in men, The Muse informs them, and loves all their race." This reach'd the herald to him, who the grace Receiv'd encourag'd; which, when feast was spent, Ulysses amplified to this assent: "Demodocus, I must prefer you far Past all your sort, if, or the Muse of war, Jove's daughter, prompts you, that the Greeks respects; Or if the Sun, that those of Troy affects. For I have heard you, since my coming, sing The fate of Greece to an admiréd string, How much our suff'rance was, how much we wrought, How much the actions rose to when we fought, So lively forming as you have been there, Or some free relater lent your ear. Forth then, and sing the wooden horse's frame, Built by Epeus, by the martial dame Taught the whole fabric, which by force of sleight Ulysses brought into the city's height, When he had stuff'd it with as many men As levell'd lofty Ilion with the plain. With all which, if you can as well enchant As with expression quick and elegant You sung the rest, I will pronounce you clear Inspir'd by God, past all that ever were." This said, ev'n stirr'd by God up, he began, And to his song fell, past the forms of man, Beginning where the Greeks a ship board went, And every chief had set on fire his tent. When the other kings, in great Ulysses' guide, In Troy's vast market place the horse did hide, From whence the Trojans up to Ilion drew The dreadful engine, where sat all arew Their kings about it, many counsels giv'n How to dispose it, in 3 ways were driv'n Their whole distractions: First, if they should feel The hollow wood's heart, searching with piercing steel; Or from the battlements drawn higher yet Deject it headlong; or that counterfeit So vast and novel set on sacred fire, Vow'd to appease each anger'd Godhead's ire. On which opinion they, thereafter, saw They then should have resolv'd, th' unalter'd law Of fate presaging, that Troy then should end, when the hostile horse she should receive to friend; for therein should the Grecian kings lie hid, to bring the fate and death they after did. He sung, besides, the Greeks' eruptión From those their hollow crafts, and horse forgone, And how they made depopulation tread Beneath her feet so high a city's head. In which affair he sung in other place, That of that ambush some man else did race The Ilian tow'rs than Laertiades. But here he sung that he alone did seize With Menelaus the ascended roof Of Prince Deiphobus, and Mars like proof Made of his valour, a most dreadful fight Daring against him, and there vanquish'd quite, In little time, by great Minerva's aid, All Ilion's remnant, and Troy level laid. This the divine expressor did so give Both act and passion, that he made it live, And to Ulysses' facts did breathe a fire, So deadly quickening, that it did inspire Old Death with life, and render'd life so sweet, And passionate, that all there felt it fleet; Which made him pity his own cruelty, And put into that ruth so pure an eye Of human frailty, that to see a man Could so revive from death, yet no way can Defend from death, his own quick pow'rs it made Feel their death's horrors, and he felt life fade. In tears his feeling brain sweat; for in things That move past utterance, tears ope all their springs. Nor are there in the pow'rs that all life bears More true interpreters of all than tears. And as a lady mourns her sole lov'd lord, That, fall'n before his city by the sword, Fighting to rescue from a cruel fate His town and children, and in dead estate, Yet panting see him, wraps him in her arms, Weeps, shrieks, and pours her health into his arms, Lies on him, striving to become his shield From foes that still assail him, spears impell'd Through back and shoulders, by whose points embrued They raise and lead him into servitude, Labour, and languor. For all which the dame Eats down her cheeks with tears, and feeds life's flame With miserable suff'rance. So this king Of tears sweat anguish op'd a boundless spring. Nor yet was seen to any one man there But king Alcinous, who sat so near He could not 'scape him, sighs so chok'd so brake From all his tempers; which the king did take Both note and grave respect of, and thus spake: "Hear me, Phæacian counsellors and peers, And cease Demodocus; perhaps all ears Are not delighted with his song; For ever since the divine Muse sung, Our guest hath never contain'd from secret mournings. It may fall, that something sung he hath been Griev'd withal, as touching his particular. Forbear, that feast may jointly comfort All hearts here, and we may cheer our guest up; 'Tis our best in all due honour. For our rev'rend guest is all our celebration, Gifts and all, his love hath added to Our festival. A guest and suppliant too We should esteem dear as our brother, one That doth but dream he hath a soul, or touch But at a mind Deathless, and manly should stand so inclin'd. Nor cloak you longer with your curious wit, Lov'd guest, whatever we shall ask of it. It now stands on your honest state to tell, And therefore give your name, no more conceal What of your parents, and the town that bears Name of your native, or of foreigners That near us border, you are call'd in fame. There's no man living walks without a name, Noble or base, but had one from his birth Impos'd as fit as to be born. What earth, people, and city own you, give to know. Tell but our ships all that your way must know. For our ships know the expressed minds of men, And will so most intentively retain Their scopes appointed, that they never err, And yet use never any man to steer, Nor any rudders have, as others need. They know men's thoughts, and whither tends their speed, And there will set them. For you cannot name A city to them, nor fat soil, that fame Hath any notice given, but well they know, And they will fly to them, though they ebb and flow In blackest clouds and night, and never bear Of any wrack or rock the slenderest fear. But this I heard my sire Nausithous say, Long since, that Neptune, seeing us convey So safely passengers of all degrees, Was angry with us, and upon our seas A well built ship we had, near harbour come From safe deduction of some stranger home, Made in his flitting billows stick stone still, and dimm'd our city like a mighty hill with shade cast round about it. This report the old king made, in which miraculous sort, if God had done such things, or left undone, at his good pleasure be it. But now on, and truth relate us, both whence you err'd, and to what clime of men would be transferr'd, with all their fair towns, be they as they are, if rude, unjust, and all irregular, or hospitable, bearing minds that please the mighty Deity. Which one of these would you be set at? Say, and you are there. And therefore what afflicts you? Why, to hear the fate of Greece and Ilion, mourn you so? The Gods have done it, as to all they do destine destruction, that from thence may rise a poem to instruct posterities. Fell any kinsman before Ilion? Some worthy sire in law, or like near son, whom next our blood and self race we love? Or any friend perhaps, in whom did move a knowing soul, and no unpleasing thing? Since such a good one is no underling to any brother, for, what fits true friends, true wisdom is, that blood and birth transcends. End of the 8th book. The 9th book of the Odysseys of Homer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Schempf. The 9th book of the Odysseys of Homer. Translated by George Chapman. The argument. Ulysses here is first made known, who tells the stern contention his powers did 'gainst the Cicons try, and thence to the Lotophagi extends his conquest, and from them assays the Cyclop Polypheme, and by the crafts his wits apply, he puts him out his only eye. Another argument. Iota. The strangely fed Lotophagi, the Cicons fled, the Cyclops' eye. Ulysses thus resolv'd the king's demands: "Alcinous, in whom this empire stands, you should not of so natural right Disinherit your princely feast, as take from it The spirit to hear a poet, that in accent brings The Gods' breasts down, and breathes them as he sings, Is sweet and sacred. Nor can I conceive In any commonweal what more doth give note Of the just and blessed empery, than to see Comfort universally cheer up the people, when in every roof she gives observers a most human proof Of men's contents. To see a neighbour's feast adorn it through, and thereat hear the breast of the divine Muse, men in order set, a wine page waiting, tables crown'd with meat, set close to guests that are to use it skill'd, the cupboards furnish'd, and the cups still fill'd. This shows, to my mind, most humanely fair, nor should you, for me, still the heav'nly air, that stirr'd my soul so, for I love such tears as fall from fit notes, beaten through mine ears with repetitions of what heav'n hath done, and break from hearty apprehension of God and goodness, though they show my ill. And therefore doth my mind excite me still, to tell my bleeding moan, but much more now, to serve your pleasure, that to overflow my tears with such cause may by sighs be driven, though ne'er so much plagued I may seem by heav'n. And now my name, which way shall lead all to my miseries after, that their sounds may fall through your ears also, and show, having fled so much affliction, first who rests his head in your embraces, when, so far from home, I knew not where t' obtain it resting room. I am Ulysses Laertiades, the fear of all the world for policies, for which my facts as high as heav'n resound. I dwell in Ithaca, earth's most renown'd, all overshadow'd with the shake leaf hill, tree fam'd Neritus, whose near confines fill Islands a number, well inhabited, that under my observance taste their bread. Dulichius, Samos, and full of food Zacynthus, likewise grac'd with store of wood. But Ithaca, though in the seas it lie, yet lies she so aloft she casts her eye quite over all the neighbour continent, far northward situate, and being lent but little favour of the morn and sun with barren rocks and cliffs is overrun. and yet of hardy youths a nurse of name, nor could I see a soil, where'er I came, more sweet and wishful. Yet from hence was I withheld with horror by the Deity divine Calypso, in her cavy house, and flam'd to make me her sole lord and spouse. Circe Ææa too, that knowing dame, whose veins the like affections did inflame, detain'd me likewise; but to neither's love could I be tempted, which doth well approve, nothing so sweet is as our country's earth, and joy of those from whom we claim our birth. Though roofs far richer we far off possess, yet, from our native, all our more is less. To which as I contend, I will tell the much distress conferring facts that fell by Jove's divine prevention, since I set from ruin'd Troy my first foot in retreat. From Ilion ill winds cast me on the coast the Cicons hold, where I employ'd mine host for Ismarus, a city built just by my place of landing, of which victory made me the expuner. I depeopled it, slew all the men, and did their wives remit, with much spoil taken, which we did divide, that none might need his part. I then applied all speed for flight, but my command therein, fools that they were, could no observance win of many soldiers, who, with spoil fed high, would yet fill higher, and excessively fell to their wine, gave slaughter on the shore cloven footed beeves and sheep in mighty store. In mean space Cicons did to Cicons cry, when of their nearest dwellers instantly many and better soldiers made strong head, that held the continent, and managed their horse with high skill, on which they would fight, when fittest cause served, and again alight, with soon seen vantage, and on foot contend. Their concourse swift was, and had never end, as thick and sudden 'twas as flowers and leaves dark spring discovers, when she light receives. And then began the bitter fate of Jove to alter us unhappy, which even strove to give us suff'rance. At our fleet we made enforced stand, and there they did invade our thrust up forces. Darts encounter'd darts, with blows on both sides, either making parts good upon either, while the morning shone, and sacred day her bright increase held on, though much outmatch'd in number. But soon as Phœbus westward fell, the Cicons won much hand of us. 6 proved soldiers fell; of every ship the rest they did compel To seek of flight escape from death and fate. Thence sad in heart we sail'd, and yet our state Was something cheer'd, that, being o'ermatch'd so much in violent number, our retreat was such as saved so many. Our dear loss the less, that they surviv'd so like for like success. Yet left we not the coast, before we call'd home to our country earth the souls exhal'd of all the friends the Cicons overcame. Thrice call'd we on them by their sev'ral name, and then took leave. Then from the angry north cloud gathering Jove a dreadful storm call'd forth against our navy, cover'd shore and all with gloomy vapours. Night did headlong fall from frowning heaven, and then hurl'd here and there was all our navy. The rude winds did tear in 3, in 4 parts all their sails, and down driven under hatches were we, press'd to drown. Up rush'd we yet again, and with tough hand, 2 days, 2 nights entoil'd, we gat near land, labours and sorrows eating up our minds. The 3rd clear day yet, to more friendly winds we masts advanc'd, we white sails spread, and sate. 4 winds and guides again did iterate our ease and home hopes, which we clear had reach'd, had not, by chance, a sudden north wind fetch'd with an extreme sea quite about again our whole endeavours, and our course constrain'd to giddy round, and with our bowed sails greet dreadful Malea, calling back our fleet as far north as Cythera. 9 days more adverse winds toss'd me, and the 10th, the shore where dwelt the blossom fed Lotophagi I fetch'd, fresh water took in, instantly fell to our food a shipboard, and then sent 2 of my choice men to the continent, adding a 3rd, a herald, to discover what sort of people were the rulers over the land next to us; where the first they met were the Lotophagi, that made them eat their country diet, and no ill intent hid in their hearts to them, and yet the event to ill converted it; for, having eat their dainty viands, they did quite forget, as all men else that did but taste their feast, both countrymen and country, nor address'd any return to inform what sort of men made fix'd abode there, but would needs maintain abode themselves there, and eat that food ever. I made out after, and was fain to sever the enchanted knot by forcing their retreat, that striv'd and wept, and would not leave their meat for heav'n itself, but, dragging them to fleet, I wrapp'd in sure bands both their hands and feet, and cast them under hatches, and away commanded all the rest without least stay, lest they should taste the loty too, and forget with such strange raptures their despis'd retreat. All then aboard, we beat the sea with oars, and still with sad hearts sail'd by outway shores, till the outlaw'd Cyclops' land we fetch'd, a race of proud liv'd loiterers, that never sow, nor put plant in earth, nor use a plow, but trust in God for all things; and their earth, unsown, unplow'd, gives every offspring birth that other lands have, wheat and barley, vines that bear in goodly grapes delicious wines, and Jove sends showers for all. No councils there, nor counsellors, nor laws, but all men bear their heads aloft on mountains, and those steep, and on their tops too, and their houses keep in vaulty caves, their households govern'd all by each man's law, imposed in several, nor wife nor child awed, but as he thinks good, none for another caring. But there stood another little isle, well stor'd with wood, betwixt this and the entry, neither nigh the Cyclops' isle, nor yet far off doth lie. Men's want it suffer'd, but the men's supplies the goats made with their inarticulate cries. Goats beyond number this small island breeds, so tame that no access disturbs their feeds. No hunters, that the tops of mountains scale, and rub through woods with toil, seek them at all. Nor is the soil with flocks fed down, not plow'd, nor ever in it any seed was sow'd, nor placed the neighbour Cyclops their delights in brave vermilion prow deck'd ships, nor rites useful and skilful in such works as need perfection to those traffics that exceed their natural confines, to fly out and see cities of men, and take in mutually the prease of others. To themselves they live, and to their island that enough would give a good inhabitant. And time of year observ'd to all things art could order there. There, close upon the sea, sweet meadows spring, that yet of fresh streams want no watering to their soft burthens, but of special yield. Your vines would be there, and your common field, but gentle work make for your plow, yet bear a lofty harvest when you came to shear, for passing fat the soil is. In it lies a harbour so opportune, that no ties, halsers, or gables need, nor anchors cast. Whom storms put in there, are with stay embrac'd, or to their full will safe, or winds aspire to pilots' uses their more quick desire. At entry of the haven, a silver ford is from a rock impressing fountain pour'd, all set with sable poplars. And this port were we arriv'd at, by the sweet resort of some God guiding us, for 'twas a night so ghastly dark all port was past our sight. Clouds hid our ships, and would not let the moon afford a beam to us, the whole isle won by not an eye of ours. None thought the blore that then was up shov'd waves against the shore, that then to an unmeasur'd height put on. We still at sea esteem'd us, till alone our fleet put in itself. And then were strook our gather'd sails, our rest ashore we took, and day expected. When the morn gave fire, we rose and walk'd, and did the isle admire, the nymphs, Jove's daughters, putting up a herd of mountain goats to us, to render cheer'd my fellow soldiers. To our fleet we flew, our crooked bows took, long piled darts, and drew ourselves in 3 parts out, when, by the grace that God vouchsaf'd, we made a gainful chase. 12 ships we had, and every ship had 9 fat goats allotted, 10 only mine. Thus all that day, even till the sun was set, we sat and feasted, pleasant wine and meat plenteously taking; for we had not spent our ruddy wine a ship board, supplement of large sort each man to his vessel drew, when we the sacred city overthrew that held the Cicons. Now then saw we near the Cyclops' late prais'd island, and might hear the murmur of their sheep and goats, and see their smokes ascend. The sun then set, and we, when night succeeded, took our rest ashore. And when the world the morning's favour wore, I call'd my friends to council, charging them to make stay there, while I took ship and stream with some associates, and explor'd what men the neighbour island held, if of rude disdain, churlish and tyrannous, or minds bewray'd, pious and hospitable. Thus much said, I boarded, and commanded to ascend my friends and soldiers to put off and lend way to our ship. They boarded, sat, and beat the old sea forth, till we might see the seat the great Cyclop held for his abode, which was a deep cave near the common road of ships that touch there, thick with laurels spread, where many sheep and goats lay shadowed, and near to this a hall of torn up stone, high built with pines, that heav'n and earth atone, and lofty fronted oaks, in which kept house a man in shape immane and monstrous, fed all his flocks alone, nor would afford commerce with men, but had a wit abhorr'd, his mind his body answering. Nor was he like any man that food could possibly enhance so hugely, but, beheld alone, show'd like a steep hill's top, all overgrown with trees and brambles. Little thought had I of such vast objects. When arriv'd so nigh, some of my lov'd friends I made stay aboard to guard my ship, and 12 with me I shor'd, the choice of all. I took besides along a goat skin flagon of wine, black and strong, that Maro did present, Evantheus' son, and priest to Phœbus, who had mansion in Thracian Ismarus, the town I took. He gave it me, since I, with reverence strook of his grave place his wife and children's good, freed all of violence. Amidst a wood, sacred to Phœbus, stood his house, from whence he fetch'd me gifts of varied excellence, 7 talents of fine gold, a bowl all fram'd of massy silver, but his gift most fam'd was 12 great vessels, fill'd with such rich wine as was incorruptible and divine. He kept it as his jewel, which none knew but he himself, his wife, and he that drew. It was so strong that never any fill'd a cup, where that was but by drops instill'd, and drunk it off, but 'twas before allay'd with 20 parts in water, yet so sway'd the spirit of that little, that the whole a sacred odour breath'd about the bowl. Had you the odour smelt, and scent it cast, it would have vex'd you to forbear the taste. And then, the taste gain'd too, the spirit it wrought to dare things high, set up an end my thought. Of this a huge great flagon full I bore, and, in a good large knapsack, victuals store, and long'd to see this heap of fortitude that so illiterate was, and upland rude that laws divine nor human he had learn'd. With speed we reach'd the cavern, nor discern'd his presence there, his flocks he fed at field. Entering his den, each thing beheld did yield our admiration, shelves with cheeses heap'd, sheds stuff'd with lambs and goats, distinctly kept, distinct the biggest, the more mean distinct the youngest. And in their precinct, proper and placeful, stood the troughs and pails in which he milk'd, and what was given at meals, set up a creaming. In the evening still all scouring bright as dew upon the hill. Then were my fellows instant to convey kids, cheeses, lambs, a ship board, and away sail the salt billow. I thought best not so, but better otherwise, and first would know what guest gifts he would spare me. Little knew my friends on whom they would have prey'd. His view prov'd after, that his inwards were too rough for such bold usage. We were bold enough in what I suffer'd, which was there to stay, make fire, and feed there, though bear none away. There sat we, till we saw him feeding come, and on his neck a burthen lugging home, most highly huge of sere wood, which the pile that fed his fire supplied all supper while. Down by his den he threw it, and up rose a tumult with the fall. Afraid, we close withdrew ourselves, while he into a cave of huge receipt his high fed cattle drave. All that he milk'd, The males he left without his lofty roofs, That all bestow'd about with rams and buck goats were. And then a rock he lift aloft, that damm'd up to his flock the door they enter'd. 'Twas so hard to wield, that 22 wagons, all four wheel'd, could they be loaded and have teams that were proportion'd to them, could not stir it there. Thus making sure, he kneel'd, and milk'd his ewes and braying goats, with all a milker's dues, then let in all their young. Then quick did dress his half milk up for cheese, and in a press of wicker press'd it, put in bowls the rest to drink and eat, and serve his supping feast. All works dispatch'd thus, he began his fire, which blown, he saw us, and thus did enquire: "Ho, guests, what are ye? Whence sail ye these seas? Traffic or rove ye, and like thieves oppress poor strange adventurers, exposing so your souls to danger, and your lives to woe?" This utter'd he, when fear from our hearts took the very life, to be so thunder struck with such a voice, and such a monster see. But thus I answer'd: "Erring Grecians, we from Troy were turning homewards, but by force of adverse winds, in far diverted course, such unknown ways took, and on rude seas toss'd, as Jove decreed, are cast upon this coast. Of Agamemnon, famous Atreus' son, we boast ourselves the soldiers, who hath won renown that reacheth heav'n, to overthrow so great a city, and to ruin so many nations. Yet at thy knees lie our prostrate bosoms, forc'd with pray'rs to try if any hospitable right or boon of other nature, such as have been won by laws of other houses, thou wilt give. Rev'rence the Gods, thou greatest of all that live. We suppliants are, and hospitable Jove pours wreak on all whom pray'rs want pow'r to move, and with their plagues together will provide that humble guests shall have their wants supplied." He cruelly answer'd: "O thou fool," said he, "to come so far, and to importune me with any God's fear, or observéd love! We Cyclops care not for your goat fed Jove, nor other blessed ones. We are better far. To Jove himself dare I bid open war, to thee, and all thy fellows, if I please. But, tell me, where's the ship that by the seas hath brought thee hither? If far off, or near, inform me quickly." These his temptings were, but I too much knew not to know his mind, and craft with craft paid, telling him the wind, thrust up from sea by him that shakes the shore, had dash'd our ships against his rocks, and tore her ribs in pieces close upon his coast, and we from high wrack sav'd, the rest were lost. He answer'd nothing, but rush'd in, and took 2 of my fellows up from earth, and struck their brains against it. Like 2 whelps they flew about his shoulders, and did all embrue the blushing earth. No mountain lion tore 2 lambs so sternly, lapp'd up all their gore, gush'd from their torn bodies limb by limb, trembling with life yet, ravish'd into him, both flesh and marrow stuffed bones he eat, and ev'n the uncleansed entrails made his meat. We, weeping, cast our hands to heav'n to view a sight so horrid. Desperation flew, with all our after lives, to instant death, in our believ'd destruction. But when breath the fury of his appetite had got, because the gulf his belly reach'd his throat, man's flesh and goat's milk, laying layer on layer till near choked up was all the pass for air, along his den, amongst his cattle down he rush'd, and streak'd him. When my mind was grown desperate to step in, draw my sword, and part his bosom where the strings about the heart circle the liver, and add strength of hand. But that rash thought more staid did countermand, for there we all had perish'd, since it pass'd our powers to lift aside a log so vast as barr'd all outscape, and so sighed away the thought all night, expecting active day. Which come, he first of all his fire inflames, then milks his goats and ewes, then to their dames lets in their young, and wondrous orderly with manly haste dispatch'd his housewif'ry. Then to his breakfast, to which other 2 of my poor friends went; which eat, out then go his herds and fat flocks, lightly putting by the churlish bar, and closed it instantly. For both those works with ease as much he did, As you would ope and shut your quiver lid. With storms of whistlings then his flock he drave Up to the mountains, and occasion gave For me to use my wits, which to their height I striv'd to screw up, that a vengeance might By some means fall from thence. And Pallas now Afforded a full ear to my neediest vow. This then my thoughts preferr'd. A huge club Laid close by his milk house, which was now In way to dry in season, being an olive tree Which late he fell'd, and being green, must be Made lighter for his manage. 'Twas so vast That we resembled it to some fit mast, To serve a ship of burthen that was driven With 20 oars, and had a bigness given To bear a huge sea. Full so thick, so tall, We judg'd this club, which I, in part, hew'd small, And cut a fathom off. The piece I gave Amongst my soldiers to take down and shave; Which done, I sharpen'd it at top, and then Harden'd in fire. I hid it in the den Within a nasty dunghill reeking there, Thick, and so moist it issued everywhere. Then made I lots cast by my friends to try Whose fortune serv'd to dare the bor'd out eye Of that man eater. And the lot did fall On 4 I wish'd to make my aid of all, And I the 5th made, chosen like the rest. Then came the even, and he came from the feast Of his fat cattle, drave in all, nor kept One male abroad, if or his memory slept By God's direct will, or of purpose was His driving in of all then, doth surpass My comprehension. But he clos'd again The mighty bar, milk'd, and did still maintain All other observation as before. His work all done, 2 of my soldiers more At once he snatch'd up, and to supper went. Then dar'd I words to him, and did present A bowl of wine, with these words: "Cyclop, take a bowl of wine from my hand, That may make way for the man's flesh thou hast eat, And show what drink our ship held; which in sacred vow I offer to thee to take ruth on me In my dismission home. Thy rages be Now no more sufferable. How shall men, Man and inhuman that thou art, again Greet thy abode, and get thy actions grace, If thou ragest and eat'st up their race?" He took, and drunk, and vehemently joy'd To taste the sweet cup, and again employ'd My flagon's pow'rs entreating more, and said: "Good guest, again afford my taste thy aid, And let me know thy name, and quickly now, That in thy recompense I may bestow A hospitable gift on thy desert, And such a one as shall rejoice thy heart. For to the Cyclops too the gentle earth Bears gen'rous wine, and Jove augments her birth In store of such, with show'rs; but this rich wine Fell from the river, that is mere divine Of nectar and ambrosia. This again I gave him, and again; nor could the fool abstain, But drunk as often. When the noble juice Had wrought upon his spirit, I then gave use To fairer language, saying: "Cyclop, now, As thou demandest, I'll tell my name. Do thou make good thy hospitable gift to me. My name is Noman. Noman each degree Of friends, as well as parents, call my name." He answer'd, as his cruel soul became: "Noman, I'll eat thee last of all thy friends, And this is that in which so much amends I vow to thy deservings. Thus shall be My hospitable gift made good to thee." This said, he upwards fell, but then bent round His fleshy neck, and sleep, with all crowns crown'd, Subdued the savage. From his throat brake out My wine, with man's flesh gobbets, like a spout. When loaded with his cups, he lay and snor'd, And then I took the club's end up, and gor'd The burning coal heap, that the point might heat; Confirm'd my fellows' minds, lest fear should let Their vow assay, and make them fly my aid. Straight was the olive lever I had laid Amidst the huge fire, to get hardening, Hot, and glow'd extremely, though 'twas green, Which got from forth the cinders. Close about me stood My hearty friends; but that which did the good Was God's good inspiration, that gave A spirit beyond the spirit they used to have, who took the olive spar, made keen before, and plung'd it in his eye, and up I bore bent to the top close, and help'd pour it in, with all my forces. And as you have seen a shipwright bore a naval beam, he oft thrusts at the augur's froof, works still aloft, and at the shank help others, with a cord wound round about to make it sooner board, all plying the round still. So into his eye the fiery stake we labour'd to imply. Out gush'd the blood that scalded, his eyeball thrust out a flaming vapour that scorch'd all his brows and eyelids, his eye strings did crack, as in the sharp and burning rafter break. And as a smith, to harden any tool, broad axe or mattock, in his trough doth cool the red hot substance, that so fervent is, it makes the cold waves straight to seethe and hiss, so saw'd and hiss'd his eye about the stake. He roar'd withal, and all his cavern brake in claps like thunder. We did frighted fly, dispers'd in corners. He from forth his eye the fix'd stake pluck'd, after which the blood flow'd freshly forth, and mad he hurl'd the wood about his hovel. Out he then did cry for other Cyclops, that in caverns by upon a windy promontory dwell'd, who, hearing how impetuously he yell'd, rush'd every way about him, and inquire what ill afflicted him, that he expir'd such horrid clamours, and in sacred night to break their sleep so. Ask'd him, if his fright came from some mortal that his flocks had driven, or if by craft or might his death were given. He answer'd from his den, "By craft nor might, no man hath given me death." They then said right, "If no man hurt thee, and thyself alone, that which is done to thee by Jove is done, and what great Jove inflicts no man can fly. Pray to thy father yet, a Deity, and prove from him if thou canst help acquire." Thus spake they, leaving him, when all on fire my heart with joy was, that so well my wit and name deceiv'd him, whom now pain did split, and groaning up and down he groping tried to find the stone, which found, he put aside, but in the door sat, feeling if he could, as his sheep issued, on some man lay hold, esteeming me a fool that could devise no stratagem to 'scape his gross surprise. But I, contending what I could invent, my friends and me from death so eminent to get deliver'd, all my wiles I wove, life being the subject, and did this approve. Fat fleecy rams most fair and great lay there, that did a burden like a violet bear. These, while this learned in villainy did sleep, I yok'd with osiers cut there, sheep to sheep, 3 in a rank. And still the mid sheep bore a man about his belly, the 2 more march'd on his each side for defence. I then, choosing myself the fairest of the den, his fleecy belly under crept, embrac'd his back, and in his rich wool wrapp'd me fast with both my hands, arm'd with as fast a mind. And thus each man hung, till the morning shin'd, which come, he knew the hour, and led abroad his male flocks first. The females unmilk'd stood, bleating and braying, their full bags so sore with being unemptied, but their shepherd more with being unsighted, which was cause his mind went not a milking. He to wreak inclin'd, the backs felt, as they pass'd, of those male dams, gross fool, believing we would ride his rams, nor ever knew that any of them bore upon his belly any man before. The last ram came to pass him, with his wool and me together loaded to the full. For there I did hang, and that ram he stay'd, and me withal had in his hands. My head troubled the while, not causelessly, nor least this ram he groped and talked to. "Lazy beast, why last art thou now? Thou hast never used to lag thus hindmost, but still first hast bruised the tender blossom of a flow'r, and held state in thy steps, both to the flood and field, first still at fold at even, now last remain? Dost thou not wish I had mine eye again, which that abhorred man no man did put out, assisted by his execrable rout, when he had wrought me down with wine? But he must not escape my wreak so cunningly. I would to heaven thou knewest, and could but speak to tell me where he lurks now. I would break his brain about my cave, strew'd here and there, to ease my heart of those foul ills that were the inflictions of a man I priz'd at nought." Thus led he him abroad; when I, once brought a little way from his hold, myself first loos'd, and next my friends. Then drave we and dispos'd his straight legged fat fleece bearers over land, even till they all were in my ship's command, and to our lov'd friends show'd our pray'd for sight, escap'd from death. But, for our loss, outright they brake in tears; which with a look I stay'd, and bade them take our boot in. They obey'd, and up we all went, sat, and us'd our oars. But having left as far as the savage shores As one might hear a voice, we then might see The Cyclop at the haven, when instantly I stay'd our oars, and this insultance us'd: "Cyclop! Thou shouldst not have so much abus'd Thy monstrous forces, to oppose their least Against a man immartial, and a guest, And eat his fellows. Thou mightst know there were Some ills behind, rude swain, for thee to bear, That fear'd not to devour thy guests, and break All laws of humans. Jove sends therefore wreak, And all the Gods, by me." This blew the more his burning fury, when the top he tore From off a huge rock, and so right a throw Made at our ship, that just before the prow It overflew and fell; miss'd mast and all Exceeding little; but about the fall So fierce a wave it rais'd, that back it bore Our ship so far it almost touch'd the shore. A bead hook then, a far extended one, I snatch'd up, thrust hard, and so set us gone Some little way, and straight commanded all To help me with their oars, on pain to fall Again on our confusion. But a sign I with my head made, and their oars were mine In all performance. When we off were set, then first, twice further, my heart was so great, It would again provoke him; but my men On all sides rush'd about me, to contain, And said: "Unhappy! Why will you provoke A man so rude, that with so dread a stroke Giv'n with his rock dart, made the sea thrust back Our ship so far, and near hand forc'd our wrack? Should he again but hear your voice resound, And any word reach, thereby would be found His dart's direction, which would, in his fall, Crush piecemeal us, quite split our ship and all, so much dart wields the monster." Thus urg'd they impossible things, in fear; But I gave way to that wrath which so long I held depress'd, by great necessity Conquer'd in my breast. "Cyclop! If any ask thee who impos'd Thy unsightly blemish that thine eye enclos'd, Say that Ulysses, old Laertes' son, Whose seat is Ithaca, and who hath won Surname of city razer, bor'd it out." At this he bray'd so loud, that round about He drave affrighted echoes through the air, And said: "O beast! I was premonish'd fair, By aged prophecy, in one that was A great and good man, this should come to pass; And how 'tis prov'd now. Augur Talamus, Surnam'd Eurymedes, that spent with us His age in augury, and did exceed In all presage of truth, said all this deed Should this event take, author'd by the hand Of one Ulysses, whom I thought was mann'd With great and goodly personage, and bore A virtue unanswerable, and this shore Should shake with weight of such a conqueror; When now a weakling came, a dwarfy thing, A thing of nothing, who yet wit did bring That brought supply to all, and with his wine Put out the flame where all my light did shine. Come, land again, Ulysses, that my hand May guest rites give thee, and the great command That Neptune hath at sea, I may convert To the deduction where abides thy heart With my solicitings, whose son I am, And whose fame boasts to bear my father's name. Nor think my hurt offends me, for my sire Can soon repose in it the visual fire, At his free pleasure; which no pow'r beside Can boast of men or of the Deified." I answer'd: "Would to God I could compel Both life and soul from thee, and send to hell Those spoils of nature. Hardly Neptune then Could cure thy hurt, and give thee all again." Then flew fierce vows to Neptune, both his hands to star‐born heav'n cast: "O thou that all lands gird'st in thy ambient circle, and in air Shak'st the curled tresses of thy sapphire hair, If I be thine, or thou mayst justly vaunt Thou art my father, hear me now, and grant That this Ulysses, old Laertes' son, That dwells in Ithaca, and name hath won Of city ruiner, may never reach His natural region; or if to fetch that, and the sight of his fair roofs and friends, Be fatal to him, let him that amends For all his miseries, long time and ill, Smart for, and fail of, nor that fate fulfill Till all his soldiers quite are cast away In others' ships; and when, at last, the day Of his sole landing shall his dwelling show, Let detriment prepare him wrongs enow." Thus pray'd he Neptune, who his sire appear'd, And all his pray'r to ev'ry syllable heard. But then a rock, in size more amplified Than first, he ravish'd to him, and implied A dismal strength in it, when, wheel'd about, He sent it after us; nor flew it out From any blind aim, for a little pass Beyond our foredeck from the fall there was, Which the sea our ship gave back upon, And shrunk up into billows from the stone, Our ship again repelling as near The shore as first; but then our rowers were, Being warn'd, more arm'd, and stronglier stemm'd The flood, that bore back on us, till our ship Made good the other island, where our whole fleet lay, In which our friends lay mourning for our stay, And every minute look'd when we should land; Where, now arriv'd, we drew up to the sand, The Cyclops' sheep dividing, that none there Of all our privates might be wrung, and bear Too much on pow'r. The ram yet was alone By all my friends made all my portion Above all others; and I made him then A sacrifice for me, and all my men, To cloud compelling Jove that all commands, To whom I burn'd the thighs; but my sad hands Receiv'd no grace from him, who studied how To offer men and fleet to overthrow. All day, till sun set, yet we sat and eat, And liberal store took in of wine and meat. The sun then down, and place resign'd to shade, We slept. Morn came; my men I rais'd, and made All go aboard, weigh anchor, and away They boarded, sat, and beat the aged sea, And forth we made sail, sad for loss before; Any yet had comfort since we lost no more. End of the 9th Book. The 10th Book of the Odysseys of Homer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Shempf. The 10th Book of the Odysseys of Homer. Translated by George Chapman. The Argument. Ulysses now relates to us the grace he had with Aeolus, great guardian of the hollow winds, which in a leather bag he binds, and gives Ulysses, all but one, which Zephyr was, who fill'd alone Ulysses' sails. The bag once seen while he slept, by Ulysses' men, they thinking it did gold enclose, to find it all the winds did loose, who back flew to their guardian again. Forth sail'd he, and did next attain To where the Læstrygonians dwell, where he 11 ships lost, and fell on the Ææan coast, whose shore he sends Eurylochus to explore, dividing with him half his men, who go, and turn no more again, all save Eurylochus to swine by Circe turn'd. Their stays incline Ulysses to their search, who got of Mercury an antidote, which moly was, 'gainst Circe's charms, and so avoids his soldiers' harms. A year with Circe all remain, and then their native forms regain. On utter shores a time they dwell, while Ithacus descends to hell. Another argument. Kappa. Great Æolus and Circe friends finds Ithacus, and hell descends. To the Ilian island we attain'd, that swum about still on the sea, where reign'd the god lov'd Æolus Hippotades. A wall of steel it had, and in the seas a wave‐beat smooth rock moved about the wall. 12 children in his house imperial were born to him, of which 6 daughters were, and 6 were sons, that youth's sweet flower did bear. His daughters to his sons he gave as wives, who spent in feastful comforts all their lives, close seated by their sire and his grave spouse. Past number were the dishes that the house made ever savor, and still full the hall, as long as day shined. In the night time all slept with their chaste wives, each his fair carved bed, most richly furnished, and this life they led. We reached the city and fair roofs of these, where, a whole month's time, all things that might please the king vouchsafed us. Of great Troy inquired, the Grecian fleet, and how the Greeks retired, to all which I gave answer as behooved. The fit time come when I dismission moved, he nothing would deny me, but addressed my pass with such a bounty as might best teach me contentment. For he did enfold within an ox hide, flayed at 9 years old, all the airy blasts that were of stormy kinds. Saturnius made him steward of his winds, and gave him power to raise and to assuage, and these he gave me, curbed thus of their rage, which in a glittering silver band I bound, and hung up in my ship, and closed so round that no aggression of any breath could find. Only he left abroad the west wind, to speed our ships, and us with blasts secure. But our securities made all unsure, nor could he consummate our course alone when all the rest had got aggression, which thus succeeded. 9 whole days and nights we sailed in safety, and the 10th, the lights born on our country earth we might descry, so near we drew, and yet even then I fell, being o'erwatched, into a fatal sleep. For I would suffer no man else to keep the foot that ruled my vessel's course, to lead the faster home. My friends then envy fed upon the bag I hung up, and supposed that gold and silver I had there enclosed, as gift from Aeolus, and said, "O Heaven, what grace and grave price is by all men given to our commander! Whatsoever coast or town he comes to, how much he engrossed of fair and precious prey, and brought from Troy! We the same voyage went, and yet enjoy in our return these empty hands for all. This bag, now Aeolus was so liberal to make a guest gift to him, let us try of what consists the fair bound treasury, and how much gold and silver it contains." Ill counsel present approbation gains. They ope the bag, and out the vapours break, when instant tempest did our vessel take, that bore us back to sea, to mourn anew our absent country. Up amazed I flew, and desperate things discoursed, if I should cast myself to ruin in the seas, or taste amongst the living more moan and sustain. Silent I did so, and lay hid again beneath the hatches, while an ill wind took my ships back to Æolia, my men strook with woe enough. We pumped and landed then, took food for all this, and of all my men I took a herald to me, and away went to the court of Aeolus, where they were feasting still, he, wife, and children, set together close. We would not at their meat thrust in, but humbly on the threshold sat. He then, amazed, my presence wonder'd at, and called to me, "Ulysses, how thus back art thou arrived here? What foul spirit brake into thy bosom to retire thee thus? We thought we had deduction curious given thee before, to reach thy shore and home. Did it not like thee?" I, even overcome with worthy sorrow, answer'd, "My ill men have done me mischief, and to them hath been my sleep the unhappy motive. But do you, dearest of friends, deign succour to my vow. Your powers command it." Thus endeavour'd I with soft speech to repair my misery. The rest with ruth sat dumb. But thus spake he, "Avaunt, and quickly quit my land of thee, thou worst of all that breathe. It fits not me to convoy and take in whom heav'ns expose. Away, and with thee go the worst of woes, that seek'st my friendship, and the Gods thy foes." Thus he dismissed me, sighing. Forth we sailed, at heart afflicted. And now wholly failed the minds my men sustained. So spent they were with toiling at their oars, and worse did bear their growing labours. and they caused their grout by self–willed follies, nor now ever thought to see their country more. 6 nights and days we sailed. The 7th we saw fair Lamos rise her lofty towers, the least Tragonian state that bears her port so far disterminate, where shepherd calls out. He at home is called out by the other that doth come from charge abroad, and then goes he to sleep, the other issuing. He whose turn doth keep the night observance hath his double hire, since day and night in equal length expire about that region, and the night's watch weighed at twice the day's ward, since the charge that's laid upon the night's man, besides breach of sleep, exceeds the day's man, for one oxen keep, the other sheep. But when the haven we found, exceeding famous, and environed round with one continuate rock, which so much bent that both ends almost met, so prominent they were, and made the haven's mouth passing strait, our whole fleet in we got, in whose receipt our ships lay anchor'd close, nor needed we fear harm on any stays. Tranquillity so purely sat there, that waves, great nor small, did ever rise to any height at all. And yet would I no entry make, but stay'd alone without the haven, and thence survey'd from a lofty watch‐tower raised there the country round about, nor anywhere the work of man or beast appear'd to me, only a smoke from earth break I might see. I then made choice of 2, and added more a herald for associate, to explore what sort of men liv'd there. They went, and saw a beaten way, through which carts used to draw wood from the high hills to the town, and met a maid without the port, about to get some near spring water. She the daughter was of mighty Læstrygonian Antiphas, and to the clear spring called Artacia went, to which the whole town for their water sent. To her they came, and ask'd who govern'd there, and what the people whom he ordered were. She answer'd not, but led them through the port, as making haste to show her father's court. Where enter'd, they beheld, to their affright, a woman like a mountain top in height, who rush'd abroad, and from the council place called home her horrid husband Antiphas, who, deadly minded, straight he snatch'd up one, and fell to supper. Both the rest were gone, and to the fleet came. Antiphas a cry drave through the city, which heard, instantly this way and that innumerable sorts, not men, but giants, issued through the ports, and mighty flints from rocks tore, which they threw amongst our ships, through which an ill noise flew of shiver'd ships and life–expiring men, that were like fishes by the monsters slain, and borne to sad feast. While they slaughter'd these, that were engaged in all the advantages the closed mouth and most dead calm haven could give, I, that without lay, made some means to live. My sword drew, cut my gables, and to oars set all my men, and from the plagues those shores let fly amongst us we made haste to fly, my men close working as men loth to die. My ship flew freely off, but theirs that lay on heaps in harbours could enforce no way through these stern fates that had engaged them there. Forth our sad remnant sailed, yet still retained the joys of men, that our poor few remained. Then to the isle of Ææa we attained, where fair–hair'd, dreadful, eloquent Circe reigned, Æeta's sister both by dame and sire, both daughters to heav'n's man–enlight'ning fire, and Persa, whom Oceanus begat. The ship–fit port here we soon landed at, some God directing us. 2 days, 2 nights we lay here pining in the fatal spites of toil and sorrow. But the next 3rd day, when fair Aurora had inform'd, quick way I made out of my ship, my sword and lance took for my surer guide, and made advanced up to a prospect. I essay to see the works of men, or hear mortality expire a voice. When I had climb'd a height, rough and right hardly accessible, I might behold from Circe's house, that in a grove set thick with trees stood, a bright vapour move. I then grew curious in my thought to try some fit enquiry, when so sprightly fly I saw the yellow smoke, but my discourse a first retiring to my ship gave forced, to give my men their dinner, and to send, before the adventure of myself, some friend. Being near my ship, of one so desolate some God had pity, and would recreate my woes a little, putting up to me a great and high palm'd heart, that fatally, just in my way itself to taste the flood, was then descending. The sun heat had sure importun'd him, besides the temperature his natural heat gave. Howsoever I made up to him, and let my jav'lin fly, that struck him through the mid part of his chine, and made him, braying, to the dust confine his flying forces. Forth his spirit flew, when I stepp'd in, and from the death's wound drew my shrewdly bitten lance. There let him lie, till I of cut up osiers did imply a width a fathom long, with which his feet I made together in a sure league meet, stoop'd under him, and to my neck I heav'd the mighty burden, of which I receiv'd a good part on my lance; for else I could by no means with one hand alone uphold, join'd with one shoulder, such a deathful load. And so to both my shoulders both hands stood needful assistance, for it was a deer goodly well grown. When coming something near where rode my ships, I cast it down, and rear'd my friends with kind words, whom by name I cheer'd, in note particular, and said: "See, friends, we will not yet to Pluto's house; our ends shall not be hasten'd, though we be declin'd in cause of comfort, till the day design'd by Fate's fix'd finger. Come, as long as food or wine lasts in our ship, let's spirit our blood, and quit our care and hunger both in one." This said, they frolick'd, came, and look'd upon with admiration the huge bodied beast. And when their first serv'd eyes had done their feast, they wash'd, and made a to be striv'd for meal in point of honour; on which all did dwell the whole day long. And, to our venison's store, we added wine till we could wish no more. Sun set, and darkness up, we slept, till light put darkness down. And then did I excite my friends to counsel, uttering this: "Now, friends, afford unpassionate ear, though ill fate lends so good a cause to your passion. No man knows the reason whence and how the darkness grows, the reason how the morn is thus begun, the reason how the man enlight'ning sun dives under earth, the reason how again he rears his golden head. Those counsels then that pass our comprehension we must leave to him that knows their causes, and receive direction from him in our acts, as far as he shall please to make them regular, and stoop them to our reason. In our state what then behoves us? Can we estimate with all our counsels where we are? Or know, without instruction past our own skills, how, put off from hence, to steer our course the more? I think we cannot. We must then explore these parts for information, in which way we thus far are. Last morn I might display, from off a high rais'd cliff, an island lie girt with the unmeasur'd sea, and is so nigh that in the midst I saw the smoke arise through tufts of trees. This rests then to advise, who shall explore this?" This struck dead their hearts, remembering the most execrable parts that Læstrygonian Antiphas had play'd, and that foul Cyclops that their fellows bray'd betwixt his jaws; which mov'd them so they cried, but idle tears had never once supplied. I in two parts divided all, and gave to either part his captain. I must have the charge of one, and one of godlike look, Eurylochus the other. Lots we shook, put in a casque together, which of us should lead the attempt, and 'twas Eurylochus. He freely went, and with 22 more, all which took leave with tears, and our eyes wore the same wet badge of weak humanity. These in a dale did Circe's house descry, of bright stone built, in a conspicuous way. Before her gates hill wolves and lions lay, which with her virtuous drugs so tame she made, that wolf nor lion would one man invade with any violence. But all arose, their long tails wagg'd, and in fawns would close, as loving dogs, when masters bring them home relics of feast, in an observance come, and soothe their entries with their fawns and bounds, all guests still bringing some scraps for their hounds. So on these men the wolves and lions ramp'd, their horrid paws set up. Their spirits were damp'd to see such monstrous kindness, stay'd at gate, and heard within the Goddess elevate a voice divine, as at her web she wrought, subtle and glorious, and past earthly thought, as all the housewif'ries of Deities are. To hear a voice so ravishingly rare, Polites, one exceeding dear to me, a prince of men, and of no mean degree in knowing virtue, in all acts whose mind discreet cares always used to turn and wind, was yet surprised with it, and said, "O friends, some one abides within here, that commends the place to us, and breathes a voice divine, as she some web wrought, or her spindle's twine she cherish'd with her song. The pavement rings with the imitation of the tune she sings. Some woman or Goddess 'tis. Assay to see with knocking." Thus said he, and they both knocked and called, and straight her shining gates she opened, issuing, bade them in to cates. Led and unwise they followed, all but one, which was Eurylochus, who stood alone without the gates, suspicious of a sleight. They enter'd, she made sit, and her deceit She cloak'd with thrones and goodly chairs of state, set herby honey, and the delicate wine brought from Smyrna to them, meal and cheese. But harmful venoms she commix'd with these, that made their country vanish from their thought; which eat, she touch'd them with a rod that wrought their transformation far past human wonts. Swine snouts, swine bodies, took they, bristles, grunts, but still retain'd the souls they had before, which made them mourn their bodies chang'd the more. She shut them straight in styes, and gave them meat, oak mast, and beech, and cornel fruit, they eat, grovelling like swine on earth, in foulest sort. Eurylochus straight hasted the report Of this his fellow's most remorseful fate. Came to the ships, but so excruciate Was with his woe he could not speak a word. His eyes stood full of tears, which show'd how stor'd His mind with moan remain'd. We all admir'd, ask'd what had chanc'd him, earnestly desir'd he would resolve us. At the last, our eyes enflam'd in him his fellow's memories, and out his grief burst thus: "You will'd, we went through those thick woods you saw, when a descent show'd us a fair house, in a lightsome ground, where, at some work, we heard a heav'nly sound Breath'd from a Goddess, or a woman's breast. They knock'd, she op'd her bright gates, each her guest her fair invitement made, nor would they stay, fools that they were, when once she led the way. I enter'd not, suspecting some deceit, when all together vanish'd, nor the sight Of any one, though long I look'd, mine eye Could any way discover. Instantly my sword and bow reach'd, I bad show the place, when down he fell, did both my knees embrace, and pray'd with tears thus: 'O thou kept of God, do not thyself lose, Nor to that abode lead others rashly. Both thyself and all thou ventur'st thither, I know well must fall in one sure ruin. With these few then fly; we may yet shun The others' destiny.' I answer'd him: 'Eurylochus, stay thou, and keep the ship then. Eat and drink. I now will undertake the adventure. There is cause in great necessity's unalter'd laws.' This said, I left both ship and seas, and on Along the sacred valleys all alone Went in discovery, till at last I came, Where of the main med'cine making Dame I saw the great house; where encounter'd me The gold rod sustaining Mercury, Ev'n entering Circe's doors. He met me in a young man's likeness, Of the first flow'r'd chin, whose form hath all The grace of one so young. He first call'd to me, Then my hand he wrung, and said: 'Thou no place Finding for repose, whither, alone, By these hill confines goes thy erring foot? Th' art entering Circe's house, where by her med'cines Black and sorcerous thy soldiers are all shut In well arm'd sties, and turn'd to swine. Art thou arriv'd with prize fit for their ransoms? Thou com'st out no more, if once thou enter'st, Like thy men before made to remain here. But I'll guard thee free, and save thee in her spite. Receive of me this fair and good receipt, with which once arm'd, enter her roofs, for th' art to all proof charm'd Against the ill day. I will tell thee all Her baneful counsel. With a festival She'll first receive thee, but will spice thy bread With flow'ry poisons; yet unalter'd Shall thy firm form be, for this remedy Stands most approv'd 'gainst all her sorcery, Which thus particularly shun. When she shall with her long rod strike thee, instantly Draw from thy thigh thy sword, and fly on her, As to her slaughter. She, surpris'd with fear And love, at first will bid thee to her bed, Nor say the Goddess nay, that welcomed Thou mayst with all respect be, and procure Thy fellow's freedoms. But before, make sure Her favours to thee, and the great oath take, With which the blessed Gods assurance make Of all they promise, that no prejudice, by stripping thee of form and faculties, she may so much as once attempt on thee." This said, he gave his antidote to me, which from the earth he pluck'd, and told me all the virtue of it, with what deities call the name it bears, and moly they impose for name to it. The root is hard to loose from hold of earth by mortals, but God's pow'r can all things do. 'Tis black, but bears a flower as white as milk. And thus flew Mercury up to immense Olympus, gliding by the sylvan island. I made back my way to Circe's house, my mind of my assay much thought revolving. At her gates I stay'd, and call'd; she heard, and her bright doors display'd. Invited, led, I follow'd in, but trac'd with some distraction. In a throne she plac'd my welcome person. Of a curious frame 'twas, and so bright I sat as in a flame, a footstool added. In a golden bowl she then suborn'd a potion, in her soul deform'd things thinking. For amidst the wine she mix'd her man transforming medicine. Which when she saw I had devour'd, she then no more observ'd me with her soothing vein, but struck me with her rod, and to her sty bad, Out, away, and with thy fellows lie. I drew my sword, and charg'd her, as I meant to take her life, when out she cried, and bent beneath my sword her knees, embracing mine, and full of tears said: "Who? Of what high line art thou the issue? Whence? What shores sustain thy native city? I amaz'd remain, that, drinking these my venoms, thou art not turn'd, never drunk any this cup, but be mourn'd in other likeness, if once it had pass'd the ivory bounders of his tongue and taste. All but thyself are brutishly declin'd. Thy breast holds firm yet, and unchang'd thy mind. Thou canst be, therefore, none else but the man of many virtues, Ithacensian, deep soul'd Ulysses, who, I oft was told by that sly God that bears the rod of gold, was to arrive here in retreat from Troy. Sheathe then thy sword, and let my bed enjoy so much a man, that when the bed we prove, we may believe in one another's love." I then: "O Circe, why entreatest thou me to mix in any human league with thee, when thou my friends hast beasts turn'd, and thy bed tender'st to me, that I might likewise lead a beast's life with thee, soften'd, naked, stripp'd, that in my blood thy banes may more be steep'd? I never will ascend thy bed, before I may affirm, that in heav'n's sight you swore the great oath of the Gods, that all attempt to do me ill is from your thoughts exempt." I said, she swore. When all the oath rites said, I then ascended her adorned bed, but thus prepar'd. 4 handmaids serv'd her there, that daughters to her silver fountains were, to her bright sea observing sacred floods, and to her uncut consecrated woods. One deck'd the throne tops with rich cloths of state, and did with silks the foot pace consecrate. Another silver tablets set before the pompous throne, and golden dishes store serv'd in with sev'ral feasts. A third fill'd wine, the fourth brought water, and made fuel shine in ruddy fires beneath a womb of brass. Which heat I bath'd, and odorous water was Dispurpled lightly on my head and neck, that might my late heart hurting sorrows check with the refreshing sweetness; and for that men sometimes may be something delicate. Bath'd and adorn'd, she led me to a throne of massy silver, and of fashion exceeding curious. A fair footstool set, water appos'd, and every sort of meat set on the elaborate polish'd board. She wish'd my taste employ'd, but not a word would my ears taste of taste. My mind had food that must digest, eye meat would do me good. Circe, observing that I put no hand to any banquet, having countermand from weightier cares the light cates would excuse, bowing her near me, these wing'd words did use: "Why sits Ulysses like one dumb, his mind Less'ning with languors? Nor to food inclin'd, Nor wine? Whence comes it? Out of any fear Of more illusion? You must needs forbear That wrongful doubt, since you have heard me swear." "O Circe," I replied, "what man is he, Awed with the rites of true humanity, That dares taste food or wine, before he sees His friends redeem'd from their deformities? If you be gentle, and indeed incline To let me taste the comforts of your wine, Dissolve the charms that their forc'd forms enchain, And show me here my honour'd friends like men." This said, she left her throne, and took her rod, went to her sty, and let my men abroad, like swine of 9 years old. They opposite stood, observ'd their brutish form, and look'd for food; when, with another med'cine, every one all over smear'd, their bristles all were gone, produced by malice of the other bane, and every one afresh look'd up a man, both younger than they were, of stature more, and all their forms much goodlier than before. All knew me, clinging about me, and a cry of pleasing mourning flew about so high the horrid roof resounded, and the queen herself was moved to see our kind so keen; who bade me now bring ship and men ashore, our arms and goods in caves hid, and restore myself to her, with all my other men. I granted, went, and oped the weeping vein in all my men, whose violent joy to see my safe return was passing kindly, free of friendly tears, and miserably wept. You have not seen young heifers, highly kept, fill'd full of daisies at the field, and driven home to their hovels, all so sprightly given that no room can contain them, but about base by the dams, and let their spirits out in ceaseless bleating, of more jocund plight than my kind friends, even crying out with sight on my return so doubted, circled me with all their welcomes, and as cheerfully disposed their rapt minds, as if they saw their natural country, cliffy Ithaca, and even the roofs where they were bred and born, and vow'd as much with tears. O your return as much delights us, as in you had come our country to us, and our natural home. But what unhappy fate hath reft our friends? I gave unlook'd for answer, that amends made for their mourning, bade them first of all our ship ashore draw, then in caverns stall our foody cattle, hide our mutual prize, "And then," said I, "attend me, that your eyes in Circe's sacred house may see each friend, eating and drinking banquets out of end." They soon obey'd, all but Eurylochus, who needs would stay them all, and counselled thus: "O wretches! Whither will ye? Why are you fond of your mischiefs, and such gladness show for Circe's house, that will transform ye all to swine, or wolves, or lions? Never shall our heads get out, if once within we be, but stay compell'd by strong necessity." So wrought the Cyclop, when t' caves our friends this bold one led on, and brought all their ends by his one indiscretion. I for this thought with my sword, that desperate head of his hewn from his neck, to gash upon the ground his mangled body, though my blood was bound in near alliance to him. But the rest with humble suit contain'd me, and request that I would leave him with my ship alone, and to the sacred palace lead them on. I led them, nor Eurylochus would stay from their attendance on me, our late fray struck to his heart so. But meantime my men in Circe's house were all, in several bane, studiously sweeten'd, smugg'd with oil, and deck'd with in and out weeds, and a feast secret served in before them, at which close we found they all were set, cheer'd, and carousing round. When mutual sight had, and all thought on, then feast was forgotten, and the moan again about the house flew, driven with wings of joy. But then spake Circe: "Now no more annoy. I know myself what woes by sea and shore and men unjust have plagued enough before your injur'd virtues. Here then feast as long, and be as cheerful, till ye grow as strong as when ye first forsook your country earth. Ye now fare all like exiles; not a mirth flash'd in amongst ye, but is quench'd again with still renew'd tears; though the beaten vein of your distresses should, methink, be now benumb'd with suff'rance." We did well allow her kind persuasions, and the whole year stay'd in varied feast with her. When, now array'd the world was with the spring, and orby hours had gone the round again through herbs and flowers, the months absolv'd in order, till the days had run their full race in Apollo's rays, my friends remember'd me of home, and said, if ever fate would sign my pass, delay'd it should be now no more. I heard them well, yet that day spent in feast till darkness fell, and sleep his virtues through our vapours shed, when I ascended sacred Circe's bed, implor'd my pass, and her performéd vow which now my soul urg'd, and my soldiers now afflicted me with tears to get them gone. All these I told her, and she answer'd these: "Much skill'd Ulysses Laertiades, remain no more against your wills with me, but take your free way. Only this must be perform'd before you steer your course for home. You must the way to Pluto overcome, and stern Persephone to form your past by the aged Theban soul'd Tiresias, the dark brow'd prophet, whose soul yet can see clearly and firmly. Grave Persephone, even dead, gave him a mind, that he alone might sing truth's solid wisdom, and not one prove more than shade in his comparison. This broke my heart. I sunk into my bed, mourn'd, and would never more be comforted with light nor life. But having now express'd my pains enough to her in my unrest, that so I might prepare her ruth, and get all I held fit for an affair so great, I said: "O Circe, who shall steer my course to Pluto's kingdom? Never ship had force to make that voyage." The divine in voice said: "Seek no guide, raise you your mast, and hoise your ship's white sails, and then sit yon at peace. The fresh north spirit shall waft ye through the seas. But having pass'd the ocean, you shall see a little shore, that to Persephone puts up a consecrated wood, where grows tall firs, and sallows that their fruits soon lose. Cast anchor in the gulfs, and go alone to Pluto's dark house, where to Acheron Cocytus runs, and Pyriphlegethon, Cocytus born of Styx, and where a rock of both the met floods bears the roaring shock. The dark hero, great Tiresias, now coming near to gain propitious pass, dig of a cubit every way a pit, and pour to all that are deceased in it a solemn sacrifice. For which, first take honey and wine, and their commiction make, then sweet wine neat, and thirdly water pour, and lastly add to these the whitest flour. Then vow to all the weak necks of the dead off'rings a number, and when thou shalt tread the Ithacensian shore, to sacrifice a heifer never tam'd, and most of prize a pile of all thy most esteemed goods, and flaming to the dear streams of their bloods, and in secret rites to Tiresias vow a ram coal black at all parts, that doth flow with fat and fleece, and all thy flocks doth lead. When the all calling nation of the dead thou thus hast pray'd to, offer on the place a ram and ewe all black, being turn'd in face to dreadful Erebus, thyself aside the flood shore walking. And then gratified with flocks of souls of men and dames deceased shall all thy pious rites be. Straight address see then the offering thy fellows slew flay'd and imposed in fire, and all thy crew pray to the state of either deity, grave Pluto and severe Persephone. Then draw thy sword, stand firm, nor suffer one of all the faint shades of the dead and gone to approach the blood, till thou hast heard their king, the wise Tiresias, who thy offering will instantly do honour, thy home ways, and all the measure of them by the seas amply unfolding." This the Goddess told, and then the morning in her throne of gold survey'd the vast world, by whose orient light the nymph adorn'd me with attires as bright, her own hands putting on both shirt and weed, robes fine and curious, and upon my head an ornament that glitter'd like a flame girt me in gold, and forth betimes I came amongst my soldiers, rous'd them all from sleep, and bade them now no more observance keep of ease and feast, but straight a shipboard fall. For now the Goddess had inform'd me all. Their noble spirits agreed, nor yet so clear could I bring all off, but Elpenor there his heedless life left. He was youngest man of all my company, and one that won least fame for arms, as little for his brain, who, too much steep'd in wine, and so made fain to get refreshing by the cool of sleep, apart his fellows plung'd in vapours deep, and they as high in tumult of their way, suddenly waked, and, quite out of the stay a sober mind had given him, would descend a huge long ladder, forward, and an end fell from the very roof, full pitching on the dearest joint his head was placed upon, which quite dissolved, let loose his soul to hell. I to the rest, and Circe's means did tell of our return, as crossing clean the hope I gave them first, and said: "You think the scope of our endeavours now is straight for home. No, Circe otherwise design'd, whose doom enjoin'd us first to greet the dreadful house of austere Pluto and his glorious spouse, to take the counsel of Tiresias the rev'rend Theban, to direct our pass." This brake their hearts, and grief made tear their hair. But grief was never good at great affair. It would have way yet. We went woful on to ship, and shore, where was arriv'd as soon Circe unseen, a black ewe and a ram binding for sacrifice, and, as she came, vanish'd again unwitness'd by our eyes, which griev'd us not, nor check'd our sacrifice. For who would see God, loth to let us see, this way or that bent, still his ways are free. End of the 10th Book. The 11th Book of the Odysseys of Homer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Schempf. The 11th Book of the Odysseys of Homer. Translated by George Chapman. The Argument. Ulysses' way to hell appears, where he the grave Tiresias hears, enquires his own and others' fates. His mother sees, and the after states in which were held by sad decease heroes and heroesses, a number that at Troy waged war, as Ajax, that was still at jar with Ithacus for the arms he lost, and with the great Achilles' ghost. Another argument. Lambda. Ulysses here invokes the dead, the lives appear hereafter led. Arriv'd now at our ship, we launch'd, and set our mast up, put forth sail, and in did get our late got cattle. Up our sails we went, my wayward fellows mourning now the event. A good companion yet, a foreright wind, Circe, the excellent utterer of her mind, supplied our murmuring consorts with, that was both speed and guide to our adventurous pass. All day our sails stood to the winds, and made our voyage prosperous. Sun then set, and shade all ways obscuring, on the bounds we fell of deep Oceanus, where people dwell whom a perpetual cloud obscures outright, to whom the cheerful sun lends never light, nor when he mounts the star‐sustaining heaven, nor when he stoops earth, and sets up the even. But night holds fixed wings, feather'd all with banes, above those most unblessed Cimmerians. Here drew we up our ship, our sheep withdrew, and walk'd the shore till we attain'd view of that sad region Circe had foreshow'd, and then the sacred off'rings to be vow'd Eurylochus and Persimedes bore, when I my sword drew, and earth's womb did gore, till a pit digg'd of a cubit round, with which the liquid sacrifice we crown'd. First honey mix'd with wine, then sweet wine neat, then water pour'd in, last the flour of wheat. Much I importun'd then the weak neck'd dead, and vow'd, when I the barren soil should tread Of cliffy Ithaca, amidst my hall to kill a heifer, my clear best of all, and give in off'ring, on a pile compos'd of all the choice goods my whole house enclos'd. And to Tiresias himself, alone, a sheep coal black, and the selectest one of all my flocks. When to the pow'rs beneath, the sacred nation that surviv'd with death, my prayers and vows had done devotions fit, I took the off'rings, and upon the pit Bereft their lives. Out gush'd the sable blood, and round about me fled out of the flood the souls of the deceased. There cluster'd then youths and their wives, much suff'ring aged men, soft tender virgins that but new came there by timeless death, and green their sorrows were. There men at arms, with armours all embrued, wounded with lances, and with falchions hew'd, in numbers up and down the ditch did stalk, and threw unmeasur'd cries about their walk, so horrid that a bloodless fear surpris'd my daunted spirits. Straight then I advis'd my friends to flay the slaughter'd sacrifice, put them in fire, and to the Deities, stern Pluto and Persephone, apply exciteful prayers. Then drew I from my thigh my well‐edged sword, stepp'd in, and firmly stood betwixt the Priest of Shadows and the Blood, and would not suffer any one to dip within our off'ring his unsullied lip, before Tiresias that did all control. The first that press'd in was Elpenor's soul, his body in the broad way'd earth as yet unmourn'd, unburied by us, since we sweat with other urgent labours. Yet his smart I wept to see, and rued it from my heart, enquiring how he could before me be that came by ship. He, mourning, answer'd me: In Circe's house the spite some spirit did bear, And the unspeakable good liquor there Hath been my bane. For, being to descend A ladder much in height, I did not tend My way well down, but forwards made a proof To tread the rounds, and from the very roof Fell on my neck, and brake it, and this made My soul thus visit this infernal shade. And here, by them that next thyself are dear, Thy wife and father, that a little one Gave food to thee, and by thy only son At home behind thee left, Telemachus, do not depart by stealth, And leave me thus unmourn'd, unburied, lest Neglected I bring on thyself Th' incensed Deity. I know that, sail'd from hence, thy ship must touch On the isle Ææa, where vouchsafe thus much, Good king, that landed, thou wilt instantly Bestow on me thy royal memory To this grace, that my body, arms, and all, May rest consum'd in fiery funeral, And on the foamy shore a sepulchre Erect to me, that after times may hear Of one so hapless. Let me these implore, And fix upon my sepulchre the oar With which alive I shook the aged seas, And had of friends the dear societies. I told the wretched soul I would fulfill, And execute to the utmost point his will. And all the time we sadly talk'd, I still My sword above the blood held, when aside The idol of my friend still amplified His plaint, as up and down the shades he aired. Then my deceaséd mother's soul appear'd, Fair daughter of Autolycus the great, Grave Anticlea, whom, when forth I set For sacred Ilion, I had left alive. Her sight much mov'd me, and to tears did drive My note of her decease; and yet not she, Though in my ruth she held the highest degree, Would I admit to touch the sacred blood, Till from Tiresias I had understood What Circe told me. At the length did land Theban Tiresias' soul, and in his hand Sustain'd a golden scepter, knew me well, And said: "O man unhappy! Why to hell Admitt'st thou dark arrival, and the light The sun gives leav'st, to have the horrid sight Of this black region, and the shadows here? Now sheathe thy sharp sword, and the pit forbear, That I the blood may taste, and then relate The truth of those acts that affect thy fate." I sheath'd my sword, and left the pit, till he, The black blood tasting, thus instructed me: "Renown'd Ulysses, all unask'd I know That all the cause of thy arrival now Is to enquire thy wish'd retreat for home; Which hardly God will let thee overcome, Since Neptune still will his apposure try, With all his laid up anger, for the eye His lov'd son lost to thee. Yet through all Thy suff'ring course (which must be capital) If both thine own affections and thy friends Thou wilt contain, when thy access ascends The three fork'd island, having 'scap'd the seas, Where ye shall find fed on the flow'ry leas Fat flocks, and oxen, which the sun doth own, To whom are all things as well heard as shown, And never dare one head of those to slay, But hold unharmful on your wishéd way. Though through enough affliction, yet secure Your fates shall land ye; but presage says sure, If once ye spoil them, spoil to all thy friends, Spoil to thy fleet; and if the justice ends Short of thyself, it shall be long before, And that length forc'd out with infliction's store, When, losing all thy fellows, in a sail Of foreign built, when most thy fates prevail In thy deliv'rance, thus the event shall sort: Thou shalt find shipwrack raging in thy port, Proud men thy goods consuming, and thy wife, Urging with gifts, give charge upon thy life. But all these wrongs revenge shall end to thee, And force, or cunning, set with slaughter free The house of all thy spoilers. Yet again Thou shalt a voyage make, and come to men That know no sea, nor ships, nor oars that are Wings to a ship, nor mix with any fair Salt's savoury vapour. Where thou first shalt land, This clear giv'n sign shall let thee understand, That there those men remain. Assume ashore, Up to thy royal shoulder, a ship oar, With which, when thou shalt meet one on the way That will in country admiration say, 'What dost thou with that wand upon thy neck?' There fix that wand thy oar, and that shore deck With sacred rites to Neptune. Slaughter there A ram, a bull, and, who for strength doth bear the name of husband to a herd, a boar; and, coming home, upon thy natural shore Give pious hecatombs to all the Gods, degrees observ'd. And then the periods of all thy labours in the peace shall end Of easy death; which shall the less extend His passion to thee, that thy foe, the sea, Shall not enforce it, but death's victory Shall chance in only earnest prey vow'd age, Obtain'd at home, quite empty of his rage, Thy subjects round about thee, rich and blest. And here hath truth summ'd up thy vital rest." I answer'd him: "We will suppose All these decreed in Deity. Let it likewise please Tiresias to resolve me, why so near The blood and me my mother's soul doth bear, And yet nor word nor look vouchsafe her son. Doth she not know me?" "No," said he, "nor none Of all these spirits, but myself alone, Knows anything till he shall taste the blood. But whomsoever you shall do that good, He will the truth of all you wish unfold; Who you envy it to will all withhold." Thus said the kingly soul, and made retreat Amidst the inner parts of Pluto's seat, When he had spoke thus by divine instinct. Still I stood firm, till to the blood's precinct My mother came, and drunk; and then she knew I was her son, had passion to renew Her natural plaints, which thus she did pursue: "How is it, O my son, that you alive This deadly darksome region underdive? 'Twixt which and earth so many mighty seas And horrid currents interpose their prease, Oceanus in chief; which none, unless More help'd than you, on foot now can transgress. A well built ship he needs that ventures there. Com'st thou from Troy but now, enforc'd to err All this time with thy soldiers? Nor hast seen Ere this long day the country, and thy queen?" I answer'd: "That a necessary end To this infernal state made me contend, That from the wise Tiresias' Theban soul I might an oracle involv'd unroll. For I came nothing near Achaia yet, Nor on our lov'd earth happy foot had set, But, mishaps suff'ring, err'd from coast to coast, Ever since first the mighty Grecian host Divine Atrides led to Ilion, And I his follower, to set war upon The rapeful Trojans; and so pray'd she would The fate of that ungentle death unfold That forc'd her thither, if some long disease, Or that the spleen of her that arrows please, Diana, envious of the most eminent dames, Had made her the object of her deadly aims. My father's state and sons I sought, if they Kept still my goods, or they became the prey Of any other, holding me no more In pow'r of safe return; or if my store My wife had kept together with her son; If she her first mind held, or had been won By some chief Grecian from my love and bed." All this she answer'd: "That affliction fed On her blood still at home, and that to grief She all the days and darkness of her life In tears had consecrate; that none possess'd My famous kingdom's throne, but the interest My son had in it still he held in peace, A court kept like a prince, and his increase Spent in his subjects' good, administ'ring laws With justice, and the general applause A king should merit, and all call'd him king. My father kept the upland, labouring, And shunn'd the city, us'd no sumptuous beds, Wonder'd at furnitures, nor wealthy weeds, But in the winter strew'd about the fire Laid with his slaves in ashes, his attire Like to a beggar's, when the summer came, And autumn all fruits ripen'd with his flame, Where grape charg'd vines made shadows most abound, His couch with fallen leaves made upon the ground. And here lay he, his sorrow's fruitful state Increasing, as he faded for my fate. And now the part of age that irksome is Lay sadly on him, and that life of his She led, and perish'd in; not slaughter'd by The dame that darts lov'd and her archery, Nor by disease invaded, vast and foul, That wastes the body, and sends out the soul With shame and horror; only in her moan For me and my life she consum'd her own. She thus, when I had great desire to prove My arms the circle where her soul did move. Thrice prov'd I, thrice she vanish'd like a sleep Or fleeting shadow, which struck much more deep The wounds my woes made, and made ask her why She would my love to her embraces fly. and not vouchsafe that ev'n in hell we might Pay pious Nature her unalter'd right, And give vexation here her cruel fill? Should not the Queen here, to augment the ill Of ev'ry suff'rance, which her office is, Enforce thy idol to afford me this?" "O son," she answer'd, "of the race of men The most unhappy, our most equal Queen Will mock no solid arms with empty shade, Nor suffer empty shades again t' invade Flesh, bones, and nerves, nor will defraud the fire Of his last dews, that, soon as spirits expire And leave the white bone, are his native right, When, like a dream, the soul assumes her flight. The light then of the living with most haste, O son, contend to. This thy little taste Of this state is enough, and all this life Will make a tale fit to be told thy wife." This speech we had, when now repair'd to me More female spirits, by Persephone Driv'n on before her, all the heroes' wives, And daughters, that led their second lives, About the black blood throng'd; of whom yet more My mind impell'd me to inquire, before I let them all together taste the gore, For then would all have been dispers'd, and gone Thick as they came. I therefore, one by one, Let taste the pit, my sword drawn from my thigh, And stand betwixt them made, when severally All told their stocks. The first that quench'd her fire Was Tyro, issued of a noble sire. She said she sprung from pure Salmoneus' bed, And Cretheus, son of Æolus, did wed. Yet the divine flood Epnepus lov'd, who much the most fair stream Of all floods mov'd; near whose streams Tyro walking, Neptune came, Like Epnepus, and enjoy'd the dame. Like to a hill the blue and snaky flood Above th' immortal and the mortal stood, And hid them both, as both together lay, Just where his current falls into the sea. Her virgin waste dissolv'd, she slumber'd then. But when the God had done the work of men, Her fair hand gently wringing, thus he said: "Woman, rejoice in our combined bed; For when the year hath run his circle round, Because the Gods' loves must in fruit abound, My love shall make, to cheer thy teeming moans, Thy one dear burden bear 2 famous sons. Love well, and bring them up. Go home and see That, though of more joy yet I shall be free, Thou dost not tell to glorify thy birth. Thy love is Neptune, shaker of the earth." This said, he plung'd into the sea, and she Begot with child by him, the light let see Great Peleus and Neleus, that became In Jove's great ministry of mighty fame. Peleus in broad Iolcus held his throne, Wealthy in cattle; the other royal son Rul'd sandy Pylos. To these issue more This queen of women to her husband bore, Æson, and Pheres, and Amithaon, That for his fight on horseback stoop'd to none. Next her I saw admir'd Antiope, Asopus' daughter, who, as much as she Boasted attraction of great Neptune's love, Boasted to slumber in the arms of Jove, And 2 sons likewise at one burden bore, To that her all controlling paramour Amphion, and fair Zethus, that first laid Great Thebes' foundations, and strong walls convey'd About her turrets, that 7 ports enclos'd. For though the Thebans much in strength repos'd, Yet had not they the strength to hold their own, Without the added aids of wood and stone. Alcmena next I saw, that famous wife Was to Amphitryo, and honour'd life Gave to lion hearted Hercules, That was of Jove's embrace the great increase. I saw besides proud Creon's daughter there, Bright Megara, that nuptial yoke did wear With Jove's great son, who never field did try But bore to him the flow'r of victory. The mother then of Œdipus I saw, Fair Epicasta, that, beyond all law, Her own son married, ignorant of kind, And he, as darkly taken in his mind, His mother wedded, and his father slew; Whose blind act heav'n expos'd at length to view. And he in all lov'd Thebes the supreme state With much moan manag'd, for the heavy fate The Gods laid on him. She made violent flight To Pluto's dark house from the loathed light, Beneath a steep beam strangled with a cord, And left her son, in life, pains as abhorr'd As all the Furies pour'd on her in hell. Then saw I Chloris, that did so excell In answering beauties, that each part had all. Great Neleus married her, when gifts not small Had won her favour, term'd by name of dow'r. She was of all Amphion's seed the flow'r. Amphion, call'd Diocedes, that then Rul'd strongly Mynidean Orchomen, And now his daughter rul'd the Pylian throne, Because her beauty's empire overshone. She brought her wife awed husband, Neleus, Nestor much honour'd, Periclymenus, and Chromius, sons with sov'reign virtues grac'd, but after brought a daughter that surpass'd Rare beautied Pero. So for form exact That nature to a miracle was rack'd In her perfections. Blaz'd with the eyes of men, that made all the country's hearts a chain, And drew them suitors to her, which her sire Took vantage of. And since he did aspire To nothing more than to the broad brow'd herd Of oxen, which the common fame so rear'd, Own'd by Iphiclus, not a man should be His Pero's husband, that from Phylace Those never yet driven oxen could not drive. Yet these a strong hope held him to achieve, Because a prophet that had never err'd Had said, that only he should be preferr'd To their possession. But the equal fate Of God withstood his stealth, in extricate Imprisoning bands, and sturdy churlish swains That were the herdsmen, who withheld with chains The stealth attempter, which was only he That durst abet the act with prophecy. None else would undertake it, and he must. The king would needs a prophet should be just. But when some days and months expir'd were, And all the hours had brought about the year, The prophet did so satisfy the king, Iphiclus, all his cunning questioning, That he enfranchis'd him, and all worst done, Jove's counsel made the all safe conclusion. Then saw Iliad, link'd in nuptial chain With Tyndarus, to whom she did sustain Sons much renown'd for wisdom, Castor one, That pass'd for use of horse comparison, And Pollux, that excell'd in whirlbat fight. Both these the fruitful earth bore, while the light Of life inspir'd them. After which, they found Such grace with Jove, that both liv'd under ground. By change of days, life still did one sustain, While the other died. The dead then liv'd again, the living dying. Both of one self date, their lives and deaths made By the Gods and Fate. Iphimedia after Leda came, That did derive from Neptune too the name Of father to two admirable sons. Life yet made short their admirations, who God oppos'd Otus had to name, And Ephialtes, far in sound of fame. The prodigal earth so fed them, that they grew To most huge stature, and had fairest hue Of all men but Orion under heaven. At 9 years old 9 cubits they were driven Abroad in breadth, and sprung 9 fathoms high. They threaten'd to give battle to the sky, And all th' Immortals. They were setting on Ossa upon Olympus, And upon steep Ossa leavy Peleus, That even they might a highway make With lofty heaven, and had perhaps Perform'd it, had they liv'd till they Were striplings, but Jove's son depriv'd Their limbs of life, before the age that begins The flow'r of youth, and should adorn their chins. Phædra and Procris, with wise Minos' flame, Bright Ariadne, to the off'ring came, Whom whilom Theseus made his prize from Crete, That Athens' sacred soil might kiss her feet, But never could obtain her virgin flow'r, Till, in the sea girt Dia, Dian's pow'r Detain'd his homeward haste, where, in her fane By Bacchus witness'd, was the fatal wane Of her prime glory. Mira, Clymene I witness'd there, and loath'd Eriphyle, That honour'd gold more than she lov'd her spouse. But all the hostesses in Pluto's house, That then encounter'd me, exceeds my might To name or number. An Ambrosian night would quite be spent, when now the formal hours Present to our sleep all disposed pow'rs, If at my ship or here. My home made vow I leave for fit grace to the Gods and you." This said, the silence his discourse had made With pleasure held still through the house's shade. When white arm'd Arete this speech began: "Phæacians, how appears to you this man, So goodly person'd, and so match'd with mind? My guest he is, but all you stand combined In the renown he doth us. Do not then With careless haste dismiss him, nor the main Of his dispatch to one so needy maim. The Gods' free bounty gives us all just claim To goods enow." This speech the oldest man Of any other Phæacensian The grave heroë Echinëus gave All approbation, saying: "Friends! Ye have the motion of the wise queen in such words as have not missed the mark, with which accords my clear opinion. But Alcinous in word and work must be our rule." He thus, and then Alcinous said: "This then must stand, if while I live I rule in the command of this well skill'd in navigation state. Endure then, guest, though most importunate be your effects for home. A little stay if your expectance bear, perhaps it may our gifts make more complete. The cares of all your due deduction asks, but principal I am therein the ruler." He replied: "Alcinous, the most duly glorified with rule of all men, if you lay commandment on me of a whole year's stay, so all the while your preparations rise, as well in gifts as time, ye can devise no better wish for me, for I shall come much fuller handed and more honour'd home, and dear to my people, in whose loves the richer evermore the better proves." He answer'd: "There is argued in your sight a worth that works not men for benefit, like prollers or impostors, of which crew the gentle black earth feeds not up a few, here and there wanderers, blanching tales and lies of neither praise nor use. You move our eyes with form, our minds with matter, and our ears with elegant oration, such as bears a music in the order'd history it lays before us. Not Demodocus with sweeter strains hath used to sing to us all the Greek sorrows, wept out in your own. But say, of all your worthy friends, were none objected to your eyes that consorts were to Ilion with you, and served destiny there? This night is passing long, unmeasur'd. None of all my household would to bed yet. On, relate these wondrous things. Were I with you, if you would to tell me but your woes, as now, till the divine Aurora show'd her head, I should in no night relish thought of bed." "Most eminent king," said he, "times all must keep. There's time to speak much, time as much to sleep. But would you hear still, I will tell you still, and utter more miserable ill of friends than yet, that 'scape the dismal wars, and perish'd homewards, and in household jars waged by a wicked woman. The chaste queen no sooner made these lady ghosts unseen, here and there flitting, but mine eye sight won the soul of Agamemnon, Atreus' son, sad, and about him all his train of friends, that in Ægisthus' house endur'd their ends with his stern fortune. Having drunk the blood, he knew me instantly, and forth a flood of springing tears gush'd. Out he thrust his hands, with will t' embrace me, but their old commands flow'd not about him, nor their weakest part. I wept to see, and moan'd him from my heart, and ask'd: "O Agamemnon, king of men, what sort of cruel death had render'd slain thy royal person? Neptune in thy fleet, Heav'n and his hellish billows making meet, Rousing the winds? Or have thy men by land Done thee this ill, for using thy command Past their consents, in diminution Of those full shares their worths by lot had won Of sheep or oxen? Or of any town, In covetous strife, to make their rights thine own, In men or women prisoners?" He replied: "By none of these in any right I died, but by Ægisthus and my murderous wife, Bid to a banquet at his house, my life Hath thus been reft me, to my slaughter led Like an ox pretended to be fed. So miserably fell I, and with me My friends lay massacr'd, as when you see At any rich man's nuptials, shot, or feast, About his kitchen white tooth'd swine lie drest. The slaughters of a world of men thine eyes, Both private, and in prease of enemies, Have personally witness'd. But this one would all thy parts have broken into moan, to see how strew'd about our cups and cates, As tables set with feast. So we with fates, all gash'd and slain lay, all the floor embrued With blood and brain. But that which most I rued, flew from the heavy voice that Priam's seed, Cassandra, breath'd, whom, she that wit doth feed With baneful crafts, false Clytemnestra slew, Close sitting by me. Up my hands I threw From earth to heav'n, and tumbling on my sword Gave wretched life up; when the most abhorr'd By all her sex's shame, forsook the room, Nor deign'd, though then so near this heavy home, To shut my lips, or close my broken eyes. Nothing so heap'd is with impieties As such a woman that would kill her spouse That married her a maid. When to my house I brought her, hoping of her love in heart, to children, maids, and slaves. But she, in the art Of only mischief hearty, not alone Cast on herself this foul aspersion, But loving dames hereafter to their lords Will bear, for good deeds, her bad thoughts and words." "Alas," said I, "that Jove should hate the lives Of Atreus' seed so highly for their wives! For Menelaus' wife a number fell. For dangerous absence thine sent thee to hell." "For this," he answer'd, "be not thou more kind Than wise to thy wife. Never all thy mind Let words express to her. Of all she knows, Curbs for the worst still in thyself repose. But thou by thy wife's wiles shalt lose no blood. Exceeding wise she is, and wise in good. Icarius' daughter, chaste Penelope, We left a young bride, when for battle we Forsook the nuptial peace, and at her breast Her first child sucking; who by this hour blest Sits in the number of surviving men. And his bliss she hath, that she can contain, And her bliss thou hast, that she is so wise. For, by her wisdom, thy returned eyes Shall see thy son, and he shall greet his sire With fitting welcomes, when in my retire My wife denies mine eyes my son's dear sight, And as from me will take from him the light, Before she adds one just delight to life, Or her false wit one truth that fits a wife. For her sake, therefore, let my harms advise, That though thy wife be ne'er so chaste and wise, Yet come not home to her in open view, With any ship, or any personal show, But take close, sure disguis'd, nor let her know, For 'tis no world to trust a woman now. But what says Fame? Doth my son yet survive In Orchomen or Pylos, or doth live In Sparta with his uncle? Yet I see Divine Orestes is not here with me." I answer'd, asking: "Why does Atreus' son enquire of me, Who yet arriv'd where none could give to these News any certain wings? And 'tis absurd To tell uncertain things." Such sad speech Pass'd us; and as thus we stood, With kind tears rend'ring unkind fortunes good, Achilles and Patroclus' soul appear'd, And his soul, of whom never ill was heard, The good Antilochus, and the soul of him That all the Greeks pass'd both for force and limb, Excepting th' unmatch'd Æacides, Illustrious Ajax. But the first of these That saw, acknowledg'd, and saluted me, Was Thetis' conqu'ring son; who heavily, His state here taking, said: "Unworthy breath! What act yet mightier imagineth Thy vent'rous spirit? How dost thou descend These under regions, where the dead man's end Is to be look'd on, and his foolish shade?" I answer'd him: "I was induc'd t' invade These under parts, most excellent of Greece, To visit wise Tiresias, for advice Of virtue, to direct my voyage home To rugged Ithaca, since I could Come to note in no place, where Achaia stood, And so liv'd ever, tortur'd with the blood In man's vain veins. Thou therefore, Thetis' son, Hast equall'd all, that ever yet have won The bliss the earth yields, or hereafter shall. In life thy eminence was ador'd of all, Even with the Gods; and now, ev'n dead, I see thy virtues propagate thy empery To a renew'd life of command beneath, So great Achilles triumphs over death." This comfort of him this encounter found: "Urge not my death to me, nor rub that wound. I rather wish to live in earth a swain, Or serve a swain for hire, that scarce can gain Bread to sustain him, than, that life once gone, Of all the dead sway the imperial throne. But say, and of my son some comfort yield, If he goes on in first fights of the field, Or lurks for safety in the obscure rear. Or of my father, if thy royal ear Hath been advertis'd, that the Phthian throne He still commands, as greatest Myrmidon; Or that the Phthian and Thessalian rage, Now feet and hands are in the hold of age, Despise his empire? Under those bright rays, In which heav'n's fervour hurls about the days, Must I no more shine his revenger now, Such as of old the Ilian overthrow Witness'd my anger, the universal host Sending before me to this shady coast In fight for Græcia? Could I now resort, But for some small time, to my father's court, In spirit and pow'r as then, those men Should find my hands inaccessible, And a fire my mind, that durst with all The numbers they are strong unseat his honour, and suborn his wrong." This pitch still flew his spirit, though so low, And this I answer'd thus: "I do not know Of blameless Pelias any least report; But of your son, in all the utmost sort I can inform your care with truth, and thus: From Scyros princely Neoptolemus By fleet I convey'd to the Greeks, where he Was chief, at both parts, when our gravity Retir'd to council, and our youth to fight. In council still so fiery was conceit In his quick apprehension of a cause, That first he ever spake, nor pass'd the laws Of any great stay in his greatest haste. None would contend with him, that counsell'd last, Unless illustrious Nestor, he and I Would sometimes put a friendly contrary On his opinion. In our fights, the prease Of great or common, he would never cease, But far before fight ever. No man there, For force, he forced. He was slaughterer Of many a brave man in most dreadful fight. But one another whom he reft of light In Grecian succour, I can neither name Nor give in number. The particular fame Of one man's slaughter yet I must not pass. Eurypylus Telephides he was, that fell Beneath him, and with him the falls Of such huge men went, that they show'd Like whales, rampir'd about him. Neoptolemus set him so sharply, for the sumptuous favours Of mistresses he saw him wear, For past all doubt his beauties had no peer Of all that mine eyes noted, next to one, And that was Memnon, Tithon's son like son. Thus far, for fight in public may a taste Give of his eminence. How far surpass'd His spirit in private, where he was not seen, Nor glory could be said to praise his spleen, This close note I excerpted. When we sat hid in Epëus' horse, no optimate Of all the Greeks there had the charge to ope And shut the stratagem but I. My scope To note then each man's spirit in a strait Of so much danger. Much the better might be hit by me than others, as provok'd I shifted place still, when in some I smok'd Both privy tremblings, and close vent of tears. In him yet not a soft conceit of theirs Could all my search see, either his wet eyes Plied still with wipings, or the goodly guise His person always put forth, in least part By any tremblings show'd his touch'd at heart. But ever he was urging me to make way To their sally, by his sign to shake His sword hid in his scabbard, or his lance Loaded with iron, at me. No good chance His thoughts to Troy intended. In th' event, high Troy depopulate, he made ascent To his fair ship, with prize and treasure store, Safe, and no touch away with him he bore Of far off hurl'd lance, or of close fought sword, Whose wounds for favours war doth oft afford, Which he, though sought, miss'd in war's closest wage. In close fights Mars doth never fight, but rage. This made the soul of swift Achilles tread A march of glory through the herby mead, For joy to hear me so renown his son, And vanish'd, stalking. But with passion stood The other souls struck, and each told his bane. Only the spirit Telamonian kept far off, angry for the victory I won from him at fleet, though arbitry Of all a court of war pronounc'd it mine And Pallas' self. Our prize were the arms divine Of great Æacides, propos'd to our fames By his bright mother at his funeral games. I wish to heav'n I ought not to have won, Since for those arms so high a head so soon The base earth cover'd, Ajax, that of all The host of Greece had person capital, And acts as eminent, excepting his Whose arms those were, in whom was naught amiss. I tried the great soul with soft words, and said: "Ajax, great son of Telamon, array'd In all our glories, what, not dead resign Thy wrath for those cursed arms? The pow'rs divine In them forg'd all our banes. In thine own one, in thy grave fall, our tow'r Was overthrown. We mourn, for ever maim'd, For thee as much as for Achilles, Nor thy wrong doth touch, in sentence, any But Saturnius' doom, in whose hate Was the host of Greece become a very horror, Who express'd it well in signing thy fate With this timeless hell. Approach then, king Of all the Grecian merit, repress Thy great mind, and thy flamy spirit, And give the words I give thee worthy ear." All this no word drew from him, but less near The stern soul kept. To other souls he fled, and glid along the river of the dead. Though anger mov'd him, yet he might have spoke, since I to him. But my desires were strook with sight of other souls. And then I saw Minos, that minister'd to death a law, and Jove's bright son was. He was set, and sway'd a golden sceptre, and to him did plead a sort of others, set about his throne in Pluto's wide door'd house, when straight came on mighty Orion, who was hunting there the herds of those beasts he had slaughter'd here in desert hills on earth. A club he bore, entirely steel, whose virtues never wore. Tityus I saw, to whom the glorious earth Open'd her womb, and gave unhappy birth. Upwards and flat upon the pavement lay His ample limbs, that spread in their display 9 acres compass. On his bosom sat 2 vultures, digging, through his caul of fat, Into his liver with their crooked beaks, And each by turns the concrete entrail breaks, As smiths their steel beat, set on either side. Nor doth he ever labour to divide His liver and their beaks, nor with his hand Offer them off, but suffers by command Of the angry Thunderer, offering to enforce His love Latona, in the close recourse She us'd to Pytho through the dancing land. Smooth Panopeus I saw likewise stand Up to his chin amidst a liquid lake. Tormented Tantalus yet could not slake His burning thirst. Oft as his scornful cup The old man would taste, so oft 'twas swallow'd up, And all the black earth to his feet descried. Divine pow'r plaguing him, the lake still dried. About his head on high trees, clustering, hung Pears, apples, granates, olives ever young, Delicious figs, and many fruit trees more Of other burthen; whose alluring store When the old soul striv'd to pluck, the winds from sight In gloomy vapours made them vanish quite. There I saw Sisyphus in infinite moan, With both hands heaving up a massy stone, And on his tiptoes racking all his height, To wrest up to a mountain top his freight. When press'd to rest it there, his nerves quite spent, Down rush'd the deadly quarry, the event Of all his tortures new to raise again, To which straight set his never rested pain. The sweat came gushing out from every pore, And on his head a standing mist he wore, Reeking from thence, as if a cloud of dust Were rais'd about it. Down with these was thrust The idol of the force of Hercules. But his firm self did no such fate oppress. He feasting lives amongst th' immortal states. White ankled Hebe and himself made mates In heav'nly nuptials. Hebe, Jove's dear race, And Juno's whom the golden sandals grace. About him flew the clamours of the dead Like fowls, and still stoop'd cuffing at his head. He with his bow like Night stalk'd up and down. His shaft still knock'd, and hurling round his frown At those vex'd hov'rers, aiming at them still, And still, as shooting out, desir'd to still. A horrid bawdrick wore he thwart his breast, The thong all gold, in which were forms impress'd, Where art and miracle drew equal breaths, In bears, boars, lions, battles, combats, deaths. Who wrought that work did never such before, Nor so divinely will ever do more. Soon as he saw, he knew me, and gave speech: "Son of Laertes, high in wisdom's reach, And yet unhappy wretch! For in this heart, Of all exploits achiev'd by thy desert, Thy worth but works out some sinister fate, As I in earth did. I was generate By Jove himself, and yet past mean oppress'd By one my far inferior, whose proud hest Impos'd abhorréd labours on my hand. Of all which one was, to descend this strand, And hale the dog from thence. He could not think An act that danger could make deeper sink. And yet this depth I drew, and fetch'd as high, As this was low the dog. The Deity Of sleight and wisdom, as of downright pow'r, Both stoop'd and rais'd, and made me conqueror." This said, he made descent again as low As Pluto's court, when I stood firm for show Of more heroës of the times before, And might perhaps have seen my wish of more, As Theseus and Pirithous deriv'd From roots of Deity. But before th' achiev'd rare sight of these, The rank soul'd multitude in infinite flocks Rose, venting sounds so rude, that pale fear took me, Lest the Gorgon's head rush'd in amongst them, thrust up, in my dread by grim Persephone. I therefore sent my men before to ship, and after went; where boarded, set, and launch'd, the ocean wave Our oars and fore winds speedy passage gave. End of the 11th Book. The 12th Book of the Odysseys of Homer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Schempf. The 12th Book of the Odysseys of Homer. Translated by George Chapman. The Argument. He shows from hell his safe retreat To the isle Ææa, Circe's seat, And how he 'scaped the Sirens' calls, With the erring rocks and waters' falls That Scylla and Charybdis break, The sun stol'n herds, and his sad wreck Both of Ulysses' ship and men, His own head 'scaping scarce the pain. Another Argument. Mew. The rocks that err'd the Sirens' call, The sun's stol'n herd, the soldiers' fall. Our ship now past the straits of the ocean flood, She plow'd the broad sea's billows, and made good The isle Ææa, where the palace stands Of the early riser with the rosy hands, Act of Aurora, where she loves to dance, And where the sun doth his prime beams advance. When here arriv'd, we drew her up to land, And trod ourselves the re‐saluted sand, Found on the shore fit resting for the night, Slept, and expected the celestial light. Soon as the white and red mix'd finger'd dame Had gilt the mountains with her saffron flame, I sent my men to Circe's house before, To fetch deceas'd Elpenor to the shore. Straight swell'd the high banks with fell'd heaps of trees, And, full of tears, we did do exequies To our dead friend, whose corse consum'd with fire, And honour'd arms, whose sepulchre entire, And over that a column rais'd, his oar, Curiously carv'd, to his desire before, Upon the top of all his tomb we fix'd, Of all rites fit his funeral pile was mix'd. Nor was our safe ascent from hell conceal'd From Circe's knowledge, nor so soon reveal'd But she was with us, with her bread and food, And ruddy wine, brought by her sacred brood Of woods and fountains. In the midst she stood, And thus saluted us: "Unhappy men, that have, inform'd with all your senses, been In Pluto's dismal mansion, you shall die Twice now, where others, that mortality In her fair arms holds, shall but once decease. But eat and drink out all conceit of these, And this day dedicate to food and wine, The following night to sleep. When next shall shine the cheerful morning, you shall prove the seas. Your way and every act ye must address. My knowledge of their order shall design, Lest with your own bad counsels ye incline Events as bad against ye, and sustain, By sea and shore, the woful ends that reign In wilful actions." Thus did she advise, And for the time our fortunes were so wise To follow wise directions. All that day We sat and feasted. When his lower way The sun had enter'd, and the even the high, My friends slept on their gables. She and I, Led by her fair hand to place apart By her well sorted, did to sleep convert Our timid pow'rs. When all things Fate let fall In our affair she ask'd, I told her all. To which she answer'd: "These things thus took end, And now to those that I inform attend, Which you remembering, God himself shall be The blessed author of your memory. First to the Sirens ye shall come, that taint The minds of all men whom they can acquaint With their attractions. Whosoever shall, for want of knowledge mov'd, But hear the call of any Siren, He will so despise both wife and children, For their sorceries, that never home Turns his affection's stream, nor they Take joy in him, nor he in them. The Sirens will so soften with their song, Shrill, and in sensual appetite so strong, His loose affections, that he gives them heed. And then observe, they sit amidst a mead, And round about it runs a hedge or wall Of dead men's bones, their wither'd skins in all, Hung all along upon it. And these men were such as they had fawn'd into their fen, and then their skins hung on their hedge of bones. Sail by them therefore thy companions beforehand, causing to stop every ear with sweet soft wax, so close that none may hear a note of all their charmings. Yet may you, if you affect it, open ear allow to try their motion, but presume not so to trust your judgment, when your senses go so loose about you, but give straight command to all your men, to bind you foot and hand sure to the mast, that you may safe approve how strong in instigation to their love their rapting tunes are. If so much they move, that, spite of all your reason, your will stands to be enfranchis'd both of feet and hands, charge all your men before to slight your charge, and rest so far from fearing to enlarge that much more sure they bind you. When your friends have outsail'd these, the danger that transcends rests not in any counsel to prevent, unless your own mind finds the tract and bent of that way that avoids it. I can say that in your course there lies a twofold way, the right of which your own, taught, present wit, and grace divine must prompt. In general yet let this inform you. Near these Sirens' shore move two steep rocks, at whose feet lie and roar the black sea's cruel billows. The blest Gods call them the Rovers. Their abhorr'd abodes no bird can pass, no, not the doves, whose fierce sire Jove so loves that they are said to bear ambrosia to him, can their rapine 'scape, but one of them falls ever to the rape of those sly rocks. Yet Jove another still adds to the rest, that so may ever fill the sacred number. Never ship could shun the nimble peril wing'd there, but did run with all her bulk and bodies of her men to utter ruin. For the seas retain not only their outrageous easture there, but fierce assistance of particular fear, and supernatural mischief. They expire, and those are whirlwinds of devouring fire whisking about still. The Argive ship alone, which bore the care of all men, got her gone, come from Areta. Yet perhaps even she had rack'd at those rocks, if the Deity that lies by Jove's side had not lent her hand to their transmission, since the man that mann'd in chief that voyage, she in chief did love. Of these two spiteful rocks, the one doth shove against the height of heav'n her pointed brow. A black cloud binds it round, and never show lends to the sharp point. Not the clear blue sky lets ever view it, not the summer's eye, nor fervent autumn's. None that death could end could ever scale it, or, if up, descend, though 20 hands and feet he had for hold. A polish'd ice like glibness doth enfold the rock so round, whose midst a gloomy cell shrouds so far westward that it sees to hell. From this keep you as far, as from his bow An able young man can his shaft bestow. For here the wulling Scylla shrouds her face, that breathes a voice at all parts no more base than are a newly kitten'd kitling's cries, herself a monster yet of boundless size, whose sight would nothing please a mortal's eyes, no, nor the eyes of any God, if he, whom naught should fright, fell foul on her, and she her full shape show'd. 12 foul feet bear about her ugly bulk. 6 huge long necks look out of her rank shoulders, every neck doth let a ghastly head out, every head 3 set, thick thrust together of abhorred teeth, and every tooth struck with a sable death. She lurks in midst of all her den, and streaks From out a ghastly whirlpool all her necks, where, gloating round her rock, to fish she falls, and up rush dolphins, dog fish, somewhiles whales, if got within her when her rapine feeds. For ever groaning Amphitrite breeds about her whirlpool an unmeasur'd store. No seaman ever boasted touch of shore that there touch'd with his ship, but still she fed on him and his, a man for every head, spoiling his ship of. You shall then descry the other humbler rock, that moves so nigh your dart may meet the distance. It receives a huge wild fig tree, curl'd with ample leaves, beneath whose shade divine Charybdis sits, supping the black deeps. Thrice a day her pitch she drinking all dry, and thrice a day again all up she belches, baneful to sustain. when she is drinking, dare not near her draught; for not the force of Neptune, if once caught, can force your freedom. Therefore, in your strife to 'scape Charybdis, labour all for life to row near Scylla; for she will but have for her 6 heads 6 men, and better save the rest than all make off'rings to the wave." This need she told me of my loss, when I Desir'd to know, if that necessity, When I had 'scap'd Charybdis' outrages, My pow'rs might not revenge, though not redress. She answer'd: "O unhappy! Art thou yet Enflam'd with war, and thirst to drink thy sweat, Not to the Gods give up both arms and will? She deathless is, and that immortal ill Grave, harsh, outrageous, not to be subdued, That men must suffer till they be renew'd. Nor lives there any virtue that can fly The vicious outrage of their cruelty. Shouldst thou put arms on, and approach the rock, I fear 6 more must expiate the shock. 6 heads 6 men ask still. Hoise sail and fly, And in thy flight aloud on Cratis cry, Great Scylla's mother, who expos'd to light The bane of men, and she will do such right To thy observance, that she down will tread Her daughter's rage, nor let her show a head. From thenceforth then, for ever past her care, Thou shalt ascend the island triangular, Where many oxen of the sun are fed, And fatted flocks. Of oxen 50 head In ev'ry herd feed, and their herds are 7, And of his fat flocks is their number even. Increase they yield not, for they never die. Their ev'ry shepherdess a Deity. Fair Phaethusa and Lampetia The lovely nymphs are that their guardians be, Who to the daylight's lofty going flame Had gracious birthright from the heav'nly Dame, Still young Neæra, who, brought forth and bred, Far off dismiss'd them, to see duly fed Their father's herds and flocks in Sicily. These herds and flocks if to the Deity Ye leave, as sacred things, untouch'd, and on go With all fit care of your home, alone, Though through some suff'rance, you yet safe shall land In wishéd Ithaca. But if impious hand You lay on those herds, to their hurts, I then Presage sure ruin to thy ship and men. If thou escap'st thyself, extending home Thy long'd for landing, thou shalt loaded come With store of losses, more exceeding late, And not consorted with a savéd mate." This said, the golden thron'd Aurora rose. She her way went, and I did mine dispose Up to my ship, weighed anchor, and away. When reverend Circe help'd us to convey Our vessel safe, by making well inclin'd A seaman's true companion, a fore wind, With which she fill'd our sails; when, fitting all Our arms close by us, I did sadly fall To grave relation what concern'd in fate My friends to know, and told 'em that the state Of our affair's success, which Circe had Presaged to me alone, must yet be made To one, nor only two known, but to all, That, since their lives and deaths were left to fall In their elections, they might life elect, And give what would preserve it fit effect. I first inform'd them, that we were to fly The heav'nly singing Sirens' harmony, And flow'r adorned meadows; and that I Had charge to hear their song, but fetter'd fast, In bands unfavour'd, to the erected mast; From whence, if I should pray, or use command To be enlarg'd, they should with much more band Contain my strugglings. This I simply told To each particular, nor would withhold What most enjoin'd mine own affection's stay, That theirs the rather might be taught t' obey. In mean time flew our ships, and straight we fetch'd The Sirens' isle. A spleenless wind so stretch'd Her wings to waft us, and so urg'd our keel. But having reach'd this isle, we could not feel The least grasp of it. It was stricken dead, And all the sea in prostrate slumber spread. The Sirens' devil charm'd all. Up then flew my friends to work, struck sail, Together drew, and under hatches stow'd them, Sat, and plied the polish'd oars, and did in curls divide The white head waters. My part then came on. A mighty waxen cake I set upon, Chopp'd it in fragments with my sword, and wrought With strong hand every piece, till all were soft. The great pow'r of the sun, in such a beam As then flew burning from his diadem, To liquefaction help'd us. Orderly I stopp'd their ears, and they as fair did ply My feet and hands with cords, and to the mast With other halsers made me soundly fast. Then took they seat, and forth our passage strook. The foamy sea beneath their labours shook. Row'd on, in reach of an erected voice, The Sirens soon took note, without our noise, Tun'd those sweet accents that made charms so strong, And these learn'd numbers made the Sirens' song. Come here, thou worthy of a world of praise, That dost so high the Grecian glory raise. Ulysses, stay thy ship, and that song hear, That none pass'd ever but it bent his ear, But left him ravish'd, and instructed more By us, than any ever heard before. For we know all things whatsoever were In wide Troy labour'd; whatsoever there The Grecians and the Trojans both sustain'd By those high issues that the Gods ordain'd; And whatsoever all the earth can show To inform a knowledge of desert, we know. This they gave accent in the sweetest strain, That ever open'd an enamour'd vein. When my constrain'd heart needs would have mine ear Yet more delighted, forc'd way forth and hear. To which end I commanded with all sign Stern looks could make, for not a joint of mine Had pow'r to stir, my friends to rise And give my limbs free way. They freely striv'd to drive their ship still on, When, far from will to loose, Eurylochus and Perimedes rose To wrap me surer, and oppress'd me more With many a halser than had use before. When, rowing on without the reach of sound, My friends unstopp'd their ears, and me unbound, And that isle quite we quitted. But again fresh fears employ'd us. I beheld a main Of mighty billows, and a smoke ascend, A horrid murmur hearing. Every friend Astonish'd sat; from every hand his oar Fell quite forsaken; with the dismal roar Were all things there made echoes. Stone still stood our ship itself, because the ghastly flood Took all men's motions from her in their own. I through the ship went, labouring up and down My friends' recover'd spirits. One by one I gave good words, and said, that well were known These ills to them before. I told them all, And that these could not prove more capital Than those the Cyclops block'd us up in. Yet my virtue, wit, and heav'nly help'd counsel set Their freedoms open. I could not believe But they remember'd it, and wish'd them give My equal care and means now equal trust. The strength they had for stirring up they must Rouse and extend, to try if Jove had laid His pow'rs in theirs up, and would add his aid To 'scape even that death. In particular then I told our pilot, that past other men He most must bear firm spirits, since he sway'd The continent that all our spirits convey'd, In his whole guide of her. He saw there boil The fiery whirlpools, that to all our spoil Inclos'd a rock, without which he must steer, Or all our ruins stood concluded there. All heard me and obey'd, and little knew That, shunning that rock, 6 of them should rue The wrack another hid. For I conceal'd The heavy wounds, that would never be heal'd, To be by Scylla open'd; for their fear Would then have robb'd all of all care to steer, Or stir an oar, and made them hide beneath, When they in all had died an idle death. But then even I forgot to shun The harm Circe forewarn'd, who will'd I should Not arm, nor show myself to Scylla, lest in vain I ventur'd life. Yet could not I contain, But arm'd at all parts, and 2 lances took Up to the fore deck went, and thence did look That rocky Scylla would have first appear'd, And taken my life with the friends I fear'd. From thence yet no place could afford her sight, Though through the dark rock mine eye threw her light, And ransack'd all ways. I then took a strait, That gave myself and some few more receit 'Twixt Scylla and Charybdis, whence we saw How horridly Charybdis' throat did draw The brackish sea up; which when all aboard She spit out again, never caldron saw'd With so much fervour, fed with all the store That could enrage it. All the rock did roar With troubled waters; round about the tops Of all the steep crags flew the foamy drops. But when her draught the sea and earth dissunder'd, The troubled bottoms turn'd up, and she thunder'd. Far under shore the swart sands naked lay, whose whole stern sight the startled blood did fray From all our faces. And while we on her Our eyes bestow'd thus to our ruin's fear, 6 friends had Scylla snatch'd out of our keel, In whom most loss did force and virtue feel. When looking to my ship, and lending eye To see my friends' estates, their heels turn'd high, And hands cast up, I might discern, and hear Their calls to me for help, when now they were To try me in their last extremities, And, as an angler, med'cine for surprise Of little fish sits pouring from the rocks, From out the crook'd horn of a full bred ox, And then with his long angle hoists them high Up to the air, then slightly hurls them by, When helpless sprawling on the land they lie. So easily Scylla to her rock had wrapp'd My woful friends, and so, unhelp'd, entrapp'd Struggling they lay beneath her violent rape, Who in their tortures, desp'rate of escape, Shriek as she tore, and up their hands to me Still threw for sweet life. I did never see, In all my suff'rance ransacking the seas, A spectacle so full of miseries. Thus having fled these rocks, these cruel dames, Scylla, Charybdis, where the King of Flames Hath off'rings burn'd to him, our ship put in The island, that from all the earth doth win The epithet, Faultless, where the broad of head The famous oxen for the sun are fed, With many fat flocks of that high gone God. Set in my ship, mine ear reach'd, where we rode, The bellowing of oxen, and the bleat Of fleecy sheep, that in my memory's seat Put up the forms that late had been impress'd By dread Ææan Circe, and the best Of souls and prophets, the blind Theban seer, The wise Tiresias, who was grave decreer Of my return's whole means; of which this one In chief he urg'd, that I should always shun The island of the man delighting sun. When, sad at heart for our late loss, I pray'd my friends to hear fit counsel, though dismay'd With all ill fortunes, which was giv'n to me By Circe's and Tiresias' prophecy, That I should fly the isle, where was ador'd The comfort of the world, for ills abhorr'd Were ambush'd for us there, and therefore will'd They should put off, and leave the isle. This kill'd their tender spirits; when Eurylochus A speech that vex'd me utter'd, answering thus: "Cruel Ulysses, since thy nerves abound In strength, the more spent, and no toils confound Thy able limbs, as all beat out of steel, Thou ablest us too, as unapt to feel The teeth of labour, and the spoil of sleep, And therefore still wet waste us in the deep, Nor let us land to eat, but madly now In night put forth, and leave firm land to strew The sea with errors. All the rabid flight Of winds that ruin ships are bred in night. Who is it that can keep off cruel death, If suddenly should rush out the angry breath Of Notus, or the eager spirited West, That cuff ships dead, and do the Gods their best, Serve black night still with shore, meat, sleep, and ease, And offer to the morning for the seas?" This all the rest approv'd, and then knew I Past all doubt the Devil did apply His slaught'rous works. Nor would they be withheld. I was but one, nor yielded, but compell'd. But all that might contain them I assay'd, A sacred oath on all their powers I laid, That if with herds or any richest flocks We chanc'd t' encounter, neither sheep nor ox We once should touch, nor, for that constant ill That follows folly, scorn advice, and kill, But quiet sit us down, and take such food As th' immortal Circe had bestow'd. They swore all, this in all severest sort, And then we anchor'd in the winding port Near a fresh river, where the long'd for shore They all flew out to, took in victuals store, And being full, thought of their friends, and wept Their loss by Scylla, weeping till they slept. In night's third part, when stars began to stoop, The Cloud assembler put a tempest up. A boisterous spirit he gave it, drave out all His flocks of clouds, and let such darkness fall That earth and seas, for fear, to hide were driven, For with his clouds he thrust out night from heaven. At morn we drew our ships into a cave, In which the Nymphs that Phœbus' cattle drave Fair dancing rooms had, and their seats of state. I urg'd my friends then, that, to shun their fate, They would observe their oath, and take the food Our ship afforded, nor attempt the blood Of those fair herds and flocks, because they were The dreadful Gods that all could see and hear. They stood observant, and in that good mind Had we been gone; but so adverse the wind Stood to our passage, that we could not go. For one whole month perpetually did blow Impetuous Notus, not a breath's repair But his and Eurus' rul'd in all the air. As long yet as their ruddy wine and bread Stood out amongst them, so long not a head Of all those oxen fell in any strife Amongst those students for the gut and life. But when their victuals fail'd they fell to prey. Necessity compell'd them then to stray In rape of fish and fowl. Whatever came In reach of hand or hook, the belly's flame Afflicted to it. I then fell to pray'r, And, making to a close retreat repair, Free from both friends and winds, I wash'd my hands, And all the Gods besought, that held commands In liberal heav'n, to yield some mean to stay Their desp'rate hunger, and set up the way Of our return restrain'd. The Gods instead Of giving what I pray'd for, pow'r of deed, A deedless sleep did on my lids distil, For mean to work upon my friends their fill. For whiles I slept, there wak'd no mean to curb Their headstrong wants; which he that did disturb My rule in chief at all times, and was chief To all the rest in counsel to their grief, Knew well, and of my present absence took His fit advantage, and their iron strook At highest heat. For, feeling their desire In his own entrails, to allay the fire That famine blew in them, he thus gave way To that affection: "Hear what I say, Though words will staunch no hunger. Ev'ry death To us poor wretches that draw temporal breath You know is hateful; but, all know, to die The death of famine is a misery Past all death loathsome. Let us therefore take The chief of this fair herd, and off'rings make To all the deathless that in broad heav'n live, And in particular vow, if we arrive In natural Ithaca, to straight erect A temple to the haughty in aspect, Rich and magnificent, and all within Deck it with relics many and divine. If yet he stands incens'd, since we have slain His high brow'd herd, and therefore will sustain Desire to wrack our ship, he is but one, And all the other Gods, that we atone With our divine rites, will their suffrage give To our design'd return, and let us live. If not, and all take part, I rather crave To serve, with one sole death, the yawning wave, Than in a desert isle lie and sterve, And with one pin'd life many deaths observe." All cried, "He counsels nobly," and all speed Made to their resolute driving; for the feed Of those coal black, fair, broad brow'd, sun lov'd beeves Had place close by our ships. They took the leaves Of scents, most eminent; about their fall Stood round, and to the states celestial Made solemn vows; but other rites their ship Could not afford them. They did, therefore, strip The curl'd head oak of fresh young leaves, to make Supply of service for their barley cake; And on the sacredly enflam'd, for wine Pour'd purest water; all the parts divine Spitting and roasting; all the rites beside Orderly using. Then did light divide My low and upper lids. When my repair Made near my ship, I met the delicate air Their roast exhal'd. Out instantly I cried, and said: "O Jove, and all ye deified, Ye have oppress'd me with a cruel sleep, While ye conferr'd on me a loss as deep As death descends to themselves alone My rude men left ungovern'd. They have done A deed so impious, I stand well assur'd That you will not forgive though ye procur'd." Then flew Lampetia with the ample robe Up to her father, with the golden globe, Ambassadress to inform him that my men Had slain his oxen. Heart incensed then, He cried: "Revenge me, father, and the rest, Both ever living and for ever blest. Ulysses' impious men have drawn the blood Of those my oxen that it did me good To look on, walking all my starry round, And when I trod earth, all with meadows crown'd. Without your full amends I leave heav'n quite, Dis, and all the dead adorning with my light." The cloud herd answer'd: "Son, thou shalt be ours, And light those mortals in that mine of flowers. My red hot flash shall graze but on their ship, And eat it burning in the boiling deep." This by Calypso I was told, and she inform'd it from the verger Mercury. Come to our ship, I chid, and told by name Each man how impiously he was to blame. But chiding got no peace, and beeves were slain. When straight the Gods forewent their following pain With dire ostents. The hides the flesh had lost Crept all before them. As the flesh did roast, it bellow'd like the ox itself alive. And yet my soldiers did their dead beeves drive Through all these prodigies in daily feasts. 6 days they banqueted and slew fresh beasts. And when the 7th day Jove reduc'd the wind That all the month rag'd, and so in did bind Our ship and us, was turn'd and calm'd, and we Launch'd, put up masts, sails hois'd, and to sea. The island left so far that land nowhere But only sea and sky had pow'r to appear. Jove fix'd a cloud above our ship, so black That all the sea it darken'd. Yet from wrack She ran a good free time, till from the west Came Zephyr ruffling forth, and put his breast Out in a singing tempest, so most vast, It burst the gables that made sure our mast. Our masts came tumbling down, our cattle down Rush'd to the pump, and by our pilot's crown The main mast past his fall, pash'd all his skull. And all this wrack but one flaw made it full. Off from the stern the sternsman diving fell, And from his sinews flew his soul to hell. Together all this time Jove's thunder chid, and through the ship his lightning glid, Till it embrac'd her round. Her bulk was fill'd With nasty sulphur, and her men were kill'd. Tumbled to sea, like sea mews swum about, And there the date of their return was out. I toss'd from side to side still, till all broke Her ribs were with the storm, and she did choke With let in surges. For the mast torn down Tore her up piecemeal, and for me to drown Left little undissolv'd. But to the mast There was a leather thong left, which I cast About it and the keel, and so sat toss'd With baneful weather, till the west had lost His stormy tyranny. And then arose The south, that bred me more abhorréd woes. For back again his blasts expell'd me quite On ravenous Charybdis. All that night I totter'd up and down, till light and eye At Scylla's rock encounter'd, and the nigh Dreadful Charybdis. As I drave on these, I saw Charybdis supping up the seas, And had gone up together, if the tree That bore the wild figs had not rescued me. To which I leap'd, and left my keel, and high Chamb'ring upon it, did as closely imply My breast about it as a reremouse could. Yet might my feet on no stub fasten hold, To ease my hands, the roots were crept so low Beneath the earth, and so aloft did grow The far spread arms, that, though good height I gat, I could not reach them. To the main bow flat I therefore still must cling, till up again She belch'd my mast, and after that amain My keel came tumbling. So at length it chanc'd to me, as to a judge that long advanc'd To judge a sort of hot young fellows' jars, At length time frees him from their civil wars, When glad he riseth, and to dinner goes. So time, at length, releas'd with joys my woes, And from Charybdis' mouth appear'd my keel, To which, my hand now loos'd, and now my heel, I all together with a huge noise dropp'd Just in her midst fell, where the mast was propp'd, And there rode off with owers of my hands. God and man's Father would not from her sands Let Scylla see me, for I then had died That bitter death that my poor friends supplied. 9 days at sea I hover'd. The 10th night in the isle Ogygia, where about the bright and right renown'd Calypso I was cast by pow'r of Deity, where I liv'd, embrac'd with love and feasts. But why should I relate those kind occurrents? I should iterate what I in part To your chaste queen and you so late imparted. And, for me to grow a talker over Of my tale again, were past my free Contentment to sustain. End of the 12th Book. The 13th Book of the Odysseys of Homer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Schempf. The 13th Book of the Odysseys of Homer. Translated by George Chapman. The Argument. Ulysses, shipped but in the even, with all the presents he was given, and sleeping then, is set next morn in full scope of his wished return, and treads unknown his country shore, whose search so many winters wore. The ship, returning and arrived against the city, is deprived of form, and all her motion gone, transformed by Neptune to a stone. Ulysses, let to know the strand where the Phaeacians made him land, consults with Pallas for the life of every wooer of his wife. His gifts she hides within a cave, and him into a man more grave, all hid in wrinkles, crooked, grey, transformed, who so goes on his way. Another argument. New. Phaeacia Ulysses leaves, whom Ithaca unwares receives. He said, and silence all their tongues contained, in admiration, when with pleasure chained their ears had long been to him. At last brake Alcinous silence, and in this sort spake to the Ithacensian, Laertes' son: "O Ithacus, however overrun with former sufferings in your way for home, since 'twas at last your happy fate to come to my high-roofed and brass-foundationed house, I hope such speed and pass auspicious our loves shall yield you, that you shall no more wander, nor suffer homewards as before. You then, whoever that are ever graced with all the choice of authorized power to taste such wine with me as warms the sacred rage, and is an honorary given to age, with which ye likewise here divinely sing, in honour's praise, the poet of the king, I move, by way of my command, to this, that where in an elaborate chest there lies a present for our guest, attires of price, and gold engraven with infinite device, I wish that each of us should add beside a tripod, and a caldron amplified with size, and metal of most rate and great, for we, in council of taxation met, will from our subjects gain their worth again, since 'tis unequal one man should sustain a charge so weighty, being the grace of all, which borne by many is a weight but small." Thus spake Alcinous, and pleased the rest, when each man closed with home and sleep his feast. But when the colour‐giving light arose, all to the ship did all their speeds dispose, and wealth that honest men makes brought with them. All which even he that wore the diadem stowed in the ship himself, beneath the seats the rower sat in, stooping, lest their lets in any of their labours he might prove. Then home he turned, and after him did move the whole assembly to expected feast. Among whom he a sacrifice addressed, and slew an ox to weather‐wielding Jove, beneath whose empire all things are and move. The thighs then roasting, they made glorious cheer delighted highly, and amongst them there, the honour'd of the people used his voice, divine Demodocus. Yet through this choice of cheer and music had Ulysses still an eye directed to the eastern hill, to see him rising that illustrates all, for now into his mind a fire did fall of thirst for home, and as in hungry vow to needful food a man at fixed plough, to whom the black ox all day long hath turned the stubborn fallows up, his stomach burned with empty heat and appetite to food, his knees afflicted with his spirit spent blood, at length the long expected sunset sees, that he may sit to food and rest his knees. So to Ulysses set the friendly light the sun afforded, with as wish'd a sight, who straight he spake the o'er‐affecting state, but did in chief his speech appropriate to him by name, that with their rule was crowned: "Alcinous, of all men most renown'd, dismiss me with as safe pass as you vow, your offering past, and may the Gods to you in all contentment use as full a hand. For now my landing here and stay shall stand in all perfection with my heart's desire, both my so safe deduction to aspire, and loving gifts, which may the Gods to me as blest in use make as your acts are free. even to the finding firm in love and life, with all desir'd event, my friends and wife. When as myself shall live delighted there, may you with your wives rest as happy here, your sons and daughters in particular state, with every virtue render'd consummate. And in your general empire may ill never approach your land, but good your good quit ever. This all applauded, and all jointly cried, Dismiss the stranger, he hath dignified with fit speech his dismission. Then the king thus charged the herald, Fill for offering a bowl of wine, which through the whole large house dispose to all men, that, propitious, our Father Jove made with our prayers, we may give home our guest in full and wished way. This said, Pontonous commixed a bowl Of such sweet wine as did delight the soul. Which making sacred to the blessed Gods That hold in broad heaven their supreme abodes, Godlike Ulysses from his chair arose, And in the hands of the Empress did impose The all round cup; to whom, fair spoke, he said, Rejoice, O Queen, and be your joys repaid By heaven for me, till age and death succeed, Both which inflict their most unwelcome need On men and dames alike. And first, for me, I must from thence to both. Live you here free, and ever may all living blessings spring, Your joy in children, subjects, and your king. This said, divine Ulysses took his way, Before whom the unalterable sway Of King Alcinous' virtue did command A herald's fit attendance to the strand And ship appointed. With him likewise went handmaids, by Aretes' injunction sent. One bore an outen in weed, fair and sweet; The other an embroider'd cabinet; The third had bread to bear, and ruddy wine; All which, at sea and ship arriv'd, resign Their freight conferr'd. With fair attendance then, the sheets and bedding Of the man of men, within a cabin Of the hollow keel, spread and made soft, That sleep might sweetly seal his restful eyes. He enter'd, and his bed in silence took. The rowers ordered themselves in sev'ral seats, And then set gone the ship. The gable from the hollow stone dissolv'd, And weighed up all together, close then beat the sea. His lids in sweet repose sleep bound so fast, It scarce gave way to breath inexcitable, Most dear, next of all to death. And as amids a fair field 4 brave horse Before a chariot stung into their course With fervent lashes of the smarting scourge, That all their fire blows high, and makes them urge To utmost speed the measure of their ground, So bore the ship aloft her fiery bound. About whom rush'd the billows black and vast, In which the sea roars burst. As firm as fast She plied her course yet, nor her winged speed The falcon gentle could for pace exceed. So cut she through the waves, and bore a man Even with the Gods in councils, that began And spent his former life in all misease, Battles of men, and rude waves of the seas, Yet now securely slept, forgetting all. And when heav'n's brightest star, that first doth call The early morning out, advanc'd her head, Then near to Ithaca the billow bred Phræcian ship approach'd. There is a port That the aged sea God Phorcys makes his fort, Whose earth the Ithacensian people own, In which 2 rocks inaccessible are grown Far forth into the sea, whose each strength binds The boisterous waves in from the high flown winds On both the out parts; so, that all within The well built ships, that once their harbour win In his calm bosom, without anchor rest, Safe and unstirr'd. From forth the haven's high crest Branch the well brawn'd arms of an olive tree, Beneath which runs a cave from all sun free, Cool and delightsome, sacred to the access Of nymphs, whose surnames are the Naiades; In which flew humming bees; in which lay thrown Stone cups, stone vessels, shittles all of stone, With which the nymphs their purple mantles wove; In whose contexture art and wonder strove; In which pure springs perpetually ran; To which 2 entries were, one for man, On which the north breath'd; the other for the Gods, On which the south; and that bore no abodes For earthly men, but only deathless feet Had there free way. This port these men thought meet To land Ulysses, being the first they knew. Drew then their ship in, but no further drew Than half her bulk reach'd, by such cunning hand Her course was manag'd. Then her men took land, and first brought forth Ulysses, bed and all that richly furnish'd it. He still in thrall of all subduing sleep. Upon the sand they set him softly down, and then the strand they strew with all the goods he had, bestow'd by the renown'd Phæacians, since he show'd so much Minerva. At the olive root they drew them then in heap, most far from foot of any traveller, lest, ere his eyes resum'd their charge, they might be others' prize. These then turn'd home, nor was the sea's Supreme forgetful of his threats, for Polypheme bent at divine Ulysses, yet would prove, ere their performance, the decree of Jove. Father, no more the Gods shall honour me, since men despise me, and those men that see the light in lineage of mine own lov'd race. I vow'd Ulysses should, before the grace of his return, encounter woes enow to make that purchase dear, yet did not vow simply against it, since thy brow had bent to his reduction, in the fore consent thou hast vouchsaf'd it. Yet, before my mind hath full power on him, the Phæacians find their own minds satisfaction with his pass, so far from suffering what my pleasure was, that ease and softness now is habited in his secure breast, and his careless head return'd in peace of sleep to Ithaca, the brass and gold of rich Phæacia rocking his temples, garments richly woven and worlds of prize, more than was ever stroven from all the conflicts he sustained at Troy, if safe he should his full share there enjoy. The shower'd dissolver answer'd: "What a speech hath pass'd thy palate, O thou great in reach of wrackful empire! Far the Gods remain from scorn of thee, for 'twere a work of pain to prosecute with ignominies one that sways our ablest and most ancient throne. For men, if any so beneath in power neglect thy high will, now, or any hour that moves hereafter, take revenge to thee, soothe all thy will, and be thy pleasure free." "Why then," said he, "thou blacker of the fumes that dim the sun, my licens'd pow'r resumes act from thy speech. But I observe so much, and fear thy pleasure, that I dare not touch at any inclination of mine own, till thy consenting influence be known. But now this curious built Phæacian ship Returning from her convoy, I will strip Of all her fleeting matter, and to stone Transform and fix it, just when she hath gone Her full time home, and jets before their prease In all her trim, amidst the sable seas, that they may cease to convoy strangers still, when they shall see so like a mighty hill their glory stick before their city's grace, and my hands cast a mask before her face." "O friend," said Jove, "it shows to me the best Of all earth's objects, that their whole prease, Dress'd in all their wonder, near their town shall stand, And stare upon a stone, so near the land So like a ship, and dam up all their lights, As if a mountain interpos'd their sights." When Neptune heard this, he for Scheria went, Whence the Phæacians took their first descent; Which when he reach'd, and in her swiftest pride, The water treader by the city's side Came cutting close; close he came swiftly on, Took her in violent hand, and to a stone Turn'd all her sylvan substance; all below Firm'd her with roots, and left her. This strange show when the Phæacians saw, they stupid stood, And ask'd each other, who amidst the flood Could fix their ship so in her full speed home, And quite transparent make her bulk become. Thus talk'd they, but were far from knowing how These things had issue; which their king did show, And said: "O friends, the ancient prophecies My father told to me, to all our eyes Are now in proof. He said the time would come, When Neptune, for our safe conducting home All sorts of strangers, out of envy fir'd, Would meet our fairest ship as she retir'd, And all the goodly shape and speed we boast Should like a mountain stand before us lost Amidst the moving waters; which we see Perform'd in full end to our prophecy. Hear then my counsel, and obey me then. Renounce henceforth our convoy home of men, Who shall hereafter greet our town. And to th' offended Deities' renown 12 chosen oxen let us sacred make, That he may pity us, and from us take This shady mountain." They in fear obey'd, Slew all the beeves, and to the Godhead pray'd, The dukes and princes all ensphering round The sacred altar, while whose tops were crown'd. Divine Ulysses on his country's breast Lay bound in sleep, now rose out of his rest, Nor, being so long remov'd, the region knew. Besides which absence yet, Minerva threw A cloud about him, to make strange the more His safe arrival, lest upon his shore He should make known his face, and utter all That might prevent th' event that was to fall. Which she prepar'd so well, that not his wife, Presented to him, should perceive his life; No citizen, no friend, till righteous fate Upon the Wooers' wrongs were consummate. Through which cloud, all things show'd now to the king Of foreign fashion, th' enflow'red spring Amongst the trees there, the perpetual waves, The rocks, that did more high their foreheads raise To his rapt eye than naturally they did, And all the haven, in which a man seem'd hid From wind and weather, when storms loudest chid. He therefore, being risen, stood and view'd His country earth; which, not perceiv'd, he rued, And striking with his hurl'd down hands his thighs, He mourn'd, and said: "O me, again where lies My desert way? To wrongful men and rude, And with no laws of human right endued? Or are they human, and of holy minds? What fits my deed with these so many kinds Of goods late giv'n? What with myself will floods and errors do? I would to God these goods had rested with Their owners, and that I had fall'n on kings Of more regality, to grace out my return, that lov'd indeed, And would have given me consorts of fit speed To my distresses' ending. But, as now all knowledge flies me where I may Bestow my labour'd purchase, here they shall not stay, Lest what I car'd for others make their prey. O Gods, I see the great Phæacians then Were not all just and understanding men, That land me elsewhere than their vaunts pretended, Assuring me my country should see ended My miseries told them, yet now eat their vaunts. O Jove, great guardian of poor suppliants, That others sees, and notes too, shutting in All in thy plagues that most presume on sin, Revenge me on them. Let me know now The goods they gave, to give my mind to know If they have stol'n none in their close retreat." The goodly caldrons then, and tripods, set In sev'ral ranks from out the heap, he told; His rich wrought garments too, and all his gold, And nothing lack'd. And yet this man did mourn The but supposed miss of his home return. And creeping to the shore with much complaint, Minerva, like a shepherd, young and quaint As kings' sons are, a double mantle cast Athwart his shoulders, his fair goers grac'd With fitted shoes, and in his hands a dart, Appear'd to him; whose sight rejoic'd his heart, To whom he came, and said: "O friend, since first I met your sight here, be all good the worst That can join our encounter. Fare you fair, Nor with adverse mind welcome my repair, But guard these goods of mine, and succour me. As to a God I offer pray'rs to thee, And low access make to thy lovéd knee. Say truth, that I may know. What country then? What common people live here? And what men? Some famous isle is this? Or gives it vent, Being near the sea, to some rich continent?" She answer'd: "Stranger, whatsoe'er you are either foolish, or come passing far, That know not this isle, and make that doubt trouble, For 'tis not so exceedingly ignoble But passing many know it, and so many That of all the nation there abides not any, From where the morning rises and the sun, To where the even and the night their courses run, But know this country. Rocky 'tis, and rough, And so for use of horse unapt enough, Yet with sad barrenness not much infested, Since clouds are here in frequent rains digested, And flow'ry dews. The compass is not great, the little yet Well fill'd with wine and wheat. It feeds a goat and ox well, being still Water'd with floods, that ever overfill With heav'n's continual show'rs; and wooded so It makes a spring of all the kinds that grow. And therefore, stranger, The extended name of this dominion makes access by fame from this extreme part of Achaia, as far as Ilion, and 'tis Ithaca. This joy'd him much, that so unknown a land Turn'd to his country. Yet so wise a hand He carried, ev'n of this joy, flown so high, That other end he put to his reply, Than straight to show that joy, and lay abroad His life to strangers. Therefore he bestow'd A veil on truth, for evermore did wind About his bosom a most crafty mind, Which thus his words show'd: "I have far at sea In spacious Crete heard speak of Ithaca, Of which myself, it seems, now reach the shore, With these my fortunes; whose whole value more I left in Crete amongst my children there, From whence I fly for being the slaughterer Of royal Idomen's most lovéd son, Swift foot Orsilochus, that could outrun Profess'd men for the race; yet him I slew, Because he would deprive me of my due In Trojan prize; for which I suffer'd so The rude waves piercing, the redoubled woe Of mind and body in the wars of men. Nor did I gratify his father then With any service; but as well as he Sway'd in command other soldiery, So with a friend withdrawn we waylaid him, When gloomy night the cope of heav'n did dim, And no man knew; but we lodg'd close, he came, And I put out to him his vital flame; Whose slaughter having author'd with my sword, I instant flight made, and straight fell aboard A ship of the renown'd Phœnician state; When pray'd, and paid at a sufficient rate, Obtain'd my pass of men in her command, Whom I enjoin'd to set me on the land Of Pylos, or of Elis the divine, Where the Epeans in great empire shine. But force of weather check'd that course to them, Though loth to fail me to their most extreme They spent their willing powers. But, forc'd from thence, We err'd, and put in here, with much expense Of care and labour, and in dead of night, When no man there serv'd any appetite So much as with the memory of food, Though our estates exceeding needy stood. But going ashore, we lay, when gentle sleep My weary pow'rs invaded, and from ship They fetching these my riches, with just hand About me laid them; while upon the sand Sleep bound my senses; and for Sidon they, Put off from hence, made sail; while here I lay Left sad alone. The Goddess laugh'd, and took His hand in hers, and with another look, Assuming the likeness of a dame, Lovely and goodly, expert in the frame Of virtuous housewif'ries, she answer'd thus: "He should be passing sly and covetous Of stealth in men's deceits, that coteth thee In any craft, though any God should be Ambitious to exceed in subtlety. Thou still wit varying wretch, insatiate In overreaches, not secure thy state Without these wiles, though on thy native shore Thou settest safe footing, but upon thy store Of false words still spend, that ev'n from thy birth Have been thy best friends. Come, our either worth Is known to either. Thou of men art far, For words and counsels the most singular; But I above the Gods in both may boast My still tried faculties. Yet thou hast lost The knowledge ev'n of me, the seed of Jove, Pallas Athenia, that have still outstrove In all thy labours their extremes, and stood Thy sure guard ever, making all thy good Known to the good Phæacians, and receiv'd. And now again I greet thee, to see Weav'd fresh counsels for thee, and will take On me the close reserving of these goods For thee, which the renown'd Phæacian states Bestow'd at thy deduction homewards, Only mov'd with my both spirit and counsel. All which grace I now will amplify, and tell what case Thy household stands in, uttering all those pains That of mere need yet still must rack thy veins. Do thou then freely bear, nor one word give To man nor dame to show thou yet dost live, But silent suffer over all again Thy sorrows past, and bear the wrongs of men." "Goddess," said he, "unjust men and unwise, That author injuries and vanities, By vanities and wrongs should rather be Bound to this ill abearing destiny, Than just and wise men. What delight hath heav'n That lives unhurt itself, to suffer giv'n Up to all domage those poor few That strive to imitate it, and like The Deities live? But where you wonder That I know you not through all your changes, That skill is not got by sleight or art, since thy most hard-hit face is still distinguish'd by thy free‐given grace. And therefore to truly acknowledge thee in thy encounters is a mastery in men most knowing, for to all men thou tak'st several likeness. All men think they know thee in their wits; but, since thy seeming view appears to all, and yet thy truth to few, through all thy changes to discern thee right asks chief love to thee, and inspiréd light. But this I surely know, that, some years past, I have been often with thy presence grac'd, all time the sons of Greece waged war at Troy, but when Fate's full hour let our swords enjoy our vows in sack of Priam's lofty town, our ships all boarded, and when God had blown our fleet in sunder, I could never see the seed of Jove, nor once distinguish thee boarding my ship, to take one woe from me, but only in my proper spirit involved, err'd here and there, quite slain, till heav'n dissolved me in my ill, which chanced not, till thy grace by open speech confirm'd me, in a place fruitful of people, where, in person, thou didst give me guide, and all their city show, and that was the renown'd Phæacian earth. Now then, even by the author of thy birth, vouchsafe my doubt the truth, for far it flies my thoughts that thus should fall into mine eyes conspicuous Ithaca, but fear I touch at some far shore. In that thy wit is such thou dost delude me, is it sure the same most honour'd earth that bears my country's name? I see, said she, thou wilt be ever thus in every worldly good incredulous, and therefore have no more the power to see frail life more plagued with infelicity in one so eloquent, ingenious, wise. Another man, that so long miseries had kept from his lov'd home, and thus return'd to see his house, wife, children, would have burn'd in headlong lust to visit. Yet to enquire what states they hold affects not thy desire, till thou hast tried, if in thy wife there be a sorrow wasting days and nights for thee in loving tears, that then the sight may prove a full reward for either's mutual love. But I would never credit in you both least cause of sorrow, but well knew the troth of this thine own return, though all thy friends I knew as well should make returnless ends. Yet would not cross mine uncle Neptune so to stand their safeguard, since so high did go his wrath for thy extinction of the eye of his lov'd son. Come then, I'll show thee why I call this isle thy Ithaca, to ground thy credit on my words. This haven is own'd by the aged sea god Phorcys, in whose brow this is the olive with the ample bough. And here, close by, the pleasant shaded cave That to the fount nymphs the Ithacensians gave, as sacred to their pleasures. Here doth run the large and cover'd den, where thou hast done hundreds of off'rings to the Naiades. Here Mount Neritus shakes his curled tress of shady woods. This said, she clear'd the cloud that first deceiv'd his eyes, and all things show'd his country to him. Glad he stood with the sight of his lov'd soil, and kiss'd it with delight, and instantly to all the nymphs he paid, with hands held up to heav'n, these vows, and said: Ye nymphs, the Naiades, great seed of Jove, I had conceit that never more should move Your sight in these spheres of my erring eyes, and therefore, in the fuller sacrifice Of my heart's gratitude, rejoice, till more I pay your names in off'rings as before. Which here I vow, if Jove's benign descent, The mighty pillager, with life convent My person home, and to my sav'd decease Of my lov'd son's sight add the sweet increase. Be confident, said Pallas, nor oppress thy spirits with care of these performances, but these thy fortunes let us straight repose in this divine cave's bosom, that may close reserve their value, and we then may see how best to order other acts to thee. Thus enter'd she the light excluding cave, and through it sought some inmost nook to save the gold, the great brass, and robes richly wrought, given to Ulysses. All which in he brought, laid down in heap, and she imposed a stone close to the cavern's mouth. Then sat they on the sacred olive's root, consulting how to act the insulting Wooers' overthrow. When Pallas said: Examine now the means that best may lay hands on the impudence of those proud Wooers, that have now 3 years thy roof's rule sway'd. and bend bold offerers of suit and gifts to thy renowned wife, who for thy absence all her desolate life dissolves in tears till thy desired return. Yet all her wooers, while she thus doth mourn, she holds in hope, and every one affords, in foresent message, promise, but her words bear other utterance than her heart approves. "O Gods," said Ithacus, "it now behooves my fate to end me in the ill decease that Agamemnon underwent, unless you tell me, and in time, their close intents. Advise then means to the revenged events we both resolve on. Be thyself so kind to stand close to me, and but such a mind breathe in my bosom, as when the Ilion towers we tore in cinders. O, if equal powers thou wouldst inflame amidst my nerves as then, I could encounter with 300 men, thy only self, great Goddess, had to friend in those brave ardours thou wert wont to extend." "I will be strongly with thee," answer'd she, "Nor must thou fail, but do thy part with me. When both whose powers combine, I hope the bloods and brains of some of these that waste thy goods shall strew thy goodly pavements. Join we then. I first will render thee unknown to men, and on thy solid lineaments make dry thy now smooth skin, thy bright brown curls imply in hoary mattings, thy broad shoulders clothe in such a cloak as every eye shall loathe, thy bright eyes blear and wrinkle, and so change thy form at all parts, that thou shalt be strange to all the wooers, thy young son and wife. But to thy herdsman first present thy life, that guards thy swine, and wisheth well to thee, that loves thy son and wife Penelope. Thy search shall find him set aside his herd, that are with taste delighting acorns rear'd, and drink the deep dark water of the spring, bright Arethusa, the most nourishing raiser of herds. There stay, and, taking seat aside thy herdsman, of the whole state treat of home occurrence, while I make access to fair dame breeding Sparta for redress of lov'd Telemachus, who went in quest of thy lov'd fame, and liv'd the welcome guest of Menelaus." The much knower said, "Why wouldst not thou, in whose grave breast is bred the art to order all acts, tell in this his heir to him? Let those years of his amidst the rude seas wander, and sustain the woes there raging, while unworthy men devour his fortunes? Let not care extend thy heart for him," said she. "Myself did send his person in thy search, to set his worth by good fame blown to such a distance forth. Nor suffers he in any least degree the grief you fear, but all variety that plenty can yield in her quietest fare, in Menelaus' court doth sit and share, in whose return from home the wooers yet lay bloody ambush, and a ship have set to sea, to intercept his life before he touch again his birth's attempted shore. All which, my thoughts say, they shall never do, but rather, that the earth shall overgo some one at least of these love‐making men, by which thy goods so much impair sustain." Thus using certain secret words to him, she touch'd him with her rod, and every limb was hid all over with a wither'd skin, his bright eyes blear'd, his brow curls white and thin, and all things did an aged man present. Then, for his own weeds, shirt and coat all rent, tann'd and all sootied with noisome smoke, she put him on, and over all a cloak, made of a stag's huge hide, of which was worn the hair quite off. A scrip, all patch'd and torn, hung by a cord, oft broke and knit again, and with a staff did his old limbs sustain. Thus, having both consulted of the event, they parted both, and forth to Sparta went the grey‐eyed Goddess, to see all things done that appertain to wise Ulysses' son. End of the 13th Book. The 14th Book of the Odysseys of Homer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Shempf. The 14th Book of the Odysseys of Homer. Translated by George Chapman. The Argument. Ulysses meets amids the field his swain Eumæus, who doth yield kind guest rights to him, and relate Occurrence of his wrong'd estate. Another argument. Z. Ulysses feigns for his true good his pious swain's faith understood. But he the rough way took from forth the port, through woods and hill tops seeking the resort Where Pallas said divine Eumæus liv'd, who of the fortunes that were first achiev'd By godlike Ithacus in household rites Had more true care than all his proselytes. He found him sitting in his cottage door, Where he had rais'd to every airy blore A front of great height, and in such a place That round ye might behold, of circular grace, A walk so wound about it, which the swain, In absence of his far gone sov'reign, Had built himself, without his queen's supply, Or old Laertes, to see safely lie His housed herd. The inner part he wrought Of stones, that thither his own labours brought, Which with a hedge of thorn he fenc'd about, And compass'd all the hedge with pales cleft Out of sable oak, that here and there He fix'd frequent and thick. Within his yard he mix'd 12 styes to lodge his herd, And every stye had room and use For 50 swine to lie, but those were females all. The male swine slept without doors ever, nor was their herd Kept fair like the females, since they suffer'd still Great diminution, he being forc'd to kill And send the fattest to the dainty feasts Affected by the ungodly wooing guests. Their number therefore but 300 were, and 60. By them mastiffs, as austere as savage beasts, Lay ever, their fierce strain bred by the herdsman, A mere prince of men, their number 4. Himself was then applied in cutting forth A fair hued ox's hide, to fit his feet with shoes. His servants held guard of his swine, 3, here and there at field; the 4th he sent to city with a sow, Which must of force be offer'd to the vow The Wooers made to all satiety, To serve which still they did those off'rings ply. The fate born dogs to bark took sudden view Of Odysseus, and upon him flew With open mouth. He, cunning to appall A fierce dog's fury, from his hand let fall His staff to earth, and sat him careless down. And yet to him had one foul wrong been shown, Where most his right lay, had not instantly The herdsman let his hide fall, and his cry, With frequent stones flung at the dogs, repell'd This way and that their eager course they held, When through the entry pass'd he thus did mourn: "O father! How soon had you near been torn By these rude dogs, whose hurt had branded me With much neglect of you! But Deity hath given so many other sighs and cares To my attendant state, that well unawares You might be hurt for me; for here I lie Grieving and mourning for the majesty That, godlike, wanted to be ruling here, Since now I fat his swine for others' cheer, Where he, perhaps, errs hungry up and down, In countries, nations, cities, all unknown, If any where he lives yet, and doth see The sun's sweet beams. But, father, follow me, That, cheer'd with wine and food, you may disclose From whence you truly are, and all the woes Your age is subject to." This said, he led Into his cottage, and of osiers spread A thicken'd hurdle, on whose top he strow'd A wild goat's shaggy skin, and then bestow'd His own couch on it, that was soft and great. Ulysses joy'd to see him so entreat His uncouth presence, saying: "Jove requite, And all the immortal Gods, with that delight Thou most desir'st, thy kind receipt of me, Friend to human hospitality." Eumæus answer'd: "Guest, if one much worse arriv'd here than thyself, It were a curse to my poor means to let A stranger taste contempt for fit food. Poor men, and unplac'd in free seats of their own, Are all from Jove commended to our Entertaining love. But poor is the entertainment I can give, Yet free and loving. Of such men as live The lives of servants, and are still in fear Where young lords govern, this is all the cheer They can afford a stranger. There was one That used to manage this now desert throne, To whom the Gods deny return, that show'd His curious favour to me, and bestow'd Possessions on me, a most wished wife, A house, and portion, and a servant's life, Fit for the gift a gracious king should give, who still took pains himself, and God made thrive his personal endeavour, and to me his work the more increas'd, in which you see I am now conversant. And therefore much his hand hath help'd me. Had Heav'n's will been such, he might have here grown old; but he is gone, and would to God the whole succession of Helen might go with him, since for her so many men died, whose fate did confer my liege to Troy, in Agamemnon's grace, to spoil her people and her turrets' race." This said, his coat to him he straight did gird, And to his styes went that contain'd his herd, From whence he took out two, slew both, and cut Both fairly up, a fire enflam'd, and put To spit the joints; which roasted well, he set With spit and all to him, that he might eat From thence his food in all the singeing heat; Yet dredg'd it first with flour, then fill'd his cup With good sweet wine, sat then, and cheer'd him up: "Eat now, my guest, such lean swine as are meet For us poor swains; the fat the Wooers eat, In whose minds no shame, no remorse doth move, Though well they know the blest Gods do not love Ungodly actions, but respect the right, And in the works of pious men delight. But these are worse than impious; for those That vow t' injustice, and profess them foes To other nations, enter on their land, And Jupiter, to show his punishing hand Upon th' invaded, for their penance then, Gives favour to their foes, though wicked men, To make their prey on them; who having freight Their ships with spoil enough, weigh anchor straight, And each man to his house; and yet ev'n these Doth pow'rful fear of Gods just vengeance seize Ev'n for that prize in which they so rejoice. But these men, knowing, having heard the voice Of God by some means, that sad death hath reft The ruler here, will never suffer left The unjust wooing of his wife, nor take Her often answer, and their own roofs make Their fit retreats; but, since uncheck'd they may, They therefore will make still his goods their prey, Without all spare or end. There is no day, nor night, sent out from God, That ever they profane with one beast's blood, Or only two, but more make spoil of; And the wrongs they do in meat's excess to wine As well extend, which as excessively Their riots spend. Yet still leave store; for sure his means were great, And no heroë, that hath choicest seat Upon the fruitful neighbour continent, Or in this isle itself, so opulent Was as Ulysses; no, nor 20 such, Put all together, did possess so much. Whose herds and flocks I'll tell to ev'ry head. Upon the continent he daily fed 12 herds of oxen, no less flocks of sheep, And as many herds of swine, stalls large and steep, And equal sorts of goats, which tenants there And his own shepherds kept. Then fed he here 11 fair stalls of goats, whose food hath yield In the extreme part of a neighbour field. Each stall his herdsman hath, an honest swain, Yet every one must every day sustain The load of one beast, the most fat, and the best Of all the stall fed, to the Wooers' feast. And I, for my part, of the swine I keep, With 4 more herdsmen, every day help steep The Wooers' appetites in blood of one, The most select our choice can fall upon." To this Ulysses gave good ear, and fed, And drunk his wine, and vex'd and ravished His food for mere vexation. Seeds of ill his stomach sow'd, to hear his goods go still To glut of Wooers. But his dinner done, And stomach fed to satisfaction, he drunk A full bowl, all of only wine, and gave it To the guardian of his swine, who took it, And rejoic'd; to whom he said: "O friend, who is it that, so rich, hath paid Price for thy service, whose commended pow'r Thou sayest, to grace the Grecian conqueror At Ilion perish'd? Tell me; it may fall I knew some such. The great God knows, and all the other Deathless Godheads, if I can, Having travell'd, tell of such a man." Eumæus answer'd: "Father, never one, Of all the strangers that have touch'd upon This coast, with his life's news could ever yet Of queen or lov'd son any credit get. These travellers, for clothes, or for a meal, At all adventures any lie will tell, Nor do they trade for truth. Not any man That saw the people Ithacensian, Of all their sort, and had the queen's supplies, did ever tell her any news but lies. She graciously receives them yet, inquires of all she can, and all in tears expires. It is the accustom'd law, that women keep Their husbands elsewhere dead, at home to weep. But do thou quickly, father, forge a tale, Some coat or cloak to keep thee warm withal, Perhaps some one may yield thee. But for him, vultures and dogs have torn from limb to limb His porous skin, and forth his soul is fled, His corse at sea to fishes forfeited, Or on the shore lies hid in heaps of sand, And there hath he his ebb, his native strand With friends' tears flowing. But to me past all were tears created, for I never shall find so humane a royal master more, Whatever sea I seek, whatever shore. Nay, to my father, or my mother's love Should I return, by whom I breathe and move, Could I so much joy offer, nor these eyes, Though my desires sustain extremities For their sad absence, would so fain be blest With sight of their lives, in my native nest, As with Ulysses dead, in whose last rest, O friend, my soul shall love him. He's not here, nor do I name him like a flatterer, But as one thankful for his love and care To me a poor man, in the rich so rare. And be he past all shores where sun can shine, I will invoke him as a soul divine." "O friend," said he, "to say and to believe He cannot live, doth too much licence give To incredulity; for not to speak At needy randon, but my breath to break In sacred oath, Ulysses shall return. And when his sight recomforts those that mourn In his own roofs, then give me cloak and coat, And garments worthy of a man of note. Before which, though need urge me never so, I'll not receive a thread, but naked go. No less I hate him than the gates of hell, That poorness can force an untruth to tell. Let Jove then, heav'n's chief God, just witness bear, And this thy hospitable table here, Together with unblam'd Ulysses' house, In which I find receipt so gracious, What I affirm of him shall all be true. This instant year thine eyes even here shall view Thy lord Ulysses; nay, ere this month's end, Return'd, full home, he shall revenge extend To every one, whose ever deed hath done Wrong to his wife and his illustrious son." "O father," he replied, "I'll neither give Thy news reward, nor doth Ulysses live. But come, enough of this; let's drink and eat, And never more his memory repeat. It grieves my heart to be remember'd thus By any one of one so glorious. But stand your oath and your assertions strong, And let Ulysses come, for whom I long, For whom his wife, for whom his aged sire, For whom his son consumes his godlike fire, Whose chance I now must mourn, and ever shall; Whom when the Gods hath brought to be as tall As any upright plant, and I had said, He would amongst a court of men have sway'd In counsels, and for form have been admir'd Ev'n with his father, some God misinspir'd, Or man took from him his own equal mind, And pass'd him for the Pylian shore to find His long lost father; in return from whence The wooer's pride waylays his innocence, That of divine Arcesius all the race May fade to Ithaca, and not the grace Of any name left to it. But leave we his state, however, if surpris'd he be, or if he 'scape. And may Saturnius' hand protect him safely to his native land. Do thou then, father, show your griefs, and cause Of your arrival here, nor break the laws That truth prescribes you, but relate your name, And of what race you are, your father's fame, And native cities; ship, and men unfold, That to this isle convey'd you; since I hold Your here arrival was not all by shore, Nor that your feet your aged person bore." He answer'd him: "I'll tell thee all strictly true, If time, and food, and wine enough accrue Within your roof to us, that freely we May sit and banquet. Let your business be Discharg'd by others; for, when all is done, I cannot easily, while the year doth run His circle round, run over all the woes, Beneath which, by the course of the Gods dispose My sad age labours. First, I'll tell you then from ample Crete I fetch my native strain, my father wealthy, whose house many a life Brought forth and bred besides by his true wife, But me a bondmaid bore, his concubine, Yet tender'd was I as his lawful line By him of whose race I my life profess, Castor his name, surnam'd Hylacides, A man, in foretimes, by the Cretan state, For goods, good children, and his fortunate Success in all acts, of no mean esteem. But death conferring Fates have banish'd him To Pluto's kingdom; after whom his sons By lots divided his possessions, And gave me passing little; yet bestow'd A house on me, to which my virtues woo'd A wife from rich men's roofs, nor was born low, Nor last in fight, though all nerves fail me now. But I suppose that you, by thus much seen, Know by the stubble what the corn hath been. For, past all doubt, affliction past all mean Hath brought my age on. But in seasons past, Both Mars and Pallas have with boldness grac'd And fortitude my fortunes, when I choos'd Choice men for ambush, press'd to have produc'd Ill to mine enemies. My too venturous spirit Set never death before mine eyes for merit; But, far from first advance still I struck dead with my lance whoever overtook My speed of foot. Such was I then for war. But rustic actions ever fled me far, And household thrift, which breeds a famous race. In oar driven ships did I my pleasures place, In battles, light darts, arrows; sad things all, And into others' thoughts with horror fall. But what God put into my mind, to me I still esteem'd as my felicity. As men of sev'ral metals are address'd, So sev'ral forms are in their souls impress'd. Before the sons of Greece set foot in Troy, 9 times, in chief, I did command enjoy Of men and ships, against our foreign foe, And all I fitly wish'd succeeded so. Yet, after this, I much exploit achiev'd, When straight my house in all possessions thriv'd. Yet after that, I great and rev'rend grew Amongst the Cretans, till the Thunderer drew Our forces out in his foe Troy decrees, A hateful service, that dissolv'd the knees Of many a soldier. And to this was I And famous Idomen enjoin'd t' apply Our ships and powers; nor was there to be heard One reason for denial, so preferr'd Was th' unreasonable people's rumour. 9 years we therefore fed the martial humour, And in the 10th, depeopling Priam's town, We sail'd for home. But God had quickly blown Our fleet in pieces, and to wretched me The counsellor Jove did much mishap decree. For, only 1 month I had leave to enjoy My wife and children, and my goods to employ. But after this, my mind for Egypt stood, When 9 fair ships I rigg'd forth for the flood, Mann'd them with noble soldiers; all things fit For such a voyage soon were won to it. Yet 6 days after stay'd my friends in feast, While I in banquets to the Gods address'd Much sacred matter for their sacrifice. The 7th we boarded, and the northern skies Lent us a frank and passing prosperous gale; For which we bore us free, and easy sail As we had back'd a full and frolic tide, Nor felt one ship misfortune for her pride, But safe we sat, our sailors and the wind Consenting in our convoy. When heav'n shin'd in sacred radiance of the 5th fair day, To sweetly water'd Egypt reach'd our way, And there we anchor'd; where I charg'd my men To stay aboard and watch, dismissing then Some scouts to get the hill tops, and discover. They, to their own intemp'rance giv'n over, Fell straight to forage the rich fields, and thence Enforce both wives and infants, with th' expense Of both their bloods. When straight the rumour flew Up to the city; which heard, up they drew By day's first break, and all the field was fill'd With foot and horse, whose arms did all things gild. And then the lightning loving Deity cast A foul flight on my soldiers, nor stood fast One man of all; about whom mischief stood, And with his stern steel drew in streams the blood The greater part fed in their dissolute veins. The rest were sav'd, and made enthralled swains To the basest usages there bred. And then even Jove himself supplied my head With saving counsel, though I wish'd to die, And there in Egypt with their slaughters lie. So much grief seiz'd me, but Jove made me yield, Dishelm my head, take from my neck my shield, Hurl from my hand my lance, and to the troop Of horse the king led instantly made up, Embrace, and kiss his knees, whom pity won To give me safety; and, to make me shun The people's outrage, that made in amain All jointly fir'd with thirst to see me slain, He took me to his chariot, weeping, home, Himself with fear of Jove's wrath overcome, Who yielding souls receives, and takes most ill All such as well may save yet love to kill. 7 years I sojourn'd here, and treasure gat In good abundance of the Egyptian state, For all would give. But when the 8th year began, A knowing fellow, that would gnaw a man Like to a vermin, with his hellish brain, And many an honest soul ev'n quick had slain, Whose name was Phœnix, close accosted me, And with insinuations, such as he Practis'd on others, my consent he gain'd To go into Phœnicia, where remain'd His house and living. And with him I liv'd a complete year. But when were all arriv'd the months and days, And that the year again was turning round, And every season's reign renew'd upon us, We for Libya went; when, still inventing Crafts to circumvent, he made pretext, That I should only go and help convey His freight, but thought not so; for his intent Was to have sold me there, and made good gain For finding me a year. Yet him I follow'd, though suspecting this; for, being aboard his ship, I must be his of strong necessity. She ran the flood, driven with a northern gale Right free and good, amidst the full stream, Full on Crete. But then Jove plotted death To him and all his men; for, put off quite From Crete, and so far gone that shore was lost, And we set eye on none, but all show'd Heav'n and sea. Above our keel Jove pointed right a cloud as black as hell, Beneath which all the sea hid, and from whence Jove thunder'd as his hand would never thence, And thick into our ship he threw his flash, That 'gainst a rock, or flat, her keel did dash With headlong rapture; of the sulphur all Her bulk did savor, and her men let fall Amidst the surges, on which all lay toss'd Like sea gulls round about her sides, and lost. And so God took all home return from them. But Jove himself, though plung'd in that extreme, Recover'd me by thrusting on my hand The ship's long mast; and, that my life might stand A little more up, I embrac'd it round, And on the rude winds, that did ruins sound, 9 days we hover'd. In the 10th black night, a huge sea cast me on Thesprotia's height, Where the heroë Phidon, that was chief Of all the Thesprots, gave my wrack relief, Without the price of that redemption That Phœnix fish'd for; where the king's lov'd son Came to me, took me by the hand, and led Into his court my poor life, surfeited With cold and labour; and because my wrack Chanc'd on his father's shore, he let not lack My plight or coat, or cloak, or anything Might cherish heat in me. And here the king Said he receiv'd Ulysses as his guest, Observ'd him friend like, and his course address'd Home to his country, showing there to me Ulysses' goods, a very treasury Of brass, and gold, and steel of curious frame. And to the 10th succession of his name He laid up wealth enough, to serve beside In that king's house, so hugely amplified His treasure was. But from his court the king Affirm'd him shipp'd for the Dodonian spring, To hear, from out the high hair'd oak of Jove, Counsel from him for means to his remove To his lov'd country, whence so many a year He had been absent, if he should appear Disguis'd or manifest; and further swore In his mid court, at sacrifice, Before these very eyes, that he had ready there Both ship and soldiers, to attend and bear Him to his country. But, before it chanc'd that a Thesprotian ship Was to be launch'd for the much corn renown'd Dulichian land, in which the king Gave to his men command to take, and bring Me under tender hand to king Acastus; But in ill design of my poor life Did their desires combine, so far forth As might ever keep me under In Fortune's hands, and tear my state in sunder. And when the water treader far away Had left the land, then plotted they the day Of my long servitude, and took from me Both coat and cloak, and all things that might be Grace in my habit, and in place put on These tatter'd rags, which now you see Upon my wretched bosom. When heav'n's light took sea, they fetch'd the field works Of fair Ithaca, and in the arm'd ship With a well wreath'd cord they straitly bound me, And did all disboard to shore to supper, In contentious rout. Yet straight the Gods themselves took from about My press'd limbs the bands, with equal ease, And I, my head in rags wrapp'd, took the seas, Descending by the smooth stern, using then My hands for oars, and made from these bad men Long way in little time. At last I fetch'd a goodly grove of oaks, whose shore I reach'd, and cast me prostrate on it. When they knew my thus made 'scape, about the shores they flew, But, soon not finding, held it not their best To seek me further, but return'd to rest Aboard their vessel. Me the Gods lodg'd close, Conducting me into the safe repose A good man's stable yielded. And thus Fate This poor hour added to my living date. "O wretched of guests," said he, "thy tale Hath stirr'd my mind to much ruth, both how Thou hast err'd and suffer'd, hearing in such Good parts shown. But, what thy chang'd relation would make known About Ulysses, I hold neither true, Nor will believe. And what need'st thou pursue A lie so rashly, since he sure is so As I conceiv'd, for which my skill shall go? The safe return my king lacks cannot be. He is so envied of each Deity, So clear, so cruelly. For not in Troy They gave him end, nor let his corpse enjoy The hands of friends; which well they might have done, He manag'd arms to such perfection, And should have had his sepulchre and all the Greeks to grace his funeral, And this had given a glory to his son Through all times future. But his head is run, Unseen, unhonour'd, into Harpies' maws. For my part, I'll not meddle with the cause. I live a separate life amongst my swine, Come at no town for any need of mine, Unless the circularly witted queen, When any far come guest is to be seen That brings her news, commands me bring a brawn, About which, all things being in question drawn That touch the king, they sit, and some are sad For his long absence, some again are glad To waste his goods unwreak'd, all talking still. But as for me, I nourish'd little will T' enquire or question of him, since the man That feign'd himself that fled Ætolian For slaughtering one, through many regions stray'd, In my stall as his devisory stay'd. Where well entreating him, he told me then, Amongst the Cretans with king Idomen He saw Ulysses at his ship's repair, That had been brush'd with an enraged air, And that in summer, or in autumn sure, With all his brave friends, and rich furniture, He would be here, and nothing so, nor so. But thou, an old man taught with so much woe As thou hast suffer'd, to be season'd true, And brought by his fate, do not here pursue His gratulations with thy cunning lies. Thou canst not soak so through my faculties, For I did never either honour thee, Or give thee love, to bring these tales to me. But in my fear of hospitable Jove, Thou didst to this pass my affections move." "You stand exceeding much incredulous," Replied Ulysses, "to have witness'd thus My word and oath, yet yield no trust at all. But make me now a covenant here, and call The dreadful Gods to witness, that take seat In large Olympus. If your king's retreat Prove made, ev'n hither, you shall furnish me With cloak and coat, and make my passage free For lov'd Dulichius. If, as fits my vow, Your king return not, let your servants throw My old limbs headlong from some rock most high, That other poor men may take fear to lie." The herdsman, that had gifts in him divine, Replied: "O guest, how shall this fame of mine And honest virtue amongst men remain, Now, and hereafter, without worthy stain, If I, that led thee to my hovel here, And made thee fitting hospitable cheer, Should after kill thee, and thy lovéd mind Force from thy bones? Or how should stand incline With any faith my will t' importune Jove In any pray'r hereafter for his love? Come, now 'tis supper's hour, and instant haste My men will make home. when our sweet repast we'll taste together." This discourse they held in mutual kind, when from a neighbour field his swine and swineherds came, who in their cotes enclosed their herds for sleep, which mighty throats laid out in entering. Then the godlike swain his men enjoined thus: "Bring me to be slain a chief swine female, for my stranger guest, when all together we will take our feast, refreshing now our spirits, that all day take pains in our swine's good, who may therefore make for our pains with them all amends with one, since others eat our labours, and take none." This said, his sharp steel hew'd down wood, and they a passing fat swine haul'd out of the sty, of 5 years old, which to the fire they put. When first Eumæus from the front did cut the sacred hair, and cast it in the fire, then pray'd to heav'n, for still before desire was serv'd with food, in their so rude abodes not the poor swineherd would forget the Gods. Good souls they bore, how bad soever were the habits their bodies' parts did bear. When all the deathless Deities besought that wise Ulysses might be safely brought home to his house, then with a log of oak, left lying by, high lifting it, a stroke he gave so deadly it made life expire, then cut the rest her throat, and all in fire they hid and singed her, cut her up, and then the master took the office from the men, who on the altar did the parts impose that served for sacrifice, beginning close about the belly, thorough which he went, and, all the chief fat gathering, gave it vent, part dredged with flour, into the sacred flame. Then cut they up the joints, and roasted them, drew all from spit, and served in dishes all. Then rose Eumæus, who was general in skill to guide each act his fit event, and all, in 7 parts cut, the first part went to service of the Nymphs and Mercury, to whose names he did rites of piety and vows particular, and all the rest he shar'd to every one, but his lov'd guest he grac'd with all the chine, and of that king, to have his heart cheer'd, set up every string. Which he observing said: "I would to Jove, Eumæus, thou liv'dst in his worthy love as great as mine, that giv'st to such a guest as my poor self of all thy goods the best." Eumæus answer'd: "Eat, unhappy wretch, and to what here is, at thy pleasure reach. This I have, this thou want'st, thus God will give. Thus take away in us and all that live. To his will's equal centre all things fall, his mind he must have, for he can do all." Thus having eat, and to his wine descended, before he serv'd his own thirst, he commended the first use of it in fit sacrifice, as of his meat, to all the Deities, and to the city racer's hand applied a second cup, whose place was next his side. Mesauliús did distribute the meat, to which charge was Eumæus solely set, in absence of Ulysses, by the queen and old Laertes, and this man had been bought by Eumæus, with his faculties employed then in the Taphian merchandise. But now to food opposed, and order'd thus, all fell. Desire sufficed, Mesauliús did take away. For bed then next they were, all thoroughly satisfied with complete cheer. The night then came, ill, and no taper shin'd. Jove rain'd her whole date. The ever watery wind Zephyr blew loud, and Laertiades, approving kind Eumæus' carefulness for his whole good, made far about assay, to get some cast off cassock, lest he lay that rough night cold, of him or any one of those his servants, when he thus begun: "Hear me, Eumæus, and my other friends. I'll use a speech that to my glory tends, since I have drunk wine past my usual guise. Strong wine commands the fool, and moves the wise; moves and impels him too to sing and dance, and break in pleasant laughters, and, perchance, prefer a speech too that were better in. But when my spirits once to speak begin, I shall not then dissemble. Would to heav'n I were as young, and had my forces driven as close together, as when once our pow'rs we led to ambush under the Ilian tow'rs, where Ithaca and Menelaus were the two commanders, when it pleas'd them there to take myself for third. When to the town and lofty walls we led, we couch'd close down, all arm'd, amids the osiers and the reeds, which oft times the overflowing river feeds. The cold night came, and the icy northern gale Blew bleak upon us; after which did fall A snow so cold it cut as in it beat A frozen water, which was all concrete About our shields like crystal. All made fain Above our arms to clothe, and clothe again; And so we made good shift, our shields beside Clapp'd close upon our clothes, to rest and hide From all discovery. But I, poor fool, Left my weeds with my men, because so cool I thought it could not prove; which thought my pride A little strengthen'd, being loath to hide The goodly glittering garment I had on; And so I follow'd with my shield alone, And that brave weed. But when the night Near ended her course on earth, and when The stars descended, I jogg'd Ulysses, Who lay passing near, and spake to him That had a nimble ear, assuring him That long I could not lie amongst the living, For the fervency of that sharp night Would kill me, since as then my evil angel Made me with my men leave all weeds but a fine one. But I know 'tis vain to talk; here wants all remedy now." This said, he bore that understanding part In his prompt spirit that still show'd his art In fight and counsel, saying, in a word, And that low whisper'd, "Peace, lest you afford Some Greek note of your softness." No word more, but made as if his stern austerity Bore my plight no pity; yet, as still he lay, His head reposing on his hand, gave way To this invention: "Hear me, friends. A dream, that was of some celestial light A beam, stood in my sleep before me, Prompting me with this fit notice: 'We are far,' said he, 'from our fleet. Let one go then, and try If Agamemnon will afford supply To what we now are strong.' This stirr'd a speed In Thoas to th' affair, whose purple weed He left for haste; which then I took, and lay In quiet after, till the dawn of day. This shift Ulysses made for one in need, And would to heav'n, that youth such spirit did feed Now in my nerves, and that my joints were knitted With such a strength, as made me then held fit To lead men with Ulysses. I should then Seem worth a weed, that fits a herdsman's men, For two respects, to gain a thankful friend, And to a good man's need a good extend." "O father," said Eumæus, "thou hast shown Good cause for us to give thee good renown, Not using any word that was not freed From all least ill. Thou, therefore, shalt not need Or coat, or other thing, that aptly may Beseem a wretched suppliant for defray Of this night's need. But when her golden throne The morn ascends, you must resume your own, For here you must not dream of many weeds, Or any change at all. We serve our needs As you do yours, one back, one coat. But when Ulysses' lovéd son returns, He then shall give you coat and cassock, and bestow Your person where your heart and soul is now." This said, he rose, made near the fire his bed, Which all with goats' and sheep skins he bespread; All which Ulysses with himself did line; With whom, besides, he chang'd a gaberdine, Thick lin'd, and soft; which still he made his shift, When he would dress him 'gainst the horrid drift Of tempest, when deep winter's season blows. Nor pleas'd it him to lie there with his sows; But while Ulysses slept there, and close by The other younkers, he abroad would lie, And therefore arm'd him; which set cheerful fare Before Ulysses' heart, to see such care Of his goods taken, how far off soever His fate his person and his wealth should sever. First then a sharp edg'd sword he girt About his well spread shoulders, and, to shelter out The sharp west wind that blew, he put him on A thick lined jacket, and yet cast upon All that the large hide of a goat well fed. A lance then he took, with a keen steel head, To be his keep off both 'gainst men and dogs. And thus went he to rest with his male hogs, That still abroad lay underneath a rock, Shield to the north wind's ever eager shock. End of the 14th Book. The 15th Book of the Odysseys of Homer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The 15th Book of the Odysseys of Homer, translated by George Chapman. The Argument. Minerva to his native seat Exhorts Ulysses' son's retreat, In bed and waking. He receives Gifts of Atrides, and so leaves the Spartan court; And going aboard, doth favourable way afford To Theoclymenus, that was the Argive augur, And sought pass, fled for a slaughter he had done. Eumæus tells Laertes' son how he became his father's man, being sold by the Phœnician for some agreed on faculties, from forth the Syrian isle made prize. Telemachus, arrived at home, doth to Eumæus' cottage come. Another Argument. Omicron. From Sparta's strand makes safe access to his own land Ulyssides. In Lacedæmon, large and apt for dances, Athenian Pallas her access advances Up to the great in soul Ulysses' seed, Suggesting his return now fit for deed. She found both him and Nestor's noble son In bed, in front of that fair mansion, Nestorides surpris'd with pleasing sleep, But on the watch Ulysses' son did keep. Sleep could not enter, cares did so excite His soul, through all the solitary night, For his lov'd father. To him near she said: "Telemachus, 'tis time that now were stay'd Thy foreign travels, since thy goods are free For those proud men that all will eat from thee. Divide thy whole possessions, and leave Thy too late presents nothing to receive. Incite the shrill voic'd Menelaus then, To send thee to thy native seat again, While thou mayst yet find in her honour strong Thy blameless mother, 'gainst thy father's wrong. For both the father and the brothers too Of thy lov'd mother will not suffer so Extended any more her widow's bed, But make her now her richest wooer wed, Eurymachus, who chiefly may augment Her gifts, and make her jointure eminent. And therefore haste thee, lest in thy despite Thy house stand empty of thy native right. For well thou know'st what mind a woman bears. The house of him, whoever she endears Herself in nuptials to, she sees increas'd, The issue of her first lov'd lord deceas'd Forgotten quite, and never thought on more. In thy return then, the recounted store Thou findest reserv'd, to thy most trusted maid Commit in guard, till heav'n's pow'rs have purvey'd A wife, in virtue and in beauty's grace, Of fit sort for thee, to supply her place. And this note more I'll give thee, which repose In sure remembrance: The best sort of those that woo thy mother Watchful scouts address, both in the straits Of the Ithacensian seas, and dusty Samos, With intent t' invade and take thy life, Ere thy return be made. Which yet I think will fail, and some of them That waste thy fortunes, taste of that extreme They plot for thee. But keep off far from shore, And day and night sail, for a foreright blore. Whoever of th' Immortals that vow guard And 'scape to thy return, will see prepar'd. As soon as thou arriv'st, dismiss to town Thy ship and men, and first of all make down To him that keeps thy swine, and doth conceive A tender care to see thee well survive. There sleep, and send him to the town, to tell The chaste Penelope that safe and well Thou liv'st in his charge, and that Pylos' sands The place contain'd from whence thy person lands." Thus she to large Olympus made ascent, When with his heel a little touch he lent To Nestor's son, whose sleep's sweet chains he loos'd, Bad rise, and see in chariot enclose Their one hoof'd horse, that they might straight be gone. "No such haste," he replied, "night holds her throne, And dims all way to course of chariot. The morn will soon get up, nor see forgot The gifts with haste, that will, I know, be rich, And put into our coach with gracious speech By lance fam'd Menelaus. Not a guest Shall touch at his house, but shall store his breast With fit mind of an hospitable man, To last as long as any daylight can His eyes recomfort, in such gifts as he Will proofs make of his hearty royalty." He had no sooner said, but up arose Aurora, that the golden hills repose. And Menelaus, good at martial cries, From Helen's bed rais'd, to his guests applies His first appearance; whose repair made known T' Ulysses' lov'd son. On his robe was thrown About his gracious body, his cloak cast Athwart his ample shoulders, and in haste Abroad he went, and did the king accost: "Atrides, guarded with heav'n's deified host, Grant now remission to my native right, my mind now urging mine own house's sight." "Nor will I stay," said he, "thy person long, Since thy desires to go are grown so strong. I should myself be angry to sustain The like detention urg'd by other men. Who loves a guest past mean will hate. The mean in all acts bears the best estate. Alike ill 'tis to thrust out such a guest As would not go, as to detain the rest. We should a guest love while he loves to stay, And, when he likes not, give him loving way. Yet suffer so, that we may gifts impose In coach to thee, which ere our hands enclose Thine eyes shall see, lest else our loves may glose. Besides, I'll cause our women to prepare What our house yields, and merely so much fare As may suffice for health. Both well will do, Both for our honour and our profit too. And serving strength with food, you after may As much earth measure as will match the clay. If you will turn your course from sea, and go Through Greece and Argos, that myself may so Keep kind way with thee, I'll join horse, and guide To our human cities. Nor ungratified Will any one remit us. Some one thing Will each present us, that along may bring Our pass with love, and prove our virtues blaz'd, A caldron or a tripod richly braz'd, 2 mules, a bowl of gold, that hath his price Heighten'd with emblems of some rare device." The wise prince answer'd: "I would gladly go Home to mine own, and see that govern'd so That I may keep what I for certain hold, Not hazard that for only hop'd for gold. I left behind me none so always fit To give it guard, as mine own trust with it. Besides, in this broad course which you propose, My father seeking I myself may lose." When this the shrill voic'd Menelaus heard, He charg'd his queen and maids to see prepar'd Breakfast, of what the whole house held for best. To him rose Eteoneus from his rest, Whose dwelling was not far off from the court, And his attendants his command did sort With kindling fires, and furth'ring all the roast, In act of whose charge no time he lost. Himself then to an odorous room descended, Whom Megapenthe and his queen attended. Come to his treasury, a 2-ear'd cup He choos'd of all, and made his son bear up A silver bowl. The queen then taking stand Aside her chest, where by her own fair hand Lay vests of all hues wrought, she took out one Most large, most artful, chiefly fair, and shone Like to a star, and lay of all the last. Then through the house with either's gifts they past, When to Ulysses' son Atrides said: "Telemachus, since so entirely sway'd Thy thoughts are with thy vow'd return now tender'd, May Juno's thund'ring husband see it render'd Perfect at all parts, action answering thought. Of all the rich gifts, in my treasure sought, I give thee here the most in grace and best, A bowl but silver, yet the brims compress'd With gold, whose fabric his desert doth bring From Vulcan's hand, presented by the king And great hero of Sidonia's state, When at our parting he did consummate His whole housekeeping. This do thou command." This said, he put the round bowl in his hand, And then his strong son Megapenthe plac'd The silver cup before him, amply grac'd With work and lustre. Helen, standing by, And in her hand the robe, her housewif'ry, His name rememb'ring, said: "And I present, Lov'd son, this gift to thee, the monument Of so many lovéd Helen's hands, Which at the knitting of thy nuptial bands Present thy wife. In mean space may it lie By thy lov'd mother, but to me apply Thy pleasure in it, and thus take thy way To thy fair house, and country's wishéd stay." Thus gave she to his hands the veil, and he The acceptation author'd joyfully, Which in the chariot's chest Pisistratus plac'd with the rest, And held miraculous. The yellow headed king then led them all To seats and thrones plac'd in his spacious hall. The handmaid water brought, and gave it stream From out a fair and golden ewer to them, From whose hands to a silver caldron fled The troubled wave. A bright board then she spread, On which another reverend dame set bread, To which more servants store of victuals serv'd. Eteoneus was the man that curv'd, And Megapenthe fill'd them all their wine. All fed and drank, till all felt care decline For those refreshings. Both the guests did go to horse and coach, and forth the portico a little issued, when the yellow king brought wine himself, that, with an offering to all the Gods, they might their journey take. He stood before the Gods, and thus he spake: "Farewell, young princes. To grave Nestor's ear this salutation from my gratitude bear, that I profess, in all our Ilian wars, he stood a careful father to my cares." To whom the wise Ulysses replied: "With all our utmost shall be signified, Jove kept Atrides, your right royal will; and would to God I could as well fulfil mine own mind's gratitude, for your free grace, in telling to Ulysses, in the place of my return, in what accomplish'd kind I have obtain'd the office of a friend at your deservings, whose fair end you crown'd with gifts so many, and of such renown." His wish, that he might find in his retreat His father safe return'd, to so repeat The king's love to him, was saluted thus: An eagle rose, and in her seres did truss A goose all white and huge, a household one, Which men and women, crying out upon, Pursued; but she, being near the guests, her flight Made on their right hand, and kept still foreright Before their horses; which, observ'd by them, The spirits in all their minds took joys extreme; Which Nestor's son thus question'd: "Jove kept king, Yield your grave thoughts, if this ostentful thing, This eagle and this goose, touch us or you?" He put to study, and not knowing how To give fit answer, Helen took on her The ostent's solution, and did this prefer: "Hear me, and I will play the prophet's part, As the Immortals cast it in my heart, And as, I think, will make the true sense known. As this Jove's bird, from out the mountains flown, Where was her eyrie, and whence rose her race, Truss'd up this goose, that from the house did graze; So shall Ulysses, coming from the wild Of seas and sufferings, reach, unreconcil'd, His native home, where ev'n this hour he is, And on those house fed Wooers those wrongs of his Will shortly wreak, with all their miseries." "O," said Telemachus, "if Saturnian Jove To my desires thy dear presage approve, When I arrive, I will perform to thee My daily vows, as to a Deity." This said, he us'd his scourge upon the horse, That through the city freely made their course To field, and all day made that first speed good. But when the sun set, and obscureness stood In each man's way, they ended their access At Pharis, in the house of Diocles, Son to Orsilochus, Alphëus' seed, Who gave them guest rites, and sleep's natural need They that night serv'd there. When Aurora rose, they join'd their horse, took coach, and did dispose Their course for Pylos, whose high city soon They reach'd; nor would Telemachus be won To Nestor's house, and therefore order'd thus His speech to Nestor's son, Pisistratus: "How shall I win thy promise to a grace That I must ask of thee? We both embrace The names of bedfellows, and in that name Will glory as an adjunct of our fame, Our fathers' friendship, our own equal age, And our joint travel, may the more engage Our mutual concord. Do not then essay, My God lov'd friend, to lead me from my way To my near ship, but take a course direct, And leave me there, lest the old sire's respect In his desire to love me hinder so My way for home, that have such need to go." This said, Nestorides held all discourse In his kind soul, how best he might enforce Both promise and performance; which, at last, He vow'd to venture, and directly cast His horse about to fetch the ship and shore. Where come, his friends' most lovely gifts he bore Aboard the ship, and in her hind deck plac'd The veil that Helen's curious hand had grac'd, And Menelaus' gold, and said: "Away! Nor let thy men in any least date stay, But quite put off, ere I get home, and tell The old Duke you are past; for passing well I know his mind to exceed all force Of any prayer, that he will stay your course, Himself make hither, all your course call back, And when he hath you, have no thought to rack Him from his bounty, and to let you part Without a present, but be vex'd at heart With both our pleadings, if we once put move The least repression of his fiery love." Thus took he coach, his fair man'd steeds scourg'd on, Along the Pylian city, and anon His father's court reach'd, while Ulysses' son Bade board and arm, which with a thought was done. His rowers set, and he rich odours firing in his hind deck for his secure retiring, to great Athenia, to his ship came flying a stranger and a prophet, as relying on wished passage, having newly slain a man at Argos. Yet his race's vein flowed from Melampus, who in former date in Pylos lived, and had a huge estate, but fled his country and the punishing hand of great-souled Neleus, in a foreign land, from that most famous mortal, having held a world of riches, nor could be compelled to render restitution in a year. In mean space, living as close prisoner in the court of Phylacus, and for the sake of Neleus' daughter mighty cares did take, together with a grievous languor sent from grave Erinnys, that did much torment his vexed conscience. Yet his life's expense he scaped, and drave the loud‐voiced oxen thence, to breed sheep Pylos, bringing vengeance thus his foul demerit to great Neleus, and to his brother's house reduced his wife, who yet from Pylos did remove his life for feed‐horse Argos, where his fate set down a dwelling for him, and in much renown made govern many Argives, where a spouse he took to him, and built a famous house. There he had born to him Antiphates, and forceful Mantius. To the first of these was great Oïcleus born. Oïcleus gat Amphiaraus, that the popular state had all their health in, whom even from his heart Jove loved, and Phœbus in the whole desert of friendship held him. Yet not blessed so much that age's threshold he did ever touch, but lost his life by female bribery. Yet 2 sons author'd his posterity, Alcmaeon and renown'd Amphilochus. Mantius had issue of Polypheidius and Clytus, but Aurora ravish'd him, for excellence of his admired limb, and interested him amongst the Gods. His brother knew men's good and bad abodes the best of all men, after the decease of him that perish'd in unnatural peace at spacious Thebes. Apollo did inspire his knowing soul with a prophetic fire, who, angry with his father, took his way to Hyperesia, where, making stay, he prophesied to all men, and had there a son called Theoclymenus, who here came to Telemachus, and found aboard himself at sacrifice, whom in a word he thus saluted: "O friend, since I find, even here at ship, a sacrificing mind inform your actions, by your sacrifice, and by the worthy choice of deities to whom you offer, by yourself, and all these men that serve your course maritimal, tell one that asks the truth, nor give it glows, both who and whence you are, from what seed rose your royal person, and what city's towers hold habitation to your parents' powers." He answer'd: "Stranger, the sure truth is this: I am of Ithaca. My father is, or was, Ulysses, but austere death now takes his state from him, whose event to know, himself being long away, I set forth thus with ship and soldiers." Theoclymenus as freely said: "And I to thee am fled from forth my country, for a man struck dead by my unhappy hand, who was with me of one self tribe, and of his pedigree are many friends and brothers, and the sway of Argive kindred reacheth far away; from whom, because I fear their spleens suborn blood and black fate against me, being born to be a wanderer among foreign men, make thy fair ship my rescue, and sustain my life from slaughter. Thy deservings may perform that mercy, and to them I pray." "Nor will I bar," said he, "thy will to make my means and equal ship thy aid, but take, with what we have here in all friendly use, thy life from any violence that pursues." Thus took he in his lance, and it extended aloft the hatches, which himself ascended. The prince took seat at stern, and on his right hand sat Theoclymenus, and gave command to all his men to arm, and see made fast amidst the hollow keel the beechen mast with able halsers, hoise sail, launch, which soon he saw obeyed. And then his ship did run a merry course. Blue‐eyed Minerva sent a foreright gale, tumultuous, vehement, along the air, that her way's utmost yield the ship might make, and plough the brackish field. Then set the sun, and night blacked all the ways. The ship, with Jove's wind winged, where the Epian sways, fetch'd fairest first, then Elis the divine, and then for those isles made, that seaward shine for form and sharpness like a lance's head, about which lay the Wooers ambushed. On which he rush'd, to try if he could 'scape His plotted death, or serve her treach'rous rape. And now return we to Eumæus' shed, Where, at their food with others marshalled, Ulysses and his noble herdsman sate, To try if whose love's curious estate Stood firm to his abode, or felt it fade, And so would take each best cause to persuade His guest to town. Ulysses thus contends: "Hear me, Eumæus, and ye other friends. Next morn to town I covert to be gone, To beg some others' alms, not still charge one. Advise me well then, and as well provide I may be fitted with an honest guide. For through the streets, since need will have it so, I tread, to find if any will bestow A dish or drink on me, or a bit of bread, Till to Ulysses' house I may be led, And there I'll tell all wise Penelope news, Mix'd with the Wooers' pride, and, since they use To fare above the full, their hands excite To some small feast from out their infinite. For which I'll wait, and play the serving man, Fairly enough, command the most they can. For I will tell thee, note me well and hear, That if the will of Heav'n's messenger, Who to the works of men of any sort Can grace infuse and glory, nothing short Am I of him, that doth to most aspire In any service, as to build a fire, To cleave sere wood, to roast or boil their meat, To wait at board, mix wine, or know the neat, Or any work in which the poor call'd worst, To serve the rich call'd best, in fate are forc'd." He, angry with him, said: "Alas, poor guest! Why did this counsel ever touch thy breast? Thou seek'st thy utter spoil beyond all doubt, If thou giv'st venture on the Wooers' rout, Whose wrong and force affects the iron heav'n. Their light delights are far from being giv'n To such grave servitors. Youths richly trick'd In coats or cassocks, locks divinely slick'd, And looks most rapting, ever have the gift To taste their crown'd cups, and full trenchers shift. Their tables ever like their glasses shine, Loaded with bread, with varied flesh, and wine. And thou go thither? Stay, for here do none Grudge at thy presence, nor myself, nor one Of all I feed. But when Ulysses' son Again shall greet us, he shall put thee on Both coat and cassock, and thy quick retreat Set where thy heart and soul desire thy seat." Industrious Ulysses gave reply: "I still much wish, that Heav'n's chief Deity Love thee as I do, that hast eas'd my mind Of woes and wand'rings never yet confin'd. Nought is more wretched in a human race, Than country's want, and shift from place to place. But for the baneful belly men take care Beyond good counsel, whosoever are In compass of the wants it undergoes By wand'rings, losses, or dependent woes. Excuse me therefore, if I err'd at home; Which since thou wilt make here, as overcome With thy command for stay, I'll take on me Cares appertaining to this place, like thee. Does then Ulysses' sire and mother breathe, Both whom he left in the age next door to death? Or are they breathless, and descended where The dark house is, that never day doth clear?" "Laertes lives," said he, "but ev'ry hour Beseecheth Jove to take from him the pow'r That joins his life and limbs. For with a moan That breeds a marvel he laments his son Depriv'd by death, and adds to that Another of no less depth for that dead son's Dead mother, whom he a virgin wedded, Which the more makes him lament her loss, And doth deplore yet more her miss, because Her womb the truer was to his brave son, And his slaughter slew her. Which last love to her Doth his life engage, And makes him live an undigested age. O, such a death she died, as never may Seize any one that here beholds the day, That either is to any man a friend, Or can a woman kill in such a kind. As long as she had being, I would be A still inquirer, since 'twas dear to me, Though death to her, to hear his name, when she Heard of Ulysses. For I might be bold. She brought me up, and in her love did hold My life, compar'd with long veil'd Ctimene, Her youngest issue, and in some small degree Her daughter yet preferr'd, a brave young dame. And when of youth the dearly lovéd flame Was lighted in us, marriage did prefer The maid to Samos, whence was sent for her Infinite riches; when the queen bestow'd A fair new suit, new shoes, and all, and vow'd Me to the field, but passing loth to part, As loving me more than she lov'd her heart. And these I want now, but their business grows Upon me daily, which the Gods impose, To whom I hold all, give account to them, For I see none left to the diadem That may dispose all better. So I drink and eat of what is here, And whom I think, worthy or reverend, I have given to, still, these kinds of guest rites; For the household ill (which, where the Queen is, riots) Takes her still from thought of these things; Nor is it delight to hear, from her plight, Of or worker word. The Wooers spoil all. But yet my men will board Her sorrows often with discourse of all, Eating and drinking of the festival That there is kept, and after bring to field Such things as servants make their pleasures yield." "O me, Eumæus," said Laertes' son, "Hast thou then err'd so of a little one, Like me, from friends and country? Pray thee say, And say a truth, doth vast Destruction lay Her hand upon the wide way'd seat of men, Where dwelt thy sire and rev'rend mother then, That thou art spar'd there? Or else, set alone In guard of beeves or sheep, set the enemy on, Surpris'd, and shipp'd, transferr'd, and sold thee here? He that bought thee paid well, yet bought not dear." "Since thou enquirest of that, my guest," said he, "Herein be silent, and mean space sit free In use of these cups to thy most delights. Unspeakable in length now are the nights. Those that affect sleep yet, to sleep have leave; Those that affect to hear, their hearers give. But sleep not ere your hour; much sleep doth grieve. Whoever lists to sleep, away to bed, Together with the morning raise his head, Together with his fellows break his fast, And then his lord's herd drive to their repast. We two, still in our tabernacle here Drinking and eating, will our bosoms cheer With memories and tales of our annoys. Betwixt his sorrows every human joys, He most who most hath felt, and furthest err'd. And now thy will to act shall be preferr'd. There is an isle above Ortygia, If thou hast heard, they call it Syria, Where, once a day, the sun moves backward still. 'Tis not so great as good, for it doth fill The fields with oxen, fills them still with sheep, Fills roofs with wine, and makes all corn there cheap. No dearth comes ever there, nor no disease, That doth with hate us wretched mortals seize. But when men's varied nations, dwelling there In any city, enter'd the aged year, The silver bow bearer, the sun, and she That bears as much renown for archery, Stoop with their painless shafts, and strike them dead, As one would sleep, and never keep the bed. In this isle stand two cities, betwixt whom All things that of the soil's fertility Come in two parts are divided. And both these my father rul'd, Ctesius Ormenides, a man like the Immortals. With these states the cross‐biting Phœnicians trafficked rates Of infinite merchandise in ships brought there, In which they then were held exempt from peer. There dwelt within my father's house a dame, Born a Phœnician, skilful in the frame Of noble housewif'ries, right tall and fair. Her the Phœnician great wench net layer With sweet words circumvented, as she was washing her linen. To his amorous pass he brought her first, Shor'd from his ship to her, to whom he did His whole life's love prefer. Which of these breast exposing dames the hearts Deceives, though fashion'd of right honest parts. He ask'd her after, what she was, and whence. She, passing presently, the excellence told Of her father's turrets, and that she Might boast herself sprung from the progeny Of the rich Sidons, and the daughter was Of the much year revenued Arybus. But that the Taphian pirates made her prize, As she return'd from her field housewif'ries, Transferr'd her hither, and at that man's house Where now she liv'd, for value precious sold Her to the owner. He that stole her love Bade her again to her birth seat remove, To see the fair roofs of her friends again, Who still held state, and did the port maintain Herself reported. She said, "Be it so. So you, and all that in your ship shall row, Swear to return me in all safety hence." All swore. The oath pass'd with every consequence. She bade, "Be silent now, and not a word Do you, or any of your friends afford, Meeting me afterward in any way, Or at the washing fount, lest some display Be made, and told the old man, and he then Kept me strait bound. to you and to your men the utter ruin plotting of your lives. Keep in firm thought, then, every word that strives for dangerous utterance. Haste your ships full freight of what you traffic for, and let me straight know, by some sent friend, she hath all in hold, and with myself I'll bring thence all the gold I can by all means finger, and beside I'll do my best to see your freight supplied with some well weighing burthen of mine own, for I can bring up in house a great man's son, as crafty as myself, who will with me run every way along, and I will be his leader, till your ship hath made him sure. He will an infinite great price procure, transfer him to what languaged men ye may." This said, she gat her home, and there made stay a whole year with us, goods of great avail their ship enriching. Which now fit for sail, they sent a messenger t' inform the dame, and to my father's house a fellow came, full of Phœnician craft, that to be sold a tablet brought, the body all of gold, the verge all amber. This had ocular view, both by my honour'd mother and the crew of her housemaids, handled, and the price beat, asked, and promised. And while this device lay thus upon the forge, this jeweller made privy signs, by winks and wiles, to her that was his object, which she took, and he, his sign seeing noted, hied to ship. When she, my hand still taking, as she used to do to walk abroad with her, convey'd me so abroad with her, and in the portico found cups, with tasted viands, which the guests that used to flock about my father's feasts had left. They gone, some to the council court, some to hear news amongst the talking sort, her theft 3 bowls into her lap convey'd, and forth she went. Nor was my wit so stay'd to stay her, or myself. The sun went down, and shadows round about the world were flown, when we came to the haven, in which did ride the swift Phœnician ship, whose fair broadside they boarded straight, took us up, and all went along the moist waves. Wind Saturnius sent. 6 days we day and night sailed, but when Jove put up the 7th day, she that shafts doth love shot dead the woman, who into the pump like to a dopchick div'd, and gave a thump in her sad settling. Forth they cast her then to serve the fish and sea calves, no more men, but I was left there with a heavy heart, when wind and water drave them quit apart their own course, and on Ithaca they fell, and there poor me did to Laertes sell, and thus these eyes the sight of this isle prov'd. "Eumæus," he replied, "thou much hast mov'd the mind in me with all things thou hast said, and all the suff'rance on thy bosom laid. But, truly, to thy ill hath Jove join'd good, that one whose veins are serv'd with human blood hath bought thy service, that gives competence of food, wine, cloth to thee, and sure the expense of thy life's date here is of good desert, whose labours not to thee alone impart sufficient food and housing, but to me, where I through many a heap'd humanity have hither err'd, where though like thee not sold, nor stay'd like thee yet, nor not needful hold." This mutual speech they us'd, nor had they slept much time, before the much near morning leapt to her fair throne, and now struck sail the men that serv'd Telemachus, arriv'd just then near his lov'd shore, where now they stoop'd the mast, made to the port with oars, and anchor cast, made fast the ship, and then ashore they went, dress'd supper, fill'd wine, when, their appetites spent, Telemachus commanded they should yield the ship to the owner, while himself at field would see his shepherds. When light drew to end he would his gifts see, and to town descend, and in the morning at a feast bestow rewards for all their pains. "And whither now," said Theoclymenus, "my loved son, shall I address myself? Whose mansion of all men, in this rough hewn isle, shall I direct my way to, or go readily to thy house and thy mother?" He replied, "Another time I'll see you satisfied with my house entertainment, but as now you should encounter none that could bestow your fit entreaty, and, which less grace were, you could not see my mother, I not there. For she's no frequent object, but apart keeps from her wooers, woo'd with her desert up in her chamber at her housewif'ry. But I'll name one to whom you shall apply direct repair. And that's Eurymachus, renown'd descent to wise Polybus, a man whom the Ithacensians look on now as on a God, since he of all that woo is far superior man, and likest far to wed my mother, and as circular be in that honour as Ulysses was. But heav'n hous'd Jove knows the yet hidden paths of her disposure, and on them he may a blacker sight bring than her nuptial day." As this he utter'd, on his right hand flew a saker, sacred to the God of View, that in his talons truss'd and plum'd a dove. The feathers round the ship did rove, and on Telemachus fell, whom the augur then took fast by the hand, withdrew him from his men, and said: "Telemachus, this hawk is sent from God. I knew it for a sure ostent when first I saw it. Be you well assur'd, that will no wooer be by heav'n endur'd to rule in Ithaca above your race, but your powers ever fill the regal place." "I wish to heav'n," said he, "thy word might stand. Thou then shouldst soon acknowledge from my hand Such gifts and friendship as would make thee guest Met and saluted as no less than blest." This said, he call'd Piræus, Clytus' son, his true associate, saying: "Thou hast done, of all my followers to the Pylian shore, my will in chief in other things. Once more be chiefly good to me. Take to thy house this lovéd stranger, and be studious t' embrace and greet him with thy greatest fare, till I myself come and take off thy care." The famous for his lance said: "If your stay take time for life here, this man's care I'll lay on my performance; nor what fits a guest Shall any penury withhold his feast." Thus took he ship, bade them board, and away. They boarded, sat, but did their labour stay Till he had deck'd his feet, and reach'd his lance. They to the city, he did straight advance Up to his styes, where swine lay for him store, By whose side did his honest swineherd snore, Till his short cares his longest nights had ended, And nothing worse to both his lords intended. End of the 15th Book. The 16th Book of the Odysseys of Homer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Shempf. The 16th Book of the Odysseys of Homer. Translated by George Chapman. The Argument. The prince at field he sends to town Eumæus, to make truly known his safe return. By Pallas' will Telemachus is given the skill to know his father. Those that lay in ambush, to prevent the way Of young Ulyssides for home, retire, with anger overcome. Another Argument. Pie. To his most dear Ulysses shows, The wise son here his father knows. Ulysses and divine Eumæus rose Soon as the morning could her eyes unclose, Made fire, brake fast, and to their pasture send The gather'd herds, on whom their swains attend. The self‐tir'd barking dogs all fawn'd upon, Nor bark'd at first sight of Ulysses' son. The whinings of their fawnings yet did greet Ulysses' ears, and sounds of certain feet, Who thus bespake Eumæus: "Sure some friend, or one well known comes, that the mastiffs spend their mouths no louder. Only some one near they whine, and leap about, Whose feet I hear." Each word of this speech was not spent, before His son stood in the entry of the door. Out rush'd amaz'd Eumæus, and let go The cup to earth, that he had labour'd so, Cleansed for the neat wine, did the prince surprise, Kiss'd his fair forehead, both his lovely eyes, Both his white hands, and tender tears distill'd. There breath'd no kind soul father, that was fill'd Less with his son's embraces, that had liv'd 10 years in far off earth, now new retriev'd His only child too, gotten in his age, And for whose absence he felt the rage Of griefs upon him, than for this divine So much for form was this divine for mind, Who kiss'd him through, who grew about him kissing, As fresh from death 'scap'd. Whom so long time missing, He wept for joy, and said: "Thou yet art come, Sweet light, sweet sunrise, to thy cloudy home! O never I look'd, when once shipp'd away for Pylos' shore to see thy turning day. Come, enter, lov'd son, let me feast my heart With thy sweet sight, new come, so far apart. Nor, when you liv'd at home, would you walk down Often enough here, but stay'd still at town. It pleas'd you then to cast such forehand view About your house on that most damned crew. It shall be so then, friend, said he. But now I come to glad mine eyes with thee, And know if still my mother in her house remain, Or if some wooer hath aspir'd to gain Of her in nuptials, for Ulysses' bed. By this lies all with spiders' cobwebs spread, In penury of him that should supply it. She still, said he, holds her most constant quiet, Aloft thine own house, for the bed's respect. But for her lord's sad loss, sad nights and days Obscure her beauties, and corrupt their rays. This said, Eumæus took his brazen spear, And in he went; when, being enter'd near Within the stony threshold, from his seat His father rose to him, who would not let The old man remove, but drew him back, And press'd with earnest terms his sitting, saying: Guest, take here your seat again. We soon shall get Within our house here some other seat. Here's one will fetch it. This said, down again his father sat, And to his son his swain strew'd fair green osiers, And impos'd thereon a good soft sheepskin, Which made him a throne. Then he appos'd to them his last left roast, And in a wicker basket bread engross'd, Fill'd luscious wine, and then took opposite seat To the divine Ulysses. When, the meat Set there before them, all fell to and eat. When they had fed, the prince said: Pray thee say, Whence comes this guest? What seaman gave him way To this our isle? I hope these feet of his Could walk no water. Who boasts he is? I'll tell all truly, son. From ample Crete He boasts himself, and says, his erring feet Have many cities trod, and God was he Whose finger wrought in his infirmity. But to my cottage the last scape of his Was from a Thesprot's ship. Whate'er he is, I'll give him you, do what you please. His vaunt is, that he is, at most, a suppliant. Eumæus, said the prince, to tell me this, You have afflicted my weak faculties. For how shall I receive him to my house With any safety, that, suspicious of My young forces, should I be assay'd With any sudden violence, may want aid To shield myself? Besides, if I go home, My mother is with two doubts overcome, If she shall stay with me, and take fit care For all such guests as there seek gustive fare, Her husband's bed respecting, and her fame Amongst the people, or her blood may frame A liking to some wooer, such as best May bed her in his house, not giving least. And thus I am unsure, of all means free To use a guest there, fit for his degree. But, being thy guest, I'll be his supply For all weeds, such as mere necessity Shall more than furnish. Fit him with a sword, And set him where his heart would have been shor'd. Or, if so pleas'd, receive him in thy shed. I'll send thee clothes, I vow, and all the bread His wish would eat, that to thy men and thee He be no burthen. But that I should be his mean to my house, where a company Of wrong professing wooers wildly live, I will in no sort author, lest they give Foul use to him, and me as gravely grieve. For what great act can any one achieve Against a multitude, although his mind Retain a courage of the greatest kind? For all minds have not force in one degree. Ulysses answer'd: O friend, since 'tis free for any man To change fit words with thee, I'll freely speak. Methinks a wolfish pow'r my heart puts on, To tear and to devour, to hear your affirmation, That, in spite of what may fall on you, Made opposite, being one of your proportion, birth, and age, These wooers should in such injustice rage. What should the cause be? Do you wilfully Endure their spoil? Or hath your empery Been such amongst your people, that all Gather in troop and one voice, which even God Doth father, and vow your hate so that they Suffer them? Or blame your kinsfolk's faiths, before the extreme Of your first stroke hath tried them? Whom a man, when strifes to blows rise, Trusts, though battle ran in huge and high waves. Would to heav'n my spirit such youth breath'd, As the man that must inherit, yet never touch'd Ulysses, or that he, but wand'ring this way, would but come, and see what my age could achieve, and there is fate for hope yet left, that he may recreate his eyes with such an object, this my head should any stranger strike off, if stark dead I struck not all, the house in open force ent'ring with challenge. If their great concourse did overlay me, being a man alone, which you urge for yourself, be you that one, I rather in mine own house wish to die One death for all, than so indecently See evermore deeds worse than death applied, Guests wrong'd with vile words, and blow giving pride, The women's servants dragg'd in filthy kind About the fair house, and in corners blind Made serve the rapes of ruffians, food Devour'd idly and rudely, wine exhaust, And pour'd through throats profane, and all about A deed that's ever wooing, and will never speed." "I tell you, guest, most truly," said his son, "I do not think that all my people run One hateful course against me, nor accuse Kinsfolks that I in strifes of weight might use; But Jove will have it so, our race alone, As if made singular, to one, and one His hand confining. Only to the king Jove bred Arcesius did Laertes spring, Only to old Laertes did descend Ulysses, only to Ulysses' end Am I the adjunct, whom he left so young, That from me to him never comfort sprung. And to all these now, for their race, arise Up in their house a brood of enemies, As many as in these isles bow men's knees, Samos, Dulichius, and the rich in trees Zacynthus, or in this rough isle's command, So many suitors for the nuptials stand, That ask my mother, and mean space prefer Their lusts to all spoil, that dishonour her. Nor doth she, though she loathes, deny their suits, Nor they denials take, though taste their fruits. But all this time the state of all things there Their throats devour, and I must shortly bear A part in all. And yet the periods Of these designs lie in the knees of Gods. Of all loves then, Eumæus, make quick way To wise Penelope, and to her say My safe return from Pylos; and alone Return thou hither, having made it known. Nor let, besides my mother, any ear Partake thy message, since a number bear My safe return displeasure." He replied: "I know and comprehend you. You divide your mind With one that understands you well. But all in one yet, may I not reveal To the old hard fated Arcesiades Your safe return? Who, though his whole distress Felt for Ulysses, did not yet so grieve, But with his household he had will to live, And serve his appetite with wine and food, Survey'd his husbandry, and did his blood Some comforts fitting life. But since you took Your ship for Pylos, he would never brook Or wine or food, they say, nor cast an eye On any labour, but sits weeping by, And sighing out his sorrows, ceaseless moans Wasting his body, turn'd all skin and bones." "More sad news still," said he, "yet mourn he still. For if the rule of all men's works be will, And his will his way goes, mine stands inclin'd T' attend the home turn of my nearer kind. Do then what I enjoin; which giv'n effect, Err nor to feel to him, but turn direct, Entreating first my mother with most speed, And all the secrecy that now serves need, To send this way their storehouse guardian, And she shall tell all to the aged man." He took his shoes up, put them on, and went. Nor was his absence hid from Jove's descent, Divine Minerva, who took straight to view A goodly woman's shape that all works knew, And, standing in the entry, did prefer Her sight to Ulysses; but, though meeting her, His son Telemachus nor saw nor knew. The Gods' clear presences are known to few. Yet with Ulysses even the dogs did see, And would not bark, but whining lovingly, Fled to the stall's far side. When she her eyne Mov'd to Ulysses, he knew her design, And left the house, pass'd the great sheep cote's wall, And stood before her. She bade utter all Now to his son, nor keep the least unlos'd, That, all the Wooers' death being now dispos'd, They might approach the town, affirming she Not long would fail t' assist to victory. This said, she laid her golden rod on him, And with his late worn weeds grac'd every limb, His body straighten'd, and his youth instill'd, His fresh blood call'd up, every wrinkle fill'd About his broken eyes, and on his chin The brown hairs spread. When his whole trim wrought in, She issued, and he enter'd to his son, Who stood amaz'd, and thought some God had done His house that honour, turn'd away his eyes, And said: "Now, guest, you grace another guise That suits your late show. Other weeds you wear, And other person. Of the starry sphere You certainly present some deathless God. Be pleas'd, that to your here vouchsaf'd abode We may give sacred rites, and offer gold, To do us favour." He replied: "I hold no deified state. Why put you thus on me a God's resemblance? I am only he that bears thy father's name, For whose love's sake thy youth so grieves, Whose absence makes thee take such wrongs of men." Thus kiss'd he him, nor could forbear those tears That in such mighty hold he held before, Still held, still issuing ever. And now the shores once broke, the spring tide never Forbore earth from the cheeks he kiss'd. His son, by all these violent arguments Not won to credit him his father, did deny His kind assumpt, and said, some Deity feign'd that joy's cause, to make him grieve the more; affirming that no man, who ever wore The garment of mortality, could take, By any utmost pow'r his soul could make Such change into it, since at so much will Not Jove himself could both remove and fill Old age with youth, and youth with age so spoil, In such an instant. You wore all the soil Of age but now, and were old, but now You bear that young grace that the Gods endow Their heav'n born forms withal." His father said: "Telemachus, admire nor stand dismay'd, But know thy solid father, since within He answers all parts that adorn his skin. There shall no more Ulysseses come here. I am the man, that now this 20th year, Still under suff'rance of a world of ill, My country earth recover. 'Tis the will The prey professor, Pallas, puts in act, Who put me thus together, thus distract In aged pieces, as ev'n now you saw This youth now rend'ring. 'Tis within the law Of her free pow'r, sometimes to show me poor, Sometimes again thus amply to restore My youth and ornaments, she still would please. The Gods can raise, and throw men down with ease." This said he sat, when his Telemachus pour'd himself about him. Tears on tears he show'r'd, and to desire Of moan increas'd the cloud. Both wept and howl'd, and laid out shrieks more loud Than, or the bird bone breaking eagle rears, Or brood kind vulture with the crooked seres, When rustic hands their tender eyries draw, Before they give their wings their full plum'd law. But miserably pour'd they from beneath their lids their tears, While both their breasts did breathe as frequent cries, And, to their fervent moan, the light had left the skies, If first the sun their dumb moans had not vented, with demand What ship it was that gave the natural land To his blessed feet. He then did likewise lay Hand on his passion, and gave these words way: "I'll tell thee truth, my son. The men that bear Much fame for shipping, my reducers were To long wish'd Ithaca, who each man else That greets their shore give pass to where he dwells. The Phæacensian peers, in one night's date, While I slept fast, fetch'd the Ithacensian state, Grac'd me with wealthy gifts, brass, store of gold, And robes fair wrought, all which have secret hold In caves that by the Gods' advice I choos'd, And now Minerva's admonitions us'd For this retreat, that we might here dispose In close discourse the slaughters of our foes. Recount the number of the Wooers then, And let me know what name they hold with men, That my mind may cast over their estates A curious measure, and confer the rates Of our two pow'rs and theirs, to try if we Alone may propagate to victory Our bold encounters of them all, or prove The kind assistance of some other's love." "O father," he replied, "I oft have heard Your counsels, and your force of hand preferr'd To mighty glory, but your speeches now Your vent'rous mind exceeding mighty show. Ev'n to amaze they move me; for, in right Of no fit counsel, should be brought to fight Two men 'gainst the able faction of a throng, No one too, No 110, no twice 10 strong these Wooers are, but more by much. For know, that from Dulichius there are 52 All choice young men, and every one of these 6 men attend. From Samos cross'd the seas, twice 12 young gallants. From Zacynthus came twice 10, of Ithaca, the best of name, twice 6. Of all which all the state they take A sacred poet and a herald make. Their delicacies too of special sort In skill of banquets serve. And all this port if we shall dare t' encounter, All thrust up in one strong roof, have great care, Lest the cup your great mind thirst, exceeding bitter taste, And your retreat commend not to your haste Your great attempt, but make you say, you buy Their pride's revenges at a price too high. And therefore, if you could, 'twere well you thought Of some assistant, be your spirit wrought In such a man's election as may lend His succours freely, and express a friend." His father answer'd: "Let me ask of thee, Hear me, consider, then answer me. Think'st thou, if Pallas and the King of skies We had to friend, would their sufficiencies Make strong our part? Or that some other yet My thoughts must work for? These," said he, "are set Aloft the clouds, and are found aids indeed, As pow'rs not only that these men exceed, But bear of all men else the high command, And hold of Gods an overruling hand." "Well then," said he, "not these shall sever long Their force and ours in fights assur'd and strong. And then 'twixt us and them shall Mars prefer His strength, to stand our great distinguisher, When in mine own roofs I am forc'd to blows. But when the day shall first her fires disclose, Go thou for home, and troop up with the Wooers, Thy will with theirs join'd, pow'r with their rude pow'rs. And after shall the herdsman guide to town My steps, my person wholly overgrown With all the appearance of a poor old swain, Heavy and wretched. If their high disdain Of my vile presence make them my desert Affect their contumelies, let thy lov'd heart Beat in fix'd confines of thy bosom still, And see me suffer, patient of their ill. Ay, though they drag me by the heels about Mine own free earth, and after hurl me out, Do thou still suffer. Nay, though with their darts They beat and bruise me, bear. But these foul parts Persuade them to forbear, and by their names Call all with kind words, bidding, for their shames, Their pleasures cease. If yet they yield not way, There breaks the first light of their fatal day. In mean space mark this: When the chiefly wise Minerva prompts me, I'll inform thine eyes With some giv'n sign, and then all the arms That are aloft thy roof in some near room Prepare for speediest use. If those brave men Enquire thy end in all, still rake up all Thy fire in fair cool words, and say: 'I bring them down to scour the smoke off, Being so overgrown that one would think All fumes, that ever were breath'd since Ulysses' loss, reflected here. These are not like the arms he left behind In way for Troy. Besides, Jove prompts my mind In their remove apart thus with this thought, That, if in height of wine there should be wrought Some harsh contention 'twixt you, this apt mean To mutual bloodshed may be taken clean From out your reach, and all the spoil prevented Of present feast. Perhaps ev'n then presented My mother's nuptials to your long kind vows. Steel itself, ready, draws a man to blows. Thus make their thoughts secure. To us alone 2 swords, 2 darts, 2 shields left, which see done Within our readiest reach, that at our will We may resume, and charge, and all their skill Pallas and Jove, that all just counsels breathe, May darken with secureness to their death. And let me charge thee now, as thou art mine, And as thy veins mine own true blood combine, Let, after this, none know Ulysses near, Not any one of all the household there, Not here the herdsman, not Laertes Be made privy, not herself Penelope, but only let thyself And me work out the woman's thoughts of all Things born about the Wooers' hearts, and then Thy men approve to know who honours, who With reverence love, our well weigh'd memories, And who is one to fail thy fit right, Though my only son." "You teach," said he, "so punctually now, As I knew nothing, nor were sprung from you. I hope hereafter you shall better know What soul I bear, and that it doth not let The least loose motion pass his natural seat. But this course you propose will prove, I fear, Small profit to us, and could wish your care Would weigh it better, as too far about. For time will ask much, to the sifting out Of each man's disposition by his deeds; And in the mean time every Wooer feeds Beyond satiety, nor knows how to spare. The women yet, since they more easy are For our enquiry, I would wish you try, Who right your state, who do it injury. The men I would omit, and these things make Your labour after. But to undertake The Wooers' war, I wish you utmost speed, Especially if you could cheer the deed With some ostent from Jove." Thus, as the sire Consented to the son, did here expire Their mutual speech. And now the ship was come, That brought the young prince and his soldiers home. The deep haven reach'd, they drew the ship ashore, Took all their arms out, and the rich gifts bore To Clitus' house. But to Ulysses' court They sent a herald first, to make report To wise Penelopé, that safe at field Her son was left. Yet, since the ship would yield Most haste to her, he sent that first, and them to comfort With his utmost the extreme he knew she suffer'd. At the court now met the herald and the herdsman, To repeat one message to the queen; Both whom arriv'd within the gates, both to The foremost striv'd in that good news. The herald, he for haste Among the maids bestow'd it, thinking place The queen amongst them. "Now," said he, "O queen, your lov'd son is arriv'd." And then was seen the queen herself, to whom The herdsman told all that Telemachus Enjoin'd he should. All which discharg'd, his steps he back bestows, And left both court and city for his sows. The Wooers then grew sad, soul vex'd, and all Made forth the court, when, by the mighty wall, They took their sev'ral seats before the gates. To whom Eurymachus initiates Their utter'd grievance. "O," said he, "my friends, A work right great begun, as proudly ends. We said, Telemachus should never make His voyage good, nor this shore ever take For his return's receipt, and yet we fail, And he performs it. Come, let's man a sail The best in our election, and bestow Such soldiers in her as can swiftest row, To tell our friends that waylay his retreat 'Tis safe perform, and make them quickly get Their ship for Ithaca." This was not said before Amphinomus in port display'd The ship arriv'd, her sails then under stroke, And oars resum'd; when, laughing, thus he spoke: "Move no messenger. These men are come, Some God hath either told his turning home, Or they themselves have seen his ship gone by, Had her in chase, and lost her." Instantly they rose and went to port, Found drawn to land the ship, the soldiers taking arms in hand. The Wooers themselves to council went in throng, And not a man besides, or old, or young, Let sit amongst them. Then Eupitheus' son, Antinous, said: "See what the Gods have done! They only have deliver'd from our ill The men we waylaid. Every windy hill Hath been their watch tow'r, where by turns they stood Continual sentinel. And we made good Our work as well; for, sun once set, we never Slept wink ashore all night, but made sail ever, This way and that, ev'n till the morning kept Her sacred station, so to intercept And take his life, for whom our ambush lay. And yet hath God to his return giv'n way. But let us prosecute with counsels here His necessary death, nor anywhere Let rest his safety. For if he survive, Our sails will never in wish'd havens arrive. Since he is wise, hath soul and counsel too, To work the people who will never do Our faction favour. What we then intend Against his person, give we present end, Before he call a council; which, believe, His spirit will haste, and point where it doth grieve, Stand up amongst them all, and urge his death Decreed amongst us. Which complaint will breathe A fire about their spleens, and blow no praise On our ill labours. Lest they therefore raise Pow'r to exile us from our native earth, And force our lives' societies to the birth Of foreign countries. Let our speeds prevent His coming home to this austere complaint, At field and far from town, or in some way Of narrow passage, with his latest day Shown to his forward youth, his goods and lands Left to the free division of our hands, The movables made all his mother's dow'r, And his, whoever Fate affords the pow'r To celebrate with her sweet Hymen's rites. Or if this please not, but your appetites Stand to his safety, and to give him seat In his whole birthright, let us look to eat At his cost never more, but every man Haste to his home, and wed with whom he can At home, and there lay first about for dow'r, And then the woman give his second pow'r Of nuptial liking, and, for last, apply His purpose with most gifts and destiny." This silence caus'd; whose breach, at last, begun Amphinomus, the much renownéd son Of Nisus, surnam'd Aretiades, who from Dulichius full of flow'ry leaves Led all the Wooers, and in chief did please The queen with his discourse, because it grew From roots of those good minds that did endue His goodly person; who, exceeding wise, Us'd this speech: "Friends, I never will advise The prince's death, for 'tis a damnéd thing To put to death the issue of a king. First therefore let us examine, what applause The Gods will give it. If the equal laws Of Jove approve it, I myself will be The man shall kill him, and this company Exhort to that mind. If the Gods remain Adverse, and hate it, I advise refrain." This said Amphinomus, and pleas'd them all, When all arose, and in Ulysses' hall Took seat again. Then to the queen was come The Wooers' plot, to kill her son at home, Since their abroad design had miss'd success. The herald Medon, who the whole address Knew of their counsels, making the report. The Goddess of her sex, with her fair sort Of lovely women, at the large hall's door (Her bright cheeks clouded with a veil she wore) Stood, and directed to Antinous Her sharp reproof, which she digested thus: "Antinous! Compos'd of injury, plotter of mischief! Though reports that fly amongst our Ithacensian people say, That thou, of all that glory in their sway, Art best in words and counsels, th'art not so. Fond, busy fellow, why plottest thou The woe and slaughter of my son, and dost not fear The precedents of suppliants, when the ear Of Jove stoops to them? 'Tis unjust to do Slaughter for slaughter, or pay woe for woe, Mischief for kindness. Death for life sought, then, Is an injustice to be loath'd of men. Serves not thy knowledge to remember when Thy father fled to us, who, mov'd to wrath Against the Taphian thieves, pursued with scathe The guiltless Thesprots; in whose people's fear, Pursuing him for wreak, he landed here, They after him, professing both their prize Of all his chiefly valued faculties, And more priz'd life; of all whose bloodiest ends Ulysses curb'd them, though they were his friends. Yet thou, like one no law will allow The least true honour, eat'st his house up now That fed thy father, woo'st for love his wife, Whom thus thou griev'st, and seek'st her sole son's life. Cease, I command thee, and command the rest To see all thought of these foul fashions ceas'd." Eurymachus replied: "Be confident, thou all of wit maid, The most fam'd descent of king Icarius. Free thy spirits of fear. There lives not any one, Nor shall live here now nor hereafter, while My life gives heat and light to me on earth, That dares entreat with any ill touch Thy well lovéd son. But here I vow, And here will see it done, his life shall stain My lance, if on his knees the city racer, Laertiades, hath made me sit, Put in my hands his food, held his red wine To me, shall the blood of his Telemachus On my hand lay the least pollution, That my life can stay? No, I have ever charg'd him not to fear Death's threat from any; and, for that most dear Love of his father, he shall ever be Much the most lov'd of all that live to me. Who kills a guiltless man from man may fly, From God his searches all escapes deny." Thus cheer'd his words, but his affection still Fear'd not to cherish foul intent to kill Ev'n him whose life to all lives he preferr'd. The queen went up, and to her love appear'd Her lord so freshly that she wept, till sleep, By Pallas forc'd on her, her eyes did steep In his sweet humour. When the even was come, The godlike herdsman reach'd the whole way home. Ulysses and his son for supper dress'd A year old swine; and ere their host and guest Had got their presents, Pallas had put by With her fair rod Ulysses' royalty, And render'd him an aged man again With all his vile integuments, lest his swain Should know him in his trim, and tell his queen, In these deep secrets not being deeply seen. He seen, to him the prince these words did use: "Welcome, divine Eumæus! Now what news Employs the city? Are the Wooers come back from their scout dismay'd, or here at home will they again attempt me?" He replied: "These touch not my care. I was satisfied to do, with most speed, what I went to do; my message done, return. And yet not so came my news first. A herald, met with there, forestall'd my tale, and told how safe you were. Besides which merely necessary thing, what in my way chanc'd I may overbring, being what I know, and witness'd with mine eyes. Where the Hermian sepulchre doth rise Above the city, I beheld take port A ship, and in her many a man of sort. Her freight was shields and lances, and, methought, They were the Wooers; but of knowledge nought Can therein tell you." The prince smil'd, and knew they were the Wooers, casting secret view Upon his father. But what they intended Fled far the herdsman, whose swains' labours ended. They dress'd the supper, which past wont was eat. When all desire suffic'd of wine and meat, Of other human wants they took supplies At Sleep's soft hand, who sweetly clos'd their eyes. 16th Book. The 17th Book of the Odysseys of Homer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Shempf. The 17th Book of the Odysseys of Homer. Translated by George Chapman. The Argument. Telemachus, return'd to town, Makes to his curious mother known In part his travels. After whom Ulysses to the court doth come In good Eumæus' guide, and press'd to witness Of the Wooers' feast, whom, though twice 10 years did bestow In far off parts, his dog doth know. Another Argument. Row. Ulysses shows through all disguise, Whom his dog knows, who knowing dies. But when the heir's rosy birth, the morn arose, Telemachus did for the town dispose His early steps, and took to his command His fair long lance, well sorting with his hand, Thus parting with Eumæus: "Now, my friend, I must to town, lest too far I extend My mother's moan for me, who, till her eyes Mine own eyes witness, varies tears and cries Through all extremes. Do then this charge of mine, And guide to town this hapless guest of thine, To beg elsewhere his further festival. Give they that please, I cannot give to all, Mine own wants take up for myself my pain. If it incense him, he the worst shall gain. The lovely truth I love, and must be plain." "Alas, friend," said his father, "nor do I Desire at all your further charity. 'Tis better beg in cities than in fields, And take the worst a beggar's fortune yields. Nor am I apt to stay in swine styes more. However, ever the great chief before The poor ranks must to every step obey. But go, your man in my command shall sway. Anon yet too, by favour, when your fires Have comforted the cold heat age expires, And when the sun's flame hath besides corrected The early air abroad, not being protected By these my bare weeds from the morning's frost, Which, if so much ground is to be engross'd By my poor feet as you report, may give Too violent a charge to the heat by which I live." This said, his son went on with sprightly pace, And to the Wooers studied little grace. Arriv'd at home, he gave his jav'lin stay Against a lofty pillar, and bold way Made further in. When having so far gone That he transcended the fair porch of stone, The first by far that gave his entry eye Was nurse Euryclea, who th' embroidery Of stools there set was giving cushions fair, Who ran upon him, and her rapt repair Shed tears of joy. About him gather'd round The other maids, his head and shoulders crown'd With kisses and embraces. From above the queen herself came, like the Queen of Love, or bright Diana, Cast about her son her kind embraces, With effusion of loving tears, Kiss'd both his lovely eyes, his cheeks, and forehead, And gave all supplies with this entreaty: "Welcome, sweetest light. I never had conceit To set quick sight on thee thus soon, when Thy lov'd father's fame As far as Pylos did thy spirit inflame, In that search ventur'd all unknown to me. O say, by what pow'r cam'st thou now to be Mine eyes' dear object?" He return'd reply: "Move me not now, when you my 'scape descry From imminent death, to think me fresh entrapp'd, The fear'd wound rubbing felt before I 'scap'd. Double not needless passion on a heart Whose joy so green is, and so apt t' invert. But pure weeds putting on, ascend, and take Your women with you, that ye all may make Vows of full hecatombs in sacred fire To all the Godheads, if their only Sire Vouchsafe revenge of guest rights wrong'd, which he Is to protect, as being their Deity. My way shall be directed to the hall Of common concourse, that I thence may call A stranger, who from off the Pylian shore Came friendly with me, whom I sent before With all my soldiers, but in chief did charge Piræus with him, wishing him t' enlarge His love to him at home in best affair, And utmost honours till mine own repair." Her son thus spoken, his words could not bear The wings too easily through her either ear, But putting pure weeds on, made vows entire Of perfect hecatombs in sacred fire To all the Deities, if their only Sire Vouchsaf'd revenge of guest rights wrong'd, which he Was to protect, as being their Deity. Her son left house, in his fair hand his lance, His dogs attending, and on every glance His looks cast from them Pallas put a grace That made him seem of the celestial race. Whom, come to concourse, every man admir'd. About him throng'd the Wooers, and desir'd All good to him in tongues, but in their hearts Most deep ills threaten'd to his most deserts. Of whose huge rout once free, he cast glad eye On some that, long before his infancy, Were with his father great and gracious. Grave Halitherses, Mentor, Antiphas, to whom he went, took seat by them, and they Enquir'd of all things since his parting day. To them Piræus came, and brought his guest Along the city thither, whom not least The prince respected, nor was long before He rose and met him. The first word yet bore Piræus from them both, whose haste besought the prince To send his women to see brought the gifts From his house that Atrides gave, Which his own roofs, he thought, would better save. The wise prince answer'd: "I can scarce conceive The way to these works. If the Wooers reave By private stratagem my life at home, I rather wish Piræus may become The master of them, than the best of these. But if I sow in their fields of excess Slaughter and ruin, then thy trust employ, And to me joying, bring thou those with joy." This said, he brought home his grief practis'd guest, Where both put off, both oil'd, and did invest Themselves in rich robes, wash'd, and sate, and eat. His mother, in fair chair taking seat Directly opposite, her loom applied; Who, when her son and guest had satisfied Their appetites with feast, said: "O my son, you know that ever since your sire was won To go in Agamemnon's guide to Troy, Attempting sleep, I never did enjoy One night's good rest, but made my quiet bed A sea blown up with sighs, with tears still shed, Embrued and troubled. Yet through all your miss In your late voyage hath been made for this, That you might know the abode your father made. You shun to tell me what success you had. Now then, before the insolent access The Wooers straight will force on us, express What you have heard." "I will," said he, "and true We came to Pylos, where the studious do That any father could afford his son, But new arriv'd from some course he had run To an extreme length, in some voyage vow'd. Nestor, the pastor of the people, show'd To me arriv'd, in turrets thrust up high, Where not his brave sons were lov'd more than I. Yet of th' unconquer'd ever sufferer Ulysses, never he could set his ear, Alive or dead, from any earthy man. But to the great Lacedæmonian, Atrides, famous for his lance, he sent, With horse and chariots, me, to learn th' event From his relation; where I had the view Of Argive Helen, whose strong beauties drew, By wills of Gods, so many Grecian states, And Trojans under such laborious fates. Where Menelaus ask'd me, what affair To Lacedæmon render'd my repair. I told him all the truth, who made reply: "O deed of most abhorr'd indecency! A sort of impotents attempt his bed, Whose strength of mine hath cities levelled. As to a lion's den, when any hind Hath brought her young calves to their rest inclin'd, when he is ranging hills and herby dales, to make of feeders there his festivals, but, turning to his lustre, calves and dam he shows abhorr'd death, in his anger's flame. So, should Ulysses find this rabble hous'd in his free turrets, courting his espoused, foul death would fall them. O, I would to Jove, Phœbus, and Pallas, that, when he shall prove the broad report of his exhausted store true with his eyes, his nerves and sinews wore that vigour then, that in the Lesbian tow'rs, provok'd to wrastle with the iron pow'rs Philomelides vaunted, he approv'd, when down he hurl'd his challenger, and mov'd huge shouts from all the Achives then in view. If once come home, he all those forces drew about him there to work, they all were dead, and should find bitter his attempted bed. But what you ask and sue for, I, as far as I have heard the true spoke mariner, will tell directly, nor delude your ear. He told me that an island did ensphere in much discomfort great Laertes' son, and that the nymph Calypso, overrun with his affection, kept him in her caves, where men nor ship, of pow'r to brook the waves, were near his convoy to his country's shore, and where herself importun'd evermore his quiet stay, which not obtain'd, by force she kept his person from all else recourse. This told Atrides, which was all he knew, nor stay'd I more, but from the Gods there blew a prosperous wind, that set me quickly here. This put his mother quite from all her cheer, when Theoclymenus the augur said: "O woman, honour'd with Ulysses' bed, your son no doubt knows clearly nothing more. Hear me yet speak, that can the truth uncore, nor will be curious. Jove then witness bear, and this thy hospitable table here, with this whole household of your blameless lord, that at this hour his royal feet are shor'd on his lov'd country earth, and that even here coming, or creeping, he will see the cheer these Wooers make, and in his soul's field sow seeds that shall thrive to all their overthrow. This, set a shipboard, I knew sorted thus, and cried it out to your Telemachus." Penelope replied: "Would this would prove, you well should witness a most friendly love, and gifts such of me, as encountering Fame should greet you with blessed mortal's name." This mutual speech past, all the Wooers were hurling the stone, and tossing of the spear, before the palace, in the pavéd court, where otherwhiles their petulant resort sat plotting injuries. But when the hour of supper enter'd, and the feeding pow'r brought sheep from field, that fill'd up every way with those that used to furnish that purvey, Medon the herald, who of all the rest pleased most the Wooers, and at every feast was ever near, said: "You whose kind consort make the fair branches of the tree our court, grace it within now, and your suppers take. You that for health and fair contention's sake will please your minds, know, bodies must have meat. Play's worse than idleness in times to eat." This said, all left, came in, cast by on thrones and chairs their garments. Their provisions were sheep, swine, goats, the chiefly great and fat, besides an ox, that from the herd they gat. And now the king and herdsman from the field in good way were to town, twixt whom was held some walking conference, which thus began the good Eumæus: "Guest, your will was won because the prince commanded, to make way up to the city, though I wish'd your stay, and to have made you guardian of my stall. But I, in care and fear of what might fall In after anger of the prince, forbore. The checks of princes touch their subjects sore. But make we haste, the day is nearly ended, And cold airs still are in the even extended." "I know it," said he. "Consider all. Your charge is giv'n to one that understands at large. Haste then. Hereafter you shall lead the way. Afford your staff too, if it fit your stay, That I may use it, since you say our pass Is less friend to a weak foot than it was." Thus cast he on his neck his nasty scrip, All patch'd and torn; a cord, that would not slip For knots and bracks about the mouth of it, Made serve the turn. And then his swain did fit his forc'd state with a staff. Then plied they hard their way to town, their cottage left in guard to swains and dogs. And now Eumæus led the king along, his garments to a thread all bare and burn'd, and he himself hard bore upon his staff, at all parts like a poor and sad old beggar. But when now they got the rough highway, their voyage wanted not much of the city, where a fount they reach'd, from whence the town their choicest water fetch'd, that ever overflow'd, and curious art was shown about it, in which three had part, whose names Neritus and Polyctor were, and famous Ithacus. It had a sphere of poplar, that ran round about the wall, and into a lofty rock let fall continual supply of cool clear stream, on whose top, to the nymphs that were supreme in those parts' loves, a stately altar rose, where every traveller did still impose devoted sacrifice. At this fount found these silly travellers a man renown'd for guard of goats, which now he had in guide, whose huge stor'd herd two herdsmen kept beside, for all herds it excell'd, and bred a feed for wooers only. He was Dolius' seed, and call'd Melanthius, who casting eye on these two there, he chid them terribly, and so past mean, that ev'n the wretched Fate now on Ulysses he did irritate. His fume to this effect he did pursue: "Why so? 'Tis now at all parts passing true, That ill leads ill. Good evermore doth train with like his like. Why, thou unenvied swain, whither dost thou lead This same victless leaguer, this bane of banquets, This most nasty beggar, whose sight doth make One sad, it so abhors? Who, with his standing in so many doors, Hath broke his back, and in his beggary tends To beg base crusts, but to no manly ends, As asking swords, or with activity To get a caldron? Wouldst thou give him me, To farm my stable, or to sweep my yard, And bring browse to my kids, and that preferr'd He should be at my keeping, for his pains To drink as much whey as his thirsty veins Would still be swilling, whey made all his fees, His monstrous belly would oppress his knees. But he hath learn'd to lead a base life about, And will not work, but crouch among the rout For broken meat to cram his bursten gut. Yet this I'll say, and he will find it put In sure effect, that if he enters where Ulysses' roofs cast shade, the stools will there about his ears fly, All the house will throw, and rub his ragged sides With cuffs enow." Past these reviles, his manless rudeness spurn'd Divine Ulysses, who at no part turn'd His face from him, but had his spirit fed With these two thoughts: if he should strike him dead With his bestowed staff, or at his feet Make his direct head and pavement meet. But he bore all, and entertain'd a breast That in the strife of all extremes did rest. Eumæus, frowning on him, chid him yet, And lifting up his hands to heav'n, he set This bitter curse at him: "O you that bear Fair name to be the race of Jupiter, Nymphs of these fountains! If Ulysses ever Burn'd thighs to you, that, hid in fat, did never Fail your acceptance, or of lamb or kid, Grant this grace to me: let this man thus hid Shine through his dark fate; make some God his guide, That to thee, goat herd, this same Palate's pride Thou driv'st afore thee, he may come and make The scatterings of the earth, and overtake Thy wrongs, with forcing thee to ever err About the city, hunted by his fear; And in the mean space, by some slothful swains, Let lousy sickness gnaw thy cattle's veins." "O Gods!" replied Melanthius, "what a curse Hath this dog bark'd out, and can yet do worse! This man shall I have giv'n into my hands, When in a well built ship to far off lands I shall transport him, that, should I want here, My sale of him may find me victuals there. And for Ulysses, would to heav'n his joy The silver bearing bow God would destroy, This day within his house, as sure as he The day of his return shall never see." This said, he left them, going silent on; But he outwent them, and took straight upon The palace royal; which he enter'd straight, Sat with the Wooers, and his trencher's freight The carvers gave him of the flesh there vented, But bread the rev'rend butleress presented. He took against Eurymachus his place, Who most of all the Wooers gave him grace. And now Ulysses and his swain got near, When round about them visited their ear The hollow harp's delicious stricken string, To which did Phemius near the Wooers sing. Then by the hand Ulysses took his swain, And said: "Eumæus, one may here see plain, In many a grace, that Laertiades Built here these turrets, and, 'mongst others, these, His whole court arm'd with such a goodly wall, The corners and the cope, majestical, His double gates and turrets, built too strong For force or virtue ever to expugn. I know the feasters in it now abound, Their cates cast such a savour, and the sound The harp gives argues an accomplish'd feast. The Gods made music banquet's dearest guest. These things," said he, "your skill may tell with ease, Since you are grac'd with greater knowledges. But now consult we how these works shall sort, If you will first approach this praised court, And see these Wooers, I remaining here, Or I shall enter, and yourself forbear. But be not too tedious in your stay, Lest thrust ye be, and buffeted away. Brain hath no fence for blows. Look to 't, I pray." "You speak to one that comprehends," said he. "Go you before, and here adventure me. I have of old been us'd to cuffs and blows. My mind is harden'd, and have borne the throes Of many a sour event in waves and wars, Where knocks and buffets are no foreigners. And this same belly by no mean The greatest abstinent can ever wean. Men suffer much bane by the belly's rage, For whose sake ships in all their equipage Are arm'd, and set out to th' untam'd seas, Their bulks full fraught with ills to enemies." Such speech they chang'd, when in the yard There lay a dog call'd Argus, which, before His way assum'd for Ilion, Ulysses bred. Yet stood his pleasure then in little stead, As being too young; but growing to his grace, Young men made choice of him for every chase, Or of their wild goats, of their hares, or harts. But his king gone, and he, now past his parts, Lay all abjectly on the stable store, Before the ox stall and the mules' stable door, To keep the close cast from the peasants' hands, While they laid compass on Ulysses' lands, The dog with ticks unlook'd to overgrown. But by this dog no sooner seen but known Was wise Ulysses, who new enter'd there. Up went his dog's laid ears, and coming near, Up he himself rose, fawn'd, and wagg'd his stern, Couch'd close his ears, and lay so, nor discern Could evermore his dear lov'd lord again. Ulysses saw it, nor had pow'r t' abstain From shedding tears; which, far off seeing his swain, He dried from his sight clean. To whom he thus his grief dissembled: "'Tis miraculous, that such a dog as this Should have his lair on such a dunghill, For his form is fair; and yet I know not If there were in him good pace, or parts, For all his goodly limb; or he liv'd empty Of those inward things, as are those trencher beagles tending kings, Whom, for their pleasures, or their glory's sake, Or fashion, they into their favour take. This dog," said he, "was servant to one dead A huge time since. But if he bore his head For form and quality, of such a height As when Ulysses, bound for the Ilion fight, Or quickly after left him, your rapt eyes Would then admire to see him use his thighs In strength and swiftness. He would nothing fly, Nor anything let 'scape. If once his eye Seiz'd any wild beast, he knew straight his scent. Go where he would, away with him he went. Nor was there ever any savage stood Amongst the thickets of the deepest wood A long time before him, but he pull'd him down. As well by that true hunting to be shown In such vast coverts, as for speed of pace In any open lawn. For in deep chase He was a passing wise and well nos'd hound. And yet is all this good in him uncrown'd With any grace here now, nor he more fed Than any errant cur. His king is dead, Far from his country, and his servants are So negligent, they lend his hound no care. Where masters rule not, but let men alone, You never there see honest service done. That man's half virtue Jove takes quite away, That once is sun burnt with the servile day." This said, he enter'd the well builded tow'rs, Upbearing, right upon the glorious Wooers, And left poor Argus dead, his lord's first sight Since that time 20 years bereft his light. Telemachus did far the first behold Eumæus enter, and made signs he should come up to him. He, noting, came, and took on earth his seat. And then the master cook serv'd in more banquet. Of which, part he set before the Wooers, part the prince did get, who sate alone, his table plac'd aside, to which the herald did the bread divide. After Eumæus enter'd straight the king, Like to a poor and heavy aged thing Bore hard upon his staff, and was so clad As would have made his mere beholder sad. Upon the ashen floor his limbs he spread, And 'gainst a cypress threshold stay'd his head, The tree wrought smooth, and in a line direct, Tried by the plumb and by the architect. The prince then bade the herdsman give him bread, The finest there, and see that prostrated, At all parts plight, of his giv'n all the cheer His hands could turn to. Take, said he, and bear These cates to him, and bid him beg of all These Wooers here, and to their festival Bear up with all the impudence he can. Bashful behaviour fits no needy man. He heard, and did his will. Hold, guest, said he, Telemachus commends these cates to thee, Bids thee bear up, and all these Wooers implore. Wit must make impudent whom fate makes poor. O Jove, said he, do my poor prayers the grace To make him blest of the mortal race, And ev'ry thought now in his gen'rous heart To deeds that further my desires convert. Thus took he in with both hands his store, And in the uncouth scrip that lay before His ill shod feet repos'd it, whence he fed All time the music to the feasters play'd. Both jointly ending, then began the Wooers To put in old act their tumultuous pow'rs, When Pallas standing close did prompt her friend, To prove how far the bounties would extend Of those proud Wooers. So, to let him try, Who most, who least, had learn'd humanity. However, no thought touch'd Minerva's mind, That any one should 'scape his wreak design'd. He handsomely became all, crept about To ev'ry Wooer, held a forc'd hand out, And all his work did in so like a way As he had practis'd begging many a day. And though they knew all beggars could do this, Yet they admir'd it as no deed of his, Though far from thought of other, us'd expense And pity to him who he was, and whence, Inquiring mutually. Melanthius then: Hear me, ye Wooers of the far fam'd queen, About this beggar. I have seen before This face of his, and know for certain more That this swain brought him hither. What he is, and of whence he came, flies me. Reply to this Antinous made, and mock'd Eumæus thus: "O thou renownéd herdsman, why to us Brought'st thou this beggar? It serves not our hands, That other land leapers and cormorants, Profane poor knaves, lie on us, unconducted, But you must bring them? So amiss instructed Art thou in course of thrift, as not to know Thy lord's goods rack'd in this their overflow, Which think'st thou nothing thou call'st in these?" Eumæus answer'd: "Though you may be wise, you speak not wisely. Who calls in a guest that is a guest himself? None call to feast other than men that are Of public use, prophets, or poets, whom The Gods produce, physicians for men's ills, Or architects. Such men the boundless earth Affords respects, bounded in honour, and May call them well. But poor men who calls? Who doth so excel In others' good to do himself an ill? But all Ulysses' servants have been still Eyesores in your way more than all that woo, And chiefly I. But what care I for you, As long as these roofs hold as thralls to none The wise Penelope and her godlike son?" "Forbear," said he, "and leave this tongue's bold ill. Antinous uses to be crossing still, And give sharp words, his blood that humour bears To set men still together by the ears." But, turning then to Antinous: "O," said he, "you entertain A father's care of me to turn these eating guests out. 'Tis advice of needful use For my poor faculties. But God doth not allow this. There must be some care of poor men In humanity. What you yourselves take, give. I not envy, but give command That hospitality be giv'n all strangers. Nor shall my pow'rs fear, if this mood in me Reach my mother's ear, much less the servants', That are here to see Ulysses' house kept In his old degree. But you bear no such mind, Your wits more cast To fill yourselves than let another taste." Antinous answer'd him: "Brave spoken man, Whose mind's free fire seek check no virtue can! If all we Wooers here would give as much As my mind serves, his largesse should be such as would for 3 months serve his far off way from troubling your house with more cause of stay." This said, he took a stool up, that did rest Beneath the board his spangled feet at feast, And offer'd at him; but the rest gave all, And fill'd his fulsome scrip with festival. And so Ulysses for the present was, And for the future, furnish'd, and his pass Bent to the door to eat. Yet could not leave Antinous so, but said: "Do you too give, lov'd lord? Your presence makes a show to me, as you Not worst were of the company, but best, And so much that you seem the king; and therefore You should give some better thing than bread, Like others. I will spread your praise Through all the wide world, that have in my days Kept house myself, and trod the wealthy ways Of other men, ev'n to the title blest. And often have I giv'n an erring guest, How mean soever, to the utmost gain Of what he wanted, kept whole troops of men, And had all other comings in, with which Men live so well, and gain the fame of rich. Yet Jove consum'd all; he would have it so. To which his mean was this: He made me go Far off, for Egypt, in the rude consort Of all ways wandering pirates; where in port I bade my lov'd men draw their ships ashore, And dwell amongst them; sent out some t' explore Up to the mountains; who, intemperate, And their inflam'd bloods bent to satiate, Forag'd the rich fields, hal'd the women thence, And unwean'd children, with foul expence Both of their fames and bloods. The cry then flew Straight to the city, and the great fields grew With horse and foot, and flam'd with iron arms. When Jove, that breaks the thunder in alarms, An ill flight cast amongst my men, not one Inspir'd with spirit to stand and turn Upon the fierce pursuing foe; and therefore stood Their ill fate thick about them, some in blood, And some in bondage, toils led by constraint Fast'ning upon them. Me along they sent To Cyprus; with a stranger prince they met, Demeter Iasides, who th' imperial seat Of that sweet island sway'd in strong command. And thus feel I here need's contemned hand. "And what God sent," said he, "this suff'ring bane To vex our banquet? Stand off, nor profane My board so boldly, lest I show thee here Cyprus and Egypt made more sour than there. You are a saucy set fac'd vagabond, About with all you go; and they, beyond Discretion, give thee, since they find not here The least proportion set down to their cheer. But every fountain hath his under floods. It is no bounty to give others goods." "O Gods," replied Ulysses, "I see now You bear no soul in this your goodly show. Beggars at your board, I perceive, should get Scarce salt from your hands, if themselves brought meat; Since, sitting where another's board is spread, That flows with feast, not to the broken bread Will your allowance reach." "Nay then," said he, And look'd austerely, "if so saucy be Your suffer'd language, I suppose, that clear You shall not 'scape without some broken cheer." Thus wrapp'd he up a stool, with which he smit The king's right shoulder 'twixt his neck and it. He stood him like a rock. Antinous' dart Nor stirr'd Ulysses, who in his great heart Deep ills projected; which, for time yet, close He bound in silence, shook his head, and went Out to the entry; where he then gave vent To his full scrip, sat on the earth, and eat, And talk'd still to the Wooers: "Hear me yet, Ye Wooers of the Queen. It never grieves A man to take blows, where for sheep, or beeves, Or other main possessions, a man fights. But for his harmful belly this man smites, Whose love to many a man breeds many a woe. And if the poor have Gods, and Furies too, Before Antinous wear his nuptial wreath, He shall be worn upon the dart of death." "Harsh guest," said he, "sit silent at your meat, Or seek your desp'rate plight some safer seat, Lest by the hands or heels youths drag your years, And rend your rotten rags about your ears." This made the rest as highly hate his folly, As he had violated something holy. When one, ev'n of the proudest, thus began: "Thou dost not nobly, thus to play the man On such an errant wretch. O ill dispos'd! Perhaps some sacred Godhead goes enclos'd Ev'n in his abject outside; for the Gods Have often visited these rich abodes Like such poor stranger pilgrims, since their pow'rs, Being always shapeful, glide through towns and towers, observing as they pass still, who they be that piety love, and who impiety. This all men said, but he held sayings cheap. And all this time Telemachus did heap sorrow on his beating heart, to see his father stricken, yet let part no tear to earth, but shook his head and thought as deep as those ills that were after wrought. The queen now, hearing of her poor guest's stroke, said to her maid, as to her wooer she spoke: "I wish the famous for his bow, the sun, would strike thy heart so." Her wish thus begun, her lady fair Eurynome pursued her execration, and did thus conclude: "So may our vows call down from heav'n his end, And let no one life of the rest extend His life till morning." "O Eurynome," replied the queen, "may all the Gods speak in thee, for all the Wooers we should rate as foes, Since all their weals they place in others' woes; But this Antinous we past all should hate, As one resembling black and cruel Fate. A poor strange wretch begg'd here, compell'd by need, Ask'd all, and ev'ry one gave in his deed, Fill'd his sad scrip, and eas'd his heavy wants. Only this man bestow'd unmanly taunts, And with a cruel blow his force let fly 'Twixt neck and shoulders show'd his charity." These minds, above, she and her maids did show, While at his scrip Ulysses sat below. In which time she Eumæus call'd, and said: "Go, good Eumæus, and see soon convey'd The stranger to me. Bid him come and take My salutations for his welcome's sake, And my desire serve, if he hath not heard Or seen distress'd Ulysses, who hath err'd Like such a man, and therefore chance may fall He hath by him been met and spoke withal." "O Queen," said he, "I wish to heav'n your ear Were quit of this unrev'rend noise you hear From these rude Wooers, when I bring the guest. Such words your ear would let into your breast As would delight it to your very heart. 3 nights and days I did my roof impart To his fruition, for he came to me The first of all men since he fled the sea, And yet he had not giv'n a perfect end To his relation of what woes did spend The spite of Fate on him, but as you see A singer, breathing out of Deity Love kindling lines, when all men seated near Are rapt with endless thirst to ever hear. So sweeten'd he my bosom at my meat, Affirming that Ulysses was in Crete, Where first the memories of Minos were, A guest to him there dwelling then, as dear As his true father; and from thence came he, Tir'd on with sorrows, toss'd from sea to sea, To cast himself in dust, and tumble here At Wooers' feet, for blows and broken cheer. But of Ulysses where the Thesprots dwell, A wealthy people, fame, he said, did tell The still survival, who his native light Was bound for now, with treasure infinite. "Call him," said she, "that he himself may say This over to me. We shall soon have way Giv'n by the Wooers, they, as well at gate, As set within doors, use to recreate Their high fed spirits. As their humours lead They follow, and may well, for still they tread Uncharg'd ways here, their own wealth lying Unwasted in poor kept houses. Only something tasted their bread and wine is By their household swains, but they themselves let loose Continual reins to our expenses, Making slaughter still of sheep, goats, oxen, feeding past their fill, And vainly lavishing our richest wine, All these extending past the sacred line. For here lives no man like Ulysses now To curb these reins; but should he once show His country light his presence, he and his Would soon revenge these Wooers' injuries." This said, about the house in echoes round, Her son's strange neesings made a horrid sound. At which the queen yet laugh'd, and said: "Go call the stranger to me. Heardst thou not, To all my words last utter'd, what a neesing brake From my Telemachus? From whence I make This sure conclusion, that the death and fate Of ev'ry Wooer here is near his date. Call then the guest, and if he tell as true What I shall ask him, coat, cloak, all things new, These hands shall yield him." This said, down he went And told Ulysses, that the queen had sent To call him to her, that she might enquire About her husband what her sad desire Urg'd her to ask; and, if she found him true, Both coat and cassock, which he needed, new Her hands would put on him; and that the bread, Which now he begg'd amongst the common tread, Should freely feed his hunger now from her, who all he wish'd would to his wants prefer. His answer was: "I will with fit speed tell the whole truth to the queen, for passing well I know her lord, since he and I have shar'd in equal sorrows. But I am much scar'd with this rude multitude of Wooers here, the rage of whose pride smites heav'n's brazen sphere, of whose rout when one struck me for no fault, Telemachus nor none else turn'd th' assault From my poor shoulders. Therefore, though she haste, beseech the queen her patience will see past The day's broad light, and then may she enquire. 'Tis but my closer pressing to the fire In the evening cold, because my weeds you know Are passing thin; for I made bold to show Their bracks to you, and pray'd your kind supply." He heard, and hasted, and met instantly The queen upon the pavement in his way, Who ask'd: "What! bring'st thou not? What cause of stay Find his austere supposes? Takes he fear Of the unjust Wooers? Or thus hard doth bear On any other doubt the house objects? He does me wrong, and gives too nice respects To his fear'd safety." "He does right," said he, "And what he fears should move the policy Of any wise one, taking care to shun The violent Wooers. He bids bide, till sun Hath hid his broad light. And, believe it, queen, 'Twill make your best course, since you two, unseen, May pass the encounter, you to speak more free, And he your ear gain less distractedly. The guest is wise," said she, "and well doth give The right thought use. Of all the men that live, Life serves none such as these proud Wooers are, To give a good man cause to use his care." Thus, all agreed, amongst the Wooers goes Eumæus to the prince, and whisp'ring close, Said: "Now, my love, my charge shall take up me, Your goods and mine. What here is, you must see In fit protection; but in chief, regard Your own dear safeguard, whose state study hard, Lest suff'rance seize you. Many a wicked thought Conceal these Wooers, whom just Jove see Brought to utter ruin, ere it touched us." "So chance it, friend," replied Telemachus. "Your beaver taken, go. In first of day Come, and bring sacrifice the best you may. To me and to th' Immortals be the care, Or whatsoever here the safeties are." This said, he sat in his elaborate throne. Eumæus, fed to satisfaction, went To his charge, left both the court and walls Full of secure and fatal festivals, In which the Wooers' pleasures still would sway. And now begun the even's near ending day. End of the 17th Book. The 18th Book of the Odysseys of Homer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Shempf. The 18th Book of the Odysseys of Homer. Translated by George Chapman. The Argument. Ulysses and the rogue Iris fight. Penelope vouchsafes her sight To all her Wooers, who present Gifts to her, ravish'd with content. A certain parley then we sing Betwixt a Wooer and the king. Another Argument. Sigma. The beggar's glee, the king's high fame, Gifts giv'n to see a virtuous dame. There came a common beggar to the court, Who in the city begg'd of all resort. Excell'd in madness of the gut, drunk, ate, Past intermission, was most hugely great. Yet had no fibres in him, nor no force. In sight a man, in mind a living corse. His true name was Arneas, for his mother Impos'd it from his birth; and yet another The city youth would give him, from the course He took, deriv'd out of the force that need Held on him, which was up and down To run on all men's errands through the town; Which sounded Iris; when whose gut was come, He needs would bar Ulysses his own home, And fell to chiding him. "Old man," said he, "Your way out of the entry quickly see Be with fair language taken, lest your stay But little longer see you dragg'd away. See, sir, observe you not how all these make Direct signs at me, charging me to take Your heels and drag you out? But I take shame. Rise yet, y'are best, lest we two play a game At cuffs together." He bent brows and said, "Wretch, I do thee no ill, nor once upbraid thy presence with a word, nor, what mine eye by all hands sees thee given, one thought envy, nor shouldst thou envy others. Thou mayst see the place will hold us both, and seem'st to me a beggar like myself, which who can mend? The Gods give most to whom they are least friend. The chief goods Gods give is in good to end. But to the hand's strife, of which ye are so free, provoke me not, for fear you anger me, lest the old man, on whose scorn you stood, your lips and bosom make shake hands in blood. I love my quiet well, and more will love to‐morrow than to‐day. But if you move my peace beyond my right, the war you make will never after give you will to take Ulysses' house in your begging walk." "O Gods," said he, "how volubly doth talk this eating gulf, and how his fume breaks out, as from an old crack'd oven! Whom I will clout so bitterly, and so with both hands maul his chaps together, that his teeth shall fall as plain sea on the earth as any sow's that ruts the cornfields, or devours the mows. Come, close we now, that all may see what wrong an old man tempts that takes at cuffs a young." Thus in the entry of those lofty towers These two, with all spleen, spent their jarring powers. Antinous took it, laugh'd, and said, "O friends, we never had such sport. This guest contends with this vast beggar at the buffet's fight. Come, join we hands, and screw up all their spite." All rose in laughters, and about them bore All the ragged rout of beggars at the door. Then mov'd Antinous the victor's hire To all the Wooers thus: "There are now at fire 2 breasts of goat, both which let law set down Before the man that wins the day's renown, With all their fat and gravy. And of both The glorious victor shall prefer his tooth, To which he makes his choice of, from us all, And ever after banquet in our hall, With what our boards yield, not a beggar more Allow'd to share, but all keep out at door." This he propos'd, and this they all approv'd. To which Ulysses answer'd: "O most lov'd, by no means should an old man, and one old in chief with sorrows, be so overbold to combat with his younger. But, alas! man's own ill working belly needs will pass This work upon me, and enforce me too To beat this fellow. But then you must do My age no wrong, to take my younger's part, And play me foul play, making your strokes smart Help his to conquer; for you easily may With your strengths crush me. Do then right, and lay Your honours on it in your oaths, to yield His part no aid, but equal leave the field." All swore his will. But then Telemachus His father's scoffs with comfort serious Could not but answer, and made this reply: "Guest, if thine own pow'rs cheer thy victory, Fear no man's else that will not pass it free. He fights with many that shall touch but thee. I'll see thy guest right paid. Thou here art come In my protection, and to this the sum Of all these Wooers, which Antinous are And King Eurymachus, conjoin their care." Both vow'd it. When Ulysses, laying by His upper weed, his inner beggary Near show'd his shame, which he with rags prevented Pluck'd from about his thighs, and so presented Their goodly sight, which were so white and great, And his large shoulders were to view so set By his bare rags, his arms, his breast, and all, So broad and brawny, their grace natural Being kept by Pallas, ever standing near, That all the Wooers his admirers were Beyond all measure; mutual whispers driven Through all their cluster, saying: "Sure as heav'n, Poor Irus pull'd upon him bitter blows; Through his thin garment what a thigh he shows!" They said, but Irus felt; his coward mind Was mov'd at root; but now he needs must find Facts to his brags, and forth at all parts fit The servants brought him, all his arteries smit With fears and tremblings; which Antinous saw, And said: "Nay, now too late comes fear. No low thou shouldst at first have giv'n thy braggart vein, Nor should it have so swell'd, if terror strain Thy spirits to this pass, for a man so old And worn with penuries that still lay hold On his ragged person. Howsoever, take this vow from me for firm, that if he make thy forces stoop, and prove his own supreme, I'll put thee in a ship, and down the stream Send thee ashore, where King Echetus reigns, The roughest tyrant that the world contains; And he will slit thy nostrils, crop each ear, Thy shame cut off, and give it dogs to tear." This shook his nerves the more. But both were now brought to the lists, And up did either throw his heavy fists. Ulysses, in suspense to strike so home That he should fright from thence his coward soul, His trunk laid prostrate there, or let him take More leisure to his fear, and stoop'd him by degrees. The last show'd best, to strike him slightly, out of fear the rest Would else discover him. But peace now broke, on his right shoulder Iris laid his stroke. Ulysses struck him just beneath the ear, His jaw bone broke, and made the blood appear. When straight he strew'd the dust, and made his cry Stand for himself, with whom his teeth did lie, Spit with his blood out, and against the ground His heels lay sprawling. Up the hands went round Of all the Wooers, all at point to die With violent laughters. Then the king did ply The beggar's feet, and dragg'd him forth the hall, Along the entry to the gates and wall; Where leaving him, he put into his hand A staff, and bade him there use his command On swine and dogs, and not presume to be The lord of the guests, or of the beggary, Since he of all men was the scum and curse, And so bade please with that, or fare yet worse. Then cast he on his scrip, all patch'd and rent, Hung by a rotten cord, and back he went To greet the entry's threshold with his seat. The Wooers throng'd to him, and did entreat With gentle words his conquest, laughing still; Pray'd Jove and all the Gods to give his will What most it wish'd him, and would joy him most, Since he so happily had clear'd their coast Of that unsavoury morsel; whom they vow'd To see with all their utmost haste bestow'd Aboard a ship, and for Epirus sent To King Echetus, on whose throne was spent The worst man's seat that breath'd. And thus was grac'd Divine Ulysses, who with joy embrac'd Even that poor conquest. Then was set to him The goodly goat's breast promis'd, that did swim In fat and gravy, by Antinous; And from a basket by Amphinomus Were 2 breads giv'n him; who besides renown'd His banquet with a golden goblet crown'd, And this high salutation: "Frolic, guest, And be those riches that you first possess'd Restor'd again with full as many joys, As in your poor state I see now annoys." "Amphinomus," said he, "you seem to me Exceeding wise, as being the progeny Of such a father as authentic fame Hath told me was so, one of honour'd name, And his great revenues in Dulichius His fair name Nisus, he is blazon'd thus, And you to be his son his wisdom airing, As well as wealth, his state in nought impairing. To prove which always, let me tell you this, As warning you to shun the miseries That follow full states, if they be not held With wisdom still at full, and so compell'd To courses that abode not in their brows, By too much swing, their sudden overthrows. Of all things breathing or that creep on earth, Nought is more wretched than a human birth. Blest men think never they can cursed be, While any power lasts to move a knee. But when the blest Gods make them feel that smart, That fled their faith so, as they had no heart They bear their suff'rings, and what well They might have clearly shunn'd, they then meet in despite. The mind of man flies still out of his way, Unless God guide and prompt it every day. I thought me once a blessed man with men, And fashion'd me to all so counted then, Did all injustice like them, what for lust, Or any pleasure, never so unjust I could by power or violence obtain, And gave them both in all their powers the rein. Bold of my fathers and my brothers still, While which held good, my arts seem'd never ill. And thus is none held simply good or bad, But as his will is either miss'd or had. All goods God's gifts man calls, howe'er he gets them, And so takes all. What price soe'er God sets them says not how ill they come, nor will control That ravine in him, though it cost his soul. And these parts here I see these Wooers play, Take all that falls, and all dishonours lay On that man's queen, that, tell your friends, doth bear No long time's absence, but is passing near. Let God then guide thee home, lest he may meet In his return thy undeparted feet. For when he enters, and sees men so rude, The quarrel cannot but in blood conclude." This said, he sacrificed, then drunk, and then Referr'd the given bowl to the guide of men, Who walk'd away, afflicted at his heart, Shook head, and fear'd that these facts would convert To ill in the end, yet had not grace to fly. Minerva stay'd him, being ordain'd to die Upon the lance of young Ulyssides. So down he sat, and then did Pallas please T' incline the queen's affections to appear To all the Wooers, to extend their cheer To the utmost lightning that still ushers death, And made her put on all the painted sheath, That might both set her Wooers' fancies high, And get her greater honour in the eye Ev'n of her son and the sov'reign, than before. Who laughing yet, to show her humour bore No serious appetite to that light show, She told Eurynomé, that not till now She ever knew her entertain'd desire To please her Wooers' eyes, but oft on fire She set their hate, in keeping from them still. Yet now she pleas'd t' appear, though from no will To do them honour, vowing she would tell Her son that of them that should fit him well To make use of; which was, not to converse Too freely with their pride, nor to disperse His thoughts amongst them, since they us'd to give Good words, but through them ill intents did drive. Eurynomé replied: "With good advice You vow his counsel, and your open guise. Go then, advise your son nor keep more close Your cheeks, still drown'd in your eyes' overflows, But bathe your body, and with balms make clear Your thicken'd count'nance. Uncomposéd cheer And ever mourning will the marrow wear. Nor have you cause to mourn; your son hath now Put on that virtue, which, in chief, your vow Wish'd, as your blessing, at his birth, might deck His blood and person. But forbear to speak Of baths or balmings, or of beauty now," The queen replied, "lest urging comforts you Discomfort much, because the Gods have won The spoil of my looks since my lord was gone. But these must serve. Call hither then to me Hippodamia and Autonoé, That those our train additions may supply Our own deserts. And yet besides, not I, With all my age, have learn'd the boldness yet T' expose myself to men, unless I get some other gracers." This said, forth she went To call the ladies, and much spirit spent To make their utmost speed, for now their queen Would both herself show, and make them be seen. But now Minerva other projects laid, And through Icarius' daughter's veins convey'd Sweet sleep's desire, in whose soft fumes Involv'd, she was soon as laid, and quite Dissolv'd with all her lineaments. The Goddess then bestow'd immortal gifts on her, That men might wonder at her beauties; and the beams That glister in the deified supremes She clear'd her morning count'nance up withal. Even such a radiance as doth round empall Crown'd Cytherea, when her order'd places Conduct the bevy of the dancing Graces, She added to her own, more plump, more high, And fairer than the polish'd ivory, rend'ring Her parts and presence. This grace done, away the Deity flew, and up did run Her lovely wristed ladies, with a noise that blew The soft chains from her sleeping joys; when she Her fair eyes wip'd, and gasping said: "O me unblest! How deep a sweet sleep spread His shades about me! Would Diana please To shoot me with a death no more diseas'd As soon as might be, that no more my moan Might waste my blood in weepings never done, For want of that accomplish'd virtue spher'd In my lov'd lord, to all the Greeks preferr'd." Then she descended with her maids, and took Place in the portal, whence her beamy look Reach'd every Wooer's heart; yet cast she on So thin a veil, that through it quite there shone A grace so stol'n, it pleas'd above the clear, And sunk the knees of every Wooer there, Their minds so melted in love's vehement fires, That to her bed she heighten'd all desires. The prince then coming near, she said: "O son, thy thoughts and judgments have not yet Put on that constancy in what Becomes their good, which all expect in thee. Thy younger blood did sparkle choicer spirits, But arriv'd at this full growth, wherein Their form hath thriv'd beyond the bounds of childhood; And when now beholders should affirm, This man doth grow like the rare son Of his matchless sire, his goodliness, His beauty, and his fire Of soul aspir'd to, Thou mak'st nothing good thy fate, nor fortune, nor thy height of blood, in manage of thy actions. What a deed of foul desert hath thy gross suff'rance freed beneath thine own roof, a poor stranger here us'd most unmanly? How will this appear to all the world, when fame shall trumpet out, that thus and thus are our guests beat about our court unrighted? 'Tis a blaze will show extremely shameful to your name and you." "I blame you not, O mother," he replied, "That this clear wrong sustain'd by me you chide. Yet know I both the good and bad of all, Being past the years in which young errors fall. But, all this known, skill is not so exact To give, when once it knows, things fit their fact. I well may doubt the prease of strangers here, Who, bent to ill, and only my nerves near, May do it in despite. And yet the jar Betwixt our guests and Irus was no war Wrought by the Wooers, nor our guests sustain'd Wrong in that action, but the conquest gain'd. And would to Jove, Minerva, and the Sun, That all your Wooers might serve contention For such a purchase as the beggar made, And wore such weak heads. Some should death invade, Strew'd in the entry; some embrued the hall, Till every man had vengeance capital, Saddled like Irus at the gates, his head Every way nodding, like one forfeited To reeling Bacchus, knees nor feet his own, To bear him where he's better lov'd or known. Their speeches given this end, Eurymachus began his courtship, and express'd it thus: "Most wise Icarius' daughter, if all those That did for Colchos venturous sail dispose For that rich purchase, had before but seen Earth's richer prize in the Ithacensian queen, They had not made that voyage, but to you Would all their virtues and their beings vow. Should all the world know what a worth you store, To morrow than to day, and the next light, more Your court should banquet, since to all dames You are far preferr'd, both for the grace of show, In stature, beauty, form in every kind Of all parts outward, and for faultless mind." "Alas," said she, "my virtue, body, form, The Gods have blasted with that only storm That ravish'd Greece to Ilion, since my lord For that war shipp'd, bore all my goods aboard. If he, return'd, should come and govern here My life's whole state, the grace of all things there His guide would heighten, as the spirit it bore Which dead in me lives, giv'n him long before. A sad course I live now; Heav'n's stern decree With many an ill hath numb'd and deaded me. He took life with him, when he took my hand In parting from me to the Trojan strand. These words my witness: 'Woman, I conceive That not all the Achives bound for Troy Shall leave their native earth their safe returned bones; Fame saying, that Troy trains up approved sons In deeds of arms, brave putters off of shafts, For winging lances masters of their crafts, Unmatchéd riders, swift of foot, and straight Can arbitrate a war of deadliest weight. Hope then can scarce fill all with life's supply, And of all any failing, why not I? Nor do I know if God hath marshall'd me Amongst the safe return'd, or his decree Hath left me to the thraldom order'd there. However, all cares be thy burthens here; My sire and mother tend as much now; I further off; more near in cares be you. Your son, to man's state grown, wed whom you will, And, you gone, his care let his household fill." Thus made my lord his will, which heav'n sees prov'd Almost at all parts; for the sun remov'd Down to his set ere long will lead the night Of those abhorr'd nuptials, that should fright Each worthy woman; which her second are With any man that breathes; her first lord's care Dead, because he to flesh and blood is dead, Which I fear I shall yield to, and so wed A second husband; and my reason is, Since Jove hath taken from me all his bliss. Whom God gives over, they themselves forsake; Their griefs their joys, their God their devil make. And 'tis a great grief, nor was seen till now In any fashion of such men as woo A good and wealthy woman, and contend Who shall obtain her, that those men should spend Her beeves and best sheep, as their chiefest ends; But rather that herself, and all her friends They should with banquets and rich gifts entreat. Their life is death, that live with others meet. Divine Ulysses much rejoic'd to hear His queen thus fish for gifts, and keep in cheer. Their hearts with hope that she would wed again, her mind yet still her first intent retain. Antinous saw the Wooers won to give, and said: "Wise Queen, by all your means receive Whatever bounty any Wooer shall use. Gifts freely given 'tis folly to refuse. For know, that we resolve not to be gone To keep our own roofs, till of all some one, Whom best you like, your long woo'd love shall win." This pleas'd the rest, and every one Sent in his present by the herald. First had place Antinous' gift, a robe of special grace, Exceedingly full and fair, and 20 hues Chang'd lustre to it; to which choice of shows 12 massy plated buttons, all of gold, And rich the substance, made to fairly hold The robe together, all laced down before, Where keeps and catches both sides of it wore. Eurymachus a golden tablet gave, In which did Art her choicest works engrave, And round about an amber verge did run, That cast a radiance from it like the sun. Eurydamas 2 servants had, that bore 2 goodly earrings, whose rich hollows wore 3 pearls in either, like so many eyes, Reflecting glances radiant as the skies. The king Pisander great Polyctor's heir A casket gave, exceeding rich and fair. The other wealthy gifts commended To her fair hand; which took, and straight Ascended this Goddess of her sex Her upper state, her ladies all her gifts Elaborate up bearing after. All to dancing then the Wooers went, And song's delightful strain, in which they frolick'd till the evening came, And then rais'd sable Hesperus his flame, When, for their lights within, they set up there 3 lamps, whose wicks were wood exceeding sere And passing porous, which they caus'd to burn, Their matter ever minister'd by turn Of sev'ral handmaids; whom Ulysses seeing Too conversant with Wooers, ill agreeing With guise of maids, advis'd in this fair sort: "Maids of your long lack'd king, keep you the port Your queen's chaste presence bears. Go up to her, employ your looms or rocks, And keep ye there. I'll serve to feed these lamps. Should these lords' dances last Till Aurora cheer'd us with their glances, They cannot weary me, for I'm one Born to endure when all men else have done." They wantonly brake out in laughters all, Look'd on each other, and to terms did fall Cheek proud Melantho, who was Dolius' seed, Kept by the queen, that gave her dainty bread Fit for her daughter, and yet won not so Her heart to her, to share in any woe She suffer'd for her lord, but she was great With great Eurymachus, and her love's heat In his bed quench'd. And this choleric thing Bestow'd this railing language on the king: "Base stranger, you are taken in your brain, You talk so wildly. Never you again Can get where you were born, and seek your bed In some smith's hovel, or the market stead, But here you must take confidence to prate Before all these, for fear can get no state In your wine hardy stomach. Or 'tis like to prove Your native garb, your tongue will strike On this side of your mouth still, being at best. Is the man idle-brain'd for want of rest? Or proud because he beat the roguish beggar? Take heed, sir, lest some better man beleaguer Your ears with his fists, and set headlong hence Your bold abode here with your blood's expense." He, looking sternly on her, answer'd her: "Dog! What broad language giv'st thou? I'll prefer Your usage to the prince, that he may fall Foul on your fair limbs, till he tell them all." This fray'd the wenches, and all straight got gone In fear about their business, every one Confessing he said well. But he stood now Close by the cressets, and did looks bestow On all men there, his brain employ'd About some sharper business then To dance it out, which had not long to go. Nor therefore would Minerva let the Wooers' spleens grow cold With too good usage of him, that his heart Might fret enough, and make his choler smart. Eurymachus provok'd him first, and made his fellow laugh, With the conceit he had fetch'd, far From what was spoken long before, That this poor form perhaps some deity bore. "It may well chance," said he, "some God doth bear This man's resemblance; for, thus standing near The glist'ring torches, his slick'd head doth throw Beams round about it, as those cressets do; For not a hair he hath, to give it shade. Say, will thy heart serve t' undertake a trade For fitting wages? Should I take thee hence to walk my grounds, and look to every fence, or plant high trees, thy hire should raise thy forces, food store, and clothes. But these same idle courses thou art so prompt in, that thou wilt not work, but forage up and down, and beg and lurk in every house whose roofs hold any will to feed such fellows, that the gut may fill gives end to all thy being. He replied, I wish at any work we too were tried in height of spring time, when heaven's lights are long. I, a good crook'd scythe that were sharp and strong, you such another, where the grass grew deep. Up by daybreak, and both our labours keep up till slow darkness ease the labouring light, fasting all day, and not a crumb till night, we then should prove our either workmanship. Or, if again, beeves that the goad or whip were apt to obey before tearing a plough, big lusty beasts, alike in bulk and brow, alike in labour, and alike in strength, our task 4 acres, to be tilled in length of one sole day. Again, then you should try if the dull glebe before the plough should fly, or I a long stitch could bear clean and even. Or lastly, if the guide of earth and heaven should stir stern war up, either here or there, and that at this day I had double spear, and shield, and steel casque fitting for my brows, at this work likewise, midst the foremost blows, your eyes should note me, and get little cause to twit me with my belly's sole applause. But you affect to affect with injury, your mind ungentle, seem in valour high, because 'gainst few, and those not of the best, your conversation hath been still profess'd. But if Ulysses landed on his earth, and enter'd on the true right of his birth, should come and front ye, straight his ample gates your feet would hold too narrow for your fates. He frown'd, raged, call'd him wretch, and vow'd to be his death, since he durst prove so proud amongst so many, to tell him so home what he affected, ask'd if overcome with wine he were, or, as his minions said, talk'd still so idly, and were palsied in his mind's instruments, or was proud because he gat from Iris off with such applause. With all which, snatching up a stool, he threw, when old Ulysses to the knees withdrew of the Dulichian lord Amphinomus, as if he fear'd him. His dart missing thus his aged object, and his page's hand, a boy that waited on his cup's command, now holding of an ewer to him, he smit, down fell the sounding ewer, and after it the guiltless page lay sprawling in the dust, and crying out. When all the wooers thrust a tumult up amongst them, wishing all the rogue had perish'd in some hospital, before his life there stirr'd such uproars up, and with rude speeches spiced their pleasure's cup. And all this for a beggar to fulfill a filthy proverb, good still yields to ill. The prince cried out to them to let the bad obscure the good so, told them they were mad, abus'd their banquet, and affirm'd some God tried masteries with them, bade them take their load of food and wine, sit up, or fall to bed at their free pleasures. And since he gave head to all their freedoms, why should they mistake their own rich humours for a beggar's sake? All bit their lips, to be so taken down, and taught the course that should have been their own, admir'd the prince, and said he bravely spoke. But Nisus' son then struck the equal stroke, and said: "O friends, let no man here disdain to put up equal speeches, nor maintain with serious words and humour, nor with stroke a stranger in another's house provoke, nor touch the meanest servant, but confine all these dissensions in a bowl of wine, which fill us, cup‐bearer, that, having done our nightly sacrifice, we may atone our powers with sleep, resigning first the guest up to the prince, that holds all interest in his disposure here, the house being his in just descent, and all the faculties." This all approved, when noble Mulius, herald in chief to lord Amphinomus, the wine distributed with reverend grace to every wooer. When the gods' given place with service fit they served themselves, and took their parting cups, till when they all had struck the angry humour off, they bent to rest, and every wooer to several roofs addressed. End of the 18th Book.